Chapter 1201, Attending a Wedding 7. Are my mom and dad going to have a younger sibling? Su Jiejie asked. To her, aside from matters concerning her parents, no news could be considered good news. Quan Xing'an said, I have guided you to transcendence. As expected, in your next life, you will still be your parents' daughter. Heaven's justice is fair, where there is affinity, wishes come true. Su Jiejie was overjoyed. Really? Really? Quan Xing'an looked at her ecstatic face and smiled, nodding. It was true, but only if she could persuade Su Jiejie's parents to take care of their health and prepare for a second child. If they were unwilling, that would be another matter. She had never met Su Jiejie's father or mother, so she would have to arrange a chance encounter carefully. Master Quan, meeting you is my fortune. Thank you. Su Jiejie was not the only fortunate one. The Li family was also blessed. They had only quietly returned home after learning about Zheng Jiehao's incident, only to hear from neighbors that Zheng Jiehao had come by with an axe. Just thinking about that scene made the Li family shudder. They had no grudge against him. He had only knocked over his child, yet he could be so ruthless. What about them? What a sin. What a tragedy. Li's mother kept wiping her tears. Li's wife, Wang Suihua, grabbed her husband and looked him over, repeatedly chanting Buddhist prayers. They had returned at a convenient time Saturday, so the couple brought large bags of thank you gifts and red envelopes to express their gratitude to Quan Xing'an, along with a bright red banner. On Sunday, Quan Xing'an came out to tell fortunes again. When Li arrived, Quan Xing'an was in the middle of telling the fortune of a third destined person. Li did not dare disturb her. He and his wife stood respectfully to the side, waiting, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as they looked at Quan Xing'an, as if she were a living deity. They wished they could prostrate themselves before her. Divine foresight and predicting events before they happened. What else could she be but a living deity? This destined person was asking about marriage. After Quan Xing'an gave her answer, he left happily. Master, we are here to thank you. As soon as the person left, Li quickly pulled his wife forward and bowed deeply to Quan Xing'an. He was a stout man, so bending over was difficult, but he still bowed deeply. Quan Xing'an smiled. Our meeting was fate. You run a noodle shop, I ate noodles, and you were willing to seek my fortune, that is fate. After the divination, you chose to follow my advice. That was your choice and your chance at life. Everything was destined, so there is no need to be polite with me. Seeing you safe and sound puts my mind at ease. When he had asked her to tell his fortune and accepted her advice, Li's facial features had changed. Now he and his wife had the appearance of people who would enjoy a peaceful old age. Although their daughter and son-in-law were not their biological children, they treated them like biological parents and were very filial. After all, in this world, there are plenty of unfilial biological children. Wang Suihua beamed with joy upon hearing this. She thanked Quan Xing'an while hurriedly handing over the thank you gifts, red envelopes, and banner. The banner was made of red velvet with gold trim. On it, 8 golden characters in bold, flowing script read, Divine Foresight, Unerring Predictions. Below was a line of smaller text, respectfully offered by Li Baolai and Wang Suihua, along with the date. Quan Xing'an found it quite novel. She unfolded the banner and looked at it for a while. To be honest, this was the first time someone had given her a banner. Displaying it at her fortune-telling stall would surely attract more and more customers. However, she only told fortunes for those destined to meet her. She was just that particular. End of chapter. Chapter 1202, Attending a Wedding 8. Seeing that Quan Xing'an had accepted the pennant and red envelope of thanks, Boss Li became even happier and said with a beaming smile, Master, you saved our family's lives. We don't know how to thank you enough. The only way we can express our gratitude is by treating you to a meal. Before coming, we booked a table of fine dishes at the Heiress Hotel. Please do us the honor. Adding to his revenue, how nice. Quan Xing'an glanced at the sky, felt her stomach, and indeed she was hungry. She readily accepted Boss Li's arrangement. Boss Li happily hailed a taxi. When they arrived at Heiress Hotel, they were greeted with a very pleasant welcome upon entering, feeling as if a spring breeze had washed over them. The receptionist did not turn away Boss Li and his wife because of their ordinary attire, but respectfully invited them to their table in the dining area. The service at Heiress Hotel was excellent, and all other facilities and food were top-notch. Even the prices for ordinary tables were not low. Given Boss Li's means, ordering such a table of dishes was a sincere effort. Quan Xing'an, who usually dined at Heiress in the Peony Hall reserved for Heiress Xuedong's family, did not mind the lower quality of today's meal at all. At their earnest invitation, she took the seat of honor. Boss Li quickly called the waiter to serve the dishes. The lobby manager happened to catch sight of the scene and was startled. He rushed over to Quan Xing'an at lightning speed and said, The Peony Hall is empty. Miss, would you and your friends prefer to dine there? He recognized Quan Xing'an. On the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, Hu Xuedong had transferred many staff from Hu's hotel to help at venue number 6. He was one of them. Moreover, when Hu Xuedong was in the capital, she occasionally brought Quan Xingnan to the hotel for meals, and each time, the top chef cooked personally. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. My friend is treating me to a meal. There's no need to go to the peony hall. Go about your business and don't disturb me. Oh, Alexander and the other one should have followed me here. Arrange seats for them to eat. Are those 2 bodyguards here too? Why not invite them to join us? Boss Li was already surprised by Quan Xingnan's status. Hearing her mention Alexander, he quickly spoke up. Whether at the noodle shop or rescuing the child in the neighborhood, Alexander had been a great help to them, and gratitude was necessary. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. That works. Go call them in to eat together. Yes, yes. The lobby manager dared not disobey. However, when the 2 bodyguards came in and sat below Boss Li, the lobby manager said a few words to them and then hurried to the kitchen, instructing the head chef to cook personally for Quan Xingnan. He also added several of her favorite dishes and juice. Seeing many dishes on the table that he hadn't ordered, and the waiter explaining they were compliments of the hotel, Boss Li said in surprise, Master, are you very familiar with the hotel staff? They gave us so many dishes, all major courses, and juice too. He silently reminded himself that this master was certainly no ordinary person. How many fortune tellers traveled with bodyguards? And then, it's a friend's hotel. Nothing much to say. Let's eat while it's hot. Quan Xingnan said lightly. Seeing she didn't want to elaborate, Boss Li stopped asking. He was just an ordinary person. As he ate heartily, he noticed that Quan Xingnan and the 2 bodyguards ate with extremely elegant manners, like the upper-class figures shown in TV dramas. Every move was pleasing to the eye. Without realizing it, Boss Li also slowed down his eating pace. Just as he was nearly full, a delighted voice suddenly came from beside them. Master Quan. There are quite a few mundane matters, so I'll update 8 chapters first, then 4 more at noon. That's it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1203, Attending the Wedding 9. Chapter 1203, Attending the Wedding 9. Quan Xingnan looked up and saw Jiang Hui's face full of surprise. After a moment of thought, she remembered he was the agent who had wanted to recruit her as a star. A faint smile appeared on her face. So it's Agent Jiang. How have you been lately? Thanks to Master Quan's advice, everything is going well. News of Huang Li and Bai Shue's relationship was spreading everywhere. Tianquan Entertainment had secretly leaked information claiming Huang Li had paid a hefty sum to buy out Bai Shue's contract. Bai Shue's fans were fiercely loyal, constantly blessing the couple and urging them to marry. When Huang Li remained silent, they turned their attention to Jioding Company, pressuring him into paying the penalty to free Bai Shue and sign her to his own company. Bai Shue's fame continued to rise. To outsiders, Jioding Company didn't seem to lose out by poaching her. In reality, Jioding Company also felt it wasn't a loss. Bai Shue's ability to generate revenue was obvious. She earned hundreds of millions annually, and it was clear she would quickly recoup the company's investment while bringing in massive profits. But Jiang Hui knew that Huang Li's feelings for Bai Shue were only superficial. He wasn't truly devoted. His motives were more about using her. Based on recent intel, Bai Shue's contract with Jioding was far from the fair and equitable terms she had with Tianquan. Jioding's terms were harsh, squeezing every bit of value out of their artists. Why would Jioding sign an equal contract with Bai Shue after paying such a price? Blinded by so-called love and Huang Li's solemn promises, Bai Shue had actually signed this unequal contract. It was worth noting that Jiang Hui was no longer Bai Shue's agent. With her higher income now, Bai Shue didn't want to let an outsider profit, even if that person had discovered her. So her agent became her mother, Ding Baoli, who, after becoming wealthy thanks to her daughter, often dressed in flashy jewelry. From the current situation, Bai Shue was still riding high, and aside from the penalty fee, Tianquan didn't seem to have gained much. But one had to think long-term. Tianquan hadn't been schemed against by Jioding, nor had Bai Shue bitten the hand that fed her. That was enough. Other matters could wait. Surely Tianquan couldn't fail to deal with Bai Shue. For now, Tianquan had to adopt the stance of being betrayed by one of its top artists. They had already uncovered Huang Li and Bai Shue's scheme. It was precisely because they knew the truth that they were utterly disappointed in Bai Shue. Jiang Hui bowed respectfully to Quan Xingnan, no longer daring to treat her as a potential recruit. The day before yesterday, I went to the master's fortune-telling spot, but the master wasn't there. Later, I heard from the master's colleagues nearby that the master only appears on weekends. I planned to go yesterday, but company matters kept me busy. I didn't expect to run into the master here today. This meal is on me, I'll treat the master. Another day, I'll formally thank the master. With that, Jiang Hui waved at the waiter, intending to pay with his card. Boss Li quickly stood up, frantically waving his hands at the well-dressed, clearly wealthy middle-aged man. Sir, this meal is my treat to thank the master for saving my life. I can't let you pay. If you want to thank the master, please do so another day. The master is very approachable. I see. Jiang Hui had no choice but to put his card away. Then I'll bring my brother along another day to treat the master. Quan Xingnan smiled warmly. Sure, let's meet again if fate allows. Recently, she had to attend Wang Debao and Xiaohua's wedding. She and Hua Xiuedong had already booked their tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 1204, Attending the Wedding 10. Wang Jiabao's hometown was in the countryside, naturally more remote and backward compared to the city. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong boarded the plane a day early, checked in that morning, and landed at noon. As soon as they walked out of the airport, they saw Wang Debao waiting to pick them up, jumping and waving frantically at them, a silly, radiant grin plastered on his face. Hey, does he have eagle eyes? He spotted us right away. Quan Xingnan muttered. Hua Xiuedong smiled and smoothed her wind-tousled hair, not mentioning that her appearance in this not-so-crowded airport was no less than a beam of light shattering the darkness, bringing brightness, naturally drawing everyone's gaze. In fact, Hua Xiuedong himself was also the center of everyone's attention. The arrival of such a strikingly handsome man and beautiful woman, dressed fashionably, made many hurried passers-by stop in their tracks. Wang Debao puffed out his chest, feeling a sense of pride. Having the honor of inviting the master to his wedding was a huge boost to his prestige. But the man beside the master looked a bit familiar. Where had he seen him before? Such an outstanding man, if he had met him, he surely wouldn't forget. Wang Debao pondered as he ran toward Quan Xingnan. Some people just looked like they were born to be above others. Even in the simplest suit, they were like a blazing sun, dazzling to behold. For instance, the man beside Master Quan. Elegant in demeanor, graceful in manner, with flawless features, 100 times more handsome than the wealthy and powerful male leads in TV dramas, he seemed like something out of a Taiwanese romance novel, a perfect, impeccable tycoon. Wang Debao racked his brain but couldn't recall where he had seen this man before, yet he had already reached Quan Xingnan. Master. Wang Debao bowed deeply to Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan laughed. Tomorrow you'll be the groom, so why is the groom still running out to pick up guests? I'm the groom tomorrow, not today. The master is an honored guest of our family, so of course my dad and I had to come pick you up in person to express our family's gratitude. But my dad couldn't get away, so I had to come alone. Please forgive me, master. Though Quan Xingnan had called him the landlord's silly son, Wang Debao wasn't actually stupid. Quan Xingnan understood. Since you're about to become a father-in-law and mother-in-law, your parents must be running around like crazy. Yeah, they're so busy their feet are hitting the backs of their heads. Wang Debao nodded, then immediately felt his response might not have been quite right, and quickly added, it's our family's honor that the master understands. I've arranged for the driver to bring the car. Please, master, get in. It's still several dozen miles from the airport to my home. If we head back now, we'll just make it in time for the noon feast. At the same time, Wang Debao deftly took the 2 suitcases from Hua Xiuedong's hands. One silver gray, one pink, the same style. Master, how should I address this gentleman? I feel like he looks familiar. From a distance, he hadn't seen clearly, but up close, the more he looked, the more he felt a sense of déjà vu. Quan Xingnan smiled. He's my boyfriend, surname Hua. Just call him Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, Wang Debao said immediately. Hua Xiuedong smiled calmly and gave him a slight nod, wishing the soon-to-be groom joy on his wedding tomorrow. What's wedding joy? Wang Debao blurted out. Quan Xingnan had just praised him for handling things well, but now she was at a loss for words at his utter cluelessness. She explained helplessly, wedding joy means getting married. He's wishing you happiness on your big day tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 1205, Attending the Wedding 11. A new marriage is like a minor triumph, adorned in red and flowers like a top scholar. This is a widely circulated saying. In ancient times, a major triumph was when a scholar passed the imperial exams and had his name on the golden list, while a minor triumph was the wedding night. Major triumph, minor triumph, these were joys that countless ancient men dreamed of. After hearing the explanation, Wang Debao scratched his head and said, so that's what it means. But it's really fitting, every groom dresses up like a top scholar, doesn't he? Mr. Hua, you're truly learned. I admire you. Not just Quan Xingnan, but even Hua Xiuedong found it amusing. This young man, just as Quan Xingnan had said, was so sincere that he couldn't inspire any ill will. Before leaving, Quan Xingnan had performed a divination, which indicated great fortune for this trip. So the two of them didn't bring any bodyguards, leaving them in the capital. To outsiders, it seemed as if Hua Xiuedong was also in the capital, not out on a trip. Wang Debao led them to the car. Unlike the flashy, nouveau riche style of him and his father, this car was remarkably understated. It had a white body, a thin layer of dust on it, and was worth around $1 million, relatively not cheap, but not particularly expensive either. The driver was already waiting by the car door. He took their luggage and put it in the trunk. Just as he closed the trunk, he saw his big boss's precious son respectfully open the car door, inviting the man and woman they had picked up today to get in. His attitude was even more attentive than toward the big boss and his wife. Still, he could tell that these two guests were no ordinary people. Having accompanied Wang Dazhuang through many occasions, he had never seen a boss with the stunning handsomeness and commanding presence of this gentleman. No wonder the big boss had sent him here, repeatedly reminding him to make sure the guests felt completely at home. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan sat in the back, while Wang Debao sat in the passenger seat. Once the driver started the car and hit the road, Quan Xingnan laughed and said, "Debao, is your dad so happy he's throwing a 3-day open feast?" Yeah, master, you're really a genius." "My dad's thrilled, and so are my grandma and mom. They said it's a joyous occasion of adding a new member to the family, so they set up 200 tables for an open feast in the village. Today's the second day." Wang Debao was overjoyed, almost dancing in his seat. The driver chuckled, "Debao, don't move around too much. If you bump my arm and I lose control of the car, what then? Tomorrow, this car is the lead vehicle in the wedding procession, symbolizing you and Xiaohua growing old together." He had clearly been with Wang Dazhuang for many years, calling the boy by name in a very familiar tone. Hearing this, Wang Debao immediately sat up straight. But soon, he couldn't sit still. He fidgeted, his joy radiating from the depths of his heart, desperate to express it through his body. "Uncle Chow, you're an old driver. Don't try to fool me with that losing control talk. I'm not buying it." No sooner had he spoken than the car hit a bump, and Wang Debao lurched sideways, nearly hitting the window. "Uncle Chow, the road's uneven." "I can't help it, and I can't exactly get out and smooth it over," Driver Chow said, and Wang Debao fell silent. The road was indeed rough, with dust flying outside the window. Quan Xingnan glanced out. "It's not a concrete road?" Driver Chow replied, "No. The road leading to our town is long, with countless twists and turns. The project is huge and the government doesn't have the money to fix it. So a few bosses pooled resources, brought in loads of dirt to level the surface, compacted it with heavy trucks, and then spread a layer of gravel and stone dust. It's better than the potholed mud road. But the road from the town to our village is concrete. My big boss paid for it himself. Even on rainy days, you don't have to worry about getting your feet muddy. The only problem is, during harvest season, the road is covered with grain for drying, and cars can't get through." End of chapter. Chapter 1206, Attending the Wedding 12. After a bumpy ride, they finally made it onto a concrete road. A dozen minutes later, they reached the village entrance. Before the car even entered the village, they could hear the sound of gongs and swonas coming from inside, wave after wave, shaking the sky and radiating boundless joy. We're here. Wang Debao shouted. A concrete road led straight to the entrance of Wang Debao's home. According to Driver Chow, Wang Dazhuang always said he built the road to make it easier for his own family to come and go, even though he had paved several main roads in the village as well. Wang Dazhuang had been having the village kids keep an eye on his family's car. When he learned it had arrived, he quickly brought his wife to the entrance to greet them. Seeing this scene, the villagers knew an important guest had arrived, their eyes fixed on the slowly approaching sedan. As soon as the sedan stopped, Wang Dazhuang stepped forward to open the car door. Without even looking at who was inside, he laughed loudly and said, "Master, thank you, Master, for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend Debao's wedding. You truly honor our humble home, truly honor it. Thank you for your kind hospitality, Boss Wang." A deep voice came from inside. Wang Dazhuang felt something was off. Why was it a man's voice? He looked closely and saw that the man who had spoken had already gotten out of the car. He stood tall and straight, with handsome features. His appearance immediately overshadowed everyone else's brilliance, even dimming the red arch at the door, the red couplets on the gate, and the large red lanterns above. "Dad, this is Master's boyfriend, Mr. Hua." Wang Debao quickly got out of the car and hurried around to open the other door. Quan Xingnan got out just in time to hear Wang Dazhuang apologizing to Hu Xuedong. As he apologized, he suddenly realized who this familiar-looking man was. His eyes, already large, widened involuntarily, and his voice rose several pitches, almost shouting, "Mr. Hua? You're Mr. Hua? You're Mr. Hua." Wang Dazhuang was almost at a loss, his face flushed with excitement. "What's wrong, dear?" "Dad, do you know Mr. Hua?" Wang Debao and his mother, Niu Hong, said in unison, both looking at the outstanding man before them. Niu Hong, decked out in gold, often accompanied her husband to social events. She probably also recalled who Mr. Hua was. She turned and shoved her son aside, grinning as she sidled up to Hu Xuedong, her eyes full of admiration. She had never seen such a handsome man in her life. He instantly made her husband and son look like weeds by comparison. Hua Xuedong smiled calmly. Boss Wang, Mrs. Wang, sorry for the intrusion. No intrusion at all. No intrusion at all. Niu Hong waved her hand, the large diamond and gold rings on her fingers nearly blinding her in the sunlight, yet even their dazzling brilliance couldn't compare to the aura of these two distinguished guests. Please, come inside, come inside. Mr. Hua, Master Quan, we've long heard of your great names. Oh my, I'm so excited today, I don't know what to say. Please don't mind us. Make yourselves at home here. If you need anything, just tell Debeo to handle it. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. Please don't be so polite. We don't put on such airs. Even so, Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong dared not show the slightest neglect. A Master Quan alone was already worthy of their utmost respect, but now there was also a Mr. Hua. Who is he? A world-class tycoon. Years ago, when the Hua Group invested in a project in their hometown, they had worked there and earned their first pot of gold. With that as capital, they built their current business. To the villagers, their family was an unattainable wealthy giant, but compared to the Hua Group, their assets were like a single hair on an ox versus Mount Tai. End of chapter. Chapter 1207, A Farmhouse Wedding Feast 1. When drinking water, one must not forget the one who dug the well. One must not forget one's roots. Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong never imagined they would have the honor of standing before Hua Xuedong and conversing with him. If word got out, it would make all their local peers green with envy, their eyes turning red as rabbits. But they wouldn't tell anyone, of course. The couple respectfully invited Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan into the main hall. Although they were considered the wealthiest people in the area, the house they built in their hometown was no different from the local two-story buildings, just larger, with an extra floor and more luxurious decoration. The layout was the same, 4 rooms per floor, with bedrooms on the east and west sides, and a living room and dining room in the middle. Now, the place was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, radiating joy both inside and out. Compared to Quan Xingnan, whose behavior was still somewhat immature and often impulsive, Hua Xuedong was impeccable. Quan Xingnan admired him wholeheartedly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Hua Xuedong thoroughly enjoyed his girlfriend's little admiration, a warm and elegant smile lingering on his face. Neither of them was the type to act superior, and Hua Xuedong, with his mature, refined, and courteous demeanor, made everyone he spoke to feel respected. There was no discomfort caused by differences in social status. When they encountered enthusiastic elderly villagers greeting them along the way, Hua Xuedong handled it all with ease. With the development of the economy and society, people living in cities for long periods, coupled with changes in architectural styles, often didn't even greet neighbors living door to door. So, they truly lacked the warmth and simplicity unique to rural areas. As soon as they entered the main hall, an elderly man sitting on a wooden sofa stood up to welcome them. Dazhuang, have the distinguished guests arrived? The old man was about 60, tall and thin, with dark skin and a face full of wrinkles. He wore a dark blue button-up jacket common in rural areas, but actually popular in the 1960s and 1970s, somewhat resembling a mouse suit. On his head, he wore a cloth cap, revealing the old newspaper tucked inside, shiny with grease. Yes, uncle, they are distinguished guests, the most important guests of our family. After answering the old man, Wang Dazhuang turned to Hua Xuedong and said cautiously, with a smile, Mr. Hua, this is my uncle from the same clan. In our local terms, he's the wedding manager. He handles everything, big and small, inside and out. Even though his uncle was a genuine old farmer, Wang Dazhuang was especially worried that Hua Xuedong, a noble young man from a prestigious family, might look down on him. He also feared that his uncle might say something inappropriate and offend Hua Xuedong. So, as Wang Dazhuang spoke, his heart was in his throat. Unexpectedly, Hua Xuedong stepped forward, took Uncle Wang's calloused, large-knuckled hand in both of his, and said with great politeness, Greetings, elder. Your household is celebrating a joyous occasion, and you must be very busy. We arrived early, so we'll be imposing on you for an extra day. Please forgive us. They say customs differ every 100 miles and traditions vary every 1,000. We are from out of town and unfamiliar with local customs. If we do anything inappropriate during this happy occasion, please do point it out, so we don't spoil the festive atmosphere. Both in his words and demeanor, Hua Xuedong made everyone feel as if a spring breeze had swept over them. Wang Dazhuang's heart, which had been suspended in midair, thumped back down, and a delighted smile spread across his face. Uncle Wang, too, hadn't expected such a handsome and refined wealthy man to speak so pleasantly, without any disdain for being a rural old man. An involuntary smile crept onto his face. Please, don't say that, don't say that. You are our honored guest. End of this chapter. Chapter 1208, A Farmhouse Wedding Feast 2. Wang Dazhuang laughed. Yes, Mr. Hua, you are an honored guest. Your arrival is an honor for our clan, no, an honor for our entire village. How could we fault you just because of different customs? There's a saying, a guest should follow the host's arrangements, Hua Xiuedong said with a smile. Wang Debao, struck by a rare flash of wit, added, and there's also a saying, a guest feels at home. Old Uncle Wang clearly liked Wang Debao. Hearing this, he chuckled and teased, oh Debao, being with Xiaohua has really made you smarter. You can even say idioms I don't understand. Tomorrow, you'll have to ask Xiaohua to teach you more. Quan Xingnan smiled softly. Debao and Xiaohua are a match made in heaven, a destined good marriage. It's only natural for them to complement each other. This girl is really pretty, and she has a sweet tongue. Old Uncle Wang praised her several times before turning to ask Wang Dazhuang, what should I call this girl? I don't want to get it wrong and upset her. Before Wang Dazhuang could answer, Quan Xingnan said, just call me Nan Nan. She's my girlfriend, Hua Xiuedong added naturally. Old Uncle Wang suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. You two are the real match made in heaven. When you walked over, I felt like I was seeing the golden boy and jade girl from a New Year painting. Uncle, don't keep Mr. Hua and Miss Quan standing here talking. Please invite them inside to sit and have Debao serve tea. Wang Dazhuang's reminder snapped old Uncle Wang back to reality, and he quickly ushered the two to seats of honor. The main room had a suspended ceiling. Besides the lights and the ceiling fan hanging from the white ceiling, the space was filled with shiny, colorful plastic pull-tab decorations and red balloons, giving off a wave of festive cheer. People moved about the room, some sitting, some leaving, some entering, most of them eating candy and cracking sunflower seeds. Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan stepped over the scattered candy wrappers and sunflower seed shells to sit on the double sofa. Wang Dazhuang swept the messy pile of candy and seeds from the coffee table in front of them into a nearby sewing basket. Niu Hong wiped the table clean, and Wang Debao brought over a tea tray with 2 glass cups, where green tea leaves rose and fell in the hot water. Mr. Hua, Master Quan, please have some tea. Hua Xiuedong thanked him very naturally. Wang Debao straightened up, scratched his head, and couldn't help but admire inwardly. Mr. Hua really isn't as aloof as the newspapers make him out to be, he's so approachable. After his mother slapped him on the head, he finally remembered who this person was. And then, Master Quan's identity became obvious. The latest newspaper had reported that Mr. Hua gave his girlfriend a museum worth more than 10 times his own family's assets. When his mother saw that report, she was incredibly envious. And who wouldn't be? It was worth several billion, far beyond what his father could match with his endless sets of gold jewelry. For that reason, his father had gone out and bought a large diamond ring from the Weshing Wutong series for his mother, and he himself had bought a pink diamond ring for Xiaohua, planning to kneel before her and put it on her finger when he picked her up tomorrow. Thinking of Xiaohua, Wang Debao remembered his grandmother. Mom, where's Grandma? Is she looking after Xiaohua? You know that already, so I ask. Anyway, you won't see Xiaohua before the wedding. Wang Debao's head immediately drooped, and he listlessly drew circles on the floor with his toe. Quan Xingnan found it amusing and asked Niu Hong, is it a custom here that the bride and groom can't see each other before the wedding? End of chapter. Chapter 1209, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 3. Hearing Quan Xingnan speak to her in a gentle and kind tone, nothing like the noble and reserved high-ranking official's daughter others had described, Niu Hong was flattered and hurriedly replied, yes. After the wedding date is set, it's best for the young couple not to see each other before the marriage. But nowadays, young people care less and less about these old rules, so they don't take it seriously anymore. Wang Debao's eyes lit up. So that means I can go see Xiaohua? No, Niu Hong said firmly. Why not? I'm young too, and young people don't have to follow your old rules. Wang Debao was itching to go, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to the 3 small tile-roofed houses behind their home to see his beloved. Niu Hong slapped him on the back. I said no means no. The feast is about to start. Why are you just standing around instead of going to help? Wang Debao snorted and ran out. Niu Hong smiled awkwardly at Quan Xingnan. My foolish son just doesn't understand things. I hope Mr. Hua and the master won't laugh at us. How could that be? Debao is a man of great fortune and luck. Not only was Wang Debao blessed with fortune and luck, but his parents, Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong, also had very good fates. Although today they were dressed even more festively than the groom-to-be, decked out in red and gold, all brand new and dazzling to the eye, the most important thing was their facial features and destiny. Their features were upright, their gaze clear and honest, the face reflects the heart. Their lives would be smooth and peaceful, free from hardship in old age. Quan Xingnan hadn't accepted any fortune-telling fees, so she didn't tell Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong, and of course, there was no need to. She looked at Nyo Hong before her with a slight smile. This middle-aged woman was practically shouting with her whole being, "I have money. I have money." Nyo Hong, however, recalled what Quan Xingnan had said earlier when she read Wang Debao's fortune. Wang Debao later recounted it to her with great pride. She was both happy for Debao and curious about Quan Xingnan's background and abilities. Meeting her today, she found her even more brilliant and striking than her son had described. No wonder she had won Mr. Hua's heart. Mr. Hua, after all, was a top-tier billionaire, flawless, a legendary figure. Outside, things were busy. Uncle Wang, the manager, and the host, Wang Dazhuang, had both been called out. The flawless Mr. Hua held a glass cup, listening with a smile as his girlfriend and Nyo Hong grew more and more engrossed in conversation. An ordinary glass cup, under his influence, seemed to have been elevated by thousands or even tens of thousands of levels. Nyo Hong felt that her own glass cup should be worth 1,000,000, not 2 yuan. Nyo Hong, why aren't you giving the guests wedding candy? A square-faced woman, slightly older than Nyo Hong, wearing gold earrings, a gold ring, a gold bracelet, and a gold necklace, said as she brought over a large plate of candy and a large plate of sunflower seeds. The candy was all white rabbit, with its white wrapper and blue lettering, looking very fresh compared to the various colorful candy wrappers on the ground. Nyo Hong quickly took it and placed it in front of Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, her chubby face full of smiles, her small eyes squinting. "Mr. Hua, Master Quan, have some candy, have some candy. The folks around here love white rabbit the most, so most of the wedding candy is white rabbit. We don't have any of those famous chocolates from outside. Please forgive us. Don't mention forgiveness. White rabbit is delicious, and I like it too." Quan Xingnan picked one, peeled off the wrapper, popped the candy into Hua Xuedong's mouth, then took one for herself. Her mouth was filled with milky fragrance. The milky fragrance was rich, but also cloyingly sweet. Hua Xuedong refused to eat another after just one. Fortunately, just then, people outside started calling for everyone to take their seats, as the feast was about to begin. End of chapter. Chapter 12:10, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 4. Wang Dazhuang and Nyo Hong had already made arrangements. They had a few of Wang Debao's close buddies give the dining hall a simple cleanup and set up a separate table for Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, using their usual large round table. This way, they wouldn't have to sit mixed in with the villagers under the wedding canopy outside. Not only would it look improper to them, but even the guests themselves would probably feel awkward. In their village, honored guests always ate indoors at a private table, and no one had any objections. "Mr. Hua, Miss Quan, please take the seats of honor," Wang Dazhuang said as he brought over a basin of warm water for them to wash their hands. Nyo Hong handed them clean new towels once they were done. Quan Xingnan looked out through the large window of the living room. In the courtyard, a wedding canopy had been set up, with tables packed underneath and people crowded around sitting down. 10 people to a table, some adults bringing along small children. She didn't see many people washing their hands before sitting down. Once seated, they quickly grabbed the chopsticks handed out by the young men, 1 pair per person, and plastic spoons, 1 each. Then they waited for the food to arrive, chattering noisily all the while. Only a dozen or so tables fit in the courtyard, the rest were probably set up outside. By the west wing's door, a stove had been built, the fire blazing fiercely. Several cooks were busy stir-frying dishes, sweat dripping from their foreheads. This scene was full of the flavor of everyday life. Old Uncle Wang had long since arranged for a few respectable and articulate family elders to accompany Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. No sooner had they sat down than the young men began serving them dishes. First came a platter of red dates, melon seeds, raisins, peanuts, longans, and walnuts, along with a plate of fresh, glossy cherries. As the dishes were set on the table, the several Wang family men sitting with them warmly urged Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan to eat. "Please don't stand on ceremony. We don't know how things are out there in the wider world, so don't mind if our hospitality isn't up to par." The speaker was a refined-looking middle-aged man with a gaunt face and an air of scholarly grace. Wang Debao, standing at the serving spot below the table to bring out their dishes, quickly said, "Mr. Hua, Master Quan, this is my great-uncle's eldest son. He was the principal of my elementary school. When I was a student, he was really strict. He used to make me stand as punishment all the time. You deserved it. Falling asleep in class, shouldn't you be punished for that? Your dad even had me smack your palm." The middle-aged man then finally gave his name. "Forgive my rudeness, honored guests. My name is Wang Yuman. My father always praises the two of you for your impeccable manners and fine appearance. He repeatedly told me to take note, and now that we're sitting at the same table, I can see you two are truly extraordinary." With the rapid economic development, wealthy people were as numerous as fish in a river, and noble birth was nothing rare. What was uncommon was being able to blend in with ordinary folk, not looking down on others because of one's own high status, power, or influence. Such approachability was exceedingly rare, no less precious than finding gold in sand. Wang Dazhuang had been in business for many years and had no shortage of friends in the trade. Many had visited their village and Wang Yumin had met them all, usually accompanying a few clan elders to host them. But almost none were like Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Most had their noses in the air. If a speck of dust landed on their leather shoes, they'd demand someone wipe it clean with a handkerchief. Once, a business associate of Wang Dazhuang's came to visit him with his mistress at the end of the year. Since he was asking for a favor, he clearly wasn't as wealthy as Wang Dazhuang. That man was tolerable enough. Needing a favor, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction with Wang Dazhuang's hometown. But his mistress, as soon as she entered the village, covered her nose with a handkerchief, complaining first that the villagers were dirty, then that the place stank, then that the water and food weren't clean. Finally, Niu Hong got fed up and sent her off with 2 plain boiled eggs. End of chapter. Chapter 12:11, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 5. Quan Xingnan had no idea that the Wang family was full of praise for the two of them. She said to Hu Xuedong, "I want to eat cherries." It was the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, the season for cherries and cucumbers. But since it was still a while before cherries would hit the market, she had no idea where Wang Dazhuang had gotten them. They looked fresh and tempting, making one eager to eat them. Wang Yumin overheard her and quickly stood up, pushing the plate of cherries toward Quan Xingnan. Hu Xuedong thanked him, reached out with his slender, fair hand, and picked a few cherries to hand to her. Quan Xingnan didn't ask for more after finishing them. Though they had a cherry flavor, they weren't as sweet and tangy as in season cherries. It was true, any fruit tasted best in its proper season, following nature's rhythm, which was good for the body. Just then, Wang Debao brought out new dishes. 2 young men carried in large trays, each holding 4 plates, all cold dishes. They weren't small plates, but large, white round ones. There was sliced cold beef, cold-cut roasted chicken, cold tripe salad, cold pig ear salad, cold lotus root slices, cold peanuts, cold spinach with enoki mushrooms, and a plate of century eggs, peeled, sliced, and sprinkled with pepper. Wang Yumin urged Hu Xuedong to start eating, then suddenly remembered there were no cigarettes or alcohol on the table. He quickly said, "Debao, where's the smokes and drinks?" Wang Debao, still wearing his apron, was startled. "Oh, Dad told me to bring them, but I forgot." He hurried to the east bedroom and came back with 2 bottles of good liquor and a carton of fine cigarettes. Dad's treasured collection. So these were different from the cigarettes and alcohol at the outdoor banquet. Wang Yumin opened the cigarette pack, pulled one out, and handed it to Hu Xuedong. He also told Wang Debao to open the liquor and pour for everyone. "I don't smoke." Hu Xuedong smiled and gently pushed away the cigarette Wang Yumin offered. He didn't refuse the liquor Wang Debao poured, though he rarely drank. Even when he did, it was only a little in public settings, so as not to impair his thinking. When Wang Debao finished pouring for him and moved to pour for Quan Xingnan, Hu Xuedong stopped him. "Debao, Nanan doesn't drink. Is there any juice?" Though she had turned 18, she was still seen as a child by many. The elders in the family never let her touch alcohol, especially liquor, believing that girls who smoked and drank weren't acting like proper girls. Wang Debao obediently set down the liquor bottle, turned around, and grabbed a bottle of orange juice. After opening it, he filled Quan Xingnan's glass to the brim. Then he went around the table, pouring liquor and handing out cigarettes to the elders. Quan Xingnan was surprised to find that, despite the lively and noisy atmosphere of the farmhouse wedding feast, especially the unrestrained talk at the outdoor tables, the proper table manners were observed meticulously. Every time a new dish was served, Wang Yumin and the other Wang men always waited for her and Hu Xuedong to take the first bite before helping themselves. After the cold dishes came the hot courses. There was Farewell My Concubine, a dish of turtle and chicken, dried bamboo shoot and old duck soup, braised large pork hock, clear broth lamb, braised beef, braised pork belly, meatballs, tiger skin eggs, sweet and sour carp, and spicy beef tripe. 10 large dishes in total, all served in blue and white bowls, piled high and generous in portion. The bowls were even bigger around than Quan Xingnan's head. After the large bowls came various stir-fries, garlic sprout stir-fried with shredded pork, red pepper stir-fried with pork tripe, onions stir-fried with beef, celery stir-fried with shrimp, wood ear mushroom stir-fried with cured meat, and green pepper stir-fried with squid. Following the stir-fries were desserts, a plate of spring rolls and a plate of sesame balls. Quan Xingnan especially loved the candied sweet potatoes served after the desserts. She picked one up while it was still hot, pulling a long strand of sugar syrup, blew on it to cool it down, and took a bite. Crispy on the outside and soft inside, it was absolutely delicious. End of this chapter. Chapter 12:12, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 6. Seeing that she liked it, Wang Yumin quickly instructed Wang Debao to move the candied sweet potatoes closer to Quan Xingnan. However, it cooled down quickly. After Quan Xingnan had only eaten 2 small pieces of the candied sweet potatoes, the rest solidified on the plate and couldn't be pried off. This needs to be eaten while it's hot, Wang Yumin said with a smile. Quan Xingnan was young, good-looking, and, like Hu Xuedong, showed no disdain for farmers in her eyes, so Wang Yumin was especially fond of her. If you like it, when the next round of seating comes, I'll have the cook make more and have Debao bring it over to you. Quan Xingnan laughed and said, no need, no need. I'm almost full now. I'll have some tomorrow. After saying that, she asked curiously, do you hold the banquet in rounds here? Yeah, basically 3 or 4 rounds. Our village has over 2,000 people. Some are working outside, but there are still about 15 or 1,600 at home, adults and kids included. 1 round of seating can't fit everyone. If we tried to eat all at once, the cook would be exhausted. So we split it into 3 or 4 rounds. The cook can handle it, and everyone gets to eat their fill. I see, Quan Xingnan said, indicating she understood. She thought that after the dessert was served, the meal would be complete. But then Wang Debao brought out another large bowl of sweet soup, silver ear cherry soup, neither too thick nor too thin, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. After the desserts came the staples, pancakes and steamed buns, available for everyone to choose from. Young men carrying clean, large bamboo baskets went from table to table, handing out pancakes and steamed buns. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were moderate eaters. After tasting 1 bite of each dish, they were about 80% full. So both declined the staples and sipped the sweet soup from their bowls. Hu Xuedong chatted with the men of the Wang family, the conversation revolving around harvests and finances. Quan Xingnan, feeling bored, happened to glance into the courtyard and was startled to find that the dishes on the tables inside were mostly untouched, while every plate and bowl on the outdoor tables was completely empty. Many women had piled up food in front of them like small mountains, and quite a few were packing leftovers to take home. Noticing Quan Xingnan's gaze, Wang Yumin smiled and said, that's how we country folks are. Today's situation is actually better. I warned everyone beforehand not to snatch food into their bowls as soon as it was served, eat first, then pack up what's left. But it's impossible to stop completely. The men are fine, they don't grab. But those women, they watch each other, afraid someone else will take the food and leave them with nothing. So they all grab and many dishes are empty as soon as they hit the table. When everyone's guilty, you can't punish them all. It's just for the lively atmosphere. It's indeed lively and the food tastes wonderful, Quan Xingnan commented. Seeing that she showed no hint of disdain and was instead thoroughly entertained, Wang Yumin's smile grew wider. Truly, she came from a distinguished family, her manners and attitude were etched into her bones. Wang Debao grinned and said, Master, the dishes at our table are barely touched. The whole chicken and whole duck are still sitting there. People have been eyeing them hungrily. Just wait, once we get up, someone will come to pack them up right away. After serving the dishes, he had taken a seat at the end of the table and eaten a few bites, during which Wang Dazhuang and Nyohong had come over several times to toast. Quan Xingnan said, I believe it. Sure enough, as soon as they stood up from the table and moved to the sofa to continue their conversation, 2 women rushed in carrying stainless steel basins. They grabbed the whole chicken, whole duck, and large pork hocks and dumped them into their basins with lightning speed. Quan Xingnan noticed a female ghost sticking close to one of the middle-aged women. I'm going to attend a big banquet too. Today there's both a happy event and a funeral. My parents have to go to the funeral. As for the happy event, I'll drop by. Only 6 chapters today. Starting from Little New Year, it's the New Year period, and we have several happy and funeral events to attend. So for now, it's 6 chapters. After the New Year, I'll update more. End of chapter. Chapter 12-13, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 7. Wang Yumin was extremely embarrassed. The echoes of Wang Debao's words had barely faded when they rushed in and did this, making them look like a joke in anyone's eyes. He couldn't help but scold, look at the state of you. The honored guests and the men of the house have just left their seats. The middle-aged woman, accompanied by the female ghost, while pouring braised beef into her own basin, laughed and said, Isn't the feast over? You're all done eating, and it would be a shame to throw it away. I think these 2 honored guests from Debao's family are very kind and won't bother with us over this. As she spoke, she deftly tipped a bowl of braised pork in her left hand and a plate of stir-fried beef in her right hand into the basin. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the plates and bowls on the table were completely empty, not even leaving any broth behind. In contrast, the 2 women's steel basins were piled high, overflowing. With so many dishes mixed together, won't the flavors blend into each other? Quan Xingnan asked curiously. Beef has its own taste, lamb has its own, and chicken has its own, each has its merits. What would it taste like with so many meat dishes mixed together? Hard to imagine. Although Quan Xingnan and her brother had lived frugally with their mother before her abilities awakened in her past life, mostly eating plain porridge and simple dishes, she had never experienced anything like this. After her abilities awakened, she earned a considerable income through them, and her living conditions gradually improved. Having always lived in the city, she naturally never ate such mixed leftovers. However, she was merely curious and meant no disrespect. She understood very well that although the country's economy had developed by leaps and bounds, the living standards of many rural people were still relatively low, and meat dishes were uncommon. It would probably take another 10 years before most farmers could enjoy a worry-free life with ample food and clothing. So, Quan Xingnan fully understood their behavior of packing up leftover dishes from the feast. The woman accompanied by the female ghost laughed and said, "Mixing flavors is unavoidable. Otherwise, why call it mixed leftovers? My daughter-in-law just gave birth to a son, so I'm taking these leftovers home to heat up for her to eat and help her produce milk." Produce milk? Quan Xingnan was startled. This was the first time she had heard that mixed leftovers could help with milk production. Look at me. Why am I telling a young unmarried girl like you about this? But since Wang Dazhuang treated them with such respect, their background must be extraordinary, so she still explained, in your intellectual terms, mixed leftovers are rich in nutrition and comprehensive. So eating them, even just noodles in the leftover broth, helps produce milk better than brown sugar and eggs. Quan Xingnan understood. It was a bit like Buddha jumps over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall is actually a kind of mixed dish, except its ingredients are 100 times more precious than those at a feast. After speaking, the woman picked up the steel basin full of dishes, her face beaming with smiles. "Young miss, I won't keep talking to you. I need to take this food back before the noon sun spoils it." "That makes sense. The weather is getting warmer. You should put it in the fridge to freeze, or it will go bad." Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, the woman laughed heartily. "We don't have a fridge at home. I just keep it in a cool place and boil it in a big pot every day to keep it from spoiling." With that, she swayed as she walked away. As she left, the female ghost beside her followed her out. Quan Xingnan noticed that the female ghost was soaking wet, very young, and quite delicate-looking, around 16 or 17 years old. She wore a blue school uniform, and her expression toward the woman was only one of attachment and affection, with no hatred or other negative emotions. End of this chapter. Chapter 12-14, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 8. Quan Xingnan kept this matter in mind, saying nothing and not letting her gaze fall on the female ghost. Based on her experience, this female ghost, who bore a resemblance to the woman in her features, likely had some unfulfilled wish, lingering in the mortal world and staying close to her relatives, not a resentful or vengeful spirit seeking justice. Wang Yumin, meanwhile, apologized to Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan while calling for someone to clear the table. Hu Xuedong waved her hand. "This is the essence of life, rooted in human nature. It's nothing shameful. Principal Wang, there's no need to apologize." Compared to many pretentious people in towns and cities, the warm and simple rural folk were far more endearing. Though the latter might be rough in their ways, they harbored no ill intentions, straightforward and sincere. Wang Yumin's mood lifted considerably, grateful that the esteemed guests were not offended. After a few more words, Wang Yumin told Wang Debao to pour tea. Wang Debao took the used glass cups from the coffee table, washed them, and returned with a can of tea leaves. He pinched some into the cups, picked up the thermos, and poured in hot water. The boiling water filled the cups, the tea leaves rising and falling, the liquid instantly turning a pale green. Quan Xingnan sniffed the tea's aroma. It was the same as the tea she had drunk upon entering. It was good tea, premium anti-aged white tea, but the brewing method was far too crude, failing to bring out the full color, fragrance, and flavor. As they drank tea, the feast resumed in the courtyard outside the window, with cold dishes and hot courses flowing like water, everyone eating with great cheer. Wang Yumin sighed emotionally. When other families in our village hold celebrations, whether happy occasions or somber ones, only the main day features a grand feast. The day before is just a simple spread of 8 or 9 dishes. Even the main feast doesn't have as many dishes as Debao's family has served over these 2 days of continuous banquets. The villagers usually can't afford to eat meat, so it's rare for them to have the chance to eat their fill for 3 straight days. Quan Xingnan understood his implication. That's wonderful, lively, and festive. Wedding ceremonies held in hotels might be orderly, with clinking glasses and everyone poised and elegant, but they lacked the warmth and human touch of rural gatherings where friends and family joyfully came together. No sooner had she said festive than the Suona band, having already eaten, began playing their instruments and beating drums. "Debao, where will we rest tonight? Fourth brother has had some wine and needs to lie down for a bit." Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Wang Debao quickly replied, "Upstairs, on the 3rd floor. My grandma and mom have already prepared the room. The quilts are brand new, and they were taken out to the balcony yesterday to air in the sun for most of the afternoon." He stood up to lead the way. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan said to Wang Yumin and the others, "Excuse us. Please don't stand on ceremony. Rest well." Wang Yumin and the others saw them off at the stairway, watching until they disappeared. Once the three were out of sight, a clansman sighed, "I didn't expect Debao's two distinguished guests to have such good temperaments. Their speech is so gentle, and they're so good-looking, especially that young lady. I've never seen anyone prettier. Not like those nouveau riche who always look down on us, calling us country bumpkins." His words immediately drew agreement from the men. That's right. Not many of Dazhuang's friends are this nice. Not all wealthy people are the same. Some are approachable, others think highly of themselves. Meeting a rich person who's easygoing is our good fortune. Let's keep that in mind and not gossip about it behind their backs, Wang Yumin said. Yes, that's right, you're absolutely right. End of chapter. Chapter 12:15, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 9. The 3rd floor of Wang Debao's house had the same layout as the 1st floor, 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The east and west rooms were bedrooms, with the dining room and living room between them without any partition. Next to the west bedroom was a bathroom, with glass garlands and red balloons hanging from the ceiling. The bathroom door was a rosewood frame inlaid with opaque floral glass, on which 2 red carp were printed. Both living rooms had glass sliding doors leading to the balcony, also with rosewood frames, and the glass was printed with large peony flowers. The bedroom doors were carved rosewood doors, very grand, and were now tightly shut. 2 keys strung together hung on the west room door, but there were none on the east room door. Wang Debao took 2 keys, also strung together, from his pocket and unlocked the east bedroom door. After opening it, he left the keys in the lock. Mr. Hua and Master Quan's luggage was brought upstairs earlier. I don't know which suitcase belongs to Master Quan or which belongs to Mr. Hua, so I put both suitcases in the east room. Much obliged, Hu Xuedong nodded to him in thanks. No need to thank me, no need. For Mr. Hua and Master Quan to grace my home, I'm overjoyed. How could I deserve your thanks? Mr. Hua and Master Quan, please rest. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be downstairs or in the yard. After Wang Debao left, Quan Xingnan took Hu Xuedong's arm and entered the east bedroom. The Wang family's aesthetic had a nouveau riche flair, but the bedroom furnishings were quite simple: a bed, a set of 8-panel carved rosewood wardrobes, a dressing table, and 2 nightstands. The bed was covered with a red floral patterned quilt and matching pillows, and the windows had pink curtains, very much in the Wang family style. On the nightstand, a tea tray held a thermos and teacups, and at the foot of the bed was a clean trash bin. When they looked into the west room, the furnishings were identical to the east room, just positioned opposite, since the 2 bedrooms faced each other. The only difference was the pattern on the red floral quilts. The east room had peonies, while the west room had roses. Haha, truly a rural style. Quan Xingnan took off her shoes and rolled onto the bed. I'll take this room. Between you and me, there's no distinction of rank. What difference does it make which room you take? Hu Xuedong said. Since ancient times, the east had been considered the place of honor. In Quan Xingnan's courtyard house, when many people came and the family stayed in one courtyard, the east bedroom of the main house was always given to the eldest elder, while the younger generation stayed in the west room or the east and west wing rooms. Don't think Hu Xuedong didn't understand why Quan Xingnan chose the west room first. It was in the small details that true feelings were revealed, warming his heart immensely. You said it yourself, it doesn't matter which room I take. I just think the west room is more convenient. It's closer to the bathroom. Quan Xingnan stretched, sat up, and casually untied her hair tie. With a gentle shake of her head, her hair fell over her shoulders, jet black and glossy, smooth as silk, like a black waterfall. Hu Xuedong smiled helplessly, took a white ceramic stew pot from the suitcase, added some water in the bathroom, and came back to soak the bird's nest. Quan Xingnan was long accustomed to having a bowl of rock sugar bird's nest on an empty stomach morning and evening. Before leaving the capital, Hu Xuedong had packed 2 boxes of the bird's nest he brought from Hong Kong into a suitcase, along with the electric stew pot he often used. Fourth brother, you're so good to me. Quan Xingnan lay on the bed, her elbows propped on the bedding, her hands cupping her face, her eyes shimmering with radiant affection, almost rivaling the blue diamond ring on her hand. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Without you, there would be no happiness or sweetness now. Meeting you, how wonderful it is. This chapter ends. Chapter 12:16, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 10. Hu Xuedong's response was a gentle kiss on her forehead, subtle and tender. I left early this morning, and it was noisy and bustling at noon. Take this time to rest properly while there's nothing going on. so you'll have the energy to experience the real wedding tomorrow. I'll close the door for you, remember to lock it from the inside. Quan Xingnan covered her forehead, her eyes curving into a smile as she hummed in agreement. Hua Xuedong took out her pajamas and placed them by the bedside before turning to leave, gently closing the door behind him. Although Quan Xingnan was already an adult, graceful and stunningly beautiful, 18 was still an age of budding youth, full of girlish charm. He wasn't so depraved as to rush into possessing her. Everyone, regardless of gender, should respect their partner in love, rather than being consumed by frivolous schemes. Wait a little longer, Hua Xuedong told himself. He had already waited so many years, a couple more wouldn't hurt. He would propose properly, leaving no room for gossip. After visiting the bathroom, Hua Xuedong returned to the eastern bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. The Wang family probably wouldn't disturb him, but with so many people coming and going today, there were bound to be some overly curious ones. Hua Xuedong had a high tolerance for alcohol, and he hadn't drunk much during the meal anyway, only a quarter of the glass Wang Debao had poured for him. Given his status, Wang Yuman and the others didn't dare urge him to drink, simply letting him do as he pleased. So he wasn't tipsy at all, his mind still perfectly clear. He took out his phone to contact Secretary Chen and others, remotely managing the important affairs of the Hua group. After Secretary Chen finished reporting the pile of work at hand, he added, "Sir, Senior, he has been hospitalized." He Biao, now over 100 years old, caused a stir among all the wealthy and influential figures in Hong Kong's business and political circles every time he was hospitalized. Since Hua Xuedong wasn't in Hong Kong, Secretary Chen had to inform him. How is Senior his condition? With the Hua Group's information channels, he could find out. Secretary Chen replied seriously, "Senior, he was just admitted, and the news hasn't spread yet. The specifics are unknown. However, it doesn't look good. I heard he's drifted off 3 or 4 times in the past 2 days, with short periods of wakefulness and long stretches of sleep. He's stopped eating entirely and is relying solely on nutritional fluids." I understand. Hua Xuedong frowned deeply. I'll call Junior, he right now to ask about the situation. Tomorrow, Nan and I are attending a wedding. Once it's over, I'll try to head back as soon as possible. Yes, sir. After hanging up with Secretary Chen, Hua Xuedong immediately contacted He Deming and got straight to the point. How is Senior he? Where are you? He Deming heard faint sounds of Suona horns and drums in the background and answered with a question instead. I'm accompanying Nan to a wedding. Tomorrow is the main event, and it should end around noon. I'll have someone book tickets now to fly directly back to Hong Kong. Oh, I'll ask Nan in a moment. If she agrees, we'll go back together. It would be great if you and Nan came back together. He Deming had great faith in Quan Xingnan's abilities. Over the past few years, he often heard his parents say that after each acupuncture treatment from Quan Xingnan, their bodies felt much more comfortable and their spirits were invigorated. He was already prepared. If the doctors couldn't find a clue, he would call Quan Xingnan for help. What exactly is Senior He's condition? Hearing Hua Xuedong's question, He Deming sighed. The doctors haven't found anything wrong. They just said my father is old, over 100 years old, already a globally renowned longevity elder, and told us to follow the laws of nature. Aren't the laws of nature just birth, aging, sickness, and death? End of chapter. Chapter 12:17, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 11. Chapter 12:17, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 11. In truth, everyone understands that each person will one day grow old. Understanding is one thing, but as the younger generation, they are unwilling to accept this cruel reality. Hua Xuedong fully understood He Deming's feelings. Just like him, it was hard to accept the departure of his parents and uncle and aunt, yet he knew that the day would come when they would leave. After all, they were all in their 80s or 90s. After ending the call, Hua Xuedong got up and walked to the door of the west room, knocking gently. Who is it? Quan Xingnan asked. She had just changed into her pajamas and, since she wasn't wearing a bra, quickly grabbed a jacket and buttoned it up upon hearing Hua Xuedong's response outside. Only then did she unlock the door. Fourth brother, is there something? Hua Xuedong came in and detailed He Biao's hospitalization to her, then told her about his decision. Quan Xingnan let out a sigh. As the doctor said, He Sheng should accept the natural order of things. What do you mean? Hua Xuedong immediately understood her implication. I remember when we visited the elders in Hong Kong 3 years ago, you said they still had many years ahead of them. Quan Xingnan countered, 3 years for a centenarian. Isn't 1,000 days and nights a long time? That's true. After the wedding tomorrow, we'll go to Hong Kong. Do what we can and leave the rest to fate. I can take leave from school. It's become routine for me anyway. Quan Xingnan smiled wryly, ultimately unable to bear the thought of this old man leaving the world just yet, but she knew the chances of saving him were slim. His situation was different from that of her grandparents. Although at this time in her previous life, Grandpa and Grandma Yun had already passed away many years ago, in this life, their standard of living had improved early on, and she had taken steps to regulate their health in advance, ensuring they remained free of pain and illness, allowing them to live until their vitality naturally faded. He Biao's vitality, however, was already like a candle flickering in the wind. In fact, with her help, the He elders had already extended their lives by several years. Under the laws of heaven, the eye of heaven and the eye of earth were by no means omnipotent and could not contend with the rules of heaven. The rules of heaven were the natural order: birth, aging, sickness, and death all followed a cycle. Alright, get some rest. I'll have someone book the tickets now. We'll fly from here to Shanghai, then from Shanghai to Hong Kong. Huo Xuedong had already noticed there was no direct airport to Hong Kong from here, so they would need to transfer. Outside, the sounds of celebration continued, but after learning of He Biao's condition, Quan Xingnan couldn't fall asleep during her afternoon rest. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling, countless worries ultimately dissolving into a single sigh. At dinner, neither of them went downstairs to enjoy the lavish feast. Wang Dazhuang and his wife understood that wealthy people preferred to eat well in the morning, fill up at noon, and eat lightly in the evening for health reasons. They had already asked the chef to prepare a clay pot congee and a few light dishes, which Wang Debao delivered to the third floor. The third floor also had a dining room, fully equipped with tables, chairs, sofas, and a coffee table. After dinner, night fell, and outside, it became even livelier. Huo Xuedong and Quan Xingnan stood on the front balcony, watching through the glass window as fireworks burst endlessly in the sky, blooming into various flowers, peonies, chrysanthemums, roses, like a colorful rain of petals, dazzling and magnificent. So beautiful, so lively. Quan Xingnan remarked. When we get married, though it won't be a scene like this, it will surely be unforgettable for both of us. Quan Xingnan's face flushed red with shyness. Fourth brother, look, the drum and music troupe in the tent below has started singing and dancing. They sang and danced until midnight before stopping, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. End of chapter. Chapter 12:18, Farmhouse Wedding Feast 12. The doors and windows of the Wang family building had poor soundproofing. Huo Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, worried about He Biao's condition, tossed and turned all night and didn't sleep well. However, their biological clocks were already fixed, and they got up at 6 to brush their teeth and wash their faces. It was the 8th day of the 3rd lunar month, late April in the solar calendar. The weather was clear and the temperature was not low. Huo Xuedong wore a white shirt and silver-gray suit pants with a blue tie. Quan Xingnan wore a pink-blue long dress, revealing her delicate collarbone. In the morning chill, she added a white blazer, but by noon, when it was warm, she wore only the dress. As for jewelry, she only had a blue diamond ring on her finger and blue diamond studs in her ears. Under the sunlight, they sparkled brilliantly. Huo Xuedong glanced at her and felt her neck looked a bit bare. He took a delicate necklace from the jewelry box and fastened it around her neck. The teardrop-shaped blue diamond pendant was small but exquisitely crafted, dazzling and eye-catching. The studs, the small pendant, and the diamonds on the ring were cut from the same stone. The remaining small diamonds were made into some small pieces of jewelry for everyday wear. In fact, the set matching the blue diamond ring included a diamond crown, a diamond necklace, diamond earrings, and a diamond bracelet. Such sets were typically worn at high society public occasions, though Quan Xingnan rarely appeared in full jewelry sets. So today, Quan Xingnan looked especially fresh. A graceful young girl suited small, delicate adornments better. They had informed Wang Dazhuang and his wife in advance. After a simple breakfast upstairs, they didn't rush out. Standing on the balcony, they saw that downstairs, the buffet of lavish meat and fish dishes was still going on. Compared to yesterday's 3 or 4 rows of tables, today there was an extra row. The reason was that the Wang family's relatives had arrived early in the morning, bringing their entire families. At the very least, they needed 20 to 30 tables. The poor have no visitors even in a bustling city. The rich have distant relatives even in the deep mountains. The Wang family was wealthy, the richest in the area. With their only son getting married, all relatives, whether close or distant, who could claim any connection had dropped their work and come to offer gifts and attend the banquet. Huo Xuedong and Quan Xingnan followed the crowd to the gift table and offered their monetary gift. The amount wasn't huge, 8,888 yuan, but it was the largest on the current gift list. The person recording the gifts was old Uncle Wang. He looked up and saw the two, quickly telling the money collector to hand them 4 large bags of wedding candy and 4 packs of cigarettes. Others only got 2 bags of candy. Those who hadn't come would get 2 extra packs of cigarettes. Quan Xingnan accepted them with a smile. We're giving 1 gift together. Write it under my 4th brother's name. She had noticed that everyone who came to give gifts recorded them under their husband's name, even the aunties and maternal relatives. All right, I'll write it down right away. Old Uncle Wang quickly wrote Huoxiuedong on the gift list, apparently already knowing the truth from Wang Dazhuang, and then wrote 8,888 yuan in traditional Chinese characters below. Quan Xingnan, satisfied, pulled Huoxiuedong away and wandered around with Wang Yumin as their guide. Around 10 o'clock, Wang Dazhuang's business friends began arriving one after another. Suddenly, luxury cars gathered. The people stepping out of the cars were a mixed lot, some dripping with jewels, some understated and low-key, some with faces full of disdain, some with faces full of flattery. Standing apart from the crowd, Huoxiuedong and Quan Xingnan had their eyes opened wide, witnessing all kinds of human behavior. The two didn't step forward, and Wang Dazhuang didn't mention that the Hong Kong tycoon Huoxiuedong was in his home. He greeted the guests with a beaming smile alongside his wife. Watching some people who came from better backgrounds than him but had less successful businesses, and who showed a hint of disdain for his hometown, Wang Dazhuang thought to himself, just wait. I'll let you see what true high-ranking official pedigree looks like. You don't have that much inherent superiority. End of chapter. Chapter 12:19. Bad news keeps coming one. Chapter 12:19. Bad news keeps coming one. Quan Xingnan was quite interested in the lively and novel rural wedding, while Huoxiuedong completely indulged his girlfriend's every whim, directly asking Wang Yumin to go about his business, and letting them wander around and look at things on their own. Seeing that they had said as much, Wang Yumin excused himself and went to help his father manage the affairs. With no one around and others unaware of their identities, they felt even more at ease. Quan Xingnan noticed that on the right wall of Wang Dazhuang's gate hung a red silk curtain tied with a large red flower. Below it was a red lacquered table, on which sat a bushel filled with grain. The grains appeared quite plump. Stuck into the grain were a steelyard rod, along with a mirror and a double happiness character cut from red paper. In front of the bushel stood a pair of arm-thick red dragon and phoenix candles. Fourth brother, do you think that's for the wedding ceremony? Huoxiuedong recalled some local customs and traditions from his memory and nodded. Perhaps. We'll know by watching. Oh, Wang Debao hasn't gone to pick up the bride yet. No sooner had Quan Xingnan spoken than a line of wedding cars appeared on the road in front of the gate. The lead car was the same white one that had picked them up yesterday. The heart-shaped, gold-dusted red roses on its hood were strikingly eye-catching, and 2 rows of roses were also tied along the roof. The 7 cars behind were dark red, with large red double happiness characters clipped to their front windshield wipers and red ribbons tied to their side mirrors. Then a group of groomsmen escorted the groom, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, out of the courtyard. Wang Debao was so happy he looked almost dazed, his radiant smile rivaling the sun in the sky. 4 young, unmarried girls followed beside him, pursing their lips in smiles. Some held red umbrellas, others carried red silk bundles, and they got into the cars along with the groom and groomsmen. The motorcade headed east, circled half the village, and stopped in front of Xiaohua's house behind the building. 7 or 8 members of the Suona band, with red flower-patterned cloths draped over their shoulders, played loudly and cheerfully in front of the motorcade, all sounds of festivity. They walked slowly, and the cars drove slowly as well. Quan Xingnan pulled Huoxiuedong along to gather early at Xiaohua's doorstep. When the cars arrived, firecrackers were set off at the entrance, deafeningly loud. Huoxiuedong gently covered Quan Xingnan's ears until the firecrackers stopped and the motorcade came to a halt. The two noticed a stark contrast between Xiaohua's home and Wang's. The 3-room tile house was narrow and small, with low courtyard walls. Both the courtyard gate and the house door were wooden, pasted with red couplets and red happiness characters, looking very shabby. Only 6 dining tables were set up in the yard. The couplets at Xiaohua's house conveyed the meaning of marrying off a daughter and welcoming a son-in-law, while those at Wang Debao's house signified a good son marrying a good wife. The happiness character at Xiaohua's house was completely different from the one posted on either side of Wang Debao's gate. The former consisted of a character for swan above and a character for happiness below, combined into one character written on the paper, a character that doesn't exist in standard Chinese. Meanwhile, the happiness character at Debao's house was a double happiness, structured top and bottom, not the usual, and likewise not found in standard Chinese characters. Although Xiaohua's house was very humble, quite a few villagers came to watch the excitement, since the 2 homes were so close together. Just as Wang Debao got out of the car, the gate was closed from the inside. Wang Debao patted the tightly shut gate and shouted loudly, "Dad, I'm here to pick up Xiaohua." The onlookers burst into laughter and called out, "Too quiet. Louder. Your father-in-law won't hear you if you're that soft." Wang Debao indeed mustered his strength, roared the same words twice more, and the gate opened. Quan Xingnan didn't see Wang Debao's bedridden father-in-law. She only saw him go inside with the groomsmen and a few girls. Meanwhile, a woman came out of Xiaohua's house and carried away the 100 children quilt from the wedding car. End of this chapter. Chapter 1220. Bad news spreads too. Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong did not follow inside. They stood at a distance to watch the excitement. After about 10 minutes or so, the sound of Suona horns rang out. Uncle Wang, who was leading the group, ordered the followers, set off the wedding firecrackers. The 10,000 firecracker string went off for quite a while before it finished. After it ended, the Suona continued playing. Another 10+ minutes passed, and then Wang Debao was seen holding a red umbrella over Xiaohua's head with one hand while supporting her with the other as she came out. Xiaohua wore a snow-white wedding dress, strapless with a high waistline, which concealed her already noticeable baby bump. She was very pretty, fair and clean, with delicate features. After putting on makeup, she looked even more beautiful, though her eyes were reddened with traces of tears. What was most captivating was the gentleness that radiated from her entire being, a water-like tenderness that made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Her jet black hair was styled into an elegant bun, with a small tiara tilted on her head, and a white veil pinned behind. The wedding dress was ordinary. The tiara was studded with rhinestones, and the earrings and necklace matched the tiara. The most valuable thing on her was probably the diamond wedding ring on her finger, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Quan Xingnan overheard someone saying that the wedding dress was bought by Xiaohua's father for her, costing less than 300 yuan. Debao's family had offered to buy her an expensive wedding dress and pricey jewelry, and there were also several sets of jewelry among the betrothal gifts, but she didn't wear any of them. Many people said Xiaohua was foolish, that wearing such an ordinary wedding dress would surely embarrass her in front of wealthy people and shame Debao's family. Regardless of what others said, Debao was beaming as he took a thick red envelope from Uncle Wang and handed it to Xiaohua. Then he helped her into the car, knelt on one knee, and put a pair of red leather shoes on her feet. The gift for getting into the car from Debao's family must be a lot. Look at how thick it is, Quan Xingnan heard someone say. You bet, no less than 10,000. If you ask me, Xiaohua is just foolish. Back then, Debao's family wanted to give her 880,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, but she insisted on only taking 88,000. Since Debao's family is so rich, why didn't she take it? The more money Debao's family gives, the more it shows her worth. If Debao had to work hard to marry her, he'd cherish her more. That makes sense. I remember Yuman's niece didn't ask for a betrothal gift, and now her in-laws look down on her, saying she's a cheap catch who threw herself at them. Since her in-laws didn't spend a penny, why would they cherish her? If it costs nothing, they can just divorce and find someone else. But Xiaohua isn't stupid at all. Debao's family only has Debao as their son. In the future, won't all the family assets be hers and Debao's? Amid their chatter, the motorcade slowly departed, heading west, circling around the other half of the village and returning to the entrance of Wang's house. Their custom apparently forbade taking the same road back. They had probably arranged things in advance, because when Xiaohua got out of the car, no one came forward to tease her. Instead, Uncle Wang handed her a large red envelope. Debao knelt before a large table and kowtowed a few times. Xiaohua did not kowtow, she just stood there beside him. The surrounding crowd laughed and joked, but there was no hint of criticism. At that moment, the dragon and phoenix red candles on the table had already been lit. As the newlyweds walked into the courtyard, someone immediately followed with a bushel in hand. The main hall door was closed. Xiaohua called out Dad, Mom, and the door opened instantly, swift and decisive, without any hesitation. A beaming Miao Hong stuffed another thick red envelope into Xiaohua's hands. Quan Xingnan whispered, There's a gift for getting into the car, a gift for getting out of the car. What gift is this red envelope for? End of this chapter. Chapter 1221, Bad News Spreads 3. Wang Yuman happened to be standing nearby, heard this, and laughed. That's the address-changing fee. You folks have so many customs here, it's really lively. Quan Xingnan observed everything as she looked around, feeling that it was truly an eye-opening experience. No wonder Wang Dazhuang was dead set on holding his son's wedding in his hometown, paying little attention to the complaints from several business associates who said he should first hold a ceremony in the village and then another Western-style wedding in the city. Wang Yuman laughed heartily. A wedding, isn't it all about liveliness and joy? They have to bow to heaven and earth, acknowledge the family hierarchy, perform the grand rites, then go to the ancestral graves to burn paper money and kowtow, showing that the family has gained a new member. Wang Dazhuang thought a city wedding wasn't lively enough, which was why he held it at home. Moreover, he believed that, barring any accidents, a man should marry only one wife in his lifetime and hold only one wedding. That wedding should naturally take place in his hometown. A person shouldn't become so carried away by wealth that they forget their roots. There was also something Wang Dazhuang himself said. A Western-style wedding required a master of ceremonies, and the parents had to give speeches on stage, something he wasn't good at. When do they bow to heaven and earth? Quan Xingnan was eager to see what it would be like. In today's society, only rural areas probably still followed traditional marriage customs. Cities had long since shifted to Western styles. Haven't they already bowed? Wang Yuman replied. Quan Xingnan was puzzled. Huh? They've already bowed to heaven and earth? How did I miss it? Wang Yuman said, when the couple got out of the car earlier, didn't Debeo kowtow to the large altar? That's what we call bowing to heaven and earth around here. The new bride usually doesn't need to kowtow. Kowtowing would ruin her family's luck. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan suddenly understood. She eagerly waited for what Wang Yuman called acknowledging the family hierarchy and performing the grand rites, but instead, it was time for the banquet to begin. With only 2 or 3 hours since the last round of morning feasts, could the villagers, who had already eaten plenty of meat and fish, still manage to eat more? Or would they grab what they could and pack it up to take home? Quan Xingnan didn't know, because she and Hu Xuedong were seated at the head table in the main hall. Originally, many of Wang Dazhuang's friends sitting in the main hall were already somewhat impatient, and when Wang Dazhuang had to go fetch a distinguished guest from his home, these impatient people grew even more displeased. But when they saw Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, whom Wang Dazhuang and his wife respectfully ushered in, those who recognized Hu Xuedong from financial reports stood up in unison. Even those who didn't know him, seeing the others' deferential attitudes, hurriedly stood up as well, staring with curiosity at the handsome man and beautiful woman entering. Hu Xuedong gave them a slight nod. Apologies for interrupting your enjoyment. No interruption at all. Not at all. Meeting Mr. Hu today is truly a stroke of great fortune. Mr. Hu is refined and elegant, with impeccable grace, truly living up to his reputation. And this must be Miss Quan? Ethereally beautiful, strikingly spirited, you and Mr. Hu are truly a match made in heaven. The crowd, brimming with excitement, surged forward to greet them, eager to squeeze to the front so Hu Xuedong could see them clearly. One short, wealthy, portly boss who couldn't push his way through wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong, "Old Wang, you're not being straight with us. You really aren't. You kept the news of Mr. Hu's attendance at Debeo's wedding so tightly under wraps. If he had known Hu Xuedong would be here, he certainly wouldn't have complained about all the shortcomings of the countryside. Now, it was too late for regrets. His remarks might very well have been overheard by Hu Xuedong." End of chapter. Chapter 12:22. Bad news spreads 4. Wang Dazhuang felt smug inside, but didn't show it on his face. He spread his hands and said with a grin to Zhou Hui, nicknamed Fatty Zhou, with whom he had a good relationship, "Mr. Hu's arrival caught me off guard too, a pleasant surprise, an indescribably delightful one. Mr. Hu and Miss Quan are low-key people, so how could we be so bold as to make a big fuss? Why say so much? Quickly invite Mr. Hu and Miss Quan to the seats of honor. The banquet is about to start." At Niu Hong's loud voice, everyone snapped to attention and unanimously invited Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan to the seats of honor, while they themselves took the lower seats at the same table. Those who hadn't managed to squeeze into this table were green with envy and had to sit at another. Although Wang Dazhuang had many friends in business, only a dozen or so had come in person, just enough to fill 2 tables in the main hall. Quan Xingnan remained silent throughout, watching with a smile as Hu Xuedong calmly faced the flattery from the entire table. Hu Xuedong had seen such scenes many times and had his own way of handling them. Everyone who spoke with him couldn't help but admire his demeanor, truly the legendary noble son from a prestigious family, possessing unimaginable wealth yet remaining courteous and approachable. Given their status, they would never normally have the chance to speak face-to-face with Hu Xuedong, so today was well worth it. Once they returned, it would be enough to brag about in their social circles for 10, 20 years, or even a lifetime. Those who had looked down on Wang Dazhuang for being crude and had asked others to pass along their gift money instead of coming in person would surely regret it so much they'd bang their heads against the ground. During the meal, Wang Dazhuang and his wife came around to toast and were surprised to find that their business friends were smiling at them with unusual warmth, offering enthusiastic congratulations. The earlier hints of disdain for their hometown were completely gone from their eyes and faces. After toasting each guest, Wang Dazhuang and his wife excused themselves. Not long after, the bride and groom came to offer their toasts. Wang Debeo had already taken off his suit jacket, leaving him in a pink shirt with a red tie, while the bride had changed into a toast dress, a loose Johu robe in bright red embroidered with gold dragons and phoenixes. Her headpiece, earrings, bracelets, necklace, and other accessories were all gold, likely part of the Wang family's betrothal gifts. They suited her perfectly, making her look beautiful without being vulgar. Leading them was Uncle Wang, followed by Wang Debao's clansmen carrying the wine. The first person they toasted was, of course, Wushuedong. Uncle Wang, already briefed by Wang Dazhuang, had prepared 2 new glass cups. Wang Debao's clansmen poured the wine, and the bride and groom toasted Wushuedong in turn. Wushuedong raised his glass, touched it to his lips, and took a small sip. Wishing you both 100 years of harmony and an early arrival of a precious child. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Wang Debao beamed, unable to close his mouth. The second toast was to Quan Xingnan. Before they could change the cups, she smiled and said, "No need to switch, I'll use this one." Everyone at the table understood and showed kind smiles. After the wine was poured, Wang Debao toasted Quan Xingnan first, followed by Xiao Hua. She brought the glass to Quan Xingnan and said sincerely, "Thank you, Master Quan. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today." Quan Xingnan took the glass and replied with a smile, "Without me, you two would still be destined soulmates. The only difference is that because of my meddling, your wedding happened a little earlier. Brother 4 already gave the blessing for an early child, so let me wish you 2 eternal unity and a long life together." She too touched the glass to her lips without actually drinking. A radiant smile instantly bloomed on Xihua's face, its brilliance nearly blinding Wang Debao. End of chapter. Chapter 1223. Bad News Spreads 5. After the first row of seats, before the second row, was exactly what Wang Yumin had referred to as the formal bowing ceremony according to seniority. Many villagers had surged to the main entrance, and beneath the large table, a reed mat had been spread, covered with 100 children quilt. However, those seated in the main hall had endless topics to discuss and had not yet finished. "Fourth brother, everyone, please take your time. I'll step out for a moment." Quan Xingnan loved watching the excitement. After greeting them, she left the main hall and followed the crowd to the entrance. Seeing the scene before her, her bright eyes sparkled with indescribable curiosity. Behind the large table stood old Uncle Wang and his son Wang Yumin. In front of Wang Yumin lay the gift registry book, with a bamboo basket placed beside it. Old Uncle Wang held a microphone and gave an opening speech, roughly stating that today was the joyous wedding day of Wang Debao and Xiao Hua, and that they would be performing the formal bowing ceremony in front of the villagers. Shifting the topic, he said, "Next, please invite Debao's grandmother to take her seat." As his words fell, someone immediately placed a long bench on the reed mat in front of the large table. A small, thin old woman with a face full of wrinkles sat down on the long bench. She wore a dark red, gold-trimmed side-fastening jacket, her white hair tied into a bun at the back of her head, covered with a black hairnet and adorned with a gold hairpin. She also wore gold rings, gold bracelets, and gold earrings, radiating a dazzling golden glow and an air of joy. Quan Xingnan saw Wang Debao's grandmother for the first time. She was indeed a blessed old woman. Although she had lost her husband in middle age, her son and daughter-in-law were both filial and capable, and her grandson and his wife were also very dutiful. Her later years were free from worries about food and clothing. It was hard to buy a lean old age with money, and her small, thin frame suggested longevity, with 5 generations living under one roof in her later years. "Kowtow to your grandmother," old Uncle Wang announced. Debao and Xiao Hua knelt on the quilt. Debao kowtowed. When Xiao Hua tried to do the same, Grandma Wang stopped her. "Xiao Hua, I appreciate your sentiment. Save this kowtow for the spring festival next year. Don't bend over today." Xiao Hua was carrying her great-grandson or great-granddaughter, 2 of them, in fact. If bending over pressed on her great-grandchildren, wouldn't that be a loss? So, Debao kowtowed, stood up, while Xiao Hua remained kneeling on the quilt without rising. This situation seemed quite common, and none of the onlookers raised any objection. Grandma Wang pulled out a pair of gold dragon and phoenix bracelets from her bosom and put them on Xiao Hua's wrists. Old Uncle Wang was momentarily stunned, then announced, "A pair of gold dragon and phoenix bracelets. Record it." The last 2 words were directed at his son, and Wang Yumin quickly noted them down in the registry. Next came Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong. Wang Dazhuang gave a large red envelope, and Niu Hong gave a pair of gold dragon and phoenix bracelets. The red envelope was placed on the table. Old Uncle Wang counted it. 18,800. Quan Xingnan heard gasps of amazement from the crowd around her, all saying how wealthy the Wang family was and how generously they treated their daughter-in-law with such a large red envelope and gold jewelry. At other families' weddings, the kowtow gift money was at most 1,000. After that, the long bench was removed. As old Uncle Wang called out names, Debao kowtowed toward the large table. Listening carefully, these seemed to be various elders of the Wang family, uncles, granduncles, aunts, grandaunts, and cousins of the same generation. But without exception, they were all relatives beyond the 5th degree of mourning. The gift money ranged from 3 to 500 at most, to 50 or 100 at least. There were about 30 to 50 households in total, and their combined contributions probably couldn't match the red envelope Wang Dazhuang had given. The formal bowing ceremony ended after Debao kowtowed to his last cousin. Many neighbors and villagers were not on the list of gift recipients, including outside friends like Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. End of this chapter. Chapter 1224. Bad news keeps coming 6. Quan Xingnan returned to the main room contentedly, only to find that the banquet inside was still ongoing, though the dishes on the table had long gone cold. That made sense. Their focus wasn't on the food and drink, but on Hu Xuedong. After the formal wedding ceremony, Wang Debao and Xiaohua took a carriage to the ancestral gravesite. Quan Xingnan didn't follow to watch the excitement, but instead took her leave from Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong after the banquet ended. Mr. Hua and Miss Chu rarely visit. Why not stay a few more days? Niu Hong said. Hu Xuedong smiled gently. Thank you for the hospitality, but we've already booked an evening flight. Yes, we have urgent matters to attend to and need to leave immediately. We appreciate your kindness, Quan Xingnan added, then pulled out a gift she had prepared earlier and handed it to Niu Hong. Since Debao and Xiaohua aren't here, please accept this on their behalf. Niu Hong looked at the gift box in her hands. It's nothing too valuable, a wedding gift for Debao and Xiaohua, along with safety locks for the two little ones. They've been blessed with talismans to ensure their lifelong safety. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Niu Hong immediately treasured the gift, clutching the box tightly to her chest. Whatever Quan Xingnan gave, the Wang family didn't care about its material worth. What they valued were the safety locks personally blessed by her. She was a master, a true master. Wang Dazhuang had only recently managed to learn about her, and word had it that her talismans were priceless and nearly impossible to obtain in high society. Wang's grandmother had been busy taking care of Xiaohua and only now found a moment to hurry over and thank Quan Xingnan. Dear girl, thank you so much. If it weren't for your reminder, my Debao might never have known when he'd get married. The grandmother held Quan Xingnan's hand, her eyes crinkling with a smile, and pressed a red silk bundle into Quan Xingnan's hands. Since you have urgent matters, I won't keep you. Come visit whenever you're free. Of course, of course. Quan Xingnan accepted the red envelope without hesitation. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan got into the car amid their farewells. As the car disappeared from sight, the remaining group finally had time to complain about Wang Dazhuang and Niu Hong, their words echoing Zhou Hui's sentiments exactly. Yet, even as they complained, they showed no real anger. Instead, there was an air of friendliness. They couldn't help it. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan personally attending Wang Debao's wedding meant that Wang Dazhuang's family had an extraordinary connection with these two esteemed guests. From now on, they would have to treat them with more respect and no longer see them as mere nouveau riche. In the end, everyone even asked Wang Dazhuang to look after them in business. Wang Dazhuang felt vindicated, but dared not make any promises. We're all helping each other, just helping each other. With my meager abilities, how could I presume to teach the experts? Mr. Hua and Miss Chu are esteemed guests, and they're busy with matters involving hundreds of millions. I wouldn't dare bother them with my small business. Hearing this, the others fell silent, finding it reasonable. Meanwhile, Quan Xingnan eagerly opened the red silk bundle in the car and let out a soft exclamation. It turned out to be a piece of fine Lantian jade. Due to depleted mines, such high-quality jade was rarely seen on the market anymore. Hu Xuedong didn't pay it much mind. The Hu family had preserved many heirlooms passed down from their ancestors, including plenty of top-grade Lantian jade. When we get to Hong Kong, I'll find you a few pieces of Lantian jade. Sounds great. Quan Xingnan laughed. The two boarded a plane, transferred in Shanghai, and then flew to Hong Kong. As soon as they landed, He Deming personally picked them up. End of chapter. Chapter 1225. Bad news keeps coming 7. Following He Deming's instructions, his driver drove toward the hospital where He Biao was staying. My father has been unconscious for several days. Aside from occasionally waking up to drink some water, he's been sustained entirely by nutrient injections. The doctors told us to do what we can and accept fate, but as his son, I can't just let things take their course. Please. He Deming trailed off under Hu Xuedong's penetrating gaze, unable to continue, unsure how to proceed. No matter how capable Quan Xingnan was, she was ultimately human, not a god. Even a god might not be able to effortlessly prolong a mortal's life. Quan Xingnan let out a soft sigh. Martin, I'll do my best. But human effort is not the same as fate. No one's vitality is inexhaustible. You need to be mentally prepared. When he heard the first part of her words, He Deming's eyes lit up with hope. But as she continued, that hope slowly faded. A heavy atmosphere permeated the car. The driver didn't dare speak, focusing entirely on driving until they reached the hospital entrance. Hu Xuedong got out first and opened the car door for Quan Xingnan. Just as he helped her out, the sound of camera shutters filled the air. He frowned slightly but calmly guided his girlfriend into the hospital alongside He Deming. Even at a time like this, entertainment reporters couldn't resist gossip. It was truly speechless. He Deming shot them a cold, stern glare, frightening the lurking reporters into stopping their photos. But this was the first time Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan had appeared publicly in Hong Kong since confirming their relationship. No sooner had they entered the hospital than news broke, claiming the chairman of the Hua Group and his girlfriend had visited He Biao together, accompanied by He Deming. Some even focused on the matching blue diamond rings on their fingers, dubbing them engagement rings. Worn on the fingers symbolizing passionate love, what else could they be but engagement rings? Immediately, speculation began about which master designer had crafted the rings, the quality of their cut, and their exorbitant price. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong had no time to pay attention to any of that, their gazes fixed on He Biao lying in the bed of the high-end VIP ward. There was nothing physically wrong with He Biao, so family and friends were not barred from visiting. "Martin, you're here." Dad just woke up for a few minutes, drank some water, and then fell back asleep. Gung Weihua stood at the foot of the bed, speaking quietly. "Mom wasn't feeling well, so I had them take her home to rest. I'll stay here and keep watch. You've worked hard, dear." He Deming thanked his wife solemnly, then turned to Quan Xingnan with hopeful eyes. Gung Weihhua's gaze was also filled with hope. "Nan, please take a look at my father-in-law." Quan Xingnan walked to the bedside and stood still. To others, she seemed to be looking at He Deming, but only Hua Xiuedong clearly noticed her gaze shifting toward empty air, and he immediately understood something. Indeed, the moment Quan Xingnan entered, she saw that one of He Biao's souls and two of his spirits had left his body. Because his soul and spirits were incomplete, they stared blankly at the He Biao lying on the hospital bed. To be precise, that one soul and two spirits could not form their own consciousness. Standing beside them was Ming Rue, his body radiating golden light of merit. He was extremely anxious, watching his stepfather's soul and spirits leave his body, helpless and unable to act. Whenever he tried to touch them, he encountered a resistance. "Everyone, please leave. Fourth brother, stay." Quan Xingnan suddenly spoke. He Deming was taken aback, but decisively took his wife's hand and left the ward, quietly closing the door behind them. End of chapter. Chapter 1226. Bad news keeps coming 8. From start to finish, He Deming never asked why, nor did he raise any objections. He had full confidence in Quan Xingnan. If Quan Xingnan couldn't find a way, then no one in the entire world could save He Biao. In just a few days, he had brought in many top medical experts from around the world, all of whom told him the same thing. He Biao's bodily functions were failing, and to use an idiom, his time was near. All his hopes rested on Quan Xingnan. Gung Weihua felt the same. As soon as the couple stepped out, Ming Rue immediately said, "Master Quan, please save him." "I will. Don't worry, Ming Rue. I have something I need to tell you later," Quan Xingnan said. "Whatever it is, let's talk after saving him." Quan Xingnan nodded slightly. Hua Xiuedong watched as his girlfriend formed her hands into the shape of a lotus, jade-like fingers, a jade-like lotus, pure white and sacred, faintly surrounded by a halo. Unlike other feng shui masters who performed rituals, used talismans, or employed instruments, she simply made a gesture, tapped a few times in the air with her fingertips, and after a moment, lowered her hands and said, "Done." "Done? That's it?" Hua Xiuedong couldn't see it, but Ming Rue watched as one of He Biao's souls and two of his spirits smoothly returned to his body. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, turned to Quan Xingnan, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master Quan." To old Madam He Biao was half her life. If He Biao died, old Madam He would likely not last much longer either. Ming Rue was deeply grateful to this stepfather who had accompanied his mother for over half a century, and he admired the great achievements he had made in his life. He didn't want him to spend his remaining years lying in a hospital bed. Quan Xingnan waved her hand at Ming Rue. "I can only do this much. As for the rest, I'm powerless." "I know, but thank you all the same. Human life has its limits, beyond what human effort can reverse." Hua Xiuedong watched quietly and finally spoke. "Sweetheart, who are you talking to?" "Huh, didn't I mention it to you?" Quan Xingnan looked at Hua Xiuedong in surprise. She felt that many things about her had been discovered and understood by Hua Xiuedong, had she not mentioned Ming Rue. "I don't know who you're seeing, so how would I know if you've told me?" Quan Xingnan let out an "oh" and recounted the whole story of how she had helped old Madam He find her daughter and assisted Ming Rue. As she spoke, she made sure to lower her voice and set up a barrier. After listening, Hua Xiuedong stroked her hair and said with a smile, "My sweetheart has indeed done many good deeds, accumulating boundless merit." When he mentioned boundless merit, Quan Xingnan told Ming Rue about her earlier realization regarding his fate. Because he had chosen to accompany old Madam He until the end of her life, in his next life, He would not be blessed with wealth or status, only an ordinary life. This life is not yet over, so why talk about wealth or poverty in the next? As long as this life is fulfilled, that's enough, Ming Rui said indifferently. As for the next life, after drinking Ming Po's soup, all past memories would be forgotten. There was nothing to regret. If you can think that way, then I have nothing more to say. I've told you the cost, and as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Quan Xingnan's greatest fear was that Ming Rui might change his mind upon learning the price he had paid, which would bring karmic debt upon her as well. Karmic debt, it may not show in this life, but its severity becomes clear after death. The virtuous deeds accumulated by one's ancestors often bless their descendants, just as karmic debt can affect the fortunes of future generations. End of chapter. Chapter 1227, Bad News Keeps Coming 9. He Deming and Gung Weihua waited anxiously outside the door. Not a single sound came from inside, and even with their ears pressed against the door, they could hear nothing. Their hearts felt as if they were being fried in a pan of oil over and over again, nearly scorched dry. After an unknown amount of time, the hospital room door opened from the inside. The couple looked up and saw Hua Xuedong's calm and composed face. Please come in. After Hua Xuedong spoke, she stepped aside. He Deming didn't even have time to thank her before brushing past her and rushing into the room. There, he saw He Biao already awake, half leaning against the hospital bed, staring disdainfully at the four-tube. In a loud voice, He Biao said, "There's nothing wrong with me. Tell the doctor to pull this needle out. What's the point of pumping cold water into my body? It'd be better to bring me a bowl of plain congee." At that, He Biao smacked his lips, feeling ravenous. He wished a bowl of plain congee would appear before him so he could slurp it down noisily and ease the discomfort in his stomach. "Dad, you're awake?" He Deming was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he'd seen his father so spirited. Gung Weihua followed Hua Xuedong in and, seeing this scene, also lit up with joy. Recently, He Biao had occasionally woken up, but he hadn't been fully conscious, listless, too weak to speak, and barely recognizing anyone. He sometimes recognized old Madame He, but everyone else was practically invisible to him. He Biao curled his lip. "If I lie down any longer, my bones will rust." He Deming grabbed Quan Xingnan's hand. Nan, thank you. I'll never forget this great kindness." By the end, He Deming was almost babbling incoherently. Hua Xuedong retrieved her girlfriend's delicate hand and said in a low voice, "Martin, since Senior He is awake, we'll take our leave now. You should notify the doctor immediately to examine Senior He and decide whether to remove the four." All right. I won't see you out. He Deming's eyes were fixed solely on his elderly father. Gung Weihua gave a helpless smile and saw the two to the door. "Terrence, Nan, please forgive him. Martin is just too happy. No need to apologize. Senior He's turn for the better is a great blessing. We're happy for him too." Hua Xuedong smiled faintly, then shifted the topic and lowered her voice. "However, Senior He is already over 100 years old. In the eyes of the world, he's an unimaginably long-lived elder. You two must still prepare yourselves for what's to come. Nan is human. Humans cannot defy heaven." Gung Weihua was the one closest to He Deming. Some things needed to be said by her so that he could slowly come to terms with reality. Quan Xingnan felt the same way. She had told Hua Xuedong that He Biao only had 100 days left to live. Originally, that had been He Biao's lifespan. The difference was that without Quan Xingnan's intervention, those 100 days would have been spent in a coma until the very end. Hearing this, the joy on Gung Weihhua's face faded slightly. Finally, she sighed. I understand it all. We can't force things." After so many diagnoses from renowned doctors, they had long prepared themselves. Inviting Quan Xingnan was merely clinging to a thread of hope. As for how long that hope could last, they both knew in their hearts. "Then, Nan and I will go back to rest first. We'll visit Senior He again tomorrow." "All right. Farewell." Gung Weihua personally saw them to the hospital entrance, watching as they got into the car Secretary Chen had sent to pick them up. She stood in silence for a moment, then turned and walked back into the hospital, silently organizing her words to convey Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's meaning to her husband. End of chapter. Chapter 1228, Bad News Spreads 10. After waking up, He Biao ate as usual, moved and spoke like a normal person, and could even be said to have clearer thinking. Although he still had to spend most of his time in a wheelchair, the medical community still called it a miracle, an enormous miracle. After all, he had been diagnosed by so many renowned doctors, all of whom had reached the same conclusion. Then came the question, how did He Biao wake up? It seemed that after Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan visited him, he woke up and became like a normal person, and was taken back home by He Deming. Many people wanted to interview Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan to find out the truth, but unfortunately, Quan Xingnan had her studies to attend to. After resting one night at the Hua residence, she went to the He residence the next day to visit He Biao and the old Madam He, accepted a heap of grateful words, and then flew back to the capital, leaving Hua Xuedong to face the outside world's various doubts and inquiries. Hua Xuedong, however, did not mind. He was happy to clean up the mess left by his girlfriend. But he was not happy about the two of them parting again. There was no helping it. He had his own career, and she had her studies. The two were like fish and bear's paw, impossible to have both. She had an independent personality and was an independent individual. She should have her own life, rather than having to rely on him, having to put him first in everything, and losing her independence. She was a kapok tree beside an oak, not a daughter. A few days later, the Hua Group and Tianxia Group jointly held a press conference. He Deming and Hua Xuedong, as the parties involved, explained to the public that because Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had excellent destinies, being among the most noble and revered people in the world, with deep merit and good fortune born into their lives, and because Quan Xingnan also had the added luck of a feng shui master, the old man woke up after the two of them came into contact with him. However, he was not like a normal person immediately after waking up. It was only after many renowned doctors worked together and carefully regulated his condition that today's results were achieved. Those renowned doctors knew the truth was not that simple, but for the sake of their own reputations and because they dared not offend the power of the two major groups, they ultimately acquiesced to He Deming and Hua Xuedong's explanation, which actually boosted their fame overnight. After the press conference ended, He Deming's siblings and the younger generations who had entered the company to work discussed the matter and each contributed a portion of their shares, eventually pooling together 10% of Tianxia Group's shares to gift to Quan Xingnan, in gratitude for her great kindness to the He family, even though they had already prepared for He Biao's passing. Quan Xingnan's abilities were simply unfathomable. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't need to seek her help in the future. Building a good relationship with her now was far better than making a last-minute plea. The He family's move was certainly no small gesture. Quan Xingnan had been gifted 1% of Tianxia Group's shares when she was a child. In recent years, Hua Xuedong had helped her manage some of her assets in Hong Kong, earning considerable profits, and had intermittently acquired more shares of Tianxia Group. Now, it was calculated that she already owned 3% of Tianxia Group's shares. Adding the 10%, that made 13%. Owning more than 5% qualified one as a major shareholder, let alone 13%. The value of Tianxia Group was well known to all, and the change in shareholding quickly became public knowledge. The media naturally reported it extensively, recalculating Quan Xingnan's net worth. When tallying it up, they were stunned to discover that Quan Xingnan had been gifted 10% of the Hua Group shares on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. End of chapter. Chapter 1229. Bad news comes one after another. 11. A long time ago, they knew that Quan Xingnan owned 3% of the shares of the Hua Group under her name, which came from Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua, and in recent years, she had gradually increased her holdings to 5%. Hua Xuedong was generous with his girlfriend, and none of them had anything to say about it. However, they never imagined that Quan Xingnan would receive another 10% without their knowledge. This 10% of shares was also jointly gifted by Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua, clearly intended as her coming-of-age gift. What does this mean? What does this mean? It means that Quan Xingnan independently owns 13% of the total value of the Tianxia Group and independently owns 15% of the total value of the Hua Group, with both groups' assets measured in the hundreds of billions. If you don't calculate it, you wouldn't know. Once you do, it's shocking. Liang Wenjuan's assets have shrunk considerably in recent years. If all of Quan Xingnan's assets were combined, she would have surpassed her. However, Quan Xingnan is not from Hong Kong and cannot be included in Hong Kong's rich list. What truly draws admiration is the Hua family's extraordinary generosity toward Quan Xingnan. It's truly remarkable. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan aren't even married yet, and they've already gifted her so much property. If the two eventually break up, wouldn't the gifted property go down the drain? They must be incredibly confident, so sure that Quan Xingnan will definitely enter the Hua family. They had thought that Hua Xuedong giving Quan Xingnan a museum was already unimaginably generous, but they never expected the elders to directly gift her shares, as if they didn't care about their own family business at all. Not to mention outsiders, even Quan Xingnan's elders were extremely surprised, but then they all said that the Hua elders were old foxes. Although the elders couldn't personally attend Quan Xingnan's coming-of-age ceremony, this gift was exceptionally heavy, so heavy that if any of Quan Xingnan's elders tried to stop her relationship with Hua Xuedong, it would almost be a sin. After this incident, everyone understood that there is no one else in the world besides Hua Xuedong who would treat Quan Xingnan so well. For those with power and influence, money is vulgar, but often, money best reflects whether a person is sincere or genuine. When Quan Xingnan received this gift, she was also extremely surprised. After the surprise came nothing but gratitude, but she truly had no talent for business and still left it to Hu Xuedong to manage. With Hu Xuedong around, she had nothing to worry about. So when the old matter of receiving shares was brought up again, she didn't take it to heart and instead focused seriously on her studies. Just as her final exams ended, she received a call from Hu Xuedong, who said sorrowfully, "Grandpa, he passed away peacefully last night." He Biao departed very serenely, a smile on his face, as if he were having a beautiful dream. The day of his death happened to be the 100th day that Quan Xingnan had mentioned. Even though the He family had been mentally prepared, they were still deeply grieved by the old man's passing, and a thick, unshakable cloud of sorrow hung over the entire household, because old Madam He had fallen ill as a result. Quan Xingnan couldn't wait to get her report card and immediately boarded a flight to Hong Kong. After arriving, she saw Hu Xuedong, who had come to pick her up. Before she could say a single word, she received another piece of bad news about old Madam He. At noon the day after He Biao's death, which was today, old Madam He passed away with a smile. When she had fallen ill, many of her children and grandchildren were by her side taking care of her, and famous doctors had been called to the house to keep watch, fearing she might be too heartbroken. They had watched the old lady eat and fall asleep, but not long after, they couldn't hear any breathing, and her body gradually grew cold. After the doctor examined her, he regretfully announced that the old lady had passed away. End of chapter. Chapter 1230. Bad news keeps coming 12. Old Madam He was considered to have lived a long life, actually over a decade younger than He Biao. Her death came as a complete shock to He Deming and his siblings, and with no preparation, they were naturally overwhelmed with grief. He Biao died at the hour of Z, while old Madam He died at the hour of Wu. Though they were not born on the same day, month, or year, they died on the same day, month, and year, sharing a bed in life and a grave in death. Ming Rui stood before Quan Xingnan, his small face bearing the smile of a weathered old man as he said softly, "Father and mother passed away peacefully. I watched with my own eyes as father's soul left his body, but he did not follow the underworld messengers. He used his accumulated merits as a price to linger in the mortal world, waiting for mother. They both departed to the underworld together?" Quan Xingnan was deeply moved. Moved by such profound love, moved by such steadfast devotion. What is love? Love at first sight? No. Love at first sight is infatuation with the outer shell. Love upon second meeting is admiration for character. The former is shallow, the latter profound. True love is proven by time, steadfast as a rock even after 100 years, never abandoning each other through lifetimes. In a lifetime, it is easy to call each other wife and husband, easy to call each other madam and sir, but calling each other old woman and old man takes a lifetime to cultivate. He Biao and old Madam He achieved this, from life to death. He was her old man, and she was his old woman. Ming Rui nodded. Yes, I watched them walk hand in hand. They said they would be together in the next life, with no one else, only him and her. The reason I did not go with them is to wait for you, Master Quan. You promised me that when my mother's allotted lifespan ended, you would guide me into reincarnation. That's right, I promised you. Are you leaving as well? Ning Rui's wish was fulfilled, and his soul felt completely at ease, even beginning to show signs of dissipating. Though I still have younger siblings, they each have their own families and lives, and a peaceful old age is within reach. I have no more attachments. Leaving now spares me from wallowing in the grief of losing my parents like they do. Quan Xingnan quickly made a gesture to stabilize his fading soul. Very well, I will guide you into reincarnation. May you have a peaceful and healthy life in your next incarnation, free from the pain of separation and loss. Thank you. The gates of hell opened, the path to the underworld appeared, and Ming Rui stepped onto it without ever looking back. Hu Xuedong seemed to sense something, her gaze sweeping across the void, but she said nothing. Instead, she and her girlfriend went to pay their respects before the funeral tablets of the He couple, both dressed in black, their grief evident on their faces. He Deming, his siblings, and Jessica kowtowed in return. Though Jessica was not a member of the He family, she was old Madam He's biological daughter and He Deming's elder sister, so she was entitled to see her parents off. To the world, she already appeared white-haired and frail, as if her time was short. Jessica's appearance stirred up memories of He Biao and old Madam He's marriage, turning it into a legend. Many admired old Madam He. In an era of great figures and turbulent times, she, as a divorced and discarded woman, had married the illustrious He Biao. She left the world at such an advanced age, having enjoyed wealth and glory, a supreme revenge against the ex-husband who had abandoned her and had long since vanished into the river of time. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had no interest in joining the chatter of hearsay. They had just attended the funeral of the He couple, serving as pallbearers, when they received a call from the capital informing them that old master Zheng Yuanxuan had passed away. As the two were preparing to return to the capital, He Deming found them regarding the will of the He couple. The chapter ends. Chapter 1231. A sudden surge in wealth. 1. Under the witness of lawyers and descendants, He Biao and old Madam He jointly drafted a will. Since the group shares and shares of other companies had already been distributed to their children, they divided their cash assets into two portions. One was injected into the Quan Xingnan Foundation, and the other into a foundation established in the name of Xiao Mingrui. Meanwhile, the Mingrui Foundation, including its charitable funds of over 1 billion, was entrusted to Quan Xingnan for management. The various properties under the couple's names were also explicitly assigned to heirs. Apart from their sons and grandsons inheriting properties, Yi Zhiheng and Yi Minglan each received a property, while Quan Xingnan was gifted a courtyard house in the capital and a 3-story standalone house on Barker Road in Hong Kong, the latter valued at over 100 million, offering a panoramic view of Victoria Harbour. According to the property records, the house spans 15,000 square feet, with a garden exceeding 20,000 square feet. The neighbors living nearby are all wealthy and influential, prominent figures in Hong Kong. The Hu family also owns a house in the area, not far from the one gifted by the couple. In the will, He Biao and old Madam He specifically stated that these two properties were given to Quan Xingnan as her dowry, as they knew their time was limited and they would not live to see her wedding, so they prepared the will in advance. Old Madam He's renowned and extremely expensive jewelry sets were also assigned to specific heirs. Apart from her daughters-in-law, daughters, and granddaughters each receiving something, Quan Xingnan was also gifted dozens of sets as her dowry. The remaining jewelry and unprocessed gemstones were divided into 4 equal parts by value, 1 part shared among the daughters-in-law, 1 among the daughters, 1 among the granddaughters, and the final part inherited by Quan Xingnan. Among the couple's collection of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, the most valuable and famous pieces were assigned to specific heirs, primarily the He brothers and Quan Xingnan. Their daughters, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren had no inheritance rights. The remaining items of lesser value, lesser fame, or those the couple had forgotten were divided by value among the He brothers and Quan Xingnan. He Biao's luxury watches, cars, and male accessories were inherited by his sons, divided equally by value. Old Madam He's luxury watches and cars, except for 2 valuable diamond watches gifted to Quan Xingnan, were inherited by her daughters-in-law and daughters. Other assets that even the couple themselves could not recall were divided equally by value, with every descendant and Quan Xingnan receiving a share. He Biao had dominated the scene for half a century, amassing incalculable wealth. As his wife, old Madam He's personal fortune surpassed that of many modern female tycoons. The notary lawyer roughly calculated that the assets Quan Xingnan received exceeded anyone's imagination. Based on current market value, they were not necessarily less than the value of the group shares she had been gifted. For Quan Xingnan, who had no blood relation to them, the deep affection and regard of the He couple were evident. Since it was impossible to inventory all assets and distribute them according to the will immediately, He Deming came to Quan Xingnan only to give her a copy of the thick will, so she would be aware of its contents. Once the couple's assets were fully accounted for, her share would be handed over to her per the will. How can I bear such deep affection from the elders? Quan Xingnan glanced through the will and was stunned. Her contributions to the He couple and the He family were truly insignificant, yet their rewards were excessively generous, so generous that anyone in the world would envy them. Moreover, she feared that receiving such a massive gift might provoke dissatisfaction among some of the couple's younger descendants. End of this chapter. Chapter 1232. Soaring Wealth 2. Tens of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions meant nothing to the He family, but when assets worth tens of billions, including shares, real estate, and jewelry, were explicitly left to her by name, how could it not stir envy? Although the He family was now one of the top conglomerates in Hong Kong, the inheritance that future generations could receive would never reach such a figure. News of wealthy families fighting over inheritance had been common over the years. After she was gifted the shares, the He family's assets decreased by more than just a little. Even the most upright person, faced with the loss of a massive fortune that should have been partly theirs, would feel discontent. The heavenly eye and earthly pupil could indeed see through all things in the world, but while they could perceive human hearts, they could not control them. He Deming, however, smiled faintly. My wife and I have full authority over our property. We decide who to leave it to in the future, and no one has the right to interfere. Similarly, my parents' property during their lifetime should have been distributed at their discretion. As their children, we had no objections, so how could any younger generation have the right to express dissatisfaction? There were certainly those who were dissatisfied. But the Tianxia group now followed his lead, and he was the head of the He family. When his parents handed over the family business during their lifetime, they had clearly stated that the vast majority of the group's shares would go to He Deming, ensuring that no matter what happened, he would retain 51% of the shares. For the other children, the parents compensated them in other ways, and the assets they received were comparable to what He Deming got. After all, the parents owned shares in many large companies, which they essentially gave to them, along with real estate, antiques, jewelry, and other items. At the time, none of the siblings had any objections, and to this day, they did not regret that the Tianxia Group's market value ranked among the top in Hong Kong. Otherwise, they would not have pooled together 10% of the shares to gift to Quan Xingnan as a token of gratitude. Since the siblings had no issues with the parents' arrangements, He Deming paid no heed to the dissatisfaction of the younger generation. If the parents had not made a will, only his siblings would have had joint inheritance rights, and the grandchildren would not have received a single cent. Now that the parents had clearly designated heirs, each of the grandchildren received something and could inherit immediately. They should be content. If his siblings had inherited all the property after they passed away, there was no guarantee they would leave what they inherited from the parents to the grandchildren. In fact, the grandchildren might end up with even less than what the parents had left them now. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the Tianxia Group would stand forever. When the lawyer announced the parents' will, the younger generation, both men and women, erupted in uproar. Many indeed claimed it was unfair, including both the He family's descendants and their spouses. He Deming silenced them with just a few words, using the reasoning above. At the same time, He Deming said, "A good son does not rely on his family's wealth to live, and a good daughter does not depend on her dowry to get by. Parents raise their children to adulthood and nurture them into capable individuals. They have no obligation to leave their property to them, let alone their grandparents. You are all elite talents in your respective fields. You cannot possibly be ignorant of the law. The fact that they will leave some property to you is a kindness from your grandparents. You have no right to complain about how they chose to distribute it. As your elders and their children, we abide by the will's distribution and have no objections. If I hear any rumors or slander against Master Quan, I will not let it slide lightly." End of chapter. Chapter 1233, Soaring Wealth 3. Those dissatisfied members of the He family quickly backed down. Why? As He Deming said, since they, as the children, fully accepted their parents' will distribution, what right did those without any inheritance rights have to interfere? In the past, there had been cases where relatives of deceased wealthy businessmen sued because the businessman left property to outsiders, but the plaintiffs were always the businessman's relatives who actually held partial inheritance rights. In contrast, what difference did being a member of the He family make? After all, they were one generation removed from the elderly couple, and being one generation removed meant no inheritance rights, leaving them unable to oppose the couple's will. Even so, they were still filled with jealousy toward Quan Xingnan. What kind of charm did she possess to earn such deep affection from the elderly couple, affection so deep that they left so much property to her? No matter what they thought or how outsiders viewed it, He Deming and his siblings insisted on honoring their parents' wishes. In the end, Quan Xingnan accepted the gift. Under these circumstances, her refusal would have completely betrayed He Deming's efforts and the elderly couple's affection. In the eyes of outsiders, she would likely be accused of putting on a show, reaping benefits while pretending to be modest. Hua Xueding raised an eyebrow. He had never expected that Quan Xingnan would be included in the He couple's will. Previously, when the He family gifted shares to Quan Xingnan, he thought that was the limit. He Deming and the accompanying lawyer left after Quan Xingnan signed some documents, returning to inventory the elderly couple's assets. Quan Xingnan looked at the copy of the will and sighed, feeling it was like a hot coal, burning fiercely. "You are the best, most beautiful, most lovely, and kindest girl in the world. You deserve the elderly couple's wholehearted devotion." Hearing Hua Xuedong's words, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but sigh again. "What have I done to deserve this, fourth brother? If these assets were wealth I created myself, I would accept them with ease, and outsiders wouldn't be able to say anything spiteful, just like my clothing store. Even though the wealth it generates doesn't even compare to a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of these vegetable market assets." Hua Xuedong understood her implication. At the root of it, you care that this property is a gift from others, not the result of your own efforts, so you feel unworthy of it. Quan Xingnan nodded heavily. Yes, unworthy, utterly unworthy. Faced with this fortune, she felt she couldn't face it with ease. The media's assessment of Quan Xingnan was the luckiest girl in the world. How could she not be lucky? From birth to now, in just 18 years, the property she had been gifted had already reached an incalculable amount. Figures as significant as He Biao and Mrs. He attracted immense attention both during their lives and after their deaths, and the distribution of their assets after death was even more intriguing. As soon as the will was announced, it became known to the outside world. Compared to when Quan Xingnan was gifted shares, this will's distribution method was even more shocking. The shares Quan Xingnan had received came from He Deming and his siblings, clearly as gratitude for Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong's luck in waking He Biao, and not from He Biao and Mrs. He themselves. Beyond the shock, the outside world expressed boundless envy. The envy over her share gift from a few months ago hadn't even fully faded, and now she had been gifted a massive inheritance. The title, Lucky Girl, was truly fitting for her. No one really knew what kind of charm this girl possessed, always receiving endless gifts of wealth, countless assets that would allow her to live extravagantly for several lifetimes. End of chapter. Chapter 1234, Soaring Wealth 4. Media members who take a special interest in celebrity wealth and revel in it couldn't resist conducting a new tally of Quan Xingnan's assets based on known data. After completing the count, they quickly published it, placing her on the global list of the wealthiest individuals. 15% of the Hua Group's shares, currently valued at around 30 billion yuan. 13% of the Tianxia Group's shares, currently valued at around 23 billion yuan. 30% of the Tongxing Diamond Company's shares, currently valued at several billion yuan. All shares of the Wesheng Jewelry Company, currently valued at several billion yuan. Shares in several large companies, totaling nearly 10 billion yuan in current market value. 30% of Club Number SIXS shares, currently valued at several hundred million yuan. All of the above are shares, calculated at current market values, which fluctuate with stock market trends and are not fixed. Additionally, Quan Xingnan may hold shares in groups that they haven't uncovered yet. Next comes the tally of real estate, jewelry, and antiques. The Huaxia Tongxing Museum, valued at several billion yuan. All cultural relics and antiques within the Huaxia Tongxing Museum, priceless. The Quan Xingnan Foundation and Xiao Mingrui Foundation's charitable funds have already reached several billion yuan, with the vast majority solely owned by Quan Xingnan. However, since these are charitable funds, they are not included in the wealth statistics. The Wesheng clothing store has no market value, with a total physical asset value of over 10 million yuan. The Peninsula Villa, valued at several hundred million yuan. 2 Sihiyuan in the capital and an independent house on Barker Road, totaling several hundred million yuan in value. Jewelry, as far as they know, is worth several billion yuan, and there are certainly undisclosed properties and jewelry that cannot be itemized one by one. Luxury cars and watches are unknown. Even so, the calculated assets have reached a staggering level. Many people say that Hu Xuedong's girlfriend is not just a mountain of gold, but clearly a mountain of diamonds. If the two have a smooth relationship and Quan Xingnan marries into the Hu family, the above assets would certainly be brought as a dowry. The Hu family has hit the jackpot. Am I really that rich? On the plane, Quan Xingnan asked Hu Xuedong while holding the newspaper. Why didn't she feel it? Hu Xuedong glanced sideways, scanned it from beginning to end, then nodded and shook her head. Quan Xingnan asked, "What do you mean by that? Do I have it or not?" In truth, she herself wasn't entirely sure how much wealth she owned. Professional managers handled it all, with most of the income used for charity. In the past 2 years, following Hu Xuedong's suggestion, she had even funded several national scientific research projects without compensation. "You do indeed have that many assets," so I nodded, Hu Xuedong said, her slender finger pointing at the list in the newspaper. "But what truly belongs to you, aside from real estate, are things like jewelry and antiques. These are all static assets, not cash, and you don't get any enjoyment out of them in daily life. As for the profits from all company shares, besides reinvesting, most of the rest goes to charity. You haven't truly enjoyed anything except for a reputation," so I shook my head. The reason Quan Xingnan didn't feel like she had tens of billions in wealth and always treated the newspaper's tally of her assets as a joke was that the benefits she personally enjoyed were extremely limited, and also because the wealth wasn't created by her own efforts. In short, it lacked a sense of reality. Getting something for nothing just doesn't feel real, and it also feels undeserved. Quan Xingnan agreed. "Fourth sister, you're absolutely right. So this so-called rich list has little to do with me." End of chapter. Chapter 1235, A Surge in Wealth 5. The journey from Hong Kong to the capital passed slowly as the two discussed matters of wealth. Upon arriving in the capital, she first met with her family, then attended the funeral of Elder Zhang Yuanxuan together with them. Elder Zhang's status differed from that of He Biao and Madame He, as did the funeral's scale and venue. Those who attended were all high-ranking officials of national importance, with even the top leaders personally coming to pay their respects and offer wreaths. As these matters involved the highest levels, they are difficult to describe in detail. After the funeral, Quan Xingnan received what Zhang Yuanxuan had left her in his will, along with a letter entrusted to Elder Qin for safekeeping and a key to a bank safe deposit box. Zhang Yuanxuan's will stirred up no small commotion within the Zhang family. As a revolutionary elder and national founding figure, even though the state arranged for all aspects of Zhang Yuanxuan's livelihood, his personal wealth was quite limited. Most of it came from gifts given by younger generations. Otherwise, when Quan Xingnan first met him, she wouldn't have thought he couldn't afford the Fulu Show jadeite she had opened, ultimately giving him a pair of bracelets to win his wife's favor. However, compared to ordinary people, Zhang Yuanxuan's limited wealth was still no small sum. Moreover, Zhang Yuanxuan had accumulated many antiques and jadeite pieces over the years, all bought with his salary from the 1960s to 1980s at flea markets. Given the living standards of the time, his salary was enough to support this hobby. Zhang Yuanxuan donated most of his valuable antiques to the state free of charge. Of the small portion he kept, he gave Quan Xingnan a pair of Qing Dynasty official kiln rainbow after clear sky linked vase pieces, saying they were for her dowry. Along with the linked vases were a Descendants for 10,000 Generations, jadeite rui, and an authentic Qing Dynasty masterpiece titled 100 Children Welcoming Spring by a famous artist. Besides these items, the will specifically stated that some things in the safe deposit box were also left to Quan Xingnan, and no one was to inquire about them. No one objected to these items given to Quan Xingnan. Everyone knew how well Quan Xingnan had treated the elderly in the compound over the years, often giving them gifts. Even their own children weren't as filial. The pair of Fulu Show jadeite bracelets she had given Zhang Yuanxuan back then were now worth no less than these items. However, when the will also left some things to Zhang Yuanxuan's ex-wife and Zhang Xueming and Zhang Baozhu, all hell broke loose. Even though these items accounted for only a tiny fraction of the total estate, and even though the current Madame Zheng and her children inherited the vast majority, the current Madame Zheng still made a huge fuss. She believed that Zhang Yuanxuan was her husband, that everything he had was hers, and that he had no right to distribute it to outsiders. Yes, even Zhang Yuanxuan's own biological children and ex-wife were, in her eyes, outsiders who had destroyed her family. Over the years, she had forbidden Zhang Yuanxuan from seeing his ex-wife and prevented him from supporting Zhang Xueming's political career. If she hadn't been publicly criticized a few times, Zhang Yuanxuan would have struggled to even meet with Zhang Xueming, whose career was otherwise smooth sailing. Even so, the current Madame Zheng still hated Zhang Yuanxuan's ex-wife and her children with a burning passion. She even refused to let them attend Zhang Yuanxuan's funeral. However, since Zhang Yuanxuan's funeral was state-organized, no one cared about her wishes. They brought in the elderly and frail Grandma Zheng, along with Zhang Xueming and Zhang Baozhu and their spouses, who, as Zhang Yuanxuan's children, knelt and thanked the mourners. No matter what, nothing could change Zhang Xueming's status as the eldest son, and the children of the current Madame Zheng were thus pushed back a step. End of chapter. Chapter 1236, Soaring Wealth 6. Everyone knows that the current old Madame Zheng is narrow-minded and cannot tolerate Zhang Xueming, his siblings, or their mother. Out of respect for Zhang Yuanxuan, no one bothers to argue with her, nor do they bring up Zhang Xueming and his mother and siblings in her presence. Such a woman has never amounted to much. Her current status relies entirely on Zhang Yuanxuan. The elders in the compound, on the other hand, hold great fondness and praise for Granny Zheng, considering her a wise person. What is most commendable is her broad-mindedness. She has not become cynical due to the failure of her marriage, nor has she ever targeted the current old Madame Zheng in public or private settings, nor spoken a single word against Zhang Yuanxuan. The current old Madame Zheng's antics are seen by everyone as nothing but a joke. Even her own children feel deeply embarrassed, their faces burning with shame, yet they cannot persuade their mother to stop. Compared to their mother, they actually have a decent relationship with Zhang Xueming. Though it is distant, there is no hatred. Half-siblings with no conflicts of interest, how could there be so much hatred? But faced with the current old Madame Zheng's clamor, Zhang Xueming, on behalf of his mother and sister, announced the renunciation of their inheritance. Only then did the current old Madame Zheng calm down, sparing Zhang Yuanxuan's lifelong reputation from complete ruin. Although she had not witnessed it firsthand, Quan Xingnan, having heard Zhang Xueming recount the scene of the lawyer reading the will, also wanted to renounce her inheritance. However, after reading the letter Zhang Yuanxuan had left for her, she fell silent. In the letter, Zhang Yuanxuan said that she must know the whereabouts of his grandson, Luoda. Since she was unwilling to say, and given what old Master Qin and others had said, he would not seek out that child. But he felt he had wronged Luo Jinhua and her son, so he entrusted her with handing over some items from the safe to Luoda as compensation from him, the grandfather, for the past. In other words, the items in the safe were not left for Quan Xingnan, they were merely entrusted to her for handling. Since they were meant for Luoda, Quan Xingnan could not renounce the inheritance. After completing the inheritance procedures and obtaining the key, she and He Xuerong went to the bank to open the safe. From it, they retrieved a medium-sized red sandalwood box inlaid with mother-of-pearl, fastened with a small copper lock, with the key already inserted in the lock. Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong did not open it to see what was inside. Instead, they took the box directly to find Luoda. As soon as they entered, Ying pulled Quan Xingnan aside and whispered, "When we heard the sad news about the old man, we were eating. Ade immediately told me to take the 2 meat dishes off the table. He's been in a bad mood these past few days and has been a bit sharp-tongued. If he says something careless and offends you and Mr. Hua, please don't take it to heart." Quan Xingnan sighed softly. "It's fine. Ade is not a stranger. Who doesn't have bad days?" After all, Zheng Yuanxuan was Luoda's biological grandfather. Even without any familial bond formed through time together, the death of a grandfather would still weigh heavily on a grandson's heart. This is a matter of blood and nature unrelated to affection. That's good, that's good. Ying led them inside. Sure enough, Luoda was sitting by the window reading a book. After a long while, he hadn't turned a single page. Looking closely, he was staring blankly out the window. Hu Xuedong called out to him. Luoda suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him, and turned around. "Sir." Quan Xingnan directly shoved the letter and the box into his hands. "Here, these are for you." "What's this?" "It's heavy. Could it be a gift you and Sir brought back from Hong Kong for me?" Luoda placed the wooden box on the table as he spoke, then read the letter. After finishing, he immediately fell into silence. "Probably after the new year, I can release more chapters. For now, I can't. I'm preparing for the new year, making festive goods every day." End of this chapter. Start. Chapter 1237, Soaring Wealth 7. Ying didn't know what was in the letter. Curious, she fiddled with the exquisitely crafted small copper lock on the box. Seeing that her husband remained silent, she spoke up. "Ade, aren't you going to open the box and see what gifts Husheng and Nanan have brought us?" Because Quan Xingnan always brought back local specialties from her trips to distribute to friends and family, and they had never been left out, Ying assumed this was the case. It wasn't about the value of the items, but the thought behind them. Luoda and Ying were deeply grateful to Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, not just because Quan Xingnan had healed Luoda's leg. Hearing his wife's words, Luoda shook his head. "It's not something from Xianxing and Nanan. Not from them." Ying's eyes showed a hint of confusion. "Then where did it come from?" "See for yourself." Luoda opened the lid of the box directly. Ying leaned in to look, blinking her round eyes. "What are all these things? Some of them I don't recognize." Quan Xingnan walked over and sat beside Hu Xuedong. Seeing the box contained no glittering jewels, but each item was of considerable value, she addressed Ying's question. "These are a few collectibles that old Master Zheng left behind. He instructed me to give them to Ade." Hearing this, Ying exclaimed, "Good heavens, Nan, you're so bold. Isn't the trouble that old Madame Zheng has caused enough? If you give old Master's things to Ade, and that old lady finds out, won't she raise a huge commotion? When that happens, the peaceful and quiet life Ade and I have will be gone forever." Although the couple didn't move in the same circles as those in the compound, their connection with Hu Xuedong and Luoda's role overseeing security at the Tongxing Museum meant they often dealt with higher-level departments, keeping them well informed. In this world, good news stays within doors, but bad news travels far. Zheng Yuanxuan's lifelong reputation had been ruined by his own marriage. While the current old Madame Zhang's conduct left much to be desired, the blame didn't rest solely on her, it also lay with Zheng Yuanxuan, who had indulged her. Such matters were mostly discussed within elite circles, unknown to the outside world. Quan Xingnan walked back and sat down beside Hu Xuedong. "You don't need to worry. According to old Master Zhang's wishes, these items were his private stash. Since they're private, they shouldn't be known to others, including old Madame Zheng." "The word should carries a certain instability," Ying said. Seeing Ying's serious expression, Quan Xingnan chuckled. "All right, Yuan, since old Master Zheng gave these to Ade, just accept them for him. If you don't need the money, keep them for your descendants. And if we do need money?" Ying asked. "Then sell them. These items are popular categories in the collecting world. Once word gets out that they're for sale, plenty of people will want to buy them, and you'll get a good price." Quan Xingnan frequently visited old goods markets like Panjiayuan and was well aware of the growing trend in antique collecting, where more and more wealthy people spent fortunes on antiques to enhance their cultural cachet. The items old Master Zheng left for Luoda were conservatively estimated to be worth tens of millions. Ying glanced at Luoda and sighed. "Let's keep them. Ade works with you and Xiansheng, so our family isn't short of money. We'll think about selling them if our children ever need it." Things left by the older generation, they served as a keepsake. No matter how much one might deny it verbally, the bond of blood was there, impossible to change unless one did like Neza and cut flesh to return it to his father. But doing that would cost a life, and no one was that foolish. End of chapter. End. Chapter 1238. Soaring Wealth 8. Since Rhodes didn't object, that meant he was going along with Ying. Zheng Yuan's last wish had been fulfilled, and the items were handed over to Rhodes. Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong stayed for a short while before taking their leave. Before leaving, Quan Xingnan said, Yuan, no need to see us off. Go back and keep Ade company, help him take it easy. The gifts we brought for you are on the table. You two should take good care of yourselves. Although they had been flying around attending several weddings in a row, Secretary Qin was meticulous and had handled everything smoothly, naturally not forgetting to prepare gifts for friends and family. Ying thanked them and still saw them out the door, watching until they got into the car and drove away. The grief caused by the passing of the three elders lingered in the capital for a long time. Although Hu Xuedong was only in his 30s, his uncle, aunt, and parents were all in their 80s or 90s. Even though they were still in good health, no one could guarantee they wouldn't pass away suddenly like the He couple and Zheng Yuan. Hu Xuedong didn't want to regret not caring for his parents while they were still alive, so he stayed by their side. Madame Qin pushed her younger son and frowned. Why are you staying home instead of going to play with Nanan? Nanan is young. What you should be doing is spending time with her. The old lady was over 80, but she had gone from a young girl to an old woman, so she understood a woman's heart. A woman, especially one who lacks neither money nor status, values sincerity above all else. What is sincerity? What best reflects it? The best reflection of sincerity is whether a man cares for her in every little way, whether he treats her matters as his own, and whether he prioritizes her in every aspect. Hu Xuedong handed his mother a cup of tea and said with a smile, Nan and I both feel we should spend more time with you. Since I've been living in Hong Kong for so long, I rarely get to stay in the capital. Taking this chance to be with you puts my mind at ease. Nanan understands me well. She said she'll come visit you and Dad in a couple of days, and she'll draw some peace talismans at home to give to you, Dad, and my brother and sister-in-law. As Quan Xingnan's skills grew deeper, the spiritual power in her blessing talismans became stronger. So she planned to draw a new batch of health and peace talismans for the elders closest to her, wishing them a life free from trouble and worry. The Agarwood bracelet on Hu Xuedong's wrist had already been personally blessed by her. Moreover, Quan Xingnan also wanted to spend more time with her own family. After everything that had happened, she realized how much she had neglected them. Oh, Nanan is just so lovable, Madame Qin said, but she still reminded her son, tell Nan and that the fewer people who know about such good things, the better. If outsiders ask about the peace talismans, just say they're for praying for safety, at most for warding off disasters. Don't ever mention they have health benefits. The hardest thing to gauge in this world is the human heart. No one can guarantee that someone won't covet them. Compared to health, fame, profit, power, and wealth are all fleeting. Those who have lived a life of comfort without worrying about making a living, the older they get, the more they seek longevity, without exception. Hu Xuedong nodded and said, Don't worry, Mom. We know what we're doing. In fact, over the years, Quan Xingnan had done more fortune-telling and divination than drawing talismans. Even when she occasionally drew one or two, they were peace talismans for warding off disasters. Those who knew about them still flocked to get them, but none were related to extending life. End of chapter. Start. Chapter 1239, Soaring Wealth 9. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan did not stay long in the capital because He Deming in Hong Kong notified them to return and handle the inheritance procedures. In other words, the assets of the He family elders had been fully inventoried. After arriving in Hong Kong, accompanied by Hu Xuedong and witnessed by lawyers and He Deming, Quan Xingnan signed all the documents. A thick sack, just as the news reports said, the wealth was incalculable. Quan Xingnan's hand grew sore from signing. Apart from the property explicitly designated to her in the He elders' will, there were also some unspecified assets. These were assets even the He elders themselves had forgotten, and they were considerable in number. After evaluation by professionals, even when divided equally, Quan Xingnan could still inherit items worth 2 billion. Those items were listed on dozens of sheets, each with specific names and values. Child, you pick first. Just choose items worth 2 billion, and we'll divide the rest, He Deming said, giving Quan Xingnan priority, showing that he valued her no less than his deceased parents. Quan Xingnan had barely finished signing all the documents when she glanced at the list. With a few casual looks, she spotted yachts and overseas islands and quickly said, Martin, don't say that. I'm already overwhelmed by receiving so much property. If I pick more, I wouldn't blame anyone for cursing me. Although she wasn't in Hong Kong, news from there couldn't escape her. Secretary Qin naturally gathered information on this matter. He Deming's earlier strictness had not extinguished the flames of jealousy among some members of the He family across 3 generations, and they inevitably revealed a bit in public. Wealth stirs the heart. This has always been true. Instances of people dying for money and birds perishing for food are common. Recently, Zhang Yuanxuan's death had spread far and wide. While the matter of Zhang Xueming and his siblings and elderly mother renouncing their inheritance circulated within the circle of influential families, some wealthy individuals in Hong Kong with intricate connections to them also learned of it, though they didn't know it was caused by the current old Mrs. Zhang's antics. Thus, some He family members behaved this way outside, hoping to pressure Quan Xingnan into giving up her inheritance as well. That way, while they, as the third generation, wouldn't get it, their parents' generation could. If Quan Xingnan renounced her inheritance from the He elders, the property she gave up would be divided equally among the elders' children. Quan Xingnan had been gifted far too much inheritance. Even divided equally, each person's share would be a huge sum. Not everyone in the He family, across 3 generations, was elite. Their status in Hong Kong came from the He family, and many would never earn even a tenth of what their parents would receive from an equal split in their entire lives. How could they not envy Quan Xingnan's inheritance? How could they not resent it? He Deming was well aware of this, but still insisted, since it was my parents' will, it's what you deserve. In fact, we all know that most of the income from your assets goes to charity, while you spend very little on yourself. You're the only one who has consistently done charity since childhood, without interruption for over a decade. You are truly worthy of being called a philanthropist. I think my parents probably considered this when they left part of their assets to you. In his view, few of those making a fuss had real ability. Leaving the elders' inheritance in their hands would be a waste. The chapter ends. End. Chapter 1240, Net Worth Skyrockets 10. He Deming had already said as much as he could, so refusing would have seemed too insincere. Following Hu Xuedong's advice, Quan Xing and picked out a few items of little value from the asset list that the He elders couldn't even remember clearly. She didn't choose the multi-million-dollar yacht or overseas island, nor the private jet, nor any of the valuable antiques the elders had forgotten. Instead, she selected various fabrics, furs, and handbags that He's late wife had collected over the years. Although the market value of He's late wife's collection in this area was not low, it didn't add up to 200 million. In the end, Quan Xingnan picked a few other items that had value, but were out of season, unpopular, and wouldn't hold their worth. He Deming found it hard to watch and told her she was being too modest, urging her to choose the yacht or the island instead. Please no. I like jewelry and fine clothes, and these are enough for me. Private jets, yachts, islands, luxury cars, those are just decorations for me, and expensive ones at that. Quan Xingnan did have considerable assets under her name and plenty of cash in her personal accounts, but she never bought private jets, yachts, or similar high-maintenance, seldom-used consumer goods. In her view, private jets, luxury cars, and yachts were just status symbols for the wealthy. But she didn't need to flaunt her status. The Hu Group's business spanned the globe, and every second of Hu Xuedong's time was precious, so he needed a private jet for his own use. But she was a simple person, she had no use for a private jet, okay? She didn't need a yacht either. Hu Xuedong owned a world-class super-luxury yacht under his name, but he rarely used it himself and had sold it to another billionaire a few years ago. Over the years, Hu Xuedong had always been incredibly good to her, showering her with expensive gifts as if they cost nothing, much to the admiration of outsiders. But he himself rarely used such markers of wealth. In the capital, he always drove that same Hongqi sedan, and in Hong Kong, a modest Bentley. A Bentley wasn't cheap, of course, but it was far from the top-tier luxury cars like the Bugatti Veyron. It wasn't that he couldn't afford them, he just didn't see the need. And Quan Xingnan believed that rather than spending money on top-tier consumer goods, it was better to use that money for charity, to help those in need. So she basically owned no high-end luxury items. She didn't need them before, didn't need them now, and wouldn't need them in the future. He Deming laughed and sighed. I hadn't really thought about that. Since you don't want them, forget it. He gained a new understanding of Quan Xingnan's unconventional mindset. He remembered hearing her mention once that she wanted to sell off antiques to fund charity, saying it could help a lot of people. She'd also talked about opening an antique shop and putting her mother, Lin Xiaoxue, in charge. Somehow, those plans had fizzled out, and now those antiques were displayed in the Tongxing Museum, with the proceeds still going to charity. Why was Master Quan, who could see the past and future, so fixated on this? There must be some secret that outsiders didn't know. He Deming suddenly recalled that after meeting Quan Xingnan, his mother had found her sister Jessica and started doing charity work in the name of his deceased brother, Xiao Mingrui. She had also solemnly told him that doing good deeds and accumulating hidden virtues brought benefits beyond mortal imagination. Could it be that Quan Xingnan had reached a level of cultivation where she could perceive the workings of fate? He Deming felt he had guessed something right and decided that after inheriting his parents' wealth, he would donate most of it to the Mingrui Charity Foundation, continuing the work of helping those in need. End of chapter. Chapter 1241, Soaring Wealth 11. After he Deming donated most of the inherited property, Quan Xingnan, who had taken full control of the Mingrui Foundation, immediately learned of it. After a moment's thought, she wasn't particularly surprised. The He family had always been dedicated to philanthropy, and their goodwill wouldn't cease with the passing of the He elders. He Deming and Geng Weihua were also figures blessed with merit. They completed all the inheritance procedures, transferring every asset to their names. Despite being well-prepared and handling everything in an orderly manner, it still took them considerable time to fully become the owners of the estate. During this period, Quan Xingnan stayed in Hong Kong, specifically at the He residence, keeping the two elders company. The elders had always liked Quan Xingnan, and after spending an extended time with her, they grew even fonder of her. A beautiful and kind-hearted girl, what elder wouldn't adore her? Moreover, as their He family's future daughter-in-law, it was only natural for the He's to cherish her. The only regret for the elders was that she was only 18 and a half, still a year and a half shy of 20. Though they didn't interfere in He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's relationship, they needed something to look forward to, right? Using traditional Chinese medicine techniques like massage and acupuncture, Quan Xingnan channeled the spiritual energy of her earth pupil to cleanse the elders' meridians. Her sparkling eyes seemed to see through their thoughts as she said with a grin, "You two shouldn't worry about anything. Enjoying your golden years in peace is what matters most. Leave everything outside to fourth brother, he won't let you down." Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. With Quan Xingnan's combined massage and acupuncture, He's elderly matriarch immediately felt a noticeable sense of relief, a wise and kind smile shining in her eyes. He's patriarch silently praised her, marveling at how fortunate their family was to have such a wonderful woman. Quan Xingnan's abilities were beyond any comparison to money or power. Power and wealth were creations of mortals, but her divine skills were not something ordinary people could possess. In his eyes, Quan Xingnan was already transcendent. What they loved most was her unwavering devotion to He Xuedong, pure and untainted, far surpassing any sweet words, money, or power in the world 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times over. At noon, when she was about to bring lunch to He Xuedong, the elders waved her off repeatedly. Go on, go on. Come back after you've had dinner in the evening. That way, they could spend the afternoon together. Quan Xingnan carried a lunchbox to the He group, encountering no obstacles along the way. Her relationship with He Xuedong was public knowledge, which employee at the He group didn't know. How could they be tactless enough to stop her? Besides, He Xuedong had long declared that she was free to come and go at the He group. Taking the elevator to the floor where He Xuedong's office was, the doors opened just as He Xuedong was seeing a guest off at the elevator entrance. Sweetheart. He Xuedong waved at Quan Xingnan. Once she reached her side, he took her hand and smiled at the middle-aged man he'd been escorting. Boss Zhong, this is my girlfriend Annie. We'll be there on time. Miss Annie, the renowned Master Quan, I've long admired your reputation, truly. The middle-aged man, addressed by He Xuedong as Boss Zhong, beamed and performed a gentlemanly bow with great poise. Hello, Boss Zhong. I've also long admired your name. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Quan Xingnan's attention, however, was fixed on the little boy beside Boss Zhong, or more precisely, on a small ghost. Chapter end. Chapter 1242. Soaring Wealth 12. The little ghost was very young, around 3 or 4 years old, but with fair skin and red lips, he was exceptionally handsome and adorable. The little boy ghost kept calling Boss Zhong Daddy, and because he got no response from Boss Zhong, his big round eyes filled with tears, stirring a pang of pain in Quan Xingnan's heart. Being good-looking easily evokes fondness and pity from others. What Quan Xingnan valued most was that the little boy ghost's soul faintly shimmered with a golden light. He was a benevolent ghost, and he had accumulated merits during his lifetime. A small child, dead at 3 or 4, what ability did he have to accumulate merits? After seeing Boss Zhong off, while eating in the small dining room of the office, Quan Xingnan asked He Xuedong about Boss Zhong's life story. She had said things like, I've long admired your reputation, to Boss Zhong, but in reality, she didn't know him well at all, nor did she recognize him. She didn't know what status he held in Hong Kong. She hadn't even seen him at the high society gatherings she attended there. Boss Zhong's name is Zhang Sefeng. He's 53 years old, a self-made man, and a fairly well-known wealthy figure in Hong Kong. In previous years, his assets were in the upper middle range, but this year he's already ranked 10th. Meanwhile, the Zhongjin Group and Shui's enterprise had been pushed out of the top 10. He Xuedong didn't mention this, instead continuing to discuss Zhang Xiafeng's background. This Boss Zhong is very resourceful, yet he's also smooth and worldly, and he treats others kindly. So he has a good reputation in the business world. Many people call him a scholar merchant. Oh, doesn't his way of doing things sound a lot like yours? Quan Xingnan raised an eyebrow. King of the business world and Cunning Fox were nicknames Hu Xiaodong earned later when he took over the Tianxia group, but before that, the impression he gave was always that of an aristocratic gentleman, a representative of the scholar merchant. Hu Xiaodong smiled. I'm more than 20 years younger than Boss Zhang. It's not that he learned from me, nor I from him, we just happen to have similar styles of conduct. Although he was younger than Zhang Xiafeng, he had taken charge of the Hu group in his youth and had carved out his own empire in the business world early on, while Zhang Xiafeng, despite being older, had only become wealthy in the last 10+ years. Quan Xing'an ate a mushroom from the chicken soup and nodded. Brother 4, go on. I'm listening. Why did you suddenly think to ask about Boss Zhang's matters? Quan Xing'an told him about the little boy ghost she had seen beside Zhang Xiafeng. That boy was really beautiful. It's a pity he died so young and became a ghost, wandering the human world. He really looked pitiful, making one want to help him. If I'm not mistaken, that little boy ghost should be Boss Zhang's youngest son, Zhang Rui. Hu Xiaodong said without hesitation, frowning slightly. Boss Zhang has 2 sons. The eldest is from his late wife, named Zhang Nan, 23 years old, and he's just a playboy. Boss Zhang's youngest son was born to his second wife, who is now his ex-wife. That lady is named In Hui, 28 years old, and she currently works at our diamond company. Quan Xingnan was startled. Boss Zhang and his second wife are 25 years apart in age? Yes, they are 25 years apart. When they got married, the media didn't spare them, mocking that In Hui married Boss Zhang only for his money. So when they divorced, many people gloated, sneering that even if In Hui flew up to the branches, she couldn't stay a phoenix forever. Hu Xiaodong clearly remembered how harsh the entertainment media had been at the time, extremely harsh. Chapter end. Chapter 1243, Pure Heart 1. So, what was the reason for the divorce? Quan Xing'an asked. Hu Xiaodong shook his head. I'm not entirely sure about the reason for the divorce. There are many rumors out there, but none of them seem reliable to me. The reason I know about In Hui is that after her divorce, she couldn't find a job. Almost no reputable large company was willing to hire her because they saw her as a discarded wife abandoned by Boss Zhang and feared offending him. 3 years ago, I had the diamond company give her a chance. He liked Quan Xing'an, but because he was 14 years older than her, he bore the stigma of an age gap relationship. Love is a matter between 2 people and has nothing to do with age. Since there's no such thing as a sibling romance, there shouldn't be labels like older woman younger man, age gap, father-daughter, or grandfather-granddaughter relationships. Yet, in many people's eyes, if a man is a few years older than a woman, it's considered a normal relationship and isn't called a sibling romance. But if a woman is older than a man, she has to bear the label of an older woman-younger man relationship, and terms like age gap, father-daughter, or grandfather-granddaughter are even more insulting. Hu Xiaodong disliked this deeply. However, he never showed it. And Hui, burdened with the label of a father-daughter relationship, was at her wit's end after her divorce. She applied for a job at a company but was immediately rejected and thrown out. She then ran into several socialites and wealthy women who mercilessly mocked and ridiculed her. Hu Xiaodong happened to pass by and had Secretary Chen help her out of the situation. He then arranged for her to apply for a job at the Tongxing Diamond Company. And Hui was originally a top graduate from a prestigious university. Although she had a brief marriage, she was highly capable, could endure hardship and withstand ridicule. She was sharp-minded and decisive. In just 3 years, she had become a senior executive at Tongxing Diamond Company, earning millions annually, and was responsible for many important matters under the Wesheng Wudong brand. Now, when people see In Hui, no one dares to call her a sparrow that could never become a phoenix. Through her own abilities, she had transformed into a phoenix, soaring through the clouds of the 9 heavens, dazzling and radiant. 4th brother, you're truly a good person. No wonder so many people in the business world are deeply grateful to you, always saying they've received your help in the past. Maybe your help was just a small gesture to you, something you wouldn't even think twice about, but it changed their entire lives. Adding flowers to brocade is nothing compared to offering charcoal in snowy weather. The latter is a virtue of the highest order, unparalleled. Hu Xiaodong's response was to ladle her a bowl of chicken soup. How can you make me sound so noble? It's just that I feel when someone's life has hit rock bottom, I can't join others in kicking them while they're down. Because I think if I did that, they would definitely break. So, if I come across them, I lend a hand. If I don't, then I don't. Of course, the prerequisite is that their character is worth it. I don't want to be bitten back. Quan Xingnan took a sip of the soup and didn't continue praising him. She shifted the topic and asked about Zhang Rui's death. A 3.5-year-old little boy, what kind of misfortune could he have encountered to be separated from his parents at such a young age? Even if he was no relation, it still tugged at the heart. Zhang Rui. Mentioning this, Hu Xiaodong frowned slightly. I remember he was kidnapped, and the ransom demanded was 200 million Hong Kong dollars. At the time, Boss Zhang and Hui had two plans. One was to prepare the ransom, and the other was to secretly call the police. This only came to light after their divorce. At that time, the police couldn't find Zhang Rui. Just as Boss Zhang and Hui were about to pay the ransom in cash, Zhang Nan suddenly showed up. It seemed he had offended someone while indulging in pleasure outside and wanted Boss Zhang to handle it for him. Boss Zhang said he had an urgent matter, but Zhang Nan wouldn't let him leave, insisting that he resolve this issue first. During the argument, they missed the deadline set by the kidnappers for the ransom. By the time Hui arrived alone, she only saw Zhang Rui's body. End of chapter. Chapter 1244, Pure Heart 2. After listening to Hu Xuedong's account of Zhang Rui, Quan Qingnan's expression turned grim. Was he killed? Such a young child, such an adorable child, who could be so ruthless. It wouldn't be a ruthless person who becomes a kidnapper. Not every kidnapped child is as lucky as Chufeng. Hu Xuedong knew the full story of how Chufeng was kidnapped and then sold by the kidnappers to Yinqing village. Mentioning Zhang Rui's kidnapping inevitably brought Chufeng to mind, and he couldn't help but lament that Zhang Rui hadn't shared Chufeng's luck. He deeply abhorred criminals who kidnap children. After a sigh, he continued, the kidnapper was caught that same year, just a month after Zhang Rui's death. It was orchestrated by someone hired by a business rival of Boss Zhang. After the mastermind was arrested, he said, Boss Zhang bankrupted my company, so I'll make his family fall apart. How does Boss Zhang handle business? Soft on the outside, firm on the inside, Hu Xuedong replied after a moment's thought. Quan Qingnan asked curiously, soft on the outside, firm on the inside? Is that an idiom for describing methods? Hu Xuedong smiled. He didn't like gossiping about others behind their backs, so he didn't explain to his girlfriend that Zhang Xiafeng, on the surface, appeared gentle, refined, and detached from worldly affairs, but in reality, he was quite calculating, shrewd, and deep. To achieve his goals, he would use everyone and everything around him, perfectly embodying the saying that there's no business without cunning. However, no one in any industry is simple. Hu Xuedong considered himself on par with Zhang Xiafeng, so he didn't find Zhang Xiafeng particularly detestable. To him, Zhang Xiafeng was just a business partner or rival. Zhang Xiafeng was ambitious, farsighted, and shrewd in his methods. Such a person would never be a permanent friend nor a permanent enemy. According to Hu Xuedong's predictions, within 10 years, aside from the Tianxia Group and his own Hua Corporation, Zhang Xiafeng would definitely surpass other tycoons and continue to surge forward. Quan Qingnan wasn't interested in business, so she didn't press further about Zhang Xiafeng. Instead, she asked when he and Hui had divorced. Not long after Zhang Rui was killed by the kidnappers, probably after the mastermind was caught, Zhang Xiafeng and Hui divorced. Many said that Hui had lost her son, who could have elevated her status through him, and was thus abandoned by Boss Zhang. I don't think so, Hu Xuedong said as he cleared away their dishes. Hui has an extremely strong personality. It's that strength that allowed her to rise so quickly to a managerial position and carve out a place for herself in high society. So, even if they divorced, it would have been her decision, not Boss Zhang's. Quan Qingnan helped clear the table and smiled. From what you're saying, I'd love to meet Hui sometime. A serious woman is the most beautiful, and a woman who refuses to stay down after hitting rock bottom, but instead climbs back up tenaciously is even more captivating. Quan Qingnan was open-minded. She didn't feel hostile toward any woman Hu Xuedong praised. Instead, she became intensely interested in that woman. After all, aside from the elder women in both their families and Hu Xuedong's sisters-in-law, very few outsiders had ever earned his praise. Liang Wanwan was shrewd, decisive, strikingly beautiful, and commanded the Zhongzhen group, battling a bunch of men in the business world with the demeanor of a strong woman, yet she still didn't gain Hu Xuedong's approval. Ji Tianxin, a well-known socialite in the capital, didn't even earn a second glance from him. End of chapter. Chapter 1245, Pure Heart 3. There's an opportunity right now. Hu Xuedong finished washing the dishes and dried her hands. Without waiting for Quan Qingnan to ask, she spoke up. The jewelry exhibition will be held in a couple of days at the International Convention Center. Both our Diamond Company and Jadeite Company will be bringing some unlisted jewelry to exhibit. If nothing unexpected happens, representatives from your Weshing Jewelry Company will also be there with Jadeite. Quan Qingnan thought for a moment. It seemed Xiao Xinghua had mentioned this before, but she hadn't paid much attention to it. Isn't Hui the representative for the Diamond Company? Otherwise, Hu Xuedong wouldn't have said there was a chance to see Hui. Yes, then we'll go together. Quan Qingnan had just said this when she quickly added, your work is more important. If you don't have time, I'll go alone. Don't set aside your responsibilities just because of a whim of mine. Although she wanted to be with Hua Xuedong every moment, she had to consider all the employees under the Hua Corporation. Hua Xuedong alone bore the burden of countless people's livelihoods. Romance and leisure could never outweigh the weight of responsibility. This thoughtful consideration moved Hua Xuedong deeply, and she couldn't help but say, "If I really don't have time to accompany you to the jewelry exhibition, I wouldn't have mentioned that you'd have a chance to see in Hui." That's good, that's good. The jewelry companies participating in the exhibition all had considerable fame and status in the jewelry industry, with extraordinary strength. The exhibited pieces covered every category in the jewelry world: pearls, gemstones, diamonds, jadeite, agate, jade, coral, tourmaline, gold and silver, jewelry accessories, luxury watches, jewelry packaging, and more, leaving Quan Xingnan dazzled. She first went to her own company's exhibition counter and found they had prepared several sets of high-end jadeite ensembles and some individual jadeite pieces. The most valuable was a set of old pit high-ice imperial green jadeite jewelry. Under the light, the jadeite appeared aged, deeply green, and brilliantly translucent. A slight difference in color could mean a tenfold difference in price. The most prized color in jadeite was imperial green. Even though this set of jadeite jewelry wasn't flawless, displayed on the black velvet neck molds, hand molds, and black velvet eye sockets of the exhibition counter, it was extremely eye-catching, drawing a large crowd. Where were the imperfections? First, when light was shown through the jadeite bangles in the set, some natural cotton-like inclusions were visible inside. Although the two-piece bangles were full imperial green, the color wasn't uniformly consistent at the highest level. Second, the beads of the jadeite necklace were consistent in color, but not identical in diameter. The largest measured 13 millimeters, while the smallest only 10. The larger beads were at the front, and the smaller ones at the back near the clasp. Additionally, under light, a few individual beads also showed some internal cotton-like impurities, not every bead being flawless. A pair of rings and a pair of earrings used less material, set with heavy gold and fine diamonds, and were impeccably crafted. This very set of jewelry was bought on the spot by a wealthy lady, with payment and delivery to be completed after the exhibition ended. Seeing Quan Xingnan raise an eyebrow, Hua Xuedong chuckled softly and said, "Of course, there are flawless, top-quality jadeite pieces in the world, but they are one in a million and rarely encountered. You have many flawless pieces in your hands, while I only have a very few that can be called flawless. Small pieces are another matter. They are cut from parts of the raw stone without flaws. That set of glass imperial green jadeite I gave to my mother, and she later gave to you. If you look closely when you get home, you'll find a slight flaw in it. But the flaw doesn't overshadow the beauty." End of chapter. Chapter 1246. Pure Heart 4. Gold cannot be pure, and no one is perfect, let alone naturally formed jade. So, this set of jadeite jewelry is already extremely rare. What makes it even more special is that it comes from the same raw material, with no color variation, making it more than 10 times more expensive than the nearby set of old pit glass-type sweet young green jadeite jewelry. Although in the world of jadeite, glass-type ranks above high ice-type, high ice-type imperial green absolutely surpasses glass-type sweet young green. Such is the charm of color. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "I understand, fourth brother. You don't need to explain it to me. In recent years, I've rarely seen flawless jadeite rough stones either. Jadeite is like people, or people are like jadeite. Perfect ones are few, but those with minor flaws that don't overshadow their beauty are many. Flaws don't overshadow beauty is a phrase that describes jade. The wisdom passed down by our ancestors thousands of years ago remains timeless. Having so many fine rough stones and exquisite jewelry in my childhood was truly a stroke of luck." Excluding individual pieces, Yuesheng Jewelry Company is showcasing 8 sets of jadeite jewelry today. Aside from the reserved high ice-type imperial green jadeite and the nearby glass-type sweet young green jadeite, there is also a set of ice-type royal purple jadeite, a set of glass-type lake green jadeite, a set of Mulla material glass-type sweet green snowflake cotton jadeite, a set of high ice-type bright young green jadeite, a set of ice-type fortune, longevity, and prosperity jadeite, and a set of glass-type floating young green flower jadeite. The colors are pure, the patterns lively, and they exude a vibrant charm. Because top-grade jadeite rough stones are limited, not every set includes a pair of bangles, nor does every set come with a bead necklace. Even so, many socialites and wealthy women are flocking to them. Quan Xingnan carefully examined everything from outside the crowd, then left her company's exhibition booth satisfied. "If you fancy any piece, we'll buy it," Hua Xuedong said, wholeheartedly wanting to add new members to his girlfriend's jewelry box. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. "If I really find something I like, I won't let it go. But my urge to buy isn't very strong, probably because I already have way too much jewelry lately. Seriously, I've lost count myself." Leaving aside the distant past, just the jewelry she inherited from old Madame He alone is countless. Hua Xuedong nodded, not forcing his girlfriend to give him a chance to spend money on her. The jewelry on display here might not match what you already own. Once your taste is cultivated, it's hard to accept lower-grade pieces. So, the two simply wandered around, browsing many exhibition cases without buying a single piece of jewelry. Among the wealthy crowd, their behavior was quite unique. Just as they both thought they wouldn't find anything, Quan Xing and pulled Hua Xuedong to a stop in front of a pearl jewelry display case. "Fourth brother, let's buy some pearl jewelry to take back. Many of the elder women in our family can't wear expensive jewelry in public settings. Pearls are the best choice, understated, restrained, not flashy, yet exuding elegance." "All right, buy plenty and give some to everyone," Hua Xuedong said. "There's no need to buy too much. Even if we do, they won't wear full sets out, and it's not nice if they turn yellow." Quan Xingnan pointed at a white pearl brooch. "Look, doesn't it suit the linen-colored qipao of our eldest sister-in-law?" The eldest sister-in-law, she referred to as Hua Xuedong's elder brother's wife, Qin Jing, wife of Qin Fenji. Hua Xuedong nodded. "I trust your judgment. If you say it suits, then it definitely does." In truth, he couldn't even recall the color of his sister-in-law's clothes. As a younger brother, he didn't make a point of noticing such details. End of chapter. Chapter 1247, Pure Heart 5. Quan Xingnan settled on this brooch and also bought a matching pair of white pearl stud earrings, all natural pearls, and the price was indeed not expensive. Next, she picked out 1 or 2 pieces of pearl jewelry for grandmother Qin, Ji Mingxin, and Ouyangyu, some pearl necklaces, some pearl pendants, some pearl hairpins, some pearl hair clips, some white pearls, some black pearls, and some golden pearls. She also selected 1 or 2 pieces for her own grandmother, aunt, grandmother-in-law, and mother. Their taste was extremely refined, and the pearl jewelry they chose, though simple, was exquisite without exception. These pearls were not particularly meaningful, and their value was not high, so there was no need to wait until after the exhibition to complete the transaction. The two of them bought them on the spot, placing each small box of pearl jewelry into a large bag to carry. At this moment, Quan Xingnan remembered the purpose of her visit and turned toward the exhibition counter of Tongsheng Diamond Company. Unexpectedly, she spotted an exhibition counter displaying antique jewelry along the way and immediately stopped in her tracks. "Is there antique jewelry on display here too?" Quan Xingnan turned her head to ask Hua Xuedong. Receiving his nod of confirmation, the two walked over, where quite a few people had gathered. Antique jewelry, as the name suggests, refers to jewelry from bygone eras, holding a certain collectible value. The exhibits in this counter belonged to an antique shop. Not every piece on display was dazzling, but neither was every piece dull and dusty. Seeing many exhibits labeled as not for sale, Quan Xingnan shook her head. Suddenly, she let out a soft huh and pointed at a jadeite hairpin in the center of the counter. "Fourth brother, look. I feel like it looks familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before?" This jadeite hairpin was made of old pit glass-grade apple-green jadeite, with the head carved into the shape of a flying phoenix, surrounded by swirling auspicious clouds. It was a very beautiful hairpin, and its history of being worn by Empress Dowager Cixi had multiplied its value. Hua Xuedong glanced at it and said indifferently, "Remember when we attended that underground trading event abroad back then? I said I wanted to bid on this hairpin for you, but we didn't win the auction. I remember now. Didn't this hairpin end up in Liang Wenjuan's hands? How did it appear here?" "Not sure. Probably resold to someone else." Quan Xingnan looked closely and saw that this hairpin was not marked as not for sale, but its price was extremely high, far exceeding what Liang Wenjuan had paid at the auction. She agreed with Hua Xuedong's assessment. "Maybe. Let's go. Aren't you going to keep looking?" "No. Although some antique jewelry does have collectible value, it hasn't reached the level of cultural relics. I don't lack these pieces, so there's no need to waste time here." She had originally planned to buy a few pieces with rare craftsmanship for display in the museum, but after looking around, most were inferior to her own collection, and their artistic value overlapped with what she already owned. So there was no point in spending the money. Hua Xuedong carried the bag of pearl jewelry and accompanied her to the exhibition counter of their own diamond company. The first thing he saw was an Hui, chatting and laughing while greeting socialites and wealthy ladies. 28-year-old An Hui was a great beauty, elegant and refined in her looks. Her face was beautiful and ethereal, her figure standard yet curvaceous. She wore a form-fitting strapless black knee-length dress, showcasing her delicate figure and long, shapely legs. She also exuded the sharp, capable aura of a strong career woman, with short hair cut very thin, revealing her gracefully shaped ears. Her earrings were adorned with exquisite pink diamond studs, sparkling with dazzling fire under the lights. End of chapter. Chapter 1248, Pure Heart 6. Quan Xingnan took a quick look and felt that she would definitely like An Hui. The face reflects the heart, and Hui gave her a very comfortable feeling, and there was an indescribable charm about her. And Hui was answering a guest's questions, so Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong didn't approach. Quan Xingnan's gaze, however, fell on Hui's side. Zheng Rui was right there beside her, his little hand grasping at Hui's skirt, but because the living and the dead were separate, he couldn't hold on to it no matter how hard he tried. His round eyes were filled with sorrow as he kept saying, "Mommy, Mommy, why won't you talk to me? Mommy, Mommy, why can't I grab you? Why don't you and Daddy pay any attention to me anymore?" Those simple, questioning words made Quan Xingnan's eyes sting. Hu Xuedong quickly noticed his girlfriend's unusual expression. "What's wrong?" Zheng Rui. Quan Xingnan answered him quietly, and he immediately understood. He turned his head and lowered his voice to ask, "Didn't you say Zheng Rui was following Boss Zheng? Why is he by Hui's side?" "There's nothing strange about it. Wandering souls with unfinished business in this world, some can't leave the place where they died, others can appear wherever they wanted just by thinking it. Back then, after Mao Yuran died, he couldn't leave Silver Apricot Village, but later he showed up in the capital to find her. It's the same kind of thing as Zheng Rui." Just as they were whispering to each other, and Hui noticed them immediately. She excused herself to the socialites gathered around the display case and walked over to them. "Mr. Hua, Miss Annie, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" At her words, everyone in the room turned their attention to them and came forward to greet them. Hu Xuedong smiled and said, "Sorry to interrupt everyone's enjoyment." "No interruption at all." Even if it were an interruption, they wouldn't admit it. That's right. It's our honor to see Mr. Hua. Is Mr. Hua bringing his girlfriend to the jewelry exhibition to look around and buy some pieces?" "Mr. Hua is so lucky, his girlfriend is stunning. And Miss is very lucky too. Mr. Hua is the youngest and most impressive tycoon in our city, and we all know he's incredibly generous with you. Make sure you hold on tight and don't let anyone with ulterior motives get in the way." Quan Xingnan smiled warmly. "Thank you all for the advice. I'll cherish him. But who exactly has ulterior motives?" The wealthy Mrs. Wang, whose husband's family had bought the imperial green jadeite from Weshing Jewelry, gestured with her chin in a certain direction. "Who else? Besides that woman who looks down on us for relying on our husbands and sons to enjoy wealth and luxury, calling us parasites, no one else." "Got it. Understood." She was referring to her old acquaintance, Liang Wawan. Judging by Mrs. Wang's words and actions, it seemed Liang Wawan was also at today's exhibition. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as Mrs. Wang was joking with Hu Xuedong, "Mr. Hua, we're old friends. If we buy some jewelry from your company later, can you give us a little discount?" She, who had spent a fortune on the imperial green jadeite, certainly wasn't short on money. She just enjoyed the feeling of getting a deal. At that moment, Liang Wenjuan's voice came from outside the crowd. "If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Taking advantage of bargains is petty behavior." The crowd parted like a wave, and Liang Wenjuan walked over haughtily. At the same time, everyone's eyes turned to Hui, because the middle-aged man walking alongside Liang Wenjuan was none other than Zhang Xiefeng. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, he was mature, elegant, and charming, exuding the appeal of a middle-aged man. "I have a cold and feel terrible. The update for Return to the 60s will be delayed. That's all for now." End of this chapter. Chapter 1249, Pure Heart 7. And Hui remained composed, showing neither embarrassment at seeing Zhang Xiefeng nor anger at Liang Wenjuan's targeting of Mrs. Wang. She merely raised her slender, arched brows and said calmly, "Sylvia, you really know how to joke. If Mrs. Wang, who just bought a set of ice-grade imperial green jade from Weshing Jewelry, can't afford diamonds, then we might as well shut down our business." "Why is that, Josephine?" And Hui's assistant, Mi Xiaomi, asked curiously. Josephine was the Chinese translation of Hui's English name, while Sylvia was Liang Wenjuan's English name, translated as Sylvia. And Hui spread her hands at her assistant's question. Because if even Mrs. Wang can't afford something, then there are very few people in all of Hong Kong who can. How could a company that relies on distinguished clients to patronize it stay in business? Her words made Mrs. Wang beam with joy, the anger from Liang Wenjuan's sarcasm long forgotten. "Josephine, your tongue is so sweet, it fills my heart with honey. If I didn't support your business, I'd be doing you a disservice with that sweet mouth of yours." After saying this, Mrs. Wang pointed at the vivid pink diamond set in the display case and declared boldly, "I'll take this set." The diamond jewelry set consisted of an evening necklace, a diamond ring, and a pair of earrings. It was dazzling and brilliant, one of the finest pieces in the exhibition, and extremely valuable. "Mrs. Wang, you have excellent taste." And Hui gave her a thumbs up. The main stones of this set are rare pink diamonds, cut from a single 80.8 carat pink diamond into the centerpieces for the necklace, ring, and earrings, 38 carats, 18 carats, and 8 carats respectively. Each pink diamond is flawless inside and features an 8-heart, 8-arrow cut. I can say that such a diamond set could easily be sent to a world-class auction, but it's here at this exhibition as a gesture of gratitude to our loyal customers. Mrs. Wang laughed. Of course I know your company's diamonds are the best, otherwise, I wouldn't keep coming back. Buying jade and diamonds is also an investment. Naturally, you have to buy the best for greater appreciation potential. The returns in the future won't be any less than the money earned through hard-fought battles in the business world. Everyone knew she was hinting at something. Who else but Liang Wawan was fighting tooth and nail with a bunch of men in the business arena? To be honest, they admired Liang Wenjuan's boldness and ability, never denying that she was no less capable than any man. But what she absolutely should not have done was, because she helmed the Zhongjin group, look down on them, these socialites and wealthy ladies, repeatedly mocking them for relying on their husbands, sons, or parents, rather than their own abilities. As Hui arranged for someone to process the purchase with Mrs. Wang, she smiled and said, Mrs. Wang, as a top-tier VIP client of our company, you're entitled to certain discounts according to our policy. Mrs. Wang, you're getting a great deal, really, a fantastic deal. The more expensive the diamond jewelry you buy, the bigger the discount. That good? There really are discounts. Mrs. Wang felt she had gotten a bargain. Of course, our company has had this policy for a long time. Hearing you say that, I should buy a bit more to make it worthwhile. Mrs. Wang's eyes swept across the display cases, and without hesitation, she said, Josephine, I'll take that blue diamond ring, and that red diamond ring too. And Hui said admiringly, Mrs. Wang, you really have an eye for quality, everything you've chosen is number one. This chapter ends. Chapter 1250. Pure Heart 8. The scene before them had practically become Hui's personal showcase. She was smooth and adept, her smile charming and her eyes captivating, her words flowing like blooming flowers. She not only made sales and boosted revenue but also delighted Mrs. Wang so much that she almost wanted to take her as a goddaughter. Quan Xingnan was utterly in awe of Hui's skill. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hui. She herself could never become such a person, which made her admire it all the more. Before heading to the next jewelry company's exhibition booth, Mrs. Wang pulled Hui aside and said, Josephine, next time your company has any rare diamonds not available for public sale, give me a heads up. As a member of high society, she knew well that many jewelry companies kept their best products restricted, never placing them in mall counters or store branches for open sale. Don't worry, Mrs. Wang. If there's something good, I'll be sure to notify you first. Then it's settled. Call me whenever you're free, you have my contact info anyway. We'll have coffee together, and I'll introduce you to a handsome young man. The enthusiastic Mrs. Wang immediately took on the role of matchmaker. Many noticed that the slight upward curl of Zheng Xiefeng's lips seemed to have drooped a bit. Yet, upon closer inspection, Zheng Xiefeng still wore that same gentle and refined expression. Perhaps they had just imagined it. After seeing Mrs. Wang off, Hui wiped the sweat from her forehead and said cheerfully to Quan Xingnan, Annie, if you see any diamond jewelry you like, just let me know. I'll ask Mr. Hua to sign for it. Josephine, you certainly know how to earn your bonus. Hua Xuedong said with a faint smile, extremely elegant and composed. Tongxing Diamond Company had its own mature management system, with clear rewards and penalties. For the jewelry sold through Hui, the company's finance department would give her a certain bonus based on the net profit earned from those pieces, thereby motivating the other sales staff. Hui brushed the stray hairs from her forehead and said with a bright smile, Mr. Hua, you're one of the top tycoons in Hong Kong. Don't be so stingy with your girlfriend. Annie is so beautiful and adorable, a veritable angel. On this day filled with countless jewels, if you don't spend a fortune on her, who else would you spend it on? Be careful, she might make you kneel on a washboard later. Unwilling to be left out, Liang Wawan, who disliked how Hui was currying favor with Quan Xingnan, suddenly spoke up. Is the reason your marriage failed because you often made your husband kneel on a washboard? These words chilled the expressions of many present, including Hua Xuedong and including Zheng Xiefeng, who had arrived with her. Their faces turned cold, their smiles vanishing entirely. Though everyone had long been prepared for Liang Wenjuan's reckless way of speaking, no one expected her to say something so undignified and inappropriate, utterly laughable. Chairman Liang, Boss Liang, or rather, Mrs. Zheng, whatever you prefer to be called, just say the word, and I'll adjust. If you have any grievances with me, we can find a time to settle them privately. But right now, this is a jewelry exhibition, a public event. I'm just a working girl who needs to attend to all kinds of distinguished guests. I don't have time to play guessing games with you. There was no anger on Hui's face, but her voice was as cold as Arctic ice. She continued, also, while I don't consider my past a stain on my life, that doesn't give you, a person of your stature, the right to attack me. Please show some respect, okay? End of chapter. Chapter 1251. Pure Heart 9. A woman like Anhui truly deserves everyone's admiration. Quan Xingnan was utterly charmed. It was rare to encounter someone she liked to such an extraordinary degree. With a beautiful face, a fiery figure, a strong personality, and sharp words, she embodied all the allure that could be called beauty, cheerful and generous. Not only men, but even women found it easy to be captivated by her. Facing Liang Wenwan, she held her ground without any sign of weakness. Subtly, she gave off a sense of being evenly matched. At the same time, Quan Xingnan noticed Zhang Rui running back and forth, first to Zhang Xiefeng, tilting his head up to call daddy, then back to Anhui, calling mommy. Seeing that his parents ignored him, he soon began to cry in grievance. Daddy, mommy, why won't you pay attention to me? He rubbed his eyes with his little hands, looking deeply upset. After crying, when he saw Liang Wenwan angering Anhui, the little boy ran to Liang Wenwan and pushed her leg forcefully. But since they were of different realms, he pushed too hard and passed right through her body. Oh no, daddy, mommy. In contrast, Zhang Xiefeng remained calm, smiling slightly at Liang Wenwan. Chairman Liang, I was the host just now. Should I not have opened that bottle of 1982 Lafite? It seems like you've had a bit too much. Then he said to Anhui, Josephine, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It was my fault for hosting and letting Chairman Liang drink too much. A cold smile curled at the corner of Anhui's mouth. I have no relationship with you, so why would I blame you? You're a famous tycoon in Hong Kong, a big shot on the same level as Chairman Liang. I'm just a working girl who can't even fit into glass slippers. How could I dare to blame you? Don't joke, that joke isn't funny at all. Also, the name Josephine is for friends and family to call me. You're neither my friend nor my family, so please call me Missin from now on, okay? Many were stunned that she would speak to Zhang Xiefeng like that. Who is Zhang Xiefeng? Although he started from scratch and lacked the deep roots of the He family of Tianxia Group or the Hua family of Hua's group, he had climbed into the top 10 of Hong Kong's wealthy. Countless people practically worshipped him. For Anhui, once dismissed as a rich man's abandoned wife, to confront him so fiercely was no small feat. Admiring glances fell upon Anhui. Josephine. A wry smile crept onto Zhang Xiefeng's lips. Faced with Anhui's cold, beautiful face and icy gaze, he didn't continue. To others, it seemed he was at a loss for words. How rare! The invincible businessman Boss Zhang was speechless before Anhui. Josephine, my daughter, and I rarely have time to visit the jewelry exhibition. Why don't you show her around our display and see if there's anything she likes? Don't worry, I'll let you earn that commission. Hua Xuedong finally seemed to remember the important task of breaking the tension. And Hui responded, her anger turning to delight. Thank you, Mr. Hua. With that, she pulled Quan Xingnan over to see the most precious diamond jewelry, urging her repeatedly to buy. Quan Xingnan remained unmoved. Which of the jewelry sets she already owned wasn't top tier? Hua Xuedong had given her so many diamond pieces over the years that she lost count, each one a premium item. Josephine, I think you might be disappointed. After looking around, Quan Xingnan didn't find any jewelry that caught her eye, though, in truth, she simply didn't want to buy. End of chapter. Chapter 1252. Pure Heart 10. And Hui did not show any disappointment on her face. She smiled and said, it's fine. I wasn't counting on that prize money to get by. I was just joking with Mr. Hua. Back then, if Mr. Hua hadn't given me a chance to apply for the job, where would I be today, living so freely? I'm deeply grateful to Mr. Hua from the bottom of my heart. Annie, you're truly fortunate to have met such a good man as Mr. Hua. Quan Xingnan patted the hand that was holding her arm. It's all in the past. Everything is behind you now. You should look forward. Josephine, you're such a charming woman, smooth as a pearl, brilliant as a diamond. Heaven won't let you be unhappy. Judging by her facial features, she had the look of a woman who would grow old with her husband and have children. Happy? And Hui was momentarily dazed, then let out a smile tinged with bitterness. Annie, don't joke. My happiness left me long ago. It won't come back to visit. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up your painful memories. Quan Xingnan said apologetically. It's fine. It has nothing to do with you. It's me who can't let go, who can't move on. Compared to those paparazzi who brazenly asked her if she remembered her son's death, Quan Xingnan was practically an angel of kindness. She felt uneasy just for unintentionally stirring up her memories with a casual remark, while those paparazzi had no heart at all, repeatedly interviewing her to publish news. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Hui's eyes. Sooner or later, she would make those who dug up her painful past pay for it. Quan Xingnan suddenly said, you should know what some people call me, right? I know. Master Quan. Many people say you have miraculous foresight. Back then, if she had known of Quan Xingnan's reputation, if Quan Xingnan had been in Hong Kong at the time, she would have begged her to help find her kidnapped son and spare him from the misfortune he shouldn't have suffered. Unfortunately, Quan Xingnan's name wasn't well known then, and she hadn't yet come to Hong Kong. In her grief, Hui could only tell herself that she and her son simply lacked the luck to turn danger into safety. So you have to believe in my unerring predictions. You are destined to grow old with your husband and have children. Moreover, the red thread between Hui and Zhang Xiafeng was still unbroken, meaning they would reunite. Turning her head to glance at Zhang Xiafeng, who was talking with Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan frowned. Hui quickly noticed Quan Xingnan's expression and asked softly, "Is there a problem?" She didn't really believe Quan Xingnan's prophecy for her. Ever since the day her son died, most of her heart had died with him, and it would never beat the same way again. Quan Xingnan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I'm going to tell you something. It stays between you and me, no third person can know. Your bond with your son isn't broken. There's a chance to renew it." Just like the deceased Su Jiajia, Zheng Rui had a slim opportunity to be reborn into his own mother's womb and live again as a person. Hui froze at first, then a dazzling light burst from her eyes. She gripped Quan Xingnan's hand tightly, her lips trembling. For a long, long time, she couldn't utter a single word. After another long pause, she finally spoke in a trembling voice. "Really? Master Quan, are you telling the truth?" I. Could she really be mother and son with Rui again? Quan Xingnan fully understood her unfinished words. "Yes, it's true. Have you ever done charity work in Zheng Rui's name?" Chapter 1253, Pure Heart 11. Hui quickly nodded. Yes. Master Quan, you truly have remarkable foresight. After Rui was born, I have been doing charity in his name on the mainland, which is also his hometown. We saved many children with congenital diseases. Some were orphans, others had parents, but came from poor families unable to afford medical expenses. After Rui's accident, I got divorced. At that time, I received several $100 million in assets. Yes, I don't lack money. I have money, but I didn't want to spend it. With Rui gone, what use was money? So, aside from some real estate and jewelry, all the cash was donated to charity, also in Rui's name. That made sense. Zheng Rui was young, so naturally he couldn't do good deeds himself during his lifetime. It had to be his parents acting in his name. Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue brings blessings later. Quan Xingnan smiled at Hui. What you've done hasn't been in vain. The blessings have all been bestowed upon Zheng Rui. Blessings. Hui's nose stung, and she nearly cried. Remembering she was still at the exhibition center under the spotlight, she rubbed her nose to suppress the bitter ache. If it's blessings, why did Rui have to lose his life so young? If it's blessings, why not let Rui grow up and live out his natural life? Master Quan, I've lost my most precious treasure, my beloved son. I no longer believe in blessings. Blessings are just nonsense people use to comfort themselves. Quan Xingnan said gently, "Don't say that. Though people often say good men die young while villains live long, you must believe that good and evil are always repaid. Good deeds done in life become hidden virtue after death. Accumulating virtue and doing good will bring you unexpected surprises. The surprise you mentioned earlier? For me, only that matter is a true surprise." Seeing the hope in Hui's eyes, Quan Xingnan nodded. Hui suddenly said, "Actually, I don't need to have other children. I only want Rui back by my side. Having Rui alone is enough. I don't want to split my love in two, because then Rui would get only half and that would break my heart." As she spoke, her facial features began to change. Quan Xingnan looked closely. Yes, Hui had made a vow and her destiny shifted accordingly. "You actually made a vow?" Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Hui was startled. "How did you know I was silently vowing in my heart as I spoke?" Quan Xingnan reached out and lightly touched her face, whispering, "Your facial features have changed. Before, you had the features of someone with both sons and daughters. Now, your fate only includes one son. Of course, your destiny originally held two sons. One has passed away, transformed into the second son." Hui was overjoyed and astonished. Though she was still half doubting, Quan Xingnan's words brought her boundless hope, filling her future with optimism, unlike before when, away from work, her life felt like stagnant water without any ripple. For now, should I first find a man to prepare? Without a man, how could she give birth to Rui? Quan Xingnan was momentarily stunned by her serious and earnest words, finding it secretly amusing. She shifted her gaze, glanced at Zhang Xiafeng, who was ostensibly talking with Hu Xuedong, but whose eyes were fixed on Hui, then rolled her eyes and nodded with a smile. Of course. Having a child isn't a one-person affair. Unless asexual reproduction were possible. End of chapter. Chapter 1254, Pure Heart 12. There were people all around the display case, some who had been there before Liang Wenwan and Zhang Xiafeng arrived and refused to leave just to watch the excitement, and others who came later, captivated by the dazzling jewelry in the case. Tongxing Diamond Company primarily focused on diamonds, but they also had gemstone jewelry. Today, they exhibited several exquisite pieces of gemstone jewelry, pigeon blood red, emerald, cornflower blue, and more, each a top-tier gem, quietly radiating enchanting brilliance from within the display case. While Quan Xingnan and Enhui whispered to each other, Liang Wanwan, showing no sign of embarrassment, made a lavish purchase of a pile of jewelry. However, she did not go through Enhui. Enhui didn't mind. She took Quan Xingnan's hand and said to Hua Xuedong, Mr. Hua, Annie didn't fancy a single piece. I saved you a fortune. It's noon now, shouldn't you treat me to a big meal? Hearing Enhui's words, Liang Wenjuan's face darkened. If Quan Xingnan hadn't liked any of the jewelry, yet she herself had bought a bunch, didn't that mean she was treasuring what Quan Xingnan had rejected? She wanted to back out on the spot, but her personality wouldn't allow it, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. In truth, it was all in Liang Wenjuan's head. No one cared about her feelings, as they were strangers. Even Zhang Xiefeng, who had come with her, seemed not to notice. He said to Hua Xuedong, Mr. Hua, I've gained a lot from our conversation today. How about I play host for lunch? Before Hua Xuedong could answer, Hui sneered, haven't you two already eaten? And you even had the 1982 law fight. Now you're pretending to have a second meal? If you burst your stomachs, wouldn't the blame fall on Mr. Hua? If you ask me, since you came together, you might as well leave together. After all, you're from the same social circle, you must have plenty in common. Zhang Xiefeng maintained his composure and called Hui by her English name in a low, helpless tone. Josephine. Stop right there, I told you not to call me by my name. Quan Xingnan stuck out her tongue, carefully pulled her hand free from Hui's, and while Hui was locked in a verbal spar with Zhang Xiefeng, forgetting her existence, she grabbed Hua Xuedong and slipped away. Before leaving, Hua Xuedong cast an apologetic glance at Zhang Xiefeng, who had noticed them. Their bond isn't broken. Quan Xingnan whispered to Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly. I suspected as much. If they had truly become strangers, there wouldn't have been this argument. It seems you like Josephine quite a bit. You two can go shopping together sometime. When there's a chance. Right now, I think she might not have the time. Hand in hand, they went to a nearby restaurant that was well known but not too large, booked a private room, ordered their meal, and the server withdrew, gently closing the door. Quan Xingnan suddenly noticed Zhang Rui appearing out of nowhere in the room, and she was stunned. Rui, how are you here? Quan Xingnan waved him over. Big sister, can you see me? Zhang Rui dashed over to Quan Xingnan at lightning speed, looking up at her with sparkling eyes. Big sister, my daddy and mommy won't listen to me. No matter how much I call them, they ignore me. They're arguing. Can you tell them to stop? I don't want daddy and mommy to fight. Quan Xingnan patted his head, but accidentally felt a nail embedded deep in his skull. She immediately understood the cause of Zhang Rui's death. No wonder there were no visible injuries on his body. A quick note, I've caught a cold. Yesterday I drank 2 large kettles of boiled water, and I have plans today, so tomorrow's update might be a bit delayed. It's possible, but not certain. If there's no update around 8 a.m., everyone can check back around noon. Chapter end. Chapter 1255, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 1. Thus, Quan Xingnan felt even more heartache for Zhang Rui. The murderer was truly deranged, actually harming such an adorable child, striking with such vicious cruelty. However, someone who would stoop to being a kidnapper had long lost their conscience. Quan Xingnan crouched down and hugged Zhang Rui with both arms. Unlike ordinary people, as long as she was willing, she could touch ghosts and give them a real sense of touch. Her movements were very gentle, and her voice was as soft and sweet as cotton candy. Rui, do you not want daddy and mommy to argue? Yeah. Zhang Rui nodded vigorously, his big eyes shining with innocent light. I saw daddy secretly looking at mommy's photos, and mommy secretly looking at newspapers with daddy in them. But why don't they live together anymore? And why don't they come home? Every time I go home, I find no one there. It's so empty, and I'm so scared. I don't want this. I want daddy and mommy to live together, to call me little lazybones every day to get up and eat. I want to eat the steamed egg with mincemeat that daddy makes. As he spoke, he clutched his stomach and said tearfully, Sister, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in such a long time. Every day I see daddy and mommy eating delicious food, and I drool. Quan Xingnan's heart ached with infinite sorrow. How about sister treats you to a meal, okay? Okay. Zhang Rui clapped his chubby little hands, then his face fell. But I can't touch the delicious food, and I can't hug daddy or mommy. Don't worry, sister will make sure you get to eat something good. How about we have steamed egg with mincemeat? Okay. Zhang Rui answered crisply and decisively. Hua Xuedong, who had been listening to his girlfriend speak, waited until they finished their exchange before calling over a waiter and ordering a serving of steamed egg with minced meat, along with a few dishes that children liked. to be served together with their own order. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan hadn't extravagantly ordered a full table of dishes. The two of them usually had just 2 dishes and a soup. The 2 dishes, soup and rice, were placed on one side of the table, while the other side held the steamed egg with minced meat and 2 or 3 other dishes. Quan Xingnan offered the latter to Zhang Rui. With a loud "wow," Zhang Rui quickly climbed onto the chair in front of the table and sat steady. After Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan picked up their chopsticks, he brandished his own fork and spoon, eating with a face full of happiness. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Quan Xingnan ate her meal while keeping an eye on Zhang Rui's condition. She noticed that although Zhang Rui was very young, his table manners were very proper, like a little gentleman. Moreover, his appearance closely resembled Zhang Xiafeng's, with only his eyes resembling An Hui's. His looks combined all the best features of Zhang Xiafeng and An Hui, making it clear at a glance that he was their child. What kind of person is Zhang Xiafeng really? Do you think there's a chance he and An Hui might get back together? Quan Xingnan swallowed the rice in her mouth and turned her head to ask Hua Xuedong, who was dining elegantly. Hua Xuedong finished the food in his mouth and said casually, "It's possible." Quan Xingnan's eyes lit up. "You think it's possible? What makes you say that?" She herself judged the possibility of their reunion based on the unbroken red thread between them, and the fact that Zhang Rui would still be reincarnated as their son. But what about Hua Xuedong? On what basis? Hua Xuedong smiled faintly and answered the question. In this world, men always understand men best. Whether Zhang Xiafeng had feelings for An Hui or not could be judged from various clues over the past few years. Moreover, Zhang Xiafeng had rarely cooperated with the Hua group in the past, often pursuing maximum profit. But over the last 3 years, he had continuously increased collaborative projects, many of which actually brought him little profit. End of chapter. Chapter 1256, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 2. What was the reason? Both Hua Xuedong and Zhang Xiafeng, 2 people with quite similar temperaments and characters, knew it well in their hearts. Before remarrying, Zhang Xiafeng had always kept himself clean and chaste, and after the divorce, he remained pure and untouched. Unlike some wealthy individuals nowadays who, upon gaining money, forget the essence of marriage and moral boundaries, becoming promiscuous and making headlines in entertainment news every day, he did not. On a personal level, Hua Xuedong greatly admired Zhang Xiafeng. While Zhang Xiafeng pursued profit in business, after all, isn't business about chasing fame and fortune? He never crossed moral boundaries. He was not the kind of unscrupulous, black-hearted merchant. Otherwise, people wouldn't call him a scholarly businessman. Quan Xingnan hesitated for a moment. Actually, in my past life, there was no such person as Zhang Xiafeng among the top-tier billionaire class. She had heard of Zhang Xiafeng but had never met him. In her past life, she had a deep relationship with Hua Xuedong and interacted only with the top-tier wealthy families. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly. With your rebirth, the world cannot remain unchanged. Zhang Xiafeng, an ordinary man who sneaked from the mainland to Hong Kong and barely managed to obtain a legitimate identity, started from scratch. His assets and status originally belonged to the upper-middle merchant class. But in this life, he exploited the loophole created by the rivalry between the Shui family enterprise and the Zhongjun group, becoming the fisherman who benefited from the conflict. His assets multiplied several times overnight, allowing him to achieve rapid development in just a few years and break into the top 10 this year. Opportunities come and go in a flash. Zhang Xiafeng seized his, and so he succeeded. On the other hand, Shui Zhihui and Liang Luan had become enemies, their feud deepening over time. Each always sought to sabotage the other's business, neither willing to let go. After years of entanglement, their personal wealth and status had steadily shrunk and declined. Given time, they would inevitably fall from the top. Quan Xingnan had no interest in business. After gaining a general understanding of the situation, she stopped asking further questions. Rui's wish is probably for his parents to reunite. Moreover, I've calculated that in his next reincarnation, he will still be their child. This is truly a blessing from heaven. If not, how could such an opportunity arise? Hua Xuedong pondered for a moment, then smiled. As expected, Zhang Rui will surely get his wish. Zhang Xiafeng, that old fox, was no mild-mannered pushover. Today, when Mrs. Wang openly offered to introduce a handsome man to An Hui in front of so many people, could Zhang Xiafeng tolerate that? An Hui was young, beautiful, and wealthy with no shortage of suitors. At that moment, Hua Xuedong suddenly recalled something Secretary Chen had mentioned. What is it? Quan Xingnan asked curiously. It happened 2 years ago. On Valentine's Day, Secretary Chen went to the branch managed by An Hui to pick up a resized diamond ring he planned to give his wife as a gift. At the time, a rich young man was holding a large bouquet of roses and presenting them to An Hui. Quan Xingnan's eyes lit up. And then, Hu Xuedong spread her hands. Not long after, that rich young man lost his carefree days. His parents caught him and forced him to work in the family company. He was so busy every day that he was overwhelmed and completely forgot about pursuing the beautiful woman he admired. Later, I ran into the young man's parents and overheard them mention that Boss Zheng was right, sons need to be trained while they're young. Otherwise, if they spend their days indulging in pleasure, they'll end up like Boss Zheng's own son, impossible to steer back onto the right path. Quan Xingnan's eyes widened. Wasn't it obvious that Zheng Xiafeng had sabotaged An Hui's new romance? Even though An Hui, still immersed in the grief of losing her son, might not have accepted the rich young man's pursuit anyway. End of chapter. Chapter 1257, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 3. After finishing his meal, Zheng Rui, sitting on a chair while rubbing his round little belly, suddenly interjected upon hearing this. Daddy has always really liked Mommy. When we lived with Mommy before, Daddy would tell Mommy every day, honey, I love you. Oh, Auntie Lee even said they were so mushy, just like a TV drama. Who is Auntie Lee? Quan Xingnan asked. She's the auntie who cooks at our house. When her son had a birthday, my daddy and Mommy gave her a really big red envelope. After she took me out, she handed me over to a bunch of really mean people. They tied me up and stuffed me into a car, then stabbed me with really long nails. When I woke up, I was back with Daddy and Mommy, but they wouldn't talk to me. Zheng Rui was very dejected, the happiness from a full meal vanishing completely under his parents' neglect. Quan Xingnan's mood soured. Zheng Rui's words clearly revealed the truth behind his kidnapping. That made sense. As the son of a billionaire, he surely wouldn't have been without protection. So how had the kidnappers managed to take him so easily? Someone must have helped from the inside. This Annie Lee was one of the culprits, wasn't she? She wondered if she had been brought to justice. Hu Xuedong had only said earlier that the kidnappers had been caught and the mastermind had received due punishment, a business rival of Zheng Xiafeng who had admitted to wanting to destroy his family. But what about the accomplice? What about Annie Lee, who had taken Zheng Rui out? Most importantly, people usually favored the eldest son. If someone wanted to destroy Zheng Xiafeng's family, wouldn't the first target for kidnapping be his eldest son, who was more favored? Everyone knew that Zheng Xiafeng's eldest son held a significant number of shares in his company. So why target Zheng Rui, who was too young to show any future promise? Quan Xingnan told Hu Xuedong about this, and he immediately frowned. I haven't heard of any nanny being involved. He promptly called Secretary Chen and instructed, find someone to investigate a nanny from Zheng Xiafeng's household before his son Zheng Rui was kidnapped. Her surname is Li, and she was the one who took Zheng Rui out on the day of the kidnapping. Look into all her personal relationships and private accounts during the period around the kidnapping. Report back to me as soon as you have the details. I need them. Quan Xingnan added, tell Secretary Chen to also gather all information after Zheng Rui's death, including about Zheng Nan. The criminals were brought to justice, so there should be reports, right? The kidnapping and murder of a billionaire's son would have had a terrible impact. There must be detailed coverage. Hu Xuedong relayed this to Secretary Chen, who acknowledged and immediately passed down Hu Xuedong's orders. Since Secretary Chen had been the one to arrange a job for An Hui and had interacted with her, and since she was a close friend of his wife Shui Qingran, he was deeply concerned about matters related to Zheng Rui's death. Secretary Chen knew well that Hu Xuedong never acted without reason and wouldn't investigate Zheng Rui's associates for no cause. The case of Zheng Rui's kidnapping and murder was only a few years old, so many records were still available. The people Secretary Chen used were all seasoned professionals, and they quickly obtained the relevant information. After a quick scan, Secretary Chen wasted no time in delivering it to Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, his face still showing indignation. The nanny, Li Xiaomei, had wept bitterly after Zheng Rui's kidnapping, telling Zheng Xiafeng and Hui and the police alike that the kidnappers had snatched Zheng Rui right off the street before she could react. This chapter ends. Chapter 1258, Reunion of Broken Mirror 4. At the time, the police and Zheng Xiafeng and his wife had focused all their attention and energy on the kidnappers. After tracking down the kidnappers and even the mastermind, neither the kidnappers nor the mastermind mention Li Xiaomei as a figure. Thus, to this day, no one has noticed that Li Xiaomei played a pivotal role in this case. Without her, the kidnapping would not have gone smoothly. She was like a link, maintaining the connection between the kidnappers and Zheng Rui. It was she who opened the channel for the kidnappers to reach Zheng Rui. Following Hu Xuedong's orders, a detailed investigation into Li Xiaomei revealed that before Zheng Rui was kidnapped, Li Xiaomei's husband, Zhang Dehai, had been diagnosed with a terminal illness and could only linger in the hospital, while she did not have enough money to sustain his ongoing treatment. At the same time, Li Xiaomei's son, Zhang Xiaoming, who was still in school, had gotten a female classmate pregnant, and the girl's family was relentless in their demands. Although Li Xiaomei's salary as a nanny for the Zhang family was very high, after all, she was a professional nanny who was especially attentive and caring with the children, and the Zhang family treated her generously. Hong Kong is what kind of place? An international metropolis with a cost of living among the highest in the world. Her salary alone could barely support her entire family, leaving no room for extra expenses. Li Xiaomei's household consisted of 6 people: her in-laws, her sister-in-law, her husband, her son, and herself. The 6 of them crowded into a 40-square-meter apartment, paying a hefty rent every month, plus the cost of food, clothing, transportation, and shelter for 6 people everywhere required money. Only Li Xiaomei worked in their family, the others were lazy and idle. Who told Li Xiaomei to insist on marrying Zhang Dehai? Under these circumstances, Zhang Dehai's illness and the trouble Zhang Xiaoming had caused were enough to crush Li Xiaomei. Yet, not only did she not collapse, but shortly afterward, she received anonymous donations from a kind-hearted person. The amount was so large that it was enough to resolve Zhang Xiaoming's trouble and cover Zhang Dawei's medical expenses. Investigation revealed that the donations came from the mastermind, Zhu Ming. So the question arises, where did Zhu Ming, who had gone bankrupt due to business competition with Zhang Xiafeng, get such a huge sum of money? Moreover, Zhu Ming died of a terminal illness not long after his arrest. Lung cancer at an advanced stage, Zhu Ming had been diagnosed with his illness before Zhang Rui was kidnapped. A dying man, a bankrupt man who had lost everything and had to rely on welfare to survive, after receiving a huge sum of money, he did not use it to treat his own illness and extend his life, but instead generously donated it to another person with cancer who was not even related to him, enough for that person to spend on solving the trouble his son had caused. Is that possible? Was Zhu Ming's goal really just to destroy Zhang Xiafeng's family? With Zhang Rui dead, everyone else was still alive and well. Zhang Xiafeng lived, and Hui lived, and Zhang Xiafeng's eldest son, Zhang Nan, lived. Moreover, relying on the fact that Zhang Xiafeng had only him as a son, Zhang Nan acted increasingly recklessly, sometimes even daring to defy Zhang Xiafeng. Yes, losing a son was indeed a huge blow to Zhang Xiafeng, but the consequences of losing Zhang Rui were completely different from losing Zhang Nan. Hua Xuedong suddenly said, "I once bought shares of Zhang Xiafeng's company in your name." Huh? Quan Qingnan's eyes were full of question marks. She couldn't recall this matter. Zhang Xiafeng's company is called Fengnan Group, which owns 4 industrial companies. I gradually acquired a total of 8% of Fengnan Group's shares, as well as scattered shares in those 4 industrial companies, ranging from 7 or 8% at most to 2 or 3% at least. Most of them were bought from Zhang Nan. Chapter 1259, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 5. Quan Qingnan thought for a moment. It seemed that after she became an adult, she had signed for shares in many corporate groups, and indeed, Fengnan Group was among them. Before she came of age, many of her assets were signed for by her guardian. It was only after she became an adult that she fully took over, and she had carefully checked all the shares, real estate, and other assets under her name. Zhang Nan selling off Zhang Xiafeng's company shares. What does that indicate? Based on this alone, it was difficult for them to link Zhang Nan to the kidnapping case. This was not evidence and did not prove anything. Hua Xuedong remained composed. What if, in the year Zhang Rui was kidnapped, after Zhang Nan sold his shares in Fengnan Group, a large sum of money went missing? And what if that amount roughly matched what Zhu Ming and his family received? Zhu Ming's family? Quan Qingnan flipped through the documents, but found no information about Zhu Ming's family. Of course, there wouldn't be any information about Zhu Ming's wife and son, because before the kidnapping happened, Zhu Ming had already divorced his wife. At the time, when the police investigated Zhu Ming, he admitted that Zhang Xiafeng had left him bankrupt, and his wife divorced him because of it. So he said he no longer wanted to live and took the risk to destroy Zhang Xiafeng's family. However, his ex-wife, Lu Wanen, received a large sum of money not long after Zhang Rui's death, paid off her debts, and took her son abroad. She now lives in seclusion in Canada. Quan Qingnan frowned. How do you know about this? A trace of guilt flickered across Hua Xuedong's face. I overheard someone mention it at a banquet last year. It was probably an acquaintance of Lu Wanen, or maybe a close friend. They said they had seen Lu Wanen in Canada and envied her good fortune. At the time, I didn't connect it to Zhang Rui's death, so I dismissed it. Just now, I looked at the donation Li Xiaomei received and the large sum Lu Wanen obtained. Adding the two together, I came to the conclusion above. Although Zhang Nan had no real ability in the business world, he spent his days indulging in pleasure. His basic expenses could be traced, and given his status, he wouldn't go to obscure places. His spending in well-known locations was all recorded. The documents showed that Zhang Nan indeed spent a lot of money that year, buying luxury homes, yachts, cars, watches, jewelry, and so on without hesitation. He frequently wined and dined women and threw parties. His spending records were clear, and after careful calculation, the money he spent and the amount he had left after selling his phone and group shares simply did not match the total he received from the sale. Could it really be him? If it was, then this was a huge mess. Hua Xuedong sighed. I'm not a police officer. I can't give a final conclusion. That was what she said, but in reality, it was almost certain. Quan Xingnan felt a deep disgust for people like Zhang Nan. Yes, he was the eldest son, originally the only one. Zhang Rui's birth did indeed dilute the inheritance he would have received after his father's death. But the property belonged to Zhang Xiafeng alone, not to him. Zhang Xiafeng had the right to give it to whomever he pleased. It was his freedom. You couldn't kill your own brother just because of that. Zhang Rui was a legitimate child. He was a person, an innocent, living life. He had the right to live and the right to inherit from his father. None of the fault lay with him. What do we do now? Quan Xingnan asked Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong thought for a moment and said calmly, I happened to stumble upon the matters concerning Li Xiaomei and Lu Wanen. As for the rest, I don't know. So, I'll leave the information about Li Xiaomei and Lu Wanen to Boss Zhong. My cold has gotten worse. A terrible cold. There's still one more chapter. Maybe it'll be updated around noon? I'm not sure. We have guests at home. This chapter ends. Chapter 1260, Reunion of Broken Mirror 6. As for what Zhang Xiafeng would do after his investigation, that was his own business. Hua Xuedong believed that with Zhang Xiafeng's abilities, he would surely uncover all the truth. Zhang Nan and Zhang Rui were both his sons, flesh of his flesh. Whether he chose to protect his eldest son by staying silent or to seek justice for his deceased younger son depended entirely on his own decision. Hua Xuedong was an outsider, and outsiders had no room to interfere. And Hui was an employee of the diamond company under the Hua Group and should be under Hua's protection. She was Quan Xingnan's friend and Zhang Rui's mother. She had the right to know the truth about her son's death, and she had the right to pursue legal accountability for all those involved in harming Zhang Rui. Quan Xingnan said with disgust, someone like that should be held legally accountable. We can't leave it entirely to Zhang Xiafeng, who knows what decision he'll make. If he lets him get away with it, and later Zhang Xiafeng and Hui have another child, will they face the pain of losing a son again? The purpose of the law is to deliver justice to the victim, even if that justice comes late. If Zhang Nan had nothing to do with Zhang Rui's death, even if Zhang Xiafeng gave him all his property, no one would have a word to say. But now he was deeply connected to Zhang Rui's death. Zhang Rui's death was likely caused by him. All right. Hua Xuedong looked at his girlfriend with affection, admiring her sense of justice. If Zhang Xiafeng chooses to cover for Zhang Nan, we'll make a decision then. What do you think? It'll also be a test of whether Zhang Xiafeng is sincere toward Hui and her child. When Zhang Xiafeng received the documents sent by Hua Xuedong's people, he was completely bewildered. Just then, his phone rang. It was Hua Xuedong calling. Hua Xuedong briefly explained that the information came from a tip he had stumbled upon. After investigation, he had uncovered some significant findings. Both Lu Wanen and Li Xiaomei had received large sums of money around the time of Zhang Rui's kidnapping. If Li Xiaomei's money came from Zhu Ming, then after Zhu Ming's death, where did Lu Wanyan's money come from? My girlfriend really likes and admires Josephine, and she doesn't want Josephine's child to suffer injustice without redress, Hua Xuedong said casually. I stopped the investigation there. If we continued, I'm sure more secrets would surface, but I didn't push further. I think Boss Zhong is the most qualified person to investigate this matter. Zhang Xiafeng's face darkened severely, and his hands trembled slightly as he held the documents. I was negligent, overlooking Li Xiaomei's role in this, overlooking the situation of Zhu Ming's family after his death. Because after Hui became pregnant, Li Xiaomei had started working for the Zhang family, serving diligently for years. After Zhang Rui was kidnapped, she appeared deeply grief-stricken and later resigned out of guilt, so no one suspected her. Of course, the most important point was that neither the kidnappers nor the mastermind had ever mentioned Li Xiaomei. Since they didn't mention her, who would investigate Li Xiaomei's situation? Who would pay attention to Lu Wanen, who had divorced Zhu Ming before the kidnapping? Zhang Xiafeng deeply hated Zhu Ming for destroying his family and had once considered investigating Zhu Ming's family and retaliating. But as Hui insisted on divorce and the collision between the Shui Corporation and the Zhangzhen Group escalated, he threw himself into work and temporarily let go of Zhu Ming's family, planning to pursue the matter once his career settled down. After reading the documents, Zhang Xiafeng's first reaction was overwhelming regret. He issued a series of orders as quickly as possible, instructing an investigation into all aspects of Li Xiaomei and Lu Wanyan's lives, as well as the sources of their large sums of money. Typing while wiping my nose. Drinking water while coughing finally finished. Scattering flowers. Wishing everyone a happy spring festival. See you tomorrow morning on the first day of the new year in the new chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 1261. A Broken Mirror Reunited 7. Hua Xuedong was born into a prestigious family, inheriting immense wealth. He did not start from scratch, but rather expanded and elevated the Hua family's legacy. It was Zhang Xiafeng who started from nothing. He was among those who smuggled themselves from the mainland to Hong Kong, so his path to wealth was far from clean. After achieving success, he whitewashed his past. He maintained connections with influential figures from all walks of life, and though their current status meant they rarely interacted, the moment he gave the word, people would immediately step in to help. Thus, Zhang Xiafeng obtained the investigation results faster and more comprehensively than Hua Xuedong. Zhang Xiafeng's circle of friends not only traced the source of the large sums of money belonging to Li Xiaomei and Lu Wanyan, but also identified who had contacted them. They even discovered in the mainland that Lu Wanyan's maternal grandfather and Zhang Xiafeng's ex-wife, Zhang Nan's mother, shared a common grandfather as cousins. Zhang Nan had not directly dealt with Zhu Ming and his wife. Everything was handled by his cousin, Zhou Zian. Zhang Xiafeng's ex-wife was named Zhou Ru. Like Zhang Xiafeng, she was an ordinary person. The difference was that Zhang Xiafeng's family was in the mainland, with no parents or siblings, so he took a gamble and smuggled himself to Hong Kong with a group, starting as a low-level underling. Zhou Ru's family, on the other hand, had always lived in Hong Kong, in a cramped pigeonhole in a slum. Neither family could claim superiority over the other, but the Zhou family, living in Hong Kong, always felt they were a cut above. By the time Zhang Xiafeng married Zhou Ru, he had already established his identity in Hong Kong and had some capital. At the very least, Zhang Xiafeng could afford a decent apartment, even if it was only 20 or 30 square meters, small but fully equipped. The Zhou family was thrilled and fully supported Zhou Ru marrying Zhang Xiafeng, raising no objections. Zhou Ru was a wonderful woman, gentle and virtuous. While Zhang Xiafeng struggled to build his future, she stayed home to raise their child and manage the household, ensuring he had no worries. She was a true helpmate. Zhang Xiafeng treated her well, and by extension, he also took care of her family. However, good times did not last. When Zhong Nan was 7 years old, Zhou Ru, at 30, fell ill with an incurable disease and eventually passed away. On her deathbed, Zhou Ru wanted her younger sister, Zhou Lan, to come to their home and take care of her husband and son. She made it clear to Zhang Xiafeng that she hoped Zhou Lan would marry him. A biological sister would not mistreat her own nephew, she reasoned, whereas if Zhang Xiafeng remarried an outsider, that woman would surely not cherish the child from his first marriage. Zhang Xiafeng did not agree to Zhou Ru's dying wish. Though Zhang Xiafeng's path to wealth was not entirely clean, and he had seen many things, he found the idea repulsive, a brother-in-law marrying his sister-in-law. It felt as disgusting as swallowing a fly. But the Zhou family was eager. With Zhou Ru gone, their connection to Zhang Xiafeng would weaken, even with Zhang Nan as a link. If Zhang Xiafeng married another daughter of the Zhou family, the bond would be unbreakable. They could rely on him for a good life, and Zhou Lan would surely not die young like her sister. Zhou Lan, then 23, was also willing. Zhang Xiafeng, over 30, was mature, refined, and elegant, with a gentle demeanor, the golden son-in-law of her dreams. She had long secretly envied her sister, and the moment her sister died, her first thought was to take her place. It was she who had planted those ideas in Zhou Ru's mind. No matter how beautiful their fantasies were, the key person, Zhang Xiafeng, refused, and the matter was dropped. End of chapter. Chapter 1262, Reunion of Broken Mirror 8. From then on, Zhang Xiafeng outwardly did not stop Zhang Nan from interacting with his maternal grandparents' family, but privately, he reduced the frequency of their contact. He moved houses and hired a professional nanny to take care of Zhang Nan. Once their social status changed, it was no longer easy to maintain contact. Zhang Xiafeng was busy with his career and had no wife at home, so he inevitably neglected Zhang Nan's upbringing, leading to the situation today. Although he came from a prestigious school, had decent grades, and was sharp-minded, Zhang Nan had the temperament of a playboy, indulging in wine and women, doing whatever he pleased, often acting like a big shot and spending money like water. Moreover, Zhang Nan had always been very close to his maternal grandparents' family. His aversion to Zhang Xiafeng largely stemmed from the Zhou family's slander against him. The Zhou family was unhappy that Zhang Xiafeng did not marry Zhou Lan as they had hoped. Afraid that Zhang Nan would cut ties with them, they went out of their way to please him while destroying Zhang Xiafeng's image, calling him ungrateful and so on. Ridiculously, Zhang Nan believed that his father had used the Zhou family to establish a foothold in Hong Kong and then kicked them aside. In truth, Zhang Xiafeng could not be entirely blamed for neglecting his son's upbringing, because Zheng Nan had always resisted his father's discipline. In his heart, he was convinced that everything Zhang Xiafeng said was sweet talk, while everything the Zhou family said and did was for his own good. Once or twice, Zhang Xiafeng didn't mind. After all, he had spent too little time with his son. But it had been like this all along, and even a biological father would gradually grow cold-hearted. Zhou Zian was Zhou Ru's biological nephew, the son of Zhou Ru's elder brother, 2 years older than Zheng Nan. After Zheng Nan was born, as Zhang Xiafeng's status rose significantly and he bought a new house, Zhou Ru brought this nephew to live with them and keep Zheng Nan company. The two cousins had always had a good relationship. Later, Zhou Zian's education, marriage, and children were all funded by Zheng Nan. Zhang Xiafeng ignored the Zhou family entirely, so of course they had to rely on Zheng Nan to survive. They now drove luxury cars, lived in mansions, and wore fine clothes and ate delicacies, all sponsored by Zheng Nan, the generous fool. Zhang Xiafeng had told Zheng Nan countless times to stay away from the Zhou family, but Zheng Nan had never listened since childhood. In desperation, after Zheng Nan came of age, Zhang Xiafeng gifted him some shares and immediately cut off all financial support. After all, Zheng Nan had luxury cars and mansions, and the dividends from the shares were enough for him to live comfortably in Hong Kong. The media reported on this matter for quite a while. Some media said Zhang Xiafeng was right to discipline Zheng Nan and not let him have everything he wanted. Other media said that Zheng Nan, the crown prince of Feng'an Group, had fallen out of favor. Fortunately, Zhang Xiafeng had no other children at the time, or else Zheng Nan would inherit next to nothing. Zheng Nan only saw the latter and did everything he could to prevent Zhang Xiafeng from remarrying. At the time, Zhang Xiafeng didn't care about Zheng Nan's actions. At his status and age, it was hard to meet a pure woman who could truly move him, so he had no intention of remarrying. He only wanted to groom an heir from among his elite subordinates to take over Feng'an Group in the future and prevent its decline. It goes without saying how disappointed Zhang Xiafeng was in his son to make such a decision. Until 8 years ago, he met Anhui. 20-year-old Anhui was so beautiful that she made many men, including him, fall for her at first sight. This chapter ends. Chapter 1263, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 9. Anhui was an orphan abandoned at the entrance of a welfare home. She was just a newborn at the time, her umbilical cord still uncut. The director, mother, took her in and gave her her own surname, naming her Anhui, hoping she would grow up to be wise and kind-hearted. Anhui was adorable as a child, with soft, fair skin that made her incredibly endearing. At just 1 year old, someone came to adopt her. The family that adopted her was wealthy. They had been married for years without having children. After adopting Anhui, they gave her the English name Josephine and changed her Chinese name to Zhao Xuexin. With her new name, Anhui enjoyed a good education, learning English, music, art, and more. It was exhausting, but fulfilling. This period ended when Anhui was 10. Her adoptive parents had their own child. Although the pregnancy was only 2 months along and they didn't yet know the baby's gender, they still decided to send Anhui back to the welfare home. Their reasoning was that having their own biological child might lead them to treat Anhui unfairly, and they feared she might develop negative emotions and refuse to treat her younger sibling kindly. However, Anhui's adoptive parents said they would continue to support her financially. Director and took Anhui in, kept her close, and told her about her past. At 10, Anhui was already strikingly beautiful, a true beauty in the making. Many families were still willing to adopt her. Several boys from wealthy families would come to the welfare home and refuse to leave, showering her with gifts. But Anhui decided she would no longer accept any adoptions. Even when her adoptive mother, after suffering a miscarriage, returned to the welfare home with her adoptive father to take her back, she refused. At 16, Anhui was admitted to a prestigious university, proving to the world that she was no mere pretty face. She added significant weight to her own worth. A beautiful woman with a high level of education and one without it are received entirely differently in upper-class society. Anhui, now a student at a top university, possessed high emotional intelligence, sharp intellect, and polished social skills. She had countless connections, who among her classmates and alumni weren't valuable contacts. Weren't they all elites in their respective fields? Relationships formed in school are far purer than those forged after entering society. By the time she was 18, Anhui's suitors were as numerous as fish crossing a river. At 20, Anhui was highly favored by high society. Many wealthy couples expressed a desire to have her as their daughter-in-law. Thus, the billionaires and wealthy heirs pursuing her were countless. Among them, Zhang Xiafeng was not the most outstanding. In terms of age, he was 45, unable to compete with young men in their prime. In terms of appearance, he was merely average-looking, though he had a unique temperament. In terms of family background, he had been married once and had an adult son, both potential future complications. In terms of wealth, while he was indeed in the middle tier of the wealthy, there were richer billionaires and heirs out there. If that's the case, why did you choose him back then? Quan Xingnan asked as they walked along the shopping street. She turned to look at Hui, who was walking beside her, her exquisite, flawless face full of curiosity. Hui shrugged. Probably because he was more considerate. Many younger men couldn't compare. He was mature and graceful, gentle and attentive, with a thoughtfulness that broke through the competition and won her heart. After marriage, she did live a very happy and fulfilling life. But that happiness was like a shooting star, gone completely, vanishing with the death of their precious son. Wishing everyone a happy new year, good health, and all the best. May the year of the dog bring you prosperity and good fortune. My cold has worsened, and I need an 4 drip. But the hospital isn't open on the first day of the new year, so I'll go tomorrow. I'm afraid of keeping everyone waiting, so I'll update 3 chapters now and 3 more at noon. End of this chapter. Chapter 1264, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 10. I can never forgive him, never. If it weren't for him, my Ruerue wouldn't have been targeted by his defeated rival, wouldn't have left me at such a young age, with such a lovely face. Every time she recalled the long nail piercing her son's head, and Huey's heart ached so much she could barely breathe, wishing she could tear the murderer into 1,000 pieces. Quan Xingnan patted the back of her hand. Don't worry. Ruerue is reluctant to part with you. In his next life, he will still be your child, and you will surely live more happily and perfectly than before. A glint of determination shone in Huey's eyes. That's why I work hard every day now to exercise, nourish myself carefully, and keep my body healthy. I'm almost out of bird's nest at home. Let's go buy some bird's nest and cordyceps. I heard a batch of top-quality goods just arrived. A girl should take good care of her body. Money and power will never be as important as a healthy body. Sure. The two cheerfully entered the store, but as soon as they stepped inside, they heard a sharp woman's voice. Oh, isn't this the vixen Zhang Xiafeng abandoned? How do you have the nerve to come to such a high-end store? Quan Xingnan turned to look and saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s and a young married woman. The middle-aged woman, though past her prime, was well-preserved and still retained some charm, but her high cheekbones gave her a very harsh appearance. The young woman was quite pretty, with an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, though her skin was slightly dark. The two were dressed identically, dripping with jewels, diamond necklaces around their necks, the kind that were elaborate and suitable for banquets, matching diamond drop earrings, diamond brooches on their chests, diamond tiaras on their heads, and gold bangles, diamond bracelets, pearl bracelets, and watches mixed together on their wrists, looking utterly mismatched. However, the quality of the diamonds on their jewelry was not top-notch. To Huey's discerning eye, the color wasn't white enough, there were minor flaws, the cut was average, and the fire wasn't brilliant enough, but all those diamonds together were still worth a considerable sum. And Hui never held back with her words. She sneered, if people who get things without lifting a finger have the face to come here, why wouldn't I be qualified? I'm beautiful and I'm proud of it. At least I deserve the title of beauty, the real deal. Some people can only become beauties through plastic surgery or by being reincarnated. Besides, I earn my money through my own work ability to shop, unlike some people who always put their shopping bills on some sucker, not knowing their own place. Who are you talking about? The middle-aged woman's face immediately changed. Whoever answers is who I'm talking about. And Hui shot her a contemptuous glance, walked right past them, and said to the staff member who came to serve her and Quan Xingnan, please take us to see the best bird's nest, sea cucumber, and cordyceps. Certainly, ladies. Please follow me. And Hui. The enraged middle-aged woman shrieked and lunged forward, trying to scratch her face, but the young woman beside her grabbed her and whispered, Aunt, don't be impulsive. And Hui didn't even look back, pulling Quan Xingnan along as she followed the staff member. Are these people from Boss Zheng's ex-wife's family? Quan Xingnan asked. And Hui was first surprised, then understood. Yeah, did you figure that out too? Quan Xingnan nodded and smiled. I saw from their facial features that both of them are destined for a lonely old age, and a major upheaval in their family is imminent. Let's just wait and see. End of chapter. Chapter 1265, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 11. And Hui was surprised by Quan Xingnan's words, but she dismissed them, saying, the old woman is Zhou Lan. She's been obsessed with marrying Zhang Xiafeng and still hasn't gotten married, daydreaming about marrying into a wealthy family. The young one is Zhou Xian's wife, I don't know her name. She seems to be a classmate of Zheng Nan's, and Zheng Nan was the matchmaker. Aside from causing a scene at my wedding and kicking me when I was down during my divorce, they have little to do with me. We rarely even see each other. Whether their later years turn out good or bad has nothing to do with me. She had already divorced Zhang Xiafeng. Whether his relatives were good or bad, they were none of her concern. No, it does concern you. And Hui was taken aback. What concern? Aren't they just strangers to me? Quan Xingnan gave a mysterious smile without elaborating, leaving In Hui thoroughly puzzled. Not long after, while In Hui was working at the company, she heard that the Zhou family's precious son, Zhou Zian, had been thrown into prison. His charges included instigating and abetting kidnapping, extortion, and murder to silence the victim, with multiple offenses combined. When In Hui expressed regret for the person Zhou Zian had harmed, the police approached her and told her that the victim was Zhang Rui. What did that mean? In Hui nearly broke down. What are you saying? Are you telling me that the mastermind behind my son's kidnapping and murder wasn't that Zhu Ming, but Zhou Zian? He was the one who harmed my son? Is that true? Is it? Yes, Miss And based on our investigation, we found that Zhou Zian was the person behind Zhu Ming. Why wasn't this uncovered before, and why is it coming out now? And Hui demanded sharply. It was Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing discovered some clues, namely, that the nanny Li Xiaomei and Zhu Ming's ex-wife Lu Wanan both received a large sum of money around the time of Zhang Rui's kidnapping, enough to solve their problems. So, Zhang Xing asked us to reopen the case of Zhang Rui's kidnapping and murder. That's how we made this new discovery and arrested Zhou Zian. We deeply apologize for the oversight in the past. And Hui wiped her tears fiercely. I want to know the details. I know the conclusion, but I demand to know the process. For so many years, she had hated the dead Zhu Ming, wishing she could tear him apart 1,000 times. But since Zhu Ming was dead, she had no way to take revenge. Now she learned she had hated the wrong person, letting the real culprit roam free and denying her son's soul any peace. Now that there were new clues and a new enemy, how could she let it go? The police investigation yielded the same results as Zhang Xiafeng's, but Zhang Nan refused to admit to harming his younger brother. Facing the police and Zhang Xiafeng's accusations, Zhang Nan gave only one answer. Zhou Zian had borrowed money from him. He claimed he didn't know what Zhou Zian used the money for. Zhou Zian had said it was for an investment, later telling him it had gone down the drain and was never repaid. Because of their close bond as cousins, Zhang Nan hadn't pressed for the huge sum. Zhou Zian, for his part, said Zhang Nan knew nothing and that it was all his own idea. Since his family relied entirely on Zhang Nan for their livelihood, he had taken the risk to remove Zhang Rui as an obstacle for Zhang Nan. Zhang Rui was too favored by Zhang Xiafeng, and Zhang Xiafeng's attitude clearly indicated he intended to leave the family business to Zhang Rui. The phone-in group should have been Zhang Nan's. If it went to Zhang Rui, what would Zhang Nan do? And what about the Zhou family, who depended on Zhang Nan? Did anyone believe Zhou Zian's story? No one did. But Zhang Xiafeng could find no trace of Zhang Nan's involvement, and the police had no evidence to convict him. Zhang Rui was also Zhang Xiafeng's son, so upon receiving the news, Zhang Xiafeng rushed over. He was met with a slap from In Hui across his face, so loud that everyone present was stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 1266, Reunion of the Broken Mirror 12. Quan Xingnan, who had come to comfort In Hui, stepped back and hid among the crowd. Seeing Zhang Xiafeng being hit, she muttered to herself, serves him right. He deserved the slap, but this one slap certainly wouldn't be enough to calm In Hui's anger. At the root of it all, the reason Zhang Rui was harmed was still Zhang Xiafeng, or rather, Zhang Xiafeng's wealth. Zhang Xiafeng gave a bitter smile, not reaching up to touch the slap mark on his face. He looked at In Hui, who was crying like a madwoman, and said seriously, Josephine, I will give you and Rui an explanation. An explanation? And Hui sneered, her face streaked with tears. What kind of explanation can you give us? Before and now, it's all because of you that Rui suffered such a terrible fate. It's all because of you. All because of you. Zhang Nan had completely distanced himself from the situation, and even the police couldn't do anything. What was Zhang Xiafeng planning to do? Zhang Rui was his son, but Zhang Rui was dead, while Zhang Nan was alive and well. Was Zhang Xiafeng, now over 50, truly willing to punish his living son for the sake of his dead son? Not only In Hui thought this way, but the media did too. The reopening of the investigation into Zhang Rui's kidnapping and murder case couldn't be hidden from the Hong Kong media at all. It was like dropping a bomb into the water. Quite a few people felt a sense of this is right, this is the truth. They had suspected long ago that Zhu Ming wasn't the real mastermind. Zhang Nan was so willful and spoiled, having been active in high society as Zhang Xiafeng's sole heir, convinced he would inherit all of Zhang Xiafeng's wealth. How could he possibly tolerate Zhang Rui being alive? Although Zhang Rui was young, he had shown exceptional talent early on and was deeply loved by Zhang Xiafeng. Zhou Zian took all the blame, and Li Xiaomei couldn't escape either. Local child protection measures were extremely strict, and the law was very rigorous. Li Xiaomei's actions violated the law. Her employers over the past few years were terrified, secretly grateful that their own children hadn't been handed over to the kidnappers by Li Xiaomei. Lu Wanen, far away abroad, claimed to know nothing, but everyone understood that life for her and her son would be difficult from now on. The media wasn't very interested in the fates of these people. What they were most interested in was Zhang Nan. They wanted to know what punishment he would face and what Zhang Xiafeng's next move would be. Zhang Xiafeng lived up to expectations. The first thing he did was publicly announce the revocation of Zhang Nan's inheritance rights to his personal property. Although children do have the right to inherit their parents' estate, the final distribution of the estate depends on the will or notarized documents left by the deceased before death. The second thing Zhang Xiafeng did was take back some of the luxury properties where Zhang Nan lived. After Zhang Nan became an adult, what he had received were company shares, most of which he had already sold off. But many of the luxury properties were still under Zhang Xiafeng's name, so it was only natural for Zhang Xiafeng to take them back. For Zhang Nan, losing his inheritance rights was enough to make him lose everything. His status in high society came entirely from being Zhang Xiafeng's heir. Without that, who would take a useless person like him seriously? Add to that the confiscation of the luxury properties and his limited income, and his days of living extravagantly were gone forever. For him, such a life was worse than death. Quan Xing'an said, "I didn't expect this boss Zhang to have such courage and decisiveness. Isn't this the outcome you were hoping for? Let the dead rest in peace, and the living find closure." Hua Xuedong said with a smile. He also admired Zhang Xiafeng's approach. It was the best way. Zheng Rui ran over happily to tell Quan Xing'an that his dad and mom had made up. Wishing everyone a happy new year, good health, and all the best. May the year of the dog bring you prosperity. My cold is really bad, stuffy nose, sore throat, and a cough that tears me apart. I'm going for an 4 drip tomorrow. The hospital isn't open today since it's New Year's Day, so no extra updates. End of this chapter. Chapter 1267, Just Deserts 1. Chapter 1267, Just Deserts 1. So soon? Only a few days had passed since Hui slapped Zhang Xiafeng, and they had already reconciled? Quan Xing'an gained a new appreciation for Zhang Xiafeng's abilities. Without some skill, how could he have won Hui back? After all, Hui was not the kind of easily softened girl. She had an independent personality and strong opinions, rarely swayed by others. At a cocktail party, Hui ran into Hua Xuedong and Quan Xing'an. She was hesitant and a little embarrassed. Just a few days ago, she had sworn to Quan Xing'an that she hated Zhang Xiafeng to death, and now she had made up with him. Her own actions had slapped her in the face. How humiliating. Quan Xing'an, however, grinned and said, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness she hadn't advised Hui to accept or reject Zhang Xiafeng. Thank goodness she and Hua Xuedong hadn't meddled in the matters between Zhang Xiafeng and Hui, only investigating Zheng Rui's death." Being a matchmaker was no easy task. Urging reconciliation or separation was equally blameworthy. Hui understood Quan Xing'an's implication and shot her a glare, but her eyes were full of laughter. The two exchanged a knowing smile and were about to speak when Mrs. Wang walked over. "Oh my, Josephine, what a pity. I'd noticed several handsome young men and wanted to introduce them to you, but you've become Mrs. Zheng again." Hui quickly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Wang, but although I'm not Mrs. Zheng, I don't need you to set me up with anyone either." Zhang Xiafeng, fearing that delays would lead to complications, had wanted to apply for registration with her the very day after they reconciled, to become husband and wife in name. But she hadn't agreed. She decided to relive the process of Zhang Xiafeng pursuing her, unwilling to rush recklessly into marriage again. She also wanted to use this time to observe Zhang Xiafeng and make her final decision based on his behavior. Even though she wasn't married, Hui didn't want to engage in morally questionable behavior, so she politely declined Mrs. Wang's offer. Hearing Hui's words, Mrs. Wang laughed heartily. "You're not now, but that doesn't mean you won't be later. Who doesn't know Mr. Zheng's character? He seems gentle, refined, and easygoing, a real nice guy, but in truth, he's shrewd and decisive. He rarely makes up his mind, but once he does, he never changes. Besides, Mr. Zheng is clean living, just like Mr. Hua, never frivolous or fickle. You're both lucky. I'll be sure to pass on your praise of our Mr. Hua to him," Quan Xing'an said. Mrs. Wang laughed so hard she shook. "Skip the empty talk, give me something real. Give me a discount when I shop at your store. I absolutely love the jadeite from your company." Quan Xing'an pursed her lips and smiled. "All right, next time I'll have a word with the person in charge here. For a super VIP client like you, Mrs. Wang, we must offer the most genuine discount. But I imagine, with your generosity, you've already secured the best discount our company offers. So next time you visit, I'll have the manager give you a gift on top of the discount." She had recently learned from Hui about Mrs. Wang's background and the reason behind her habit of buying expensive jewelry. Mrs. Wang's maiden family had been quite well off, and when she married, they gave her several sets of valuable jewelry as a dowry. Later, when her husband's business failed, it was only by selling those pieces that they managed to turn things around, eventually building their current fortune worth hundreds of millions. By the time she sold them, the jewelry's value had multiplied several times, making it a more convenient, faster, and risk-free investment than others. Having tasted the benefits, Mrs. Wang, once she had money, made it her first priority to buy jewelry with appreciation potential. One reason was investment, the other was to secure a safety net for herself, because her husband had turned bad once he got rich. End of chapter. Chapter 1268, Just Deserts 2. Mrs. Wang's husband, Wang Mao, who turned bad once he got rich, was now interrupting the conversation between Hu Xuedong and Zhang Xiafeng. Hu Xuedong was handsome, Zhang Xiafeng was refined, and both carried themselves with elegance and grace. One striking similarity between them was their tall, well-proportioned figures that had not gone out of shape. Apart from graying temples and a few wrinkles on his face, Zhang Xiafeng was no less impressive than younger men. In contrast, Wang Mao was balding on top, obese with a protruding belly, and sweating profusely even while standing in the cool setting of the cocktail party. A lavishly dressed, seemingly elegant and noble wealthy woman saw this and approached Mrs. Wang, saying with a light laugh, "Mrs. Wang, look at Mr. Wang standing next to Mr. Hua and Mr. Zhang. What does he resemble?" From the tone of her voice, Quan Xingnan and An Hui immediately knew this woman was Mrs. Wang's rival. If she weren't a rival, she wouldn't say such things in public, it was beneath her dignity. Oh, except for Liang Wanwan. Even after her wealth shrank, Liang Wanwan still spoke with her usual reckless abandon, and her personality had grown increasingly eccentric. But that's straying too far from the topic. Back to the matter at hand. And Hui often interacted with high society socialites and wealthy women, and she recognized this woman, dripping with jewelry, as the fairly famous actress Li Huimin. A year ago, Li Huimin had retired from acting to marry billionaire Zhao Hang, transforming overnight into the wealthy socialite of news reports. Before retiring, Li Huimin frequently appeared in entertainment news, and after marrying into wealth, she still regularly made headlines. The people of Hong Kong loved reading about her, and the entertainment reporters loved covering her, whether it was discussing what expensive jewelry she wore to which event, or how her husband gifted her luxury cars, diamond watches, and other tokens of love on her birthday, all evidence of their deep affection. If An Hui remembered correctly, Wang Mao had once pursued Li Huimin, but she had remained unmoved. Li Huimin truly loved money. If she didn't, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to break into high society, tirelessly ingratiate herself with many of Hong Kong's socialites and wealthy women, and enjoy the pursuit of wealthy men who liked mingling with actresses. Before dating her boyfriends, she had even been kept by a certain wealthy man. Later, when it became clear she couldn't marry into that family, she ended the relationship, received a luxury apartment as a breakup settlement, and then dated a then superstar. When that star's career faded to third-tier status, she quickly threw herself into the arms of her current husband, successfully replacing the legitimate wife to take her place. Besides loving money, Li Huimin also valued looks and physique. Although Wang Mao was wealthier than Zhao Heng, he fell far short in terms of appearance and build. Zhao Heng was younger and more handsome than Wang Mao, and most importantly, he only had 2 daughters and no sons. If Li Huimin gave birth to a son, he would surely inherit Zhao Heng's fortune. Just yesterday, there was news that Li Huimin was buying large quantities of bird's nest, sea cucumber, and cordyceps to nourish her body in preparation for childbirth. Quan Xingnan glanced at Li Huimin's facial features, pursed her lips in a slight smile, and said nothing. And Hui noticed this. She knew Quan Xingnan must have seen something, but she didn't press the matter. Since Mrs. Wang was a former client of hers and had always treated her well, and Hui was protective of her, she immediately responded to Li Huimin, who was mocking Mrs. Wang, with a smile. People are people, the most intelligent of all creatures. Comparing a person to something else is the most disrespectful and insulting behavior. Mr. Wang is over there talking with Mr. Hua and Mr. Zhang. When you, Mrs. Zhao, ask Mrs. Wang what he resembles, are you implying that Mr. Hua and Mr. Zhang also resemble something? Li Huimin then noticed that the 2 young women standing in front of Mrs. Wang, with their backs to her, were Quan Xingnan and An Hui. Recalling their identities, her expression shifted. End of chapter. Chapter 1269, Just Deserts 3. But who is Li Huimin? A seasoned veteran. After her expression shifted, she quickly apologized. Is it Miss and Josephine? Sorry, I forgot to greet you too. You truly live up to your reputation as beautiful as fairies. She completely avoided responding to An Hui's words and no longer dared to target Mrs. Wang. Quan Xingnan was Hu Xuedong's girlfriend, known to all residents of Hong Kong, and everyone was well-versed in her background and assets. Although Hui had not yet married Zhang Xiafeng, everyone knew he had resumed pursuing her, showering her with luxury homes, cars, diamond watches, and jewelry as if they cost nothing, making their reunion imminent. Neither of these two women was someone Li Huimin could afford to offend. Li Huimin knew when to bend and when to stand, responding with a smile, so Hui found it hard to hold a grudge. Quan Xingnan, however, laughed and said, "Not at all, not at all. I think Mrs. Zhao is the one who matches the rumors, beautiful as a flower." Li Huimin exchanged a few modest words, made an excuse about seeing a friend, and quickly left. "Thank you both for helping me out," Mrs. Wang said to Quan Xingnan and Hui. Hui quickly replied, "Mrs. Wang, don't mention it. We're friends, and friends should help each other. Besides, Li Huimin isn't a good person. I've never liked her." Li Huimin was a habitual homewrecker, which is why Hui disliked her. The people she associated with had to have basic moral standards, like Mrs. Wang standing before her. Mrs. Wang spent money like water, fully embodying the role of a wealthy wife, but she had a kind heart and had never done anything wrong. She often donated to charity, though she could be sharp-tongued at times. Still, compared to what Li Huimin did, it was nothing. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang nodded in agreement. For someone like her to end up well, it would mean the heavens have closed their eyes. A firm believer in feng shui, Mrs. Wang dared not say the heavens were blind, so she said they had closed their eyes, ignoring Li Huimin's deeds and letting her get away with it. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh, and Hui found it amusing too. Someone called out to Mrs. Wang, and she excused herself to join her friends, leaving Hui and Quan Xingnan alone. They chose a quiet spot, holding glasses of champagne without drinking. Mrs. Wang has always wanted to divorce Mr. Wang, but he won't agree. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan was taken aback. Why? Because Mr. Wang got rich and turned bad. Exactly. Mr. Wang is the classic example of a man who turns bad after getting rich. That Li Huimin just now slept with Mr. Wang, and Mrs. Wang caught them red-handed, which is why she hates her so much. Hui snorted, showing her disdain for men who, after building a fortune with their wives, start finding fault with them. If you don't like her, don't marry her. At the root of it, it's just an excuse to indulge in pleasure. Quan Xingnan thought about Mrs. Wang's facial features and sensed that she would soon sue Wang Mao for divorce over his mistress and illegitimate son, taking most of his wealth. But she didn't reveal this insight to Hui. Instead, she smiled and said, "Then I'll have to remind Mr. Hui not to do business with someone like that. People with questionable morals won't stick to the rules in business either." Hui nodded. "Right, you're right. I need to remind him, and I'll have to remind Xiafeng too." "Darling, remind me of what?" Zhang Xiafeng and Hu Xuedong had just finished their conversation and walked side by side toward their girlfriends. End of chapter. Chapter 1270, Just Deserts 4. Hui shot Zhang Xiafeng a glare. "Don't call me that. I'm not your wife. You were before, and you will be again. How are you not my wife?" Quan Xingnan realized for the first time that the refined and gentle Zhang Xiafeng could be so thick-skinned. At his age, he showed no shame in front of her and Hu Xuedong, spouting one cheesy line after another. Even an outsider would feel their heart race and face flush, let alone Hui, the target of his affections. Quan Xingnan noticed Zhang Rui, who had been accompanying his parents, suddenly transform into a streak of light and vanish into Hui's abdomen. Quan Xingnan let out a soft cry. She had never seen anything like this before. Su Jiejie had been guided to the Yellow Springs after receiving her liberation, reborn into her parents' arms according to her past life. But Zhang Rui, without undergoing liberation or entering the underworld, had directly reincarnated. Hui was too busy bickering with Zhang Xiafeng to notice, but Hu Xuedong heard his girlfriend's startled exclamation and quickly asked what was wrong. "Nothing, nothing." Quan Xingnan shook her head at him. Hu Xuedong immediately understood that some things were not meant for outsiders. He took her champagne glass and placed it on a passing waiter's tray, smiling. "Since it's nothing, let's head over there. A few of my old friends want to meet you." "All right." Seeing that Zhang Xiafeng had eyes only for Hui, and Hui had eyes only for Zhang Xiafeng, the two of them left without even saying goodbye. Among Hu Xuedong's old friends, some Quan Xingnan knew, and some she didn't. The one Hu Xuedong emphasized introducing was Hu Zhaolei, whom she didn't know. He was much older than Hu Xuedong, about the same age as Zhang Xiafeng. "Hu Zhaolei? Is he related to Hu Zhaoshen and Hu Zhaosen?" Quan Xingnan blurted out after the introduction. Hu Zhaolei smiled. "Hu Zhaoshen is my cousin. I'm now fully in charge of matters over there. Little uncle, future little aunt, you truly are sharp-witted and well-deserving of your reputation." Quan Xingnan was speechless inside. With names so similar, even someone who didn't know them could guess a connection, right? What did that have to do with being sharp-witted? Even so, she blushed a little because Hua Xiaolei had called her little aunt. Not thick-skinned enough, she retorted. I'm not that yet. Don't call me that. You will be eventually, that's for sure. Hua Xiaolei laughed. Hua Xuedong shot him an approving look, then said to Quan Xingnan, after 3 years, everything over there has been resolved. Hua Zhaoxin has received his just punishment. Xiaolei came specifically on behalf of Zhaoxin's parents to thank you. But his timing was off. By the time he landed, we were already at the reception, so he ended up here. Quan Xingnan quickly asked, how are Zhaoxin's parents doing? Back then, old Master Hua had forbidden them from immediately telling Hua Zhaoxin's parents, fearing that the then powerful Hua Zhaoxin might harm them, and also worried that the shock of learning their son had died at the hands of his adopted son would harm their health. So it wasn't until later, when Hua Xuedong went to Singapore and spoke with them face to face, that the truth was revealed. Quan Xingnan had returned to the capital for school at the time and wasn't involved in this matter. She hadn't asked about how Hua Zhaoxin was dealt with afterward, but she knew that with Hua Xuedong's involvement, Hua Zhaoxin would be avenged, and Hua Zhaoxin would be punished. Uncle and aunt are managing. After all, it's been so many years since cousin Zhaoxin passed. The greatest grief has faded. When they learned that Zhaoxin's life had been stolen and his fate twisted, they were sad for a while, but the desire for revenge took over. They only collapsed after the revenge was carried out. By the time I left, they had mostly recovered. Hua Xiaolei answered Quan Xingnan's question. 2 more chapters to come, updating at 9 or 10 o'clock. This chapter ends. Chapter 1271, Just Deserts 5. Hua Zhaoxin had held power for a long time, and he was shrewd and deep. Hua Zhaoxin's parents, with the help of their brothers, sons, and nephews in the clan, expended considerable effort to reclaim authority, purging Hua Zhaoxin and his confidants from the company before handing it over to Hua Xiaolei to manage. Fortunately, although power had been entrusted to Hua Zhaoxin, the majority of the shares and assets remained under the names of Hua Zhaoxin's parents. The couple had originally planned to pass everything to Hua Zhaoxin after their deaths, having already drafted a will naming him as the sole heir. Who could have imagined that Hua Zhaoxin would be so deranged as to hire a feng shui master to alter Hua Zhaoxin's originally blessed fate of both longevity and fortune, causing him to drown? Faced with the murder of their son, no matter how foolish or naive they were, they would not hand over their property to him. Hua Zhaoxin had been dead for many years, and the hiring of a feng shui master to change his fate was seen by many as nonsense. His parents had no evidence to have Hua Zhaoxin punished, but reclaiming everything was the greatest punishment for him. Quan Xingnan said, with Hua Zhaoxin's abilities and connections, it's not impossible for him to stage a comeback. Hua Zhaoxin was middle-aged, and his wisdom and network were the greatest wealth he had accumulated. Do not think that only money is wealth. Money can be spent, but wisdom and connections do not leave. He was also a highly capable man. Away from the Hua family business, it was not impossible for him to find a job, and with a job came the opportunity to climb up, to once again become someone above others. Hua Xiaolei sneered. He harmed Zhaoxin Ji. How could our family give him a chance to rise again? We had already informed all the companies we're on good terms with in advance. No one would hire him. But this man is indeed ruthless and decisive. Having managed the company for years and knowing many things, he actually went to apply at our rival company and got hired. Using the company's secrets he knew as leverage, Hua Zhaoxin successfully became a manager at the rival company, causing the Hua family company to suffer repeated losses despite their precautions. It was only recently, with the help of Qing Tiankue, that things stabilized completely. Otherwise, Hua Xiaolei would not have had the leisure to come to Hong Kong. At that time, with Mr. Chang's help, our company wasn't crushed. To the rival company, Hua Zhaoxin was no longer useful, and they wouldn't treat him kindly. After all, the enmity was forged during his tenure as manager. If it weren't for having to come to Hong Kong to thank Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, he would have stayed there to watch coldly as Hua Zhaoxin was kicked out of the rival company. Quan Xingnan was startled. Mr. Chung? Oh, I remember now. It was Chung Tiankue, Jin Boying's right-hand man, now a successful and well-known businessman in Singapore. Back then, Hua Xuedong had sought Jin Boying's help to enlist this person. Hua Xiaolei smiled. Yes, Mr. Chung did us a great favor. If not for Quan Xingnan's sake, why would Chung Tiankue, who had little to do with the Hua family, have stepped in to help? That was why Hua Xiaolei said he had come to thank Quan Xingnan. It was genuine gratitude. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. We're family, no need to be polite. Yes, family. Hua Xiaolei laughed, a hearty laugh that drew the attention of many. Quan Xingnan only then realized her slip of the tongue. Calling the Hua family meant she was implying she was part of the Hua family too. Her face flushed red, like the sunset dyeing white clouds, delicate and indescribably beautiful. Hua Xuedong looked at Quan Xingnan with doting affection, his gaze tender enough to intoxicate. This chapter ends. Chapter 1272, Just Deserts 6. The group was having a pleasant conversation when an uninvited guest suddenly arrived. It was a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and leather shoes. Quan Xingnan did not recognize him, but when she saw Li Huimin clinging to his arm like a delicate bird, she knew he was Zhao Heng, as mentioned by An Hui. Compared to Wang Mao, Zhao Heng was indeed handsome and suave, with a tall, straight figure and impeccable taste in clothing. However, like Wang Mao, he was exceptionally deferential in front of Hu Xuedong. After exchanging greetings, he immediately brought up business matters, hinting repeatedly that he wanted Hu Xuedong to invest in his new project. Even though Hu Xuedong was very composed, he found this situation quite exasperating. Still, he showed no sign of discomfort on the surface and said with a smile, "Since Mr. Zhao has such confidence in his project, please write a proposal and send it to our company for the relevant person in charge. After evaluation, we will give you a definite answer." All right, thank you, Mr. Hua. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Zhao Heng was overjoyed and quickly left with Li Huimin. Seeing how easily Hu Xuedong had dismissed Zhao Heng, Quan Xingnan covered her mouth with a smile, full of admiration. She guessed he had handled Wang Mao the same way earlier. Still, she reminded Hu Xuedong in a low voice, "I think Mr. Zhao's company has a huge funding gap, and they are involved in illegal activities. It probably won't be long before they are investigated. If you invest, even though it might save his company after they are punished, it wouldn't be good for our group's reputation." "I know." Hu Xuedong pinched her nose. He was well aware that Zhao Heng's company was not clean and that without investment, Zhao Heng would soon be on the verge of bankruptcy. Everyone in Hong Kong with the means to invest was shrewd. No one would help Zhao Heng. Otherwise, he wouldn't be desperately seeking help from anyone he could find. "Good, as long as you know." Quan Xingnan wrinkled her nose, trying to shake off his hand, but of course, she failed. Hu Xiaolei asked curiously, "Auntie Xiao Xiao, I've long heard of your brilliant foresight. Could you tell my fortune?" Quan Xingnan extended her fair little hand toward him and said, $100 per reading, no credit." Hu Xiaolei smiled and took out 200 Hong Kong dollars from his wallet, handing them to her. Quan Xingnan took the money, studied his facial features, and said, "There's nothing to tell about your early life. You already know it all. As a public figure, your life story is already out there. Let me calculate your future. You will have a harmonious marriage, many children and grandchildren, and live to a ripe old age, with a smooth life and no major setbacks. However, I think you should pay attention to your daughter's marriage. If I'm not mistaken, her marriage has already soured, and she might attempt suicide." "My daughter?" Hu Xiaolei was startled. He had never noticed how bad his daughter's marriage had become, especially since she and her son-in-law seemed to have a loving relationship, admired by the world. Quan Xingnan said calmly, "People's hearts change easily. Who knows if it's just a facade of love?" Hu Xiaolei immediately stepped out to contact his son in Singapore. By the time he returned after handling everything, the party was nearing its end. Quan Xingnan left with Hu Xuedong, Hu Xiaolei, and the others. As they walked out, they saw a young man blocking Zhang Xiafeng and An Hui. He was about 30 years old, with unsteady steps and a pale, sickly complexion, shouting at Zhang Xiafeng and An Hui. Hu Xuedong said in a low voice, "That's Zheng Nan. 6 chapters done. I'm off to rest. See you tomorrow." End of this chapter. Chapter 1273, Just Deserts 7. Zheng Nan reeked of alcohol. It was unclear whether he had actually drunk too much or had deliberately doused himself in liquor to create the illusion of being drunk. After all, a truly drunk person shouldn't have such a strong, almost pungent smell of alcohol on them. But whether he had been drinking or not made no difference to him, given his rebellious nature. In front of Zhang Xiafeng, he had always acted as if his father had wronged him and his mother, and Zhang Xiafeng had long grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to his son's various behaviors, Zhang Xiafeng quickly opened the car door beside him, shoved An Hui inside, and closed the door. Then he straightened up, looked directly at the son he had disinherited, and wore an utterly indifferent expression. "I don't think I've wronged you, Zheng Nan." "There's no need for you to shout at me," Zhang Xiafeng said coldly. "I provided you with fine clothes and rich food, sent you to prestigious schools for a good education, and let you squander wealth for 30 years. If I hadn't worked hard, you wouldn't be where you are today. I've done everything I could for you. As for you, as my son, you've never shown me any filial piety. You've constantly tried to destroy my family, and what I find most unbearable is that you used my money to harm my other son." Zhang Xiafeng had always felt that Zheng Nan could be as extravagant as he wanted, as promiscuous as he pleased, support the Zhou family's needs, or do anything else he desired. He had no expectations for this son. But the one thing he absolutely should not have done was harm his own flesh and blood. Using his money to harm his son. Even if An Hui hadn't slapped him back then, Zhang Xiafeng would have wanted to slap himself. The money he had worked so hard to earn had ultimately cost his younger son his life. How laughable, how tragic. Zhang Xiafeng felt that in the eyes of the world, he had become a huge joke. But that joke was the result of his own sins, and he had no right to defend himself. But Zhong Nan didn't see it that way. Zhong Nan firmly believed that Zhang Xiafeng had wronged him. For the sake of a dead brat, he had revoked his inheritance rights, making him a laughingstock in high society. He was self-aware enough to know that his status in elite circles came solely from being the sole heir of Feng'an Group. Every entertainment headline that mentioned him referred to him as the heir to tens of billions in assets. You have wronged me. If you hadn't, why would you revoke my inheritance? Why leave me with nothing? By law, everything you have should be mine. Mine. I am your heir. Zhong Nan flew into a rage, his face twisted hideously. He was actually quite handsome, but this expression made him look grotesque, almost unbearable to look at. Zhang Xiafeng felt somewhat helpless, as if he had been talking to a brick wall. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Xiafeng's words. The problem was Zhong Nan. He seemed completely unaware that he had no inherent right to Zhang Xiafeng's wealth. Everyone knew that the law never mandated that a parent's property must go to their son. It only stipulated that in the absence of a will, the estate would be inherited by the spouse and children. But if a will existed, it would be executed accordingly. How tragic would it be if a person who had worked their entire life couldn't even decide how to distribute their own assets? Hua Zhaolei pointed at his own head and said to Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, "Little uncle, little aunt, is this son of Boss Zheng's got something wrong up here? Such a simple legal principle, and he still doesn't understand it. I felt sick and rested yesterday afternoon, planning to write in the evening and morning. But before I could start writing, the light bulb in my room flickered and then died. There were no spare bulbs at home, so I couldn't write after dark or after 5 a.m. I can only start now. Posting one chapter first to let you know about this unfortunate situation. Come back at noon for the remaining 5 chapters. Sorry, this chapter ends." Chapter 1274, Just Deserts 8. Neither Hua Xuedong nor Quan Xingnan answered Hua Zhaolei's question. They didn't know how to respond, and they really wanted to laugh, didn't they? Zhang Xiafeng had built his career from scratch and was brilliant all his life, yet he ended up with such a son. Unless he and Hui had another son and raised him to be exceptionally outstanding, the joke of a tiger father having a dog son would follow him for the rest of his life. Quan Xingnan carefully examined Zhong Nan's face. Dark clouds hung over him, a sign of bad luck. And there was also the omen of bloodshed. Looking again, it wasn't life-threatening. At worst, he would end up paralyzed from the waist down. Good. Retribution was swift. Quan Xingnan felt no need to warn him. Although the police had no evidence to confirm Zhong Nan's involvement in Zheng Rui's murder, and Zhang Xiafeng didn't either, her celestial eye told her that the idea had come from Zhong Nan, not Zhou Ziyan. Zhou Ziyan was merely the executor and the one chosen to take the fall in the end. Back then, they thought their plan was flawless. They lived happily for so many years, often smugly congratulating themselves, until finally the truth came to light. Zhou Ziyan, as per their earlier agreement, took all the blame. Zhou Ziyan had agreed to Zhong Nan's plan, with the sole condition that Zhong Nan must provide for his wife and children to live a life of luxury for the rest of their days. Hong Kong had high housing prices and a high cost of living. Although Zhou Ziyan had attended a prestigious school with Zhong Nan's financial support and landed a decent job after graduation, his salary was nowhere near enough to cover his family's expenses. That was why he took the risk. He thought it through well. With Zheng Rui dead, Zhang Xiafeng's tens of billions in assets would only go to Zhong Nan. And given Zhang Xiafeng's abilities, by the time he died, Feng'an Group's assets might have doubled under his management. By then, even if Zhong Nan gave him $1 billion or $2 billion, it would be enough for his family's lifetime expenses. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. A few $100 million or $1 billion in assets was tempting, but far less so than tens of billions. Quan Xingnan was a divine fortune-teller who knew the past and future. But even though Hong Kong placed great importance on feng shui, the police would not believe a feng shui master's words without evidence to convict. Now, seeing Zhong Nan's face, she finally felt that good and evil would ultimately be repaid. As for Zhang Xiafeng, he had long lost patience with his son. If he had wronged his son, the son's revenge might be understandable, but he truly had done nothing to wrong him. Even if revenge was sought, why target him? Why harm Zheng Rui? Zheng Rui was innocent, just a child. So, faced with his unreasonable eldest son, Zhang Xiafeng directly ordered people to throw him out. The staff here still respected Zhang Xiafeng enough. Without the identity of Feng'an Group's heir, Zhong Nan meant nothing to them, and this place was a gathering spot for many wealthy and famous individuals. Zhang Xiafeng nodded apologetically to those around him, opened the car door, told the driver to go, and left the scene. Zheng Nan broke free from the staff and chased after him, but not only did he fail to catch up, he got a face full of exhaust fumes, which enraged him into a torrent of curses. Hearing the foul language he spewed, no different from a shrew street rant, even Hua Xiuedong frowned. She reached out to cover Quan Xingnan's ears, signaled her subordinates to bring the car over, and directly took Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiaolei into the vehicle to leave. The others followed suit, and soon only Zheng Nan remained. With no target in Zhang Xiafeng and no onlookers left, Zheng Nan, unable to embarrass Zhang Xiafeng any further, sullenly swallowed the curses he had been about to hurl, got into his own car and barked at the driver to go. The driver rolled his eyes. If not for the generous salary Zheng Nan paid, he would have quit long ago. This chapter ends. Chapter 1275, Just Deserts 9. Hua Xiaolei visited the Hua family's elder couple and stayed overnight at the Hua residence. Staying at a hotel would have been disrespectful to the Hua family. The elder couple treated this younger generation member with great warmth. When they recalled Hua Zhaoshen's death, they could only sigh. After all, so many years had passed, and there was no way to reverse the grief. Seeking revenge for him and letting him rest in peace was the best outcome for now. 2 days later, Hua Xiaolei received a call from his wife. Amid her crying and laughing voice, he learned that their daughter had genuinely attempted suicide. She had discovered their daughter Hua Kersen's suicide note. It turned out that Hua Kersen's marriage to her husband Shang Guanping had indeed hit the rocks. Shang Guanping believed that her family was too wealthy, that the money Hua Kersen casually spent on a single set of jewelry exceeded his annual salary. The pressure from the Hua family on him was too great. Every time he appeared in public, people only remembered him as the Hua family's son-in-law, not his own achievements. As a result, their feelings grew colder, their arguments more frequent, until he met Bayaru, a gentle, kind, considerate, clingy lover 16 years his junior. In short, a third party had entered Hua Kersen's marriage. Upon discovering that her daughter intended to take her own life and had even prepared sleeping pills, Hua Xiaolei's wife slapped her awake, shattering her plan to retaliate against Shang Guanping through death. A few words from her cleared her mind. If you die, Shang Guanping will only be happy, not sad. He will inherit your property. The dowry your father and I gave you, because of your death and because your suicide note doesn't mention property distribution, most of your assets will belong to him. He'll spend your money, live in your house, let his lover sleep in your bed, wear your jewelry, put on your clothes, and hit your children. Can you bear to let your child lose their mother at a young age and grow up amidst their father and stepmother's flirtations? If they have their own child, do you think they'll treat your child well? Given Shang Guanping's resentment toward the Hua family, will a child with Hua blood receive his kindness? You're not just Shang Guanping's wife, you're the Hua family's daughter and your child's mother. Hua Kersen suddenly came to her senses. After crying bitterly in her mother's arms, she pulled herself together and prepared to divorce Shang Guanping. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xiaolei felt immense relief. He was grateful that, out of curiosity about Quan Xingnan's abilities, he had jokingly asked her to perform a fortune-telling for him. He then sincerely thanked Quan Xingnan. Even if you hadn't asked Nanan for a fortune reading, she would have told you once she noticed the situation in your family. It just so happened that your request came at the right time. We're family, no need to be so formal. If your grandniece's divorce case needs help, feel free to speak up, Hua Xiuedong said gracefully, handing the bowl of bird's nest congee on the table to Quan Xingnan. Hua Xiaolei smiled. Regardless, I should properly thank Little Aunt. From now on, if Little Aunt has any requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill them without hesitation. Quan Xingnan, however, was stunned by his use of the term grandniece. Grandniece. From what Hua Xiaolei said, this grandniece also had a child, wouldn't that make her a great-grandniece? She had always known that Hua Xiuedong's seniority in the capital's circles was absurdly high. She was actually of the same generation as Quan Xingnan's parents, but because of their friendship, she had voluntarily lowered herself by 1 generation relative to them. Still, she interacted with others of her parents' generation as equals, without diminishing her status. Now, Quan Xingnan realized that compared to the Hua family, this was nothing. He had already reached the great-grandfather generation. Then, wouldn't her own seniority rise accordingly? An 18-year-old great-grandmother? End of chapter. Chapter 1276, Just Deserts 10. Quan Xingnan was terrified by her future place in the family hierarchy. She took the bird's nest congee and ate it ravenously, refusing to think about it. If she did, she might learn that the Hua family had even younger generations with lower seniority. By then, her own status would likely keep rising until she reached the level of an ancestor. Seeing through his girlfriend's thoughts, Hua Xiuedong found it amusing. However, it was true that the Hua family had younger generation members who were older than her in age. The Hua clan was vast and widespread, with branches all over the world. According to the family genealogy, many elderly people in their 80s or 90s had to address Hua Xuedong as uncle, and these elders were mostly from four-generation households. Among these people, some Hua Xuedong had met, and some he hadn't, a testament to the sheer size of the Hua family. Regarding all this, Hua Xuedong decided not to tell his young girlfriend for now. After the meal, they saw off Hua Zhaolei, who was worried about his daughter. Hua Xuedong chatted with his parents for a while before taking Quan Xingnan to the company. He worked while Quan Xingnan read, their leisurely ease making Secretary Chen, who came in to give a report, feel a pang of envy. Hua Xuedong was an exception. He was also very busy, often forgetting meals when work piled up. But Quan Xingnan, despite her immense wealth, was a hands-off boss, leaving all major and minor matters to professional managers. Although those managers received enviably generous compensation, with bonuses tied to annual dividends, they were truly overworked and exhausted. After finishing the report, Secretary Chen said, "Sir, there's a piece of gossip I'm not sure whether to share." Gossip? Quan Xingnan turned her head, her eyes sparkling. Is it gossip about Zhongnan? Secretary Chen paused, then sighed. Little miss, you're practically clairvoyant. You knew Zhongnan would get into trouble. I don't even know what to say. What happened to him? Quan Xingnan asked eagerly. I heard Zhongnan didn't pay the Zhou family their living expenses on time. Last night, the whole Zhou family went to confront him. After having his inheritance revoked, Zhongnan was in a bad mood and went out carousing until late. The Zhou family grew impatient waiting and started questioning him. The two sides probably couldn't reach an agreement and got into an argument. The Zhou family outnumbered him, and Zhongnan ended up falling from the second floor. The Zhou family scattered in panic. The Filipino maid at Zhongnan's place found him injured and rushed him to the hospital. He's still in emergency care. So it was a bloody disaster like this. Quan Xingnan had initially thought it would be a car accident, given Zhongnan's history of street racing. Hua Xuedong listened quietly. What's Boss Zheng's reaction? Secretary Chen shrugged. Even though Boss Zheng revoked Zhongnan's inheritance, he's still his son. And with a chance to send the Zhou family to hell, how could Boss Zheng let it go? The latest news is that Boss Zheng has already called the police. It's up to them to decide the Zhou family's crimes. A whole family trying extortion and ending up injuring someone, their offense won't be light. Zhongnan's injuries were indeed severe. After the surgery, the doctor walked out of the operating room and regretfully told Zheng Xiafeng that they had done their best, but Zhongnan's spine was damaged, and he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Moreover, Zhongnan had landed on the back of his head. Even with timely medical attention, there might be some impact on his intellect. Zheng Xiafeng felt both sorrow and relief. Sorrow for his son's injury, relief that his son had reaped what he sowed. Since neither Zheng Xiafeng nor Hui had been involved, they felt no guilt. And the Zheng family's wealth was more than enough to support Zhongnan for the rest of his life. With this happening, Zhongnan would no longer pose any threat to their marriage. 1.5 chapters left. I'll keep writing. End of this chapter. Chapter 1277, Just Deserts 11. The matter of Zhongnan made him a prime example of evil reaping its due reward. The rumors spread so widely that it was shocking to hear. Many people use this as a lesson to teach others to do good and accumulate virtue, lest they meet a similar end of evil being repaid. Many in high society wondered whether, after revoking Zhongnan's inheritance rights, Zheng Xiafeng would further punish him to seek justice for his youngest son and young wife. They also considered whether Hui might take revenge on Zhongnan. But none expected that Zhongnan's retribution would come from the Zhou family, whom he had always favored. TSK. Zheng Xiafeng's hands were clean, and Hui's hands were clean, and Zheng Rui's revenge was thoroughly settled. All the Zhou family members went, Zhongnan's maternal grandparents, his uncle and aunt, his aunt, and Zhou Xian's wife. When their own interests were at stake, no one dared to back down. Now, they were all sent to prison. They were all adults, and everyone must pay for their own actions. Zheng Xiafeng was never one to be soft-hearted. He had long harbored a deep hatred for the Zhou family. How could he let this opportunity slip? A few days later, when meeting Quan Xingnan for lunch, and Hui did not hide her schadenfreude as she told her that because Zhongnan's intelligence had been affected and his mobility was severely limited, the hospital had issued a final assessment. To ensure Zhongnan's quality of life for the rest of his days, Zheng Xiafeng, as his only relative, had reclaimed several luxury residences and 2 luxury cars that the Zhou family had been using. It turned out that over the years, Zhongnan had indeed gifted some houses and luxury cars to the Zhou family due to their demands, but not every mansion and every car had been directly transferred to them. Some remained under his name, simply given for their use because the Zhou family liked them. The Zhou family had grown accustomed to this and overlooked the difference between ownership and usage. Of course, they might also have done so to save on taxes. Although only 2 houses and 3 cars remained under Zhang Nan's name, losing them was more painful to the Zhou family than cutting off their own flesh. The Zhou family originally had 4 houses and 4 cars. Now, only 2 houses and 1 car were left, and with no more endless supply from Zhang Nan, how could they not feel the pain? Of course, their biggest trouble now was Zhang Xiafeng's accusations against them, charging them with collective extortion, and when that failed, attempting to murder Zhang Nan. Quan Xing'an said calmly, good and evil will eventually be recompensed. It's not that there is no retribution, but that the time has not yet come. Yes, exactly. Good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. My Rui can finally rest in peace. And Huey's eyes glistened with tears. And, because the Zhou family had fallen to such a state, Zhou Zian suddenly changed his testimony, revealing that Zhang Nan was the real mastermind behind it all, hoping to reduce his own guilt. But given Zhang Nan's current condition, the police could not immediately hold him accountable. Quan Xingnan handed her a handkerchief. Now, this matter is completely settled. From now on, live well with Boss Zhang, and strive to give your newborn child a fresh start in a new family. I think he has already arrived. Hearing this, and Huey's cheeks flushed bright red. Just as she was at a loss for how to respond to Quan Xingnan, Lu Xiangnong's arrival saved her. Master Quan, what a coincidence to run into you here. Lu Xiangnong, who had already made a name for herself in the film and television industry with her parents' support, was overjoyed. She walked straight up to Quan Xingnan and Hui, not hiding her delight and gratitude. If not, Chapter 1278, Just Deserts 12. Miss Lu? Long time no see. Quan Xingnan had been appearing in many public settings with Hu Xiwedong recently and had also met Mr. and Mrs. Lu. She had heard them mention that Lu Xiangnong, with her tenacity and willingness to endure hardship, had made a name for herself in the international film and television circle. After returning to Hong Kong, 2 blockbuster films had elevated her to the status of a first-line actress. Moreover, because she held considerable international standing, she was even more popular than other first-line actresses. Her background as a wealthy heiress also attracted a large fan base, and being a graduate of a prestigious school gave her a very positive image. In contrast, as for Ying Tian, the superstar from 3 years ago, Quan Xing'an hadn't seen any news about him in recent years. However, Hui, who often interacted with actresses in the film industry, had heard that after Ying Tian broke up with Lu Xiangnong, he seemed to have offended someone. Although he wasn't officially blacklisted, word had spread in the circle that major investors dared not hire him. As a result, he had fallen to third-tier status and was now struggling to make ends meet. Rumors had it he was planning to break into the mainland market. Many Hong Kong and Taiwanese stars, when unpopular at home, could still cause quite a stir by entering the mainland market, ushering in a second spring for their careers. Neither Quan Xingnan nor Hui brought up Ying Tian in front of Lu Xiangnong, feeling it was pointless. But Lu Xiangnong herself mentioned him during casual conversation, smiling faintly. After I found out what kind of person he was, my heart went cold. And I vaguely heard that his ex-wife's death wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. But it's been so long that much of the evidence has vanished. Quan Xingnan nodded. Indeed, the ghost of Ying Tian's ex-wife was still following him. Because his ex-wife wasn't a good person and had harmed many, Quan Xingnan couldn't be bothered to seek justice for her. She had simply let her tear at Ying Tian in vain until she was exhausted, without affecting his life in the slightest. And Hui said, breaking up was the right call. I never thought Ying Tian was any good. No sooner had he broken up with you than he got involved with Li Huimin. At the time, Ying Tian's status was still intact, and Li Huimin gained considerable exposure by clinging to him. But unfortunately, not long after, Ying Tian's position began to decline. Li Huimin, finding he couldn't bring her any benefits, dumped him and threw herself into Zhao Heng's arms, marrying into a wealthy family to become a rich wife. Li Huimin? Since we're in the same circle, I know her. Lu Xiangnong thought for a moment. I think I heard my father mention once that the Zhao family's business was short on working capital. If they couldn't find an investor, they would definitely go bankrupt. And Hui turned to look at Quan Xingnan. How did Zhao Heng's approach to Mr. Wu turn out? His proposal didn't meet Hua Corporation's evaluation standards, so the matter of investment naturally fell through. Hua Corporation was a large conglomerate, responsible for thousands of employees and thousands of families. How could Hu Xiwedong possibly damage the reputation of her own group or harm its interests for the sake of Zhao Heng's company? Doesn't that mean that after Zhao Heng goes bankrupt, Li Huimin, who forced her way into the position, might end up in debt along with him? And Hui suddenly felt a bit of schadenfreude. When that day comes, Zhao Heng's ex-wife, Ming Hongxing, will certainly be clapping her hands in joy. When she divorced Zhao Heng, she only got a house and 5 million in cash, a drop in the bucket of their marital assets. Ming Hongxing has a soft temperament and, worried about her elderly mother and young son, couldn't fight Zhao Heng and Li Huimin. She had to swallow her pride and accept that pittance of property, living on her own with her mother and son. Lu Xiangnong and Quan Xingnan exchanged smiles, both feeling a sense of satisfaction. But as they left the restaurant, Lu Xiangnong's mood soured because Ying Tian, looking like a haggard middle-aged man, appeared and blocked her way. Finally finished updating, scattering flowers. My eyes are too sleepy to keep open, going to take a quick nap. I've been muted and can't reply to comments. I saw some readers saying they want to see the story of Li Qianxuan and Xiaochun. It will come, so stay tuned for the follow-up. Chapter end. Chapter 1279. Serial Killer 1. Money can change a person's appearance. This statement is absolutely no lie. Quan Xingnan had seen cases where money altered someone's looks. There was a man who, while not particularly ugly, had small eyes and a bulbous nose, and his smile made people uncomfortable. Back then, he was poor, exuding an air of destitution that made everyone look down on him. Later, he pulled himself together, worked hard to buy a car and a house, and opened a shop. With money came confidence. His clothing and style remained the same as before, and his facial features hadn't changed. He still wasn't exceptionally handsome or dashing, but the impression he gave was far more pleasant, no longer unpleasant to look at. Ying Tian was in a similar situation. The difference was that Ying Tian had once held a high status in the entertainment industry, possessing both money and power, and had a boyfriend from a wealthy family. He was confident, radiant, appearing young and handsome, with every move drawing attention. Now, reduced to a third-tier star, his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. He looked seedy, down and out, and aged, with a gloomy gaze that made people uncomfortable. Of course, the main reason Ying Tian had ended up like this was Zhu Peng's death. After Quan Xingnan exposed his scheme of stealing fate to change his luck, his destiny returned to its proper course, and he was no longer the favored son of heaven borrowing Hua Zhaoshan's fate. Lu Xiangnong furrowed her brows slightly. She didn't regret her past relationship with Ying Tian. At its core, the feelings were her own, and she had willingly dated him. It was only later, when she discovered his true nature, that she chose not to continue. She lacked neither money nor influence, and her figure and looks were outstanding, so she didn't prioritize a man's material wealth. She valued character more. Ying Tian, long time no see. Lu Xiangnong greeted him politely, but with a hint of distance. I'm here with a friend to take care of something. Could you please step aside? Ying Tian smiled bitterly. Xiangnong, now that I've become like this, even you look down on me? Lu Xiangnong's expression shifted as she noticed the flashes of paparazzi cameras nearby. Did they think she was blind to their sneaky, hiding antics? She could clearly see the excitement on their faces. She glared at Ying Tian, who was clearly trying to grab headlines. As her mind raced for a response, Quan Xingnan linked arms with her and said with a smile, Mr. Ying, you're joking. How could Xiangnong look down on you? If she did, wouldn't that mean she looks down on her own past self for dating you? When it comes to relationships, if it works, you stay together. If not, you part ways. Not long after you and Xiangnong broke up, you started dating Miss Li, which shows you'd already moved on. Xiangnong has moved on too, so let's not dwell on the past. Ying Tian's eyes were fixed solely on Lu Xiangnong, desperate to win back the gullible woman to restore his former glory. He hadn't noticed the two strikingly beautiful women beside her until Quan Xingnan spoke. When he looked closely, he broke out in a cold sweat and took 2 steps back. Hua Xueting's girlfriend. Zhang Sefeng's ex-wife, with whom he might remarry. The men behind these 2 women were not people he could afford to offend. My apologies, my apologies. I only had eyes for Xiangnong and didn't notice Miss Annie and Miss Josephine. Sorry. Ying Tian repeatedly apologized, his groveling demeanor captured clearly by the paparazzi. To anyone unaware of the full story, they might sympathize with this former superstar, so utterly crushed by power and influence. End of chapter. Chapter 1280, The Serial Killer 2. Chapter 1280, The Serial Killer 2. How could Lu Xiangnong not see through Ying Tian's intentions? A wave of disgust immediately rose within her. She had been warned by her parents before about this person's true nature, and while it had saddened her, she had only blamed herself for having poor judgment. Now she realized just how utterly vile he was even in this situation. He still tried to use them to turn his own fortunes around. Quan Xingnan patted Lu Xiangnong's hand, stopping her from speaking. Lu Xiangnong was startled, and though confused, she swallowed the words she had been about to hurl at Ying Tian. Mr. Ying, Quan Xingnan said, still wearing a radiant smile that, given her youth, seemed all the more innocent and carefree. A few years ago, the highly sought-after feng shui master Zhu Ping met divine retribution. He performed rituals to steal life and change the fates of certain people. If the media finds out, they'll surely be very interested in the 2 main beneficiaries of that stolen fate. Ying Tian was instantly shocked, staring in terror at the girl before him, whose face was angelic, but whose smile was that of a demon. The girl flashed a set of teeth as white and gleaming as jade. As someone with a modest reputation in the field of metaphysics, it seems I've forgotten to remind Mr. Ing all along the one who changed his name and identity has never actually left your side. Who was the one who changed his name and identity? Others might not recall immediately, but how could Ing Tian, who was constantly haunted by nightmares, not know? So cold. In the sweltering summer heat, Ing Tian suddenly felt an icy chill seep into his bones. He couldn't even remember why he had stopped Lu Xiangnong in the first place. He turned and vanished from their sight at lightning speed. Lu Xiangnong and An Hui stood there, dumbfounded. Quan Xingnan shot a glance at the nearby bodyguards. They acknowledged her signal and moved toward the paparazzi, quickly and cleanly handling the situation. Let's go, Quan Xingnan said to Lu Xiangnong and An Hui. When you're in a bad mood, shopping is the best cure. Yesterday, I happened to see a brochure for a certain brand, and it looks like a lot of new items are hitting the shelves today. I want to buy 2 suitable bags for my 2 mothers. Bags cure all ills, that phrase would become quite popular later. And Hui and Lu Xiangnong both loved shopping and splurging. Fortunately, their incomes were enough to support their extravagant habits. In unison, they said, great, let's go buy bags. And while we're at it, let's grab a set of cosmetics. I'm still missing a few new lipsticks. Lipstick had always been one of the essential cosmetics for women. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they entered the mall. However, Jean Mingshu did not leave with Ing Tian. Instead, she chased after Quan Xingnan and asked, you can see me, can't you? You can see me, right? Right? You can see me. Having been a strong-willed woman in life, she was used to being above others, and her attitude toward Quan Xingnan was far from friendly. Quan Xingnan was displeased and ignored her completely. Those who had committed evil in life did not deserve her pity. If it weren't for her disdain for Ing Tian, she would have already sent Jean Mingshu to hell to face punishment. Jean Mingshu flew into a rage, her face twisting grotesquely as she lunged at Quan Xingnan, shouting obscenities, you ignore me. You ignore me. How dare you ignore me? You can see me but you won't talk to me, are you in cahoots with Ing Tian? Have you taken a liking to that pretty boy too? No one can take my Ing Tian away from me. I'll kill you. Quan Xingnan's fingers, hanging at her side, flicked lightly. A tiny golden light, invisible to mortal eyes, landed on Jean Mingshu. Not only did it send her flying, but it also made her feel as if she were being scorched in a blazing fire. Her soul writhed in agony as she screamed incessantly. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. End of chapter. Chapter 1281. Serial Killer 3. After cursing Quan Xingnan recklessly, Jean Mingshu finally couldn't endure the soul-deep pain, which felt to her like the torment of hell as described by others. So, she immediately changed her tune and begged Quan Xingnan for mercy. But a leopard can't change its spots. Her eyes still brimmed with malice. Quan Xingnan ignored her and, along with Enlu, stepped into a world-renowned leather goods store. Her eyes landed on a high-priced black men's wallet, which she felt suited Hua Xiuedong perfectly. Though it wasn't a limited edition, she never cared about that. She immediately asked the salesperson to take it down for her to see. Buying it for Mr. Hua? And Hui asked with a smile. Yeah, fourth brother's wallet looks a bit worn out, so I'm giving him a new one. Quan Xingnan examined the wallet carefully in her hand, found no flaws, and had the salesperson wrap it up. Then she pointed to a white leather bag and said, show me that bag. Its simple and elegant design was perfect for Lin Xiaoxue. And Hui and Lu Xiangnong each splurged on several new bags. Combined with the 3 bags and 2 wallets Quan Xingnan bought, the group spent a hefty sum, leaving the salesperson grinning from ear to ear. Master, spare me, spare me, spare me. I'll give you all the limited edition bags I collected in my lifetime. All of them. The malice in Jean Mingshu's eyes finally faded as she kept begging Quan Xingnan for mercy. Yet, for some reason, she couldn't get close to Quan Xingnan, forced to stay a yard away. After finishing her shopping spree, Quan Xingnan returned to Hua Xiuedong's office and finally deigned to cast a glance at her. She sneered, you, a ghost with no autonomy, dare to negotiate terms with me? Do you think you're qualified? Her punishment for Jean Mingshu was time-limited, and by then, the pain had lessened considerably. Having witnessed Quan Xingnan's methods, even without the pain, Jean Mingshu no longer dared to show her any hint of hostility. Hua Xiuedong, who was working at his desk, looked up at his young girlfriend, raised an eyebrow slightly, and asked, which ghost is following you now, wanting you to seek justice for them? His tone was calm, clearly used to such occurrences. Seeing Hua Xiuedong like this, Jean Mingshu grew even more terrified. Hua Xiuedong actually knew his girlfriend could see ghosts. Wasn't he afraid? What other ghost? I had the bad luck to run into Ing Tian today, that male star who stole Jashan's fate. I accidentally let slip some secrets and his wife's spirit has been tailing me ever since, probably wanting me to avenge her. Outsiders don't know Ing Tian was behind it, but we do. Quan Xingnan pulled out the wallet she'd bought for her boyfriend from the bag and handed it to him. Hua Xiuedong nodded in understanding, took the wallet and said happily, "My wallet was worn out, and I was just thinking of replacing it." "I really like this one you bought." He immediately transferred the cards and cash from his old wallet into the new one. Quan Xingnan's eyes curved into crescents. Jean Mingxiu huddled in a corner, trembling, her earlier arrogance nowhere to be seen. What kind of people were these? They talked about ghosts as if they were people, as if they'd done it 1,000 times before. And she even knew she'd been killed by Ying Tian. The public had no idea, all fooled by him. But too much time had passed. No one would revisit that old case. Unable to get revenge and forced to watch Ying Tian flirt with other women, Jean Mingxiu's hatred for him grew deeper by the day. She wished she could cut him into 1,000 pieces, burn his bones to ash, and scatter them into the sea. End of chapter. Chapter 1282, Serial Killer 4. Quan Xingnan was quite interested in Ying Tian's current predicament. After Hua Xiuedong finished his work, she asked him whether he had made a move against Ying Tian. Ying Tian had inherited a large amount of property from Jean Mingxiu and had also earned a considerable sum of money as a celebrity. Combined, it was a massive fortune. So why had he fallen to such a low state? Ying Tian carried a faint air of poverty about him, comparable to some bankrupt individuals. Hua Xiuedong tilted his head, thought for a moment, and replied, "I didn't make a move." Quan Xingnan propped her hands on the desk, leaning her upper body forward, and looked at Hua Xiuedong's incredibly handsome face. What about the people in Singapore then? If he hadn't acted, would Ying Tian have fallen so low? Impossible. They probably made a move. I'm not very clear on these trivial matters. Hua Xiuedong reached out and tapped her nose. I did happen to hear Zhao mention once that Ying Tian frequently visits casinos in Las Vegas and Macau, losing anywhere from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. There's likely some interference from that side. Add to that his lack of income, only spending, never earning, and his fate is obvious. The Hua family was fiercely protective of their own, and also vengeful. Repaying kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge was the Hua family's nature. Hua Xiuedong didn't intervene because this matter belonged to that side, but if that side made a move, he would help cover up the traces. The Hua family had reached its current position because of one word: unity. No matter whether family members openly competed or schemed against each other in business, since too many were in the same industry, some competition was inevitable. They were united against outsiders, not allowing anyone to disrupt internal cohesion. Truly ruthless. Quan Xingnan sighed. Gambling and drugs were the easiest things to get hooked on, and once hooked, they could never be quit. Even if someone eventually quit, the chance of relapse or returning to gambling was very high. Although the Hua family members on that side had schemed to trap Ying Tian in the pit of gambling, which was somewhat heartless, if Ying Tian hadn't been tempted, he wouldn't have taken the bait, wouldn't have shown up at the casinos, and wouldn't have sunk deeper and deeper. Hua Xiuedong said indifferently, "The final choice lies with oneself, not with others. Other schemes were the trigger, not the process or the result." "So it was you who ruined Ying Tian like this?" Jean Mingxiu jumped out from a corner, accusing Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan of being despicable and shameless. But when Quan Xingnan shot her a glare, she shrank back into the corner, her voice much quieter. "Why did you have to harm Ying Tian?" Why? Jean Mingxiu was a contradictory person. In her actions, she claimed to hate Ying Tian, wishing she could kill him herself, yet in her words, she constantly worried about him, resenting every woman he liked and hating anyone who harmed him. Love and hate intertwined, that was probably her portrayal. Quan Xingnan was annoyed and flicked her finger, sending her back to Ying Tian's side, letting the one human and one ghost love and kill each other. Unexpectedly, the next day, a female ghost came crying miserably to Quan Xingnan, begging her to seek justice. "You're looking for me? How did you know I could see you?" No one would be in a good mood waking up to find a female ghost with a gruesome death standing by their bed. Quan Xingnan was no exception. She sat up in bed, her hair like dark clouds cascading down, and glared unhappily at the female ghost before her. This female ghost was young, probably in her 20s, wearing a pair of red high heels with thin heels, her nails dyed bright red, her hair curled in big waves, and her makeup heavy and gaudy. She had a certain seductive charm. Chapter 1283, Serial Killer 5. Seeing Quan Xingnan lose her temper, the female ghost shrank back, looking very frightened. "All right, what's your name? What do you need from me?" Quan Xingnan sighed. Noticing that the female ghost's soul was very pure, she knew the woman had been a good girl in life, not a malicious evil spirit, so her tone softened considerably. The female ghost was overjoyed and quickly said, "My name is Enling. I'm an orphan from Anshin Welfare Home." "Wait, Anshin Welfare Home? You're from Anshin Welfare Home. Wasn't Anshin Welfare Home the one where Anhui lived?" Anshin was actually the name of the director. After getting to know Hui, Quan Shengnan had even asked Xue Xiaojun to allocate a sum of charitable funds from the foundation to donate to Anshin Welfare Home, though she had never been there herself. And Ling nodded. Yes, I'm an orphan from Anshin Welfare Home. I was born with a cleft lip and palate, so I was abandoned at the home's gate. Mother director took me in and named me Ling. Quan Shengnan looked her over carefully and noticed there were indeed traces of surgery on her lips. You had surgery? And Ling hummed in affirmation. Yes. When I was 12, 16-year-old sister and Hui entered a competition and used her prize money to pay for my surgery. After that, I became just like everyone else. Her eyes were full of gratitude. You know Hui? Since she was acquainted with Hui, Quan Shengnan became a bit more patient. Yes, I do. Sister Hui came to the welfare home when she was 10, and I was 6. She taught me to read. When a rich boy gave her good food, she always gave it to me. She was so kind to me. She said she would earn money to get me surgery, and she did. Sister Jean Mingshu said you're close with Sister Hui and told me to come to you. She said you could definitely help me get justice and let me rest in peace. Quan Shengnan was startled. Jean Mingshu? You know her? And Ling scratched her head, looking embarrassed. Sister Jean Mingshu has a bit of a temper. She even kicked me when she first saw me, but later, seeing how pitiful I was, she pulled me up and asked how I died. I told her my cause of death, and she told me to come to you. I'd seen news reports on TV before, so I knew where the Hua family mansion was, and I came. Master, I really didn't mean to scare you. I've been dead for too long, and I want the justice I deserve. Quan Shengnan nodded slightly. Who killed you? I don't know either. And Ling looked bewildered. I was dragged to the roadside on my way home from work. By the time I realized what was happening, I was already a ghost. I was strangled to death. The person who killed me was dressed all in black clothes, black pants, a hat, and mask, wrapped up tightly. I couldn't see what he looked like. Quan Shengnan frowned. Do you have any enemies? No. And Ling answered quickly, her expression serious. Aside from work, I stayed at the welfare home. I rarely went out for social activities. Because of my disability as a child, others mocked me, so I didn't like interacting with people. Even after my surgery and recovery, I couldn't change that personality. I know very few people, and I always try to be kind to others. There's no way I made enemies. Master, don't let my flashy outfit fool you, it's just for work. After work, I dress very plainly. What kind of work do you do? You said you dressed plainly after work, so why were you like this the day you died? And Ling answered honestly, I worked as a waitress at a bar. The boss required us to dress like this, or he wouldn't pay us. I usually removed my makeup after work, but that night something happened, and I was in a hurry to get home, so I didn't take it off. This chapter ends. Start. Chapter 1284, Serial Killer 6. Speaking of this, and Ling's expression was very sorrowful. The one time she didn't remove her makeup, she met with an accident on her way home. She hadn't yet had the chance to repay the director mother. She hadn't yet had the chance to say thank you to Hui. She was still worried about the younger children in the welfare home, and yet she vanished from the world like that. Her remains never seeing the light of day. She hated it, hated the person who killed her. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed from Ling's eyes. If the person who killed me had dumped my body in the wilderness and someone found it, the police might have solved the case, found the killer, and given me justice. But that person didn't do that. He sealed my body inside a stove, forcing my bones to endure the torment of burning fire every day. Who is so cruel? Even after you became a ghost, you never saw him. Quan Shengnan felt extreme disgust toward the killer. What deep-seated hatred could drive someone to kill an innocent girl and desecrate her remains like this? And Ling shook her head. I wanted to follow him, but I couldn't leave the place where my bones were sealed. Quan Shengnan reacted quickly. Since you couldn't leave, then why are you here now? And how did you see Jean Mingshu? You're not lying to me, are you? No. And Ling waved her hands frantically. I really couldn't leave before, as if I was bound. 3 years ago, I suddenly became able to move, free to leave, but I never saw that person again, and I couldn't find him. I just drifted around. I even saw Hui's baby Rue, but a few days ago, Rue disappeared too. You saw Rue? Yes, I did. Sometimes I would drift to the Anshin welfare home and see Rue with Hui. I see. Quan Shengnan calculated the time when Ling became able to move. Coincidentally, it was the very day Zhu Peng died. Could it be that Ling was bound near her remains because of Zhu Peng? Very possible. Zhu Peng was a black-hearted, rotten scoundrel, utterly evil, capable of anything for money. I can help you, Quan Shengnan said. As Ling's face lit up with joy, she continued, but only if you agree to one condition. Even if Ling disagreed, she would still bring the killer to justice, but she wouldn't tell Ling that. And Ling quickly asked what the condition was. As long as I can do it, I will agree. Let me perform a ritual to send you into reincarnation. Hearing that Quan Xingnan had such an ability, and Ling was filled with awe. Wasn't that the power of a deity? She hurriedly nodded to Quan Xingnan, indicating her agreement. As long as her enemy was brought to justice, her wish would be fulfilled, and there would be no need for her to linger in the mortal world. Quan Xingnan said, then the most urgent thing is to have someone discover your remains and let the police investigate. Her clairvoyance could certainly trace the truth, but the police wouldn't believe her words. Only by letting the police receive a report and investigate themselves could it work. If they struggled to find the killer, she could step in later. She then asked Ling when she died and whether the welfare home had reported her missing. I died 4 years ago, at just 20 years old. The director mother reported my disappearance 2 days after I went missing, but there was never any news. I think they already knew I was likely dead. After speaking, without Quan Xingnan asking, and Ling told her where her remains were buried, looking at her with hopeful eyes. After eating, Quan Xingnan told Hu Xuedong about this matter. Don't get involved in this. I'll handle it. End of chapter. End. Chapter 1285, Serial Killer 7. Quan Xingnan was unclear about the specific process of how Hu Xuedong arranged for Ling's remains to be exposed. However, she knew that Hu Xuedong would definitely not show up in person, unlike herself, who had foolishly appeared at the deep pool on the outskirts of the capital, discovered Su Jiejia's body, and aroused obvious suspicion from Xu Yong. It was only because he knew her abilities that Xu Yong didn't press further. This was Hong Kong, not the capital. In the capital, she had some reputation and the protection of her family. Here, aside from Hu Xuedong and a few friends, who would believe her? If she had been the one to discover Ling's remains, she would definitely have drawn suspicion from the police. Hong Kong had only recently returned to the motherland, and many Hong Kong citizens had no sense of belonging to the nation. Soon, Quan Xingnan saw a report in the newspaper about the remains found in the stove. It was said that workers were repairing various kitchen pipes and had to break open the stove, only to discover a human hand embedded in the fallen chunks of cement. They were terrified out of their wits and immediately called the police. At the same time, work was halted. After the police arrived, they cordoned off the crime scene, and the remains were excavated by police professionals. Because the case of a body being sealed inside a stove was so rare, it caused widespread panic among the public. The police specially established a major case team to investigate this horrific crime. After hearing about this, Ling went to follow the major case team. She wanted to witness the murderer who killed her being caught with her own eyes. Compared to Quan Xingnan, Ling had full confidence in the police's investigative abilities. She believed the police would solve the case, catch the murderer, and allow her soul to find peace. Quan Xingnan didn't stop her. It was a good thing that Hong Kong citizens trusted the police. However, the occurrence of this case affected her mood, leaving her listless for several days. You've been through so many cases, and none of them were any less heinous than this one. Why can't you let this one go? Hu Xuedong said with deep concern. Although Ling died unjustly and tragically, now that her remains have been exposed, the police will confirm her identity and give her justice. Don't let this trouble you anymore. I feel that Ling's death isn't that simple, Quan Xingnan said, trusting her instincts. Hu Xuedong pondered and said, Ling, a disabled orphan from an orphanage, was strangled to death by someone on her way home from work. What makes you think it's not simple? The cause of death? Or the murderer? I want to open my third eye and trace back the scene of Ling's death. Hearing this, Hu Xuedong touched her head. If you want to do it, then go ahead. I support you unconditionally. Once you know the full story of Ling's death, you might find clues to provide to the police. The police are now asking the public for useful leads. If we find any, we can have someone else come forward. A person of worth doesn't take unnecessary risks. Don't think about stepping forward yourself. A person of worth? Quan Xingnan pointed at her own nose with her fair little finger. Of course. You're worth more than gold. Worth 10,000 gold. 100 million gold. 1 trillion gold. 1 quadrillion gold. Quan Xingnan laughed. You might as well just say I'm worth the weight of all the gold in the world. Seeing her finally smile, Hu Xuedong felt relieved and said with a smile, that's exactly what I meant, but I didn't get to say it before you said it yourself. It shows you know your own value. Fourth brother, you've become quite glib. Just as Quan Xingnan finished speaking, her phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and saw it was Hui. End of chapter. Chapter 1286, Serial Killer 8. What could happen to her? Quan Xingnan quickly answered the phone. Before she could even speak, she heard Hui sobbing uncontrollably. What's wrong? What's wrong, Josephine? What happened? Did Boss Zhang bully you? Quan Xingnan could hear the deep sorrow in her cries and immediately grew anxious. No, Xiafeng didn't bully me. Hui sniffled and choked out, Annie, have you seen the newspaper? What newspaper? Quan Xingnan had a vague guess in her mind, and sure enough, Hui's next words confirmed it. It's the stove body case. From a few days ago. Quan Xingnan sighed. I saw it. I feel sorry for the victim. Isn't the case under investigation? The victim's identity has been confirmed. And Hui cried, unable to control herself. She was a little sister from our orphanage, named Ling. The DNA results confirmed it. She's been missing for several years. The remaining clothing fragments on her remains also match what she was wearing the day she disappeared. After Mother Director received the notice, she fainted from crying. Mother Director loved every child deeply. Suddenly learning that a child hadn't gone missing but had died tragically, with her remains desecrated after death, was shocking and heartbreaking. And Ling was only 20 when she disappeared. Only 20. And Hui repeated over and over. Quan Xingnan understood this pain. To An Hui, and Ling was like family. Who wouldn't be heartbroken to suddenly learn that a loved one had died tragically? After confirming the victim was An Ling, what did the police say? Quan Xingnan intended to probe into the case's progress, but she felt An Hui wouldn't know much detail, so she was probably asking in vain. An Hui sniffled. It's been too long and there were no clues left at the scene. The case has hit a dead end. Based on An Ling's workplace and her colleagues' statements, the police confirmed she died after getting off work. Speaking of which, we only found out she was working at a bar. If we'd known earlier, we would never have let her go. It's a place full of all kinds of people. A place full of all kinds of people. The danger was almost imaginable. Although An Ling wasn't a great beauty and was quite introverted due to surgery, she had delicate features. With heavy makeup, she had some charm. After all, makeup is a magical art. The police should be investigating in that direction. Quan Xingnan listened to her share her guesses and could hear her heavy nasal tone. She comforted her. Didn't you proudly say before that the Major Crimes Unit is very capable? There's no major case they can't solve. And Ling's case is under public scrutiny. Under such pressure, they will definitely do their utmost to solve it quickly. Don't be too sad. The deceased is gone. The living must carry on. You're not alone now. Take good care of yourself and wait for the police to provide an answer that lets the deceased rest in peace. Hearing Quan Xingnan say this, and Hui remembered that she had previously mentioned she might be pregnant with Rue. Although she couldn't confirm her condition since it was still early, she decided to follow Quan Xingnan's advice. The police don't always disclose their progress to the public. Qinling's case had already hit a dead end when, at that moment, the police received a report. Someone had discovered a female body, dead for less than 10 days. Although the body had begun to decompose slightly, her clothing and appearance were still intact. Big curls, high heels, red nails, very similar to how the deceased Ling had dressed. Chapter 1287, Serial Killer 9. This discovery was like a breakthrough. After confirming that the victim had been strangled, the police quickly pulled up records of missing persons from recent years and found that at least 7 women had been wearing red nail polish, high heels, and big curly hair, with heavy makeup, on the day they disappeared. Soon, they also discovered that the youngest of these 9 women was An Ling, aged 20, and the oldest was no more than 27 or 28. Without exception, they could all be described as young women. The reason they said 9 women was because the police included both An Ling and the newly discovered female corpse. The 7 missing women mentioned earlier did not include these 2. Could this mean the killer is the same person? If not, why are the victims and the missing women dressed so similarly? If so, what is the killer's motive for killing these young women? Just because of their appearance? Everyone knows that human nature is very complex, and the police have solved similar cases before. There have been many killers who brutally murdered victims simply because they had traits the killer disliked. The pressure on the police suddenly intensified, as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. If the killer really is the same person, then this indicates a serial murder case, not just the stove body disposal case. The newly discovered female corpse was found in a rockery pond. Because the boss felt that the newly built rockery blocking the main entrance might affect feng shui, he ordered the workers to dismantle it and planned to build a feng shui fish pond instead. Since the workload was small, the workers didn't refuse. After all, the boss was paying them a daily wage. Who would have thought that during the demolition, a worker accidentally damaged the cement surface at the bottom and discovered the female corpse buried underground? This immediately caused public panic, and many news outlets reported on it one after another, infuriating the boss. The police, however, investigated the killer based on the fact that An Ling's remains appeared in the stove and the new victim's body was under the rockery. They suspected the killer might be involved in this line of work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to place the victims in these 2 locations. If not for the unexpected circumstances, the stove and rockery would have been unlikely to be dismantled in a short time. Such a major case could not be hidden from the citizens of Hong Kong Island. For a time, everyone felt endangered. At the same time, women with big curly hair, high heels, red nail polish, and heavy makeup became a rare sight on the streets, virtually disappearing. Quan Xingnan never expected that the killer who murdered Ling was a serial killer. She shared the same feeling as the police, though she couldn't be completely certain. Frowning, she said, "Fourth brother, I need to open my third eye to trace the details. If I find the killer's whereabouts, you must find a way to pass the clues to the police. I hope such a killer is caught as soon as possible, so no more people fall victim." Appearance and clothing have never been a standard for judging a person's character. Everyone has their own preferences, they can dress however they like, that is their freedom. Those victims should not have lost their lives because of how they dressed. Hua Xiuedong said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, no one will trace it back to us." Previously, they thought Ling's death was just an accident, so they didn't take it seriously, believing the police would quickly find the killer. Now, with the new case and the similarities in the victims and missing women's appearances, it was clear this was no simple murder. Although the matter had nothing to do with them, they couldn't stand by and do nothing. Quan Xingnan sent a telepathic message to Ling, summoning her. As Ling looked on in confusion, she opened her third eye to trace back the events after Ling's death. End of chapter. Chapter 1288. Serial Killer 10. On the day Ling died, she had to work late because of a dispute among bar patrons. Afraid that the Dean mother would worry, she was in a hurry to get home and didn't have time to remove her makeup, rushing onto the road home. The Anshin orphanage, which took in so many orphans, could hardly be located in an affluent area. It should be said that the Anshin orphanage sat at the border between the wealthy district and the slums. Ling passed through the alley she often took, was dragged into the darkness, and strangled with a skilled and swift technique. She didn't even have time to cry out for help before her legs kicked wildly and she stopped struggling. That man, as Ling had said, wore black clothes and black pants, a black hat and black leather gloves, and even his mask was black. From head to toe, he was wrapped up tightly. He was clearly a man of medium build, neither fat nor thin, but sturdy. He fastened the belt he had used to strangle Ling around his own waist, folded her body, stuffed it into a large woven bag, placed it on a motorcycle, and transported it in the dark to the stove site. He seemed to have planned it all out. Despite the considerable distance, it took him less than an hour. He skillfully mixed cement, skillfully took Ling's body out of the woven bag, embedded it into the stove, stacked bricks, applied cement, and smoothed it all out. By the time he finished everything, the sky was already showing the pale light of dawn. He walked out of the kitchen. A place with a stove was, of course, a kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, he took off his black clothes and pants, removed his hat and gloves, bundled them up, stuffed them into the woven bag, and placed it on his motorcycle. He sat at the kitchen door for a long time, smoking several cigarettes, and said to the workers arriving for the day, "You guys are really late. I couldn't sleep, so I came early and finished building the stove." The workers didn't think much of it. They were happy to have less work and laughed, saying he was diligent. The murderer acted just like normal, chatting and laughing with them as he joined in the work. The murderer wasn't young anymore, around 30 years old, with an honest appearance and demeanor, the kind of good-natured face and personality. His co-workers called him Mao Daji. Later, Quan Xingnan attached her heavenly eye to Mao Daji and discovered that he had killed 13 women using the same method, all with big curls, high heels, and red nails. Before Ling, he had killed 4. After Ling, he killed 8. Including Ling, that made 9 that the police had now found, but the earlier ones hadn't been discovered. The female corpse in the rockery pond was one Mao Daji had buried in the dirt in the dark beforehand, with no visible traces on the surface. When the workers started, they wouldn't dig into the ground again, simply laying cement on top, piling up rocks, and building the pond. Mao Daji wasn't among those workers. Not all of the 13 women killed by Mao Daji had their bodies left intact. When he had no work to do and couldn't embed a body into a building, he would dismember it, chopping flesh and bone into tiny pieces. Sometimes, he would dump them into the sewers when no one was looking, letting the wastewater wash them away. Other times, he would boil them and feed them to stray dogs. In short, he left no trace. The cruelty of his methods was horrifying. Even though Quan Xingnan had seen many gruesome cases, she was still shocked by Mao Daji's brutality. Her face turned pale, and her eyes went blank, scaring Hua Xiuedong so much that she quickly woke her up. Little one, what did you see? Don't be afraid, I'm here." With that, Hua Xiuedong pulled her into her arms, gently stroking her back to comfort her. "Fourth brother, so cruel." Quan Xingnan snapped back to reality, still shaken. Feeling the warmth from Hua Xiuedong, the chill in her heart gradually faded, and she said in terror, "That man, that murderer, is just too cruel." End of chapter. Chapter 1289. Serial Killer 11. Hua Xiuedong kept stroking her back. "Don't look anymore. Don't investigate anymore. This is the police's duty, not yours. I believe the police will not let the public down and will surely catch the murderer." Quan Xingnan closed her eyes and only opened them after a long while. Fourth brother, that man is called Mao Daji. He is a worker in construction and decoration, in his early 30s, under 40, of medium height, with an honest and simple appearance. He used the same method to kill 13 young women. Without exception, they all had big curly hair, red nails, and wore thin high heels. Many of the victims had their bodies destroyed by him. Upon hearing this, Ling screamed, "The murderer? Mao Daji is the one who killed me, isn't he? Master, have you deduced something? Have you calculated something? Go tell the police. Go tell the police. How do you expect me to come forward?" Quan Xingnan glanced at her. "Aren't you a master? Masters can use feng shui, right? I've seen TV dramas before where feng shui masters use their feng shui knowledge to provide clues to the police and help them solve major cases." Quan Xingnan said helplessly, "You said it yourself, that's a TV drama." In reality, would the police take the words of a feng shui practitioner as evidence? Hearing Quan Xingnan say these two sentences to the empty air, Xu Wedong roughly guessed the reason. He stared into the void and spoke coldly, "I will arrange for someone to help the police solve the case, but on the condition that it cannot be done in Nanan's name. Remember, you're dead, a ghost after death. The truth of your death is far less important than Nanan's safety." He did not know which direction Ling's soul was in, so he was actually facing a void. Even so, Ling was so frightened she trembled and kept nodding, I understand. I won't ask the master to take risks for my sake. I believe the police will surely give me justice." Quan Xingnan felt a warmth in her heart. "Fourth brother, don't scare her anymore. She already understands." Only then did Xu Wedong withdraw his sharp gaze from the void, looked down at Quan Xingnan in his arms, and said, "The murderer is called Mao Daji, right? I'll arrange for someone to guide the police to investigate him." Quan Xingnan sighed, "Actually, we don't need to get involved." "Why?" Ling asked. Xu Wedong raised an eyebrow slightly and quickly understood Quan Xingnan's meaning. She was saying that the police would soon trace Mao Daji on their own, so there was no need to risk sending someone to tip them off. Although he could arrange it immediately, there was still some risk involved. It was most appropriate for the police to discover it themselves. The reason Quan Xingnan said this was because she was certain that Mao Daji would not take another life during the time before his arrest. Otherwise, she would have warned the police in advance no matter what. Her heart was very soft. She pitied every living life and would not allow lives to be lost before her eyes. Ling still did not understand and kept asking why. Quan Xingnan replied, "Within 3 days, the police will trace Mao Daji based on various clues. After all, the last victim died less than 10 days ago, and there will surely be some evidence left at the scene. In this world, no murderer can be flawless. Besides, many people can testify that the stove where your body was hidden was built by Mao Daji." The police were already investigating who was responsible for building the kitchen where the stove was located, but too much time had passed, and it would take time. End of this chapter. Chapter 1290, Serial Killer 12. Since they suspected it was a series of murders, the police worked around the clock, fearing new victims. After getting her answer from Quan Xingnan, Ling ran to the police station and shouted at the busy officers, "The person who killed me is Mao Daji. It's Mao Daji. Go arrest him. Go arrest him." Exhausted from screaming, Ling covered her face and wept bitterly. She knew all her actions were futile, but she still hoped the police would arrest Mao Daji as soon as possible. Although she wasn't sure if the killer was Mao Daji, she trusted Quan Xingnan's abilities. Someone who could see ghosts, how could she be an ordinary feng shui master? Compared to the famous feng shui masters she knew in Hong Kong, none had such skills, including Zhu Peng, who had helped Mao Daji bind her soul near the stove so she couldn't leave. This was worth mentioning. Quan Xingnan had discovered it through her clairvoyance. Mao Daji and Zhu Peng were close. They had been neighbors as children and occasionally kept in touch as adults. So Mao Daji knew Zhu Peng could draw some very malicious talismans. He got Zhu Peng drunk, stole some talismans from him, and stuck one on Ling's forehead. Its purpose was to prevent the deceased soul from reincarnating, trapping her forever so she could never seek revenge. After Zhu Peng died, the talisman embedded within Ling in the stove turned to nothing, leaving no trace. Only then could Ling leave the place that had bound her. Ling hadn't even understood her own death, focused solely on revenge. In the darkness, she hadn't noticed the yellow paper painted with cinnabar on her forehead. Only after Quan Xingnan reminded her did she recall something like that. The police couldn't hear Ling, but they had their own methods. Based on witness statements from workers who had built the stove years ago, they tracked down Mao Daji. After arresting Mao Daji, he denied everything, claiming he knew nothing. He put on a look of honest indignation, easily winning trust, but the police had investigated his background. When you were very young, your mother abandoned you and ran off with a rich man. She left with big curly hair, red nails, and thin high heels. You were only 8 then, but you remembered that scene, remembered how your mother looked when she left. After she was gone, your father drank and gambled. When he was drunk or lost money, he'd come home and beat you, leaving you bruised all over, forcing you to beg neighbors for help. But neighbors could help once, not forever. Luckily, when you were 10, your father got drunk, fell into a river and drowned. You were finally free. Your life was safe, but it left a shadow on your mind. That's why you hate all young women with big curly hair, red nails, high heels, and heavy makeup. Are you telling stories? I don't remember what happened when I was little. I'm an honest man, really honest, madam, sir. Don't wrong me. Admitting it meant death, so Mao Daji clenched his teeth, acting like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water, refusing to acknowledge his mother's appearance when she left or his crimes. It doesn't matter if you don't confess. We have enough evidence to prove you're the serial killer. The belt used to strangle all the women was always the same cowhide belt Mao Daji wore. A very sturdy belt, the one his father had used to whip him as a child. It was so well made that even after all these years, it showed little wear. Quan Xingnan, lingering outside the police station, decided to hit Mao Daji with a truth talisman. End of chapter. Chapter 1291, Trip to Guangdong Province 1. Under the influence of the truth talisman, Mao Daji held nothing back and quickly confessed to everything he had done. But his confession only made the interrogating police officers even more furious. Bastard! Scum! 13 lives, 13 innocent women who could have lived out their lives in peace, all because Mao Daji hated his mother for abandoning him and running off with a wealthy man. He inflicted such cruelty on them. Some of them were unmarried, but some had families. From then on, their families were shattered. If not for the rules restricting them, the several police officers in the interrogation room would have loved to punch Mao Daji, who was wearing a smile, a few times. Yes, Mao Daji was actually smiling. As he recounted his methods of killing and disposing of the bodies, he smiled, beaming brightly, looking honest and dependable, yet sending chills down everyone's spines. Having been police officers for so many years, they had seen all kinds of heinous criminals, but never such a beast. They all deserved to die. If they hadn't put on heavy makeup and dressed so flashy, they wouldn't have attracted the lustful eyes of perverts. For money, those bitches would do anything. Every single one of them sleeps with men for money, abandons their families, just to satisfy their vain and materialistic desires. I was ridding the world of evil, do you understand? Mao Daji shouted, then shook his head. Of course you don't understand. You all have glamorous jobs, you're all respected madams and sirs. How could you possibly understand the hatred of someone like me, abandoned and living in hell? I could have had a carefree childhood, I could have had a happy family, I could have gone to a prestigious school, I could have graduated with honors and found a glamorous job. But that woman destroyed it all. She ruined my life. She ruined my life, so I ruined hers. Too bad I don't know where she is, too bad I never found her. Otherwise, I would have killed her just like I killed those 13 women, chopped her bones and flesh into tiny pieces, boiled them, and fed them to the dogs. He spoke calmly, but his listeners were horrified, gaining a deeper understanding of his cruelty. Thank goodness they solved this case. Thank goodness they caught Mao Daji, or else who knows how many innocent lives he would have taken. Because the serial murder case had caused an uproar, a press conference was held immediately after the case was solved to announce the final results. Of the 13 missing women, including the 2 most recent corpses, 6 had been embedded or buried by Mao Daji in buildings he had worked on using his profession, 7 had been dismembered, 5 fed to stray dogs, and 2 flushed down the sewer. After arduous collection, the police gathered traces of human tissue from 7 victims at Mao Daji's home, the sewer, and stray dog gathering spots. Through DNA identification, the identities of the 7 were confirmed, and Mao Daji's guilt was finally established. No matter how careful Mao Daji was, he couldn't handle everything perfectly. He had processed the bodies of 7 people in his own home, so traces of bone fragments, flesh, and blood from those 7 naturally remained there, and even after a long time, they hadn't completely disappeared. Once the case was reported, the citizens of Hong Kong were terrified, feeling a great sense of uncertainty about their personal safety. Many women were too scared to go out, and many cautious people who had the means to inspect their own homes began knocking on walls to see if there were corpses hidden inside. As it turned out, 2 places did report cases, but that's a story for later. End of chapter. Chapter 1292, Trip to Guangdong Province 2. After performing the liberation ritual for Enling, Quan Xingnan was kept at home by the Hua family's elders and Hua Xueden, forbidden from going out, leaving her in a persistently low mood. To what extent must one's humanity be twisted to transfer hatred for a single person onto innocent people? Not just one person, but 13. Many Hong Kong citizens described it as horrifying and utterly inhuman. He's a pervert. You can't compare him to ordinary people, Hu Xuedong concluded decisively. If he weren't a pervert, he wouldn't have brutally killed over a dozen lives. Stop thinking about it. The more you do, the more chilling it gets. Quan Xingnan sighed. Hu Xuedong gently stroked the smooth hair draped over her shoulders, the silky texture under his fingers, still catching the faint fragrance emanating from her. Pack your things tonight. I'll take you to Guangdong for a couple of days tomorrow. To free up 2 days, Hu Xuedong had worked overtime day and night, leaving Quan Xingnan at home to rest, and finally arranged all his work. Quan Xingnan's eyes lit up at the news. Guangdong? What's fun there? In truth, Hong Kong was densely populated with few scenic attractions, its most famous feature being its reputation as a shopping paradise. In contrast, mainland China offered an overwhelming array of beautiful sights. I'll take you to Pingzhou. Hu Xuedong smiled faintly. In recent years, Tengchong and Ruili haven't developed as well as before. Instead, Pingzhou has become the largest jade distribution center in recent years, with many jade merchants heading there to buy. Based on my estimates, Pingzhou will soon develop into the biggest jade gambling market in the country. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and nodded. Fourth brother, you have great insight. Indeed, Pingzhou was truly the largest gambling market in the country. It connected places like Jieyang, Sihui, Shund, Sanshui, and Hong Kong, and had a long history of jade processing. It was the most famous jade distribution center for the past decade, and even the next 20 years. Initially, Pingzhou sourced raw stones from Tengchong, Ruili, and Yingjiang for processing and sales. Later, it went directly to Myanmar. Eventually, several major Myanmar jade trading companies set up offices in Pingzhou, shipping large quantities of jade rough directly there. This caused Pingzhou's jade rough sales to account for half of the national total, while places like Tengchong and Ruili faded from prominence. Quan Xingnan suddenly recalled her childhood trip to Tengchong. Someone had mentioned that Tengchong lacked staying power, but she hadn't paid attention at the time. Now, thinking back, it was truly insightful. In just over a decade, Pingzhou had risen. Having not gambled on jade in a long time, Quan Xingnan felt an itch to try her hand at it. The procurement departments of Tongxing Jade Company and Yuxing Jewelry Company traveled to Pingzhou and surrounding major jade wholesale markets every year to purchase jade rough. Quan Xingnan rarely involved herself in company matters, so she was unaware of this. However, Hu Xuedong didn't set off with the company staff. Instead, he traveled lightly with Quan Xingnan alone. With his long-term vision, Hu Xuedong had long arranged for investments, securing a foothold there. With money, investing was straightforward, whether buying land to build markets or venturing into industries like food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The distance between the two places wasn't far, and they arrived at their destination early. Unable to contain her excitement, Quan Xingnan tugged at Hu Xuedong, eager to visit the gambling market and broaden her horizons. Hu Xuedong naturally indulged her unconditionally. At that time, Pingzhou's Jade Street had already taken shape, developing since the 1970s and now renowned in Southeast Asia's jade industry. But they didn't head to Jade Street. Instead, they went to the gambling market. End of chapter. Chapter 1293, Journey to Guangdong Province 3. There were so many jade rough stones here that it was hard to choose which one to pick. However, the gambling stones here had a very distinct characteristic. Semi-gambling rough stones made up a large proportion. What is semi-gambling? Semi-gambling means that the merchant has opened a small window or a small door on the rough stone, revealing the jade flesh inside. Compared to full gambling, it allows the buyer to clearly see the internal condition of the rough stone at a glance, making it slightly more reliable than full gambling. Of course, the price of this type of rough stone is significantly higher than that of full gambling. Full gambling means the jade rough stone is tightly wrapped in a layer of crust, with no trace of the inside visible. Without certain experience, it is difficult to gamble on precious jade based on features like the python belts or pine flower patterns on the crust. Who is Quan Xingnan? She had the heavenly eye and earthly pupil. If she had abilities and didn't use them, she would be a fool. Although it felt a bit like winning unfairly, Quan Xingnan didn't feel ashamed. Her abilities were her strength, her tool for gambling on stones. She just wouldn't take all the good jade for herself. Moreover, the vast majority of the profits she obtained were used for charitable causes. So she pulled Hu Xuedong closer to a rough stone stall. Based on her observation, this stall was probably one of the larger ones in the market, with rough stones of all sizes piled up on the ground. Of course, it wasn't the largest. The largest was a bit farther away, and she wanted to start showcasing her skills here. She and Hu Xuedong were dressed like ordinary young tourists, both in simple casual wear, wearing sneakers and large straw hats on their heads. The difference was their exceptionally outstanding demeanor, clearly indicating they were the type accustomed to a life of luxury. Moreover, Quan Xingnan mischievously wore a peace lock pendant. This piece-lock pendant was made from the jade material left to her by Yi Tianquan. It was full-colored, bright young green, crystal clear, and shimmering with fluorescence. That piece of material had first been cut into a pair of bracelets, and the two core pieces from the bracelet centers were made into a piece-lock pendant and a huaigu pendant. The piece-lock pendant was essentially a huaigu, and the huaigu was also a piece-lock, with a hole in the center, shaped like an ancient coin. The difference in the jade world was that the edges of the piece-lock pendant were slightly thinner and smoothly polished, while the huaigu had a uniform thickness throughout, with angular edges, simply polished and buffed. Women mostly wore piece-lock pendants, while men mostly wore huaigu pendants. Now, this piece-lock pendant hung on Quan Xingnan's chest, tied with a red string, extremely eye-catching, while the huaigu was tied with a black string and hung around Hu Xuedong's neck, hidden inside his shirt, but occasionally revealed as he moved. The rough stone merchant immediately knew that these two were knowledgeable and wouldn't dare to fool them with brick-like rough stones. It was clear that these two were not only knowledgeable but also quite wealthy. The material of the piece-lock pendant and the huaigu was obviously from the same source. Based on their size, it could be inferred that they were core pieces from bracelet centers. Full-colored, bright yang green jade that could produce bracelets was extremely rare, especially the top-grade old pit glass type, which was truly hard to come by. Without a certain level of influence and wealth, it was difficult to acquire such good material. In this trade, such good material was usually bought up by large merchants as soon as it appeared. Smaller merchants couldn't afford it, and even if several joined forces, they couldn't compete with the well-funded large merchants. What kind of rough stones are you two looking for? Semi-gambling or full gambling? The good stones here are mostly from old pits. The merchant warmly entertained Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, signaling to a young assistant to bring them bottled water. This chapter ends. Chapter 1294, Journey to Guangdong Province 4. Quan Xingnan understood the clear difference between old pit and new pit. After all, dealing in this trade and frequently coming into contact with jadeite, she had picked up the various terms in the industry through osmosis. There were two explanations for old pit and new pit. One had to do with the difference in mining eras. A pit referred to the mining site or area where jadeite was extracted. The earliest pits to yield jadeite with a long history were called old pits, while new mining areas discovered after the depletion of old pit jadeite were called new pits. The other explanation concerned the jadeite itself. Old pit jadeite had undergone geological transformation, resulting in a fine texture with no obvious granularity, higher transparency, and colors that blended seamlessly with the water content, appearing naturally perfect. Thus, good jadeite was always described as having an old texture and long water. New pit jadeite, on the other hand, had not undergone such intense later dynamic transformation. At the same grade, most new pit jadeite had a rough texture and was prone to mutation, which in industry jargon was called young texture. What did mutation mean? Take a piece of green new pit jadeite. It looked fresh and tender in color, but its transparency was low, its texture loose, and its granularity obvious. An outsider wouldn't know what was inside. After wearing it for a while, the entire piece of jadeite would undergo a dramatic change, mostly turning yellow and losing its green color. That was mutation. Old pit jadeite did not have this problem. Its jade structure was very compact. Higher grade old pit jadeite showed no granular structure and had excellent water content. After being worn and nourished by the body's natural oils, it would become increasingly lustrous. Of course, the body's oils could also clog the jade's pores, so it needed regular cleaning and maintenance. People nourish jade for 3 years. Jade nourishes a person for a lifetime. That was the saying, but nourishing jade had its prerequisites. So after hearing the shopkeeper's words, Quan Xing'an said with a grin, "Of course we want to see old pit material. Don't try to fob us off with new pit stuff. As for whether it's full gamble or half gamble, we'll decide based on the material's appearance. After all, full gamble can yield good material, and half gamble has already opened small windows and doors, showing great promise with a high chance of revealing jadeite." Everyone had a bit more patience for a pretty, adorable girl. The shopkeeper gave her a thumbs up and said heartily, "I can tell you two are experts. My stall hasn't produced jadeite as good as what you two are wearing this year. Please, come inside, come inside. Take a look at anything. If you find a piece you like and the price is right, you can buy it and take it away, or you can have it cut here. I have skilled stone cutting masters and cutting machines. Sweetie, you go check out the full gamble material first. I'll take a look at the half gamble," Hu Xuedong said. He had stockpiled so much jadeite, frequented major jadeite distribution centers, and attended Myanmar's jadeite auctions, naturally developing a keen eye. Most importantly, he had exceptional luck. The rough stones he selected had a very high rate of yielding jadeite. Quan Xingnan believed his luck was closely tied to his fortune. The light of merit, the color of emperors. All right, I'll check out the full gamble, and you check out the half gamble. In the end, we'll compare who picks the material that yields top-grade jadeite. Quan Xingnan mischievously made a bet with Hu Xuedong. If I win, all the jadeite you gamble out, good or bad, goes to me. If you win, all of mine goes to you. Deal. Hu Xuedong agreed unconditionally, his eyes full of adoration, even though he knew about his girlfriend's special ability. This chapter ends. Chapter 1295, Journey to Guangdong Province 5. They hadn't arrived particularly early, and there were quite a few people at the stall, some were experts, others tourists. Initially, they were somewhat displeased to see the boss warmly entertaining Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, but upon noticing the dazzling jadeite piece buckle hanging on Quan Xingnan's chest, a piece even a layperson could tell was valuable, they pursed their lips and fell silent. Now, hearing the two make a bet, the older crowd, both experts and laypeople alike, smiled indulgently, taking it as a way for the young couple to show intimacy. The younger experts, however, revealed a hint of contempt. What is gambling on rough stones? One cut makes you rich, one cut makes you poor, one cut leaves you in rags. Even gods find it hard to judge an inch of jade refers precisely to this trade. If the outer crust is tightly sealed, even gods can't determine whether there's jade inside. How can humans compare to gods? And they dare to make a bet? Do they really think jadeite is so easy to find? If it were easy, there wouldn't be so many people driven mad by losing everything gambling on rough stones. The more local you are, the more seasoned in the trade, the better you understand the rules. The media only reports the wins. Have they ever reported the losses? No, almost never. In this line of work, the number of losers outnumbers the winners by thousands to one. Quan Xingnan paid no attention to outsiders' opinions. She and Hu Xuedong split up. Following the boss's introduction, she headed toward the pile of rough stones, crouched down, and took out her prepared tools, a magnifying glass, a flashlight, and the like. These auxiliary tools are indeed useful for gambling on stones, but the practice doesn't rely entirely on them. Experience is crucial. A seasoned expert can judge whether there's jadeite inside and its quality based on the distribution of pine flowers, the length, thickness, and direction of python bands, and so on. Quality refers to whether the jadeite has blemishes, cracks, or fissures, how much of the rough stone it occupies, whether it's a thin slice or a solid chunk, etc. This trade is no easy game. To disguise her Earth Eye ability, Quan Xingnan had learned some gambling techniques from the company's experts, but her experience was shallow. So she directly activated her Earth Eye, penetrating the outer crust that no machine in the world could see through, to inspect the interior. The crust was rough, inside, it was blank and white. Nothing. The first rough stone she looked at had an average appearance and a dismal outcome. Next, she examined a second stone, a black, fist-sized piece. Its surface looked decent, but whether there was jadeite inside had nothing to do with its appearance. She held the fist-sized stone in her hand, feeling its weight. The crust was fine and smooth, with sparse pine flowers scattered across it. Using her magnifying glass, she scrutinized it over and over until she finally spotted an extremely thin, almost negligible, python band, not only thin but also short. Unsure if there was jadeite inside, Quan Xingnan activated her Earth Eye. Through the crust, a cool gleam caught her eye, a patch of green embedded in the white, barren stone. The green area wasn't large. Quan Xingnan estimated it was about half the size of her palm, irregularly shaped and twisted, impossible to describe, but the color was very green. Compared to finished pieces that had been carved and polished, the raw stone's color was slightly less vibrant, transparent, and lustrous. Even so, Quan Xingnan could confirm that the jadeite in this rough stone was of the ice species. Ice species, sweet young green, though it was full green, the shade varied in depth and lightness, with emerald roots. It wasn't the pinnacle of jadeite, but it certainly qualified as high grade. End of chapter. Chapter 1296, Trip to Guangdong Province 6. After inspecting the interior, Quan Xingnan claimed this piece of rough jade. This type of jade could be processed by the company and sold at a considerable price. Next, she looked at the third piece, no jade. The fourth piece, none. The fifth piece, none. The sixth piece contained a thin slice of violet jade, but in such a large piece of rough material, it was only that one slice, not worth acquiring. The seventh piece had green inside, but only the size of a fingertip, not even enough to make a ring. The eighth, ninth, 10th pieces. Compared to the rough materials Quan Xingnan had seen at the Tong family shop, both in quantity and quality, these were far inferior. Back then, the rate of jade discovery was so high and top-grade pieces frequently appeared. Now, among these fully speculative rough materials, let alone top-grade pieces, even high-quality jade appeared with very low probability. Either there was no jade at all, or it was mid to low grade. It was clear that the best speculative goods had been filtered out by the jade trading companies in Myanmar, leaving only inferior products, some even faked, truly infuriating. The 23rd piece Quan Xingnan examined was a fake. It was made quite convincingly, but inside it was completely empty. With its good appearance and large size, its selling price wouldn't be low. Annoyed, she slapped the rough material and moved on to the next one. This piece was only half the size of a soccer ball, with a decent appearance and a hidden treasure inside. After removing an inch-thick layer of crust, the rest was entirely jade. A cluster of rich, vibrant purple, mysterious and alluring. It was violet jade, and a rare vivid purple at that. Finished products from it would not lose their color in sunlight. Violet jade has distinct characteristics. Out of 10 pieces, 9 are wooden, lacking luster, and most lose their color in sunlight. 9 out of 10 violet jade pieces lack water translucency, have insufficient age, and are not dense or fine enough. Losing color in sunlight means most violet jade isn't vivid enough, and under sunlight, the purple becomes invisible. Moreover, ice waxy, and beam-grade violet jade are common. Ice-grade violet jade can also be found, but higher-quality violet jade is extremely rare. Whenever a piece of high ice grade or above violet jade that doesn't lose color in sunlight appears, it sparks competition among wealthy collectors. While many favor green jade, there are also those who adore violet jade. This might seem strange to outsiders, but it's common within the trade. In Quan Xingnan's hand was a piece of high ice grade violet jade. The jade was fine and delicate, with good age and long water translucency, no visible granular structure to the naked eye. What was most stunning was its color, purple, a mysterious and noble hue, so vivid it was rare. Although there were inevitably areas with uneven color overall, the evenly colored sections could produce many pieces of jewelry. With such excellent jade, Quan Xingnan naturally claimed it without hesitation. As she moved on to the next piece, the palm-sized rough material was picked up by a delicate hand. Quan Xingnan, crouching on the ground, looked up. Under the sunlight, she squinted. Oh, an acquaintance. Wu Qiwan, a wealthy heiress who had made her intentions toward Hu Xuedong very obvious. Years had passed, and Wu Qiwan had grown even more beautiful, with outstanding poise and meticulously refined attire, designer clothes, designer jewelry, even her hat was a limited edition. Her entire being screamed wealth, but her gaze toward Quan Xingnan was particularly unfriendly. She gripped the rough material in her hand triumphantly, lifted her chin, and said, I want this piece. Chapter 1297. The Trip to Guangdong Province 7. Quan Xingnan tilted her head, and in Wu Qingwan's eyes, she looked particularly ridiculous in her cheap straw hat. This kind of straw hat was everywhere outside, sold by street vendors for 5 yuan each, yet she wore it so casually. Wasn't she a female billionaire with assets worth hundreds of billions? Why would she wear a 5 yuan straw hat? Didn't she think it beneath her status? It doesn't matter, buy it if you want. With so many rough stones densely packed before her, she couldn't even inspect them all. Who cared about a palm-sized piece of rough stone, even if it might contain a priceless jadeite inside? Besides, although there was jadeite inside, it wasn't top grade. That's right, the rough stone in Wu Qingwan's hand was a relatively good piece of momming material, with a promising appearance for gambling. Toward Quan Xingnan, who had publicly announced her relationship with Hu Xuedong, Wu Qiwan felt both jealousy and hatred. A blazing fire burned within her, and she longed to scratch that sweet, ethereal face glowing in the sunlight, but she didn't dare. She could pretend to provoke Quan Xingnan unintentionally, but she wouldn't openly confront her. Quan Xingnan had long seen through Wu Qingwan's true nature. She curled her lips slightly, pushed off with her feet, and moved closer to the next rough stone. This piece was large, with an average appearance and average interior. It contained jadeite, a pea-green color, but the texture was coarse, the crystal structure obvious, and it was dry with no water content. Its only advantage was its size, yielding about 100 kilograms of material. Quan Xingnan didn't think much of it and chose to pass. Whether for her own company or the Tongxing Jadeite Company, both focused on high-grade jadeite, so there was no need to spend money on low-grade material. Wu Qiwan, on the other hand, held that palm-sized piece, unsure how to react. Her target was ignoring her. Should she follow? The boss walked over, his displeasure fading when he saw Wu Qingwan's clothing and demeanor. Even so, his tone was still harsh. Miss, you're welcome to look at the materials, but there's one rule. Don't disturb other customers, and don't cut in line to look at materials someone else is examining. If Wu Qiwan had taken a piece Quan Xingnan was inspecting, the boss would have unceremoniously kicked her out. Every trade has its rules. In the jadeite business, whether it's rough stones or processed jadeite ornaments, as long as an item is being sold, if a customer is carefully examining it or haggling with the boss over it, the next customer cannot interfere unless the first customer gives up. The boss dealt with many experts daily and didn't mind reminding Wu Qiwan, an obvious outsider, to avoid offending the professionals inspecting the goods, which could hurt his business. Hearing this, Wu Qiwan's face turned pale, then green, then red. A riot of colors, more vibrant than a Fulu show jadeite. The boss finished speaking and walked away to attend to other customers. A young man, seeing that Wu Qiwan was pretty and wealthy, smiled and approached to explain things to her. Whether he was a regular expert inspecting goods or a shop assistant, he at least satisfied Wu Qingwan's need for flattery, and her expression improved slightly. Quan Xingnan continued selecting jadeite rough stones on her own. Finally, inside the 76th piece, she spotted what could be called top-grade jadeite. Old pit glass type Zhengyang green, Zhengyang, concentrated, even, and smooth, all four qualities combined. Seeing the breathtakingly beautiful jadeite, Quan Xingnan's eyes sparkled brilliantly. She grabbed it firmly in her hand. This single piece of jadeite was worth more than all the ones she had selected so far combined. End of chapter. Chapter 1298, Journey to Guangdong Province 8. Finally, a piece of top-grade jadeite. Although the earlier lavender jadeite was quite rare, it could not be called top-grade. The supreme among lavender jadeite is royal purple. So far, Quan Xingnan only had the purple in that 5 blessings piece as royal purple. When it was finally processed, she did obtain a few pieces of royal purple jewelry. 5 blessings featured 5 colors side by side, and the leftover scraps from processing were not necessarily covered in all 5 colors, so she ended up with many single-color finished products. In fact, glass-type positive yang green still cannot compare to glass-type imperial green. However, glass-type imperial green jadeite is truly too rare, so after glass-type positive yang green's value skyrocketed, it also ranked among the top grades. Quan Xingnan wanted to gamble on finding glass-type imperial green jadeite and continued exploring. Unfortunately, the quality of this batch of rough stones was what it was. 9 out of 10 had no jadeite at all, so even though she explored most of the rough stones and picked out a few that contained high-grade jadeite, she still hadn't encountered a single piece containing glass-type imperial green jadeite. Huoxiuedong walked over and asked, "How is it? Have you picked any good stones?" "I've picked a few stones, but none are particularly satisfying." Quan Xingnan was disheartened and gloomy. Huoxiuedong pulled out a gray cotton handkerchief to wipe the dust accidentally smeared on her face, and said with a smile, "The old Burmese are very shrewd. They keep the top-grade stones within their own borders for public auctions or for their own collections. Only the rough stones with a low probability of yielding jadeite after being screened by the eyes are shipped to China. Among this batch of rough stones, most of the ones with good appearances have been cut with windows or doors, becoming semi-gambling stones, with prices more than doubled, some even 1,000 times higher. How many good stones are left?" Quan Xingnan pouted. She knew that, but wasn't she confident in her earth eye? Who would have thought that while the earth eye was very useful, the stones in front of her were uncooperative? Without good stones, naturally, she couldn't detect good jadeite. "Alright, if you really want to gamble on top-grade jadeite, I'll take you to the warehouse of our Tongxing Jadeite Company another day." Huoxiuedong lowered his voice. "Didn't I mention to you a few years ago that the glory of Tengchong wouldn't last long, and I had already opened a direct route to buy rough stones and jadeite from Myanmar? Over the years, I've brought in a lot of high-grade goods selected by the eyes, and they've been piled up in the warehouse." The eyes had great skill, but their pay was very low. Often, the eyes would help employers gamble on goods worth hundreds of millions or billions, yet their own compensation was only a few tens of thousands of yuan. The eyes' pay was low, and the wages of the miners who risked their lives to extract rough stones were even lower, so low that, compared to the value of jadeite, it was less than a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, almost sinking into the dust. Huoxiuedong paid the eyes much higher compensation than most people, so many eyes were willing to cooperate with him. Over the years, he had never stopped stockpiling jadeite rough stones. The business of Tongxing Jadeite Company had always outperformed Weshing Jewelry Company, and there was a reason for that. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. It seemed that was indeed the case. At the time, she had even said that Huoxiuedong was a born merchant, with such sharp intuition. But so much time had passed that she had almost forgotten. However, she shook her head. 90% of the jadeite rough stones selected by the eyes contain jadeite. If I gamble on stones like that, I won't feel any sense of achievement. I'd rather play around in the gambling stone market here. Although the chances of yielding jadeite are low, the prices are cheap, and in the end, we still gain 1,000 or 100 times the profit. Whatever you like, as long as you're happy. End of chapter. Chapter 1299, Journey to Guangdong Province 9. Wu Qiwan, who had gained a bit of market insight from the young man's explanations in the distance, only then noticed that Huoxiuedong was also there. Because he was dressed so plainly, if not for his outstanding demeanor, he would have blended into the crowd. She hadn't spotted him. He was Hong Kong's most famous billionaire, yet he was wearing the same $5 straw hat as Quan Xingnan. Dressed in casual wear and sneakers, he exuded a youthful energy absent from his usual suits and ties, making him look much younger than his polished image in financial newspapers. He was simply stunningly handsome. Wu Qiwan had never seen a man more remarkable than Hu Xuedong. Young and handsome men couldn't match his mature elegance. Mature and elegant men couldn't match his handsome nobility. Handsome and noble men couldn't match his calm wisdom. Calm and wise men couldn't match his gentle refinement. In short, Hu Xuedong was the most handsome, wisest, most graceful, wealthiest, and most flawless man in all of Hong Kong, the dream lover and ideal catch for every woman under heaven. To exchange even a single word with him was the greatest honor. Such a man, such a perfect man, had appeared in this dusty place for Quan Xingnan's sake. Wu Qiwan, whose heart had been racing and cheeks flushing at the sight of Hu Xuedong, now felt a raging fire of jealousy burning within her. Her eyes turned red, almost bleeding, as she wished she could kick Quan Xingnan aside and take her place, stand before Hu Xuedong, wipe the dust off his white t-shirt, clean the dirt from his shoes, and restore his pristine state. But again, she didn't have the courage, not the courage. In recent years, under the strict guidance and discipline of her parents and godmother, and having traveled extensively, she had come to fully understand, based on various external information, just how terrifying a person Quan Xingnan was. If she weren't terrifying, how could she have captivated Hu Xuedong's heart at such a young age? Liang Wawan, that shrewd old woman who had long coveted Hu Xuedong, was so cunning and formidable, yet she couldn't snatch him from Quan Xingnan's hands, nor did she ever earn a single glance from him. Many in high society praised Quan Xingnan for her grace and magnanimity, saying that in her presence, Liang Wawan looked like a clown. Perhaps that was Quan Xingnan's cunning and formidable nature. She did nothing yet possessed everything, and her adversaries couldn't harm her, so she didn't even bother to acknowledge them. Not only that, but she had also been gifted with immeasurable wealth, becoming the youngest and possibly richest female tycoon without lifting a finger, drawing envy and jealousy from countless women in Hong Kong's high society. They could only lament that they weren't as fortunate as her. Yes, fortunate. If not for good fortune, how could she sit on billions in wealth without effort? Wu Qingwan's mind and heart churned like a storm, a mix of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty emotions flooding her, her face shifting between gloom and uncertainty. The young man standing beside her sensed trouble and slipped away. This young lady was no easy mark, better to keep his distance. If he wanted to pick up a girl, he'd stick to one he could handle. Seeing Quan Xingnan, with Hu Xuedong's help, continue to pick out several more pieces of rough jade and then push a cart full of various sized stones to the counter to settle the bill, Wu Qiwan hurried over to them. Overhearing their conversation, it seemed Quan Xingnan intended to have the stones cut. Wu Qiwan immediately took the piece of rough jade she had bought from the owner and handed it to the stone-cutting master. Please cut this open for me and see if there's any jade inside. Jealousy gnawed at Wu Qingwan's heart, both itchy and painful, but lacking courage. She still wanted to make an impression in front of Hu Xuedong. End of chapter. Chapter 1300, Journey to Guangdong Province 10. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Quan Xingnan looked up and cast a fleeting glance at Wu Qiwan before lowering her head to tally the rough stones she and Hu Xuedong had acquired. The semi-gambling stones Hu Xuedong had selected, combined with the full gambling stones she had chosen, totaled 40 to 50 pieces. The larger ones weighed about 100 jin, while the smallest were only slightly bigger than a thumb. The semi-gambling stones, having been cut with windows or doors, revealed hints of shimmering green or faint spring hues, looking stunning under the sunlight and offering high potential for profit. It was no wonder many people gravitated towards semi-gambling stones. The full gambling stones had varying crusts, but all were dull gray or black, appearing rather unattractive. The former were expensive, while the latter were cheaper, with a total price of over 3.7 million. Hu Xuedong paid promptly without any hesitation, drawing envy from many in the industry toward the seller for closing such a large deal. Aside from major jade processing factories and jewelry merchants, few made such substantial purchases. Even seasoned gambling stone experts only dared to buy a few pieces at a time, unlike this couple, who bought dozens without cutting a single stone. The seller grinned from ear to ear, repeatedly offering to help cut the stones for free, but Wu Qiwan beat him to it. Wu Qiwan wasn't entirely confident about the rough stone she had bought for 20,000, but she wanted to catch Hu Xuedong's attention. As soon as she announced she would cut the stone, she immediately drew a crowd. The Chinese have never lacked a fondness for spectacles, especially when they were curious whether the stone, once stripped of its crust, would yield a big gain or a big loss. A stone worth 20,000 was no small sum. Only someone as wealthy and inexperienced as Wu Qiwan could afford such a gamble. experts could tell that this stone wasn't worth 20,000 at all. Of course, the seller wasn't being unreasonable. In this trade, whether for raw stones or finished products, sellers typically quoted higher prices to outsiders, capitalizing on customers' tendency to haggle. By leaving room for negotiation, the seller didn't lose out, and the customer felt they had gotten a bargain, a win-win situation. For Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, the seller had given a fair price, even slightly reducing it, so they paid without bargaining. Wu Qingwan didn't haggle either, as she was unfamiliar with the rules of the trade. Her eyes were fixed on the stone placed on the cutting machine. The cutter asked how she wanted it cut, by grinding or slicing. Wu Qingwan was completely lost. Noticing the amused looks from those around her, she grew impatient and snapped, "Aren't you an experienced cutter? Just handle it yourself." "Very well, but if I make a mistake and damage the jade inside, miss, don't blame me." Even immortals struggle to judge jade through the crust, so the cutter warned her in advance. "I won't blame you. Cut it however you like. It's only 100,000, if no jade comes out, I won't hold it against you." Wu Qingwan declared with bravado, unaware that her words made many look at her as if she were a fool. Gambling on stones is all about good omens, isn't it? Often, experienced gambling stone masters, when cutting a particularly meaningful or expensive stone, would bathe, change clothes, fast, burn incense, and avoid uttering any inauspicious words. Their every word and action would be geared toward good fortune. Unlike Wu Qingwan, who was already jinxing the stone before it was cut, no wonder the cutter's expression soured. End of chapter. Chapter 1301, Trip to Guangdong Province 11. Alright, it's your stone, you make the call. Since you've said so, what reservations do I have left? After saying this, the stone cutter directly began grinding the outer shell with his sanding wheel. This piece of rough stone wasn't large. A small piece like this didn't need to be cut directly by hand, so grinding off the shell would quickly reveal whether there was something valuable inside. Wu Qingwan stared at the rough stone under the sanding wheel, finally showing a tense expression. Amidst the flying dust, the stone cutter suddenly stopped, let out a soft huh, and then said, "Green's showing. Green's showing. Such good luck." The jinx had actually hit a win? The onlookers were all surprised, and even the boss couldn't help but open his mouth wide. No way? That stone's appearance was actually quite average. Selling it for a few thousand to 10,000 was already considered high. He was very annoyed by Wu Qingwan's various behaviors, deliberately overcharged, and left room for bargaining by asking for 20,000, never imagining that Wu Qingwan would hit a win. The stone cutter poured some water over the stone, washing away the debris and dust, and a hint of green suddenly burst into everyone's sight. Although only a fingernail-sized patch was exposed, the green was very pure. An expert recognized it at once. It's Zhengyang green, a very pure and vibrant shade. Someone stepped forward with a high-powered flashlight, turned it on, and shone it into the green patch. A green glow immediately spread, allowing the onlookers to see clearly, and a wave of exclamations erupted. "Not bad, not bad. The green looks like it goes deep," the man said as he withdrew the flashlight. Wu Qingwan was overjoyed. "Does that mean there's jadeite inside?" Her face lit up with delight, but instead of focusing on the stone that had doubled in value, she looked around for Hu Xuedong, hoping for his approval. However, she finally spotted Hu Xuedong standing in front of a pile of stones outside the crowd, talking with Quan Xingnan, who was covered in dust. Hu Xuedong hadn't even glanced her way. His eyes were only on the disheveled Quan Xingnan, his gaze as gentle as water. Wu Qingwan was furious. The joy from the win had vanished completely. Just then, someone asked her if she would sell the stone for 50,000. She snapped back to reality and said irritably, "Not selling. I'm keeping it to make jewelry for myself." Hearing this, no one offered to buy it anymore. The stone cutter shrugged and continued grinding off the shell along the exposed green, quickly revealing a piece of jadeite. It was thumb-sized, full-colored Zhengyang green, pure and bright, neither off-shade nor dull. After a bit of polishing, the green became rich and intense, casting a green glow on the palm holding the jadeite. This jadeite reached the ice species level, with a fine texture, a glossy and gelatinous sheen, and excellent water content. Based on his expertise, although the color of this jadeite wasn't entirely uniform, with slight cotton-like threads and 3 pinpoint black spots, it was a huge win for a price of 20,000, worth at least 50,000. He was an insider, and his valuation was accurate. If it were made into finished products and sold, it would be worth even more than 50,000. With jadeite, the retail price and wholesale price differ greatly, and the wholesale price of finished products also differs significantly from the raw stone price. The stonecutter often saw jade merchants from outside Yunnan province coming to the Jade Street to stock up. A piece bought for 1,000 could be sold back home for 10 times the price, even after giving customers a 20% discount. The jadeite business is deep water. Outsiders who don't understand the market can easily drown if they're not careful. End of chapter. Chapter 1302, Trip to Guangdong Province 12. Wu Qingwan happily took the jadeite, playing with it for a while, and said, I'll find the most famous jade carving master to work on this piece. I'll wear it every day from now on. This is something I got from gambling on rough stones myself. It's very meaningful. Based on the appearance of this jadeite, it could be carved into a lucky bean, the stonecutter said with a smile. He was in a good mood too, since the gamble had paid off. What's a lucky bean? Wu Qingwan asked, puzzled. A lucky bean is a green bean. Your jadeite is long and narrow, but fortunately it's about a centimeter thick, making it most suitable for carving into a lucky bean. Wu Qingwan thought for a moment. She recalled seeing such designs in the Tongxing Jadeite Company store, and people buying them, slender jadeite lucky beans that made the wearer's neck look especially elegant. So she nodded cheerfully at the stonecutter and said, Great, great. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll have someone carve a lucky bean for me. With that, she clutched the jadeite and walked over to Quan Xingnan, looking smug. Miss Annie, I hit a big win. You bought so many stones, want to cut them open and see if there's any jadeite inside. She had heard people say the odds of hitting a win were 1 in 10 million. Her luck was simply incredible. Quan Xingnan glanced at Wu Qingwan. She had long noticed that Wu Qingwan had the heart but not the nerve. She was quite timid. If Wu Qingwan had actually done something to wrong her, she certainly wouldn't let her off. But now, though Wu Qingwan's intentions were obvious to everyone, the parties involved didn't take it seriously. Quan Xingnan couldn't be bothered to deal with Wu Qingwan herself. It would only tarnish her own reputation. Congratulations, Miss Wu, on your big win. Since you've reminded me, I'll give it a try. Quan Xingnan scanned the pile of stones she had bought, picked out one about half the size of a soccer ball, walked over, and handed it to the stone cutter politely. Could you please cut this stone for me? Cut. The cutter immediately handed her a marker. Miss, if you want the stone cut, you'll need to draw the line. Quan Xingnan assessed the position and size of the jadeite inside the rough stone, drew a line on it, and said with a smile, Master, please cut along this line first to see what's inside, and then we'll decide whether to cut or grind next. All right, don't worry, I'm an old hand. Please step back a bit so the stone dust doesn't get on you. Quan Xingnan stepped back as instructed, while the onlookers moved closer. Hua Xuedong waved over the bodyguards from a distance, had 2 of them guard the stones they had bought, and arranged for someone to contact the person in charge of his processing plant to come and transport the stones back. Once everything was settled, he walked over to Quan Xingnan with elegant, leisurely steps. Confident about the stone? Of course. Don't you know my eye for this? Just as Quan Xingnan finished speaking, the stone cutter made the cut. The smooth cross-section of the larger rough stone revealed a faint hint of green. Clearly, the gamble had paid off, and the cut was incredibly precise. 1 millimeter deeper would have damaged the jadeite, while 1 millimeter shallower would have hidden it from view. It's a win. A win, the stone cutter exclaimed ecstatically. The green area was much larger than the previous one. Shining a flashlight on it, the green ran deep, indicating a substantial amount of jadeite inside. Another win? Is today an auspicious day? 2 wins in a row, and both green jadeite. Under Wu Qingwan's disbelieving gaze, the stone cutter worked swiftly and soon extracted the jadeite. Seeing its color and size, the crowd erupted into frenzy, surging forward so aggressively it nearly caused a stampede. Stop sleeping, get up and get to work. Once I recover from my cold, I'll bring 12 more chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 1303, A Bet is a Bet One. Chapter 1303, A Bet is a Bet One. Everyone's eyes were fixed solely on that piece of jadeite because it was so beautiful, breathtakingly so. It was not the legendary, elusive imperial green, nor the top-grade yang green among green jadeites, but emerald green. Full-color emerald green, glass type. The hue was bright and vivid, evoking a sense of nature's freshness and beauty. Through this piece of jadeite, a full 5 or 6 centimeters thick, one could clearly see the lines on the hands of the stonecutter holding it. After cutting out this piece of jadeite, the stonecutter gave it a simple polish. It shimmered with fluorescence, its green color seeming to flow, exuding an intense sense of jewelry. It reflected so strongly that not only his face and hands turned green, but even his hair appeared a shimmering green. Legend has it that Madame Song's twisted bangle was entirely emerald green like water, reigning as the crown of green bangles. Such pure emerald green was extremely rare. What was most uncommon was that, to the naked eye, the color of this jadeite was nearly uniform, a seamless emerald green, very clear, crystal clear, with ample water content and a cold luster, bright and sunny. Although the jadeite was so transparent that everyone could see, when observing it against the light, tiny, almost imperceptible cotton-like inclusions and slightly darker green spots inside, these flaws did not overshadow its beauty. Moreover, Based on the location of these imperfections, they could be completely removed during later processing, ultimately resulting in a flawless work of art. Oh my god. So beautiful. Huge profit. The price is skyrocketing. A piece of jadeite like this must be worth at least 100 million, right? 100 million? More than that, far more. Do you still remember Madame Song's twisted bangle from the Jiang family? The quality of that twisted bangle definitely can't compare to this piece of jadeite. That bangle was worth 40,000 silver dollars in the 1830s. What does that mean? In recent years, industry insiders have estimated that bangle is worth at least 40 million. 40 million? Can you buy it for 40 million? Its actual value is definitely more than 40 million. That's a top-tier jadeite, not just any top-tier piece. Could it have been so beloved by Madame Song that she never took it off? She was still wearing that bangle in front of the media on her 100th birthday. I think even 100 million might not be enough to buy that bangle. Enough. Let's focus on this piece of jadeite here. This piece of jadeite can yield at least 2 pairs of round bangles, and there's no need to carve them into twisted styles like Madame Song's to remove impurities and spots. Truly good jadeite, truly good jade, needs no carving at all. At the same quality, a plain bangle surpasses a bangle, and a round bangle surpasses a plain bangle. A bangle is only made into an oval shape when the material is insufficient. Moreover, the value of a smooth-surfaced bangle always exceeds that of a carved one. It's that simple, that straightforward, because everyone in the industry knows that if there weren't unavoidable flaws or cracks in the jade, bangles wouldn't be deliberately carved. Round bangles, also called blessing bangles, are the style that wastes the most material. And they are also the most traditional style. Wu Qiwan stood dumbfounded, staring at the red-faced onlookers. The gleam in their eyes frightened her so much that she couldn't help stepping back several paces. They were like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to devour that piece of jadeite. Hearing them chatter about the value of this material, Wu Qingwan's earlier joy from winning the bet had long vanished. The stone she had cut out and the jadeite Chu Xingnan had won were like a feather compared to Mount Tai. Such a metaphor seemed to represent the contrast between herself and Chu Xingnan. I'm posting this chapter first to let you know that the remaining 5 chapters will be updated at noon. My dad is replacing all the electrical wires in the house's circuit, so yesterday the power was out for a very long time, which meant I couldn't finish today's update amount. Chapter end. Chapter 1304, Loser pays the price too. Chapter 1304, Loser pays the price too. At some point, Wu Qiwan quietly slipped away. Her departure caused not a single ripple among the crowd caught up in their frenzy. Upon learning that their rough stone had yielded a top-grade massive piece of jadeite, the boss was already beside himself with excitement. He ordered firecrackers to be set off in celebration while pushing through the crowd, carrying the jadeite on a tray lined with red velvet. He placed it on a table, blocking those who tried to get too close to prevent any accidental damage, as no one could bear the consequences. From the stone cutting to the polishing and display, over half an hour had passed. Though the excitement lingered, the crowd gradually calmed down and eagerly sought out the owner of this jadeite, the strikingly beautiful young woman. From beyond the crowd, Wu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan stepped into the center under the gaze of all eyes, approaching the jadeite that had caused such a stir. Quan Shengnan compared it to her own palm, satisfied with the size of the jadeite piece. It was roughly shaped like a cupped hand, with irregular edges and uneven thickness. The shortest length was about 15 centimeters, the narrowest width about 7 centimeters, and the thinnest part reached 6 centimeters in thickness. As the onlookers had said, it could yield at least 2 pairs of round bangles. The remaining material could be used for pendants or ring faces, and if it performed well, it might even be turned into beads. Beads? A middle-aged man in the crowd couldn't help blurting out. Of course, beads. With such excellent quality jadeite, it would be a shame not to make beads. A truly perfect jadeite set should consist of a pair of bangles, a ring, earrings, and a flawless string of beads, not a necklace set with cabochons, nor pendants or charms. Many experts were present, and a jade merchant who frequented the gambling stone market immediately agreed. Although this piece can make 2 pairs of bangles, you could instead craft 1 perfect pair and use the rest for beads. The final value could double. It wouldn't be less than the value of 2 pairs of bangles. A perfect set is rare and hard to come by, especially from the same stone. Its value increases significantly. Little miss, if you're reluctant, you can sell the stone to me, and I'll handle the processing. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips with a smile. That won't do. We have our own company and factory. How could I bear to part with such fine material? But what you've said makes a lot of sense. I've learned something new. Beads? She picked up a nearby marking tool and drew the shape of a bangle on the widest part of the jadeite. The inner diameter was 58 millimeters, the outer diameter 73 millimeters, with the outer edge reaching the stone's boundary. The most attractive round bangle size had a thickness of 10 to 13 millimeters, neither too thick nor too thin. 73 minus 58 equals 15, but polishing would cause some loss, so this measurement allowed a bit of leeway. Based on the material left after removing the bangles, Quan Xingnan estimated in her mind, then sketched and calculated on the jadeite. With a smile, she said, "Can we make 2 pairs of bangles, then use the rest for beads? The leftover scraps, I think, could be made into a ring and earrings. If there's enough, we could even set a necklace. But making beads consumes a lot of material, so we'd only get 1 string of beads." With this calculation, only 1 perfect jadeite set could be made. The remaining material could barely form another set of jadeite jewelry, but the difference was that the necklace would be set with cabochons, its value certainly less than a jadeite bead strand. End of chapter. Chapter 1305, A Bet is a Bet 3. The jade merchant who wanted to buy the jadeite rough stepped forward, pointing at the lines drawn on the jadeite and said to Quan Xingnan, "It's not that generous." "What do you mean?" Quan Xingnan asked humbly. She really didn't know much about the specifics of making jewelry. The jade merchant said, "You said it yourself, making beads wastes a lot of material. The best beads must have a diameter of 12 or 13 millimeters. Of course, some people prefer beads with a diameter of 1 centimeter. That's just a matter of personal taste, so we won't go into that for now. Beads are generally better the bigger they are. Pearls of the same quality are also more expensive the larger they are, right? The same goes for jadeite beads. But if they're too big, they lose their aesthetic appeal, so the best size is 12 or 13 millimeters. Even numbers are considered more auspicious. With beads of 12 millimeters in diameter, a necklace needs at least 48 to 58 beads to look good around the neck. Those short necklaces that only go around the neck once don't look bad, but they're usually made that short because there isn't enough material. Haven't you seen that court beads always have 108 beads? Even though the beads aren't particularly large, the total length is still considerable. Quan Xingnan nodded repeatedly, finding it very reasonable. And then, she asked, "Why did he say that this piece of rough wouldn't have enough material left for making beads after producing 2 pairs of bangles? Was there some trick to it?" Hua Xuedong stood to the side, smiling as she listened to the jade merchant enthusiastically explaining the ins and outs to Quan Xingnan. "Then, you have to cut 50 or 60 cubes from this piece of rough, each cube with a side length of at least 13 to 14 millimeters, before you can finally polish beads with a diameter of 12 to 13 millimeters. Take a close look at this piece of rough. If you make 2 pairs of bangles, will there be enough material left for beads? No, absolutely not. In this line of work, you have to strive for perfection. When making beads, you need to remove any flaws. Only when flawless beads are strung into a necklace will the value double and redouble from the original." The jade merchant spoke with great enthusiasm, his expression excited. "Let me tell you, young lady, listen to me, oldly, make beads, you must make beads. I can see you're not short on money, and with such good luck, a piece of rough that performs this well would be a waste if you don't make beads. First, cut 1 pair of bangles, then make beads. Use the best leftover scraps for ring faces and earrings." Creating such a set of jadeite jewelry would almost be something to be passed down for generations. In the jadeite world, no matter how outsiders say that imperial green is hard to come by or that top-quality pieces are rare, the truth is that top-quality pieces aren't impossible to find. If you're lucky, you might come across them, but the rough is usually too small to make a complete set of jadeite jewelry. Oldly himself had a piece of old pit glass-type imperial green jadeite, but it was so small that he couldn't bear to carve it and ended up making a plain plaque. Although it was valuable, it couldn't compare to a set made from the same rough. The piece of vibrant green rough in front of them wasn't as valuable as imperial green of the same quality and size, but if it were made into a flawless set of jewelry, its value would be only slightly lower than that of imperial green jadeite. Because, as far as Oldly knew, some of the top tycoons in the industry had collections, and famous jadeite companies had sold glass-type imperial green jadeite jewelry, but without exception, the so-called jadeite jewelry sets all used cabochon set necklaces or pendants carved from core material. There were basically no jadeite bead necklaces. There might be, but he hadn't heard of any. Mom isn't home. Should poor little me cook and eat first, then come back to write and update, or write and update first, then cook at 1 o'clock? This chapter ends. Chapter 1306, A Bet is a Bet 4. Hearing old Li's explanation, Quan Xingnan suddenly remembered. When she was a child, she had dug up jadeite jewelry from under a banyan tree in Yunnan. There was a necklace, but just as the jade merchant said, there was no bead chain. Later, she had successively gambled on several pieces of imperial green jadeite, the largest of which was only a bit bigger than an adult's fist. At the least, she would get 2 bangles out of it, at the most, 3 or 2 pairs. The core material would be made into pendants, and the leftover bits would be cut into cabochons for earrings, rings, and necklaces, still no bead chain. The imperial green jadeite jewelry that Hu Xuedong had presented to old Madame Qin, and which old Madame Qin had then given to her, included bangles, rings, earrings, pendants, and a necklace, but the necklace was set with cabochons, not a bead chain. The set of imperial green jadeite that Qin Binjia had given her was originally bestowed by Empress Dowager Cixi to a trusted confidant, and it too had no bead chain. The rarity of jadeite bead chains was thus evident. She had indeed collected several jadeite court bead necklaces, but back then, due to the low level of mining technology, the texture and water quality of jadeite rarely reached the top grade, and the beads were not very large either. Because of their historical value, they were now on display at the Tongxing Museum. So, make a pair of bangles and then turn the rest into beads? Quan Xingnan sought Hu Xuedong's opinion. Indeed, the jadeite jewelry you have rarely includes bead chains. Turning them into beads is a good choice. Of course, Quan Xingnan had jadeite bead chains, given how much high-grade jadeite she had gambled on, including one massive piece. Without her even needing to suggest it, the jade carvers would make corresponding jewelry based on the size of the jadeite material. But top-grade green jadeite bead chains were still rare. Alright, I'll find someone later to take the bangles and turn them into beads. Amid the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Quan Xingnan asked the boss for a piece of red velvet cloth, wrapped up the jadeite, and casually stuffed the wrapped jadeite into her backpack under the reluctant eyes of everyone. Too casual. Many people thought with a pang of distress. As if she hadn't noticed everyone's thoughts, Quan Xingnan pulled a stack of cash from her wallet and handed it to the stone-cutting master. Thank you for your hard work, master. Just a small token of appreciation, please have some tea on me. This was also one of the industry customs. Those who struck it rich would give a red envelope to the stone-cutting master, both to share the joy and to borrow some good luck. Thank you, miss. The stone-cutting master unceremoniously tucked the money into his pocket, grinning from ear to ear. Not everyone had the luck to cut open such a perfect large piece of jadeite. Miss, are you cutting more stones? I see you and this gentleman have bought a lot of material. It's quite a hassle to transport them back in all sizes. I can help cut them all out here. Bringing only the cut jadeite back would be much easier than hauling a pile of rocks. Quan Xingnan remembered the bet between herself and Hu Xuedong and turned to ask, fourth brother, should we cut them open here, or take them back and find someone to cut them ourselves? If they didn't cut them, how would they determine who won and who lost? Although she didn't care about winning or losing, she wanted to know the result, whether her ability was stronger, or Hu Xuedong's luck and eye for jade. Those who had witnessed the emergence of the emerald green jadeite were reluctant to leave. Having been there for a while, they knew that Hu Xuedong had bought quite a few semi-gambling rough stones, many of which showed excellent promise, with a 99% chance of yielding jade, though the size and quality of the jade were still uncertain. Moreover, the fact that Quan Xingnan had cut such fine jadeite from a fully gambling rough stone showed her extraordinary skill in stone gambling. Seeing it was as good as owning it, they couldn't afford to buy it or couldn't find it, but they could still watch. So they all clamored, cut them all open. Let us broaden our horizons. My typing speed has been so slow today, I must be having a hand disability. End of this chapter. Chapter 1307, A Bet is a Bet 5. Faced with the crowd's urging, Hu Xuedong did not waver. He raised his hand to check his watch and said with a smile, thank you all for your kindness, but it's getting late. We should be heading back. If there's another chance to buy materials next time, we'll definitely trouble the stone-cutting master. His words were a polite refusal. Quan Xingnan naturally respected her boyfriend's wishes and said with a laugh, we've been out so long. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized I'm starving. Let's go eat. Leave the stones to Alexander and Daniel. Alexander, who was arranging for people to transport the stones, waved at them. Though the onlookers were disappointed, they couldn't force them to cut the stones. They could only watch as the two left, most eyes lingering on Quan Xingnan's backpack, which held a massive piece of jade worth billions, a top-grade jade perfect for bracelets and beads. Once they parted today, it would be hard to see it again. Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong had a simple claypot rice meal, returned to the hotel to shower and change, stored the cut jade, and then wandered back to the rough stone market, but not the same shop they'd visited earlier. Quan Xingnan linked her arm through Hu Xuedong's. Fourth brother, I bought all blind bets, and you bought half blind bets. We can tell them apart without marking. Remember to have someone cut yours and see who wins. If you win, all the jade I bet on, including that green jade from this morning, is yours. You'll be rich. If I win, I'll treat you to a feast. Hearing Hu Xuedong's words, Quan Xingnan said bluntly, I want Buddha jumps over the wall. Lots and lots of it. This dish was a major delicacy, requiring high-quality ingredients and a lot of time, so they rarely ate it. No problem. Hu Xuedong took out his phone, arranging for the stone cutting on one end and ordering Buddha jumps over the wall on the other. Quan Xingnan waited for him to finish the call. Are you so confident you'll win? Actually, she really wanted to win too. Thinking about it, she pouted. Huo put away his phone and pinched her nose. You're amazing, unprecedentedly amazing. Under your brilliance, my confidence isn't so strong. Anyway, whether I win or lose, I'll definitely treat you to Buddha jumps over the wall. To others, the jade cut today was incredibly valuable, enough to make someone rich overnight, but to him, it wasn't that important. From start to finish, he was just trying to make his girlfriend happy. Sure enough, Quan Xingnan beamed at his words. Since we rarely come to Pingo, let's buy more materials. We'll stock them in the warehouse and cut them when needed. They won't disappoint. She now basically understood why Huo was reluctant to release high-grade jade into the market all at once. Scarcity makes things precious. The rising value of jade was due to two reasons. First, the depletion of jade mines and the decreasing supply of top-grade jade. Second, jade's colorful beauty surpassed other gemstones. And after being favored by two major female figures in the late Qing and Republican eras, it became a nationwide craze. High society types willing to pay top dollar for premium jade did so for its beauty and for the satisfaction of owning something others couldn't afford, but they could casually wear. If everyone could buy top-grade jade, where would their sense of superiority be? The price of jade would naturally plummet. Thus, limiting the amount of premium jade entering the market each year ensured the company's long-term development, prevented a lack of momentum or jade to sell, and maximized profits. It was a win-win situation. Why not do it? My hand was off today, only one chapter. Chapter end. Chapter 1308. A bet is a bet 6. While Huo and Quan Xingnan were selecting rough jadeite, they kept hearing people discussing how someone had struck it rich that morning by gambling on a piece of jadeite that yielded top-grade emerald green material suitable for bangles and beads. Even those who hadn't been present couldn't stop talking about it. Quan Xingnan felt a secret thrill inside. What you have is already enough to make others envy you to death, so a piece of jadeite is nothing. Stay calm. Huo patted her head, then quickly withdrew his hand, pretending not to notice the dust from his hand clinging to her hair. Take a look at this piece I picked. What do you think? I think it's excellent. This time, he had chosen a fully unopened rough stone. Quan Xingnan only glanced at it before her eyes went wide. Peach Blossom Spring. It's actually Peach Blossom Spring, she murmured softly, but Huo heard her clearly. Peach Blossom Spring is industry jargon for lavender jadeite with green flecks. When purple jadeite and green jadeite appear together, it's called spring with color, but the Burmese refer to this type of jadeite as Peach Blossom Spring. The piece Huo had chosen was truly exceptional, a glass-grade spring with color. It had a spring-toned base, vibrant and delicate, pinkish and soft like peach blossoms, pure and free of impurities, with no cracks, blemishes, cotton-like inclusions, or black spots. It was crystal clear, and the green flecks were sparse, scattered only at the edges in faint streaks, not affecting the production of pure lavender jadeite jewelry. It was nothing short of top-grade. In truth, spring-colored jadeite wasn't particularly popular at the moment. Aside from Europeans and Americans who adored it, there were some fans of spring-colored jadeite both domestically and internationally, but not many. So their company had been hoarding high-grade lavender jadeite, rarely selling it. According to Huo predictions, as jadeite resources dwindled, lavender jadeite would become highly sought after in a few years. Purple air comes from the east. The purple here refers to lavender jadeite. This phrase had also cemented lavender jadeite status in the jadeite world. Given that 9 out of 10 spring jadeites are woody, the rarity of glass-grade lavender jadeite was almost unimaginable. That morning, Quan Xingnan had been quite pleased to find a piece of high-ice-grade lavender jadeite, since high-grade purple jadeite was incredibly hard to come by. She never expected Huo to be so lucky as to pick a glass-grade piece. Glass-grade, translucent in texture, bright in color, absolutely breathtaking. Even before being cut and polished, it was already this beautiful. Once the outer crust was stripped away and it underwent simple polishing, how stunning would it become? And after being made into jewelry, how exquisite would it be? It was beyond imagination. Fourth brother, your luck is really something. I'm starting to regret making that bet with you. Huo chuckled. If you like it, once it's cut, I'll have a set of jewelry made for you first. Just depends on whether the material inside is big enough. If it is, like that emerald green piece from this morning, we'll make bangles first, then beads, crafting a flawless set of jewelry for you. The rest can be turned into finished products for sale. Good things, of course, went to family first. Quan Xingnan realized she didn't have a complete set of top-grade lavender jadeite jewelry and said without hesitation, since you put it that way, I'll gladly accept it. The material was ample, so it would surely work out. Hearing this, Huo immediately secured the rough jadeite in front of him. Over the next 2 days, Quan Xingnan noticed his luck was truly extraordinary. No wonder he had been able to stockpile so much jadeite. Not every piece he picked contained jadeite, but 8 out of 10 held high-grade material. After seeing the results of the cutting, Quan Xingnan became even more certain of Hu Xuedong's skill. Her own ability was nowhere near his league. When the cut jadeite was appraised by industry experts, the total value of the pieces she had cut was higher, but Hu Xuedong had more top-grade pieces than she did. In other words, she had lost. I'm off to eat. Mom's not home, so I'll just make noodles with beef bone broth. Mom left several big pots of beef bone broth before she went out. End of chapter. Chapter 1309, Accepting Defeat Gracefully 7. Quan Xingnan accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. Although the total value of the jadeite she had gambled on was higher, she had used her supernatural ability, relying on external power rather than her own experience in gambling on stones. In contrast, Hu Xuedong had genuinely relied on her own skill to gamble on top-grade jadeite. Among the stones Hu Xuedong had purchased, 30% turned out to be losses, while 70% yielded significant gains. And that 70% was enough to surpass everything Quan Xingnan had achieved. The stone cutter, unaware of the inside story, was utterly impressed by the person who had bought the stones. Alexander, Daniel, and the other bodyguards, however, were extremely shocked because they had personally witnessed how Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had selected the rough stones and made their bets. They also knew which stones had been chosen for the semi-gamble and which for the full gamble. So, in terms of skill, Quan Xingnan, who had won every single gamble, far surpassed Hu Xuedong. Could it be that Quan Xingnan's incredible foresight could even predict whether there was jadeite inside the rough stones? Moreover, Quan Xingnan was quite generous. She casually took out the vibrant green jadeite that had been extracted that day and shoved it into Hu Xuedong's hands. Here, I accept defeat gracefully. It's yours, all of it. This grand gesture made all the bodyguards extremely envious. According to industry estimates, the jadeite Quan Xingnan had gambled on, excluding this top-grade vibrant green piece valued at over 100 million, was worth around 10 million yuan. If processed, the price could increase 5 to 10 times. In other words, Quan Xingnan had given Hu Xuedong jadeite that could potentially be worth 1 billion yuan in the future. Her generosity was on par with Hu Xuedong's. But after hearing the value, Quan Xingnan was momentarily stunned, then sighed. So many people worked so hard to plan and build a Tongxing museum, yet its value is less than the pile of jadeite I gambled on with fourth brother. Is that sad or ridiculous? She knew better than anyone that, a dozen years later, the jewelry made from this pile of jadeite could increase in value by dozens of times. She remembered that before her rebirth, there had been statistics showing that from the early 1970s to the early 1990s, over 20 years, jadeite prices had risen the fastest, basically achieving a 20-fold increase. Meanwhile, diamonds had tripled, emeralds had quadrupled, sapphires had increased 5-fold, and rubies had increased 10-fold. The difference was enormous, as one could imagine. Moreover, top-grade jadeite far exceeded that. From the mid-1980s to the 30 years before her rebirth, the price of top-grade jadeite had skyrocketed 3,000 times. 3,000 times? What did that even mean? No investment was as lucrative as investing in top-grade jadeite. Most importantly, top-grade jadeite was unaffected by global economic downturns. Keep the top-grade jadeite for yourself. Quan Xingnan couldn't help saying to Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong agreed. In all aspects of life, from clothing to housing, the best always has the most investment potential, especially with jewelry. Our capital chain is sufficient, so we can afford to hold on to the goods. Unless it's for a very close and dear friend, top-grade jadeite is generally not sold to outsiders. The same goes for diamonds and gemstones. You're so far-sighted, Hu Xing. Quan Xingnan's eyes sparkled with huge money signs, and she clenched her little fists against her delicate chin. If we get the chance, let's go to the jadeite public auction. The best rough stones are definitely at the public auction. We'll buy them and store them, or process them into jewelry and store them, then sell them a dozen years later. Since the mid-1960s, jadeite rough stones had been a state-owned resource of Myanmar. Only those traded through the public auction and exported were considered legitimate channels. Any other method of export was smuggling. Of course, smuggling was an unavoidable phenomenon. My hand is acting up. I'll update the remaining 5 chapters at noon. This chapter ends. Chapter 1310. A bet is a bet 8. Every year, the jade and gemstones participating in the public auction account for half or 2/5 of Myanmar's annual mining output. This is a huge amount, so every year, many jade merchants flock to the event. Since Hu Xuedong took control of the Hu family, he has sent representatives to the jade public auction every year. In the past, with ample funds and fewer competitors, they could bring back plenty of high-quality jade each year. But in recent years, that has changed. Although others still cannot compete with them, the competition has intensified. More and more wealthy individuals, regardless of whether they understand the trade, desperately drive up prices, causing transaction prices to far exceed estimates. Hua Xuedong had long instructed his procurement team to remain calm and not purchase rough stones at exorbitant prices. Once the price exceeded the predetermined limit, they would give up, even for top-grade jade. Xiao Shenghua's Yuesheng Jewelry Company also participated in the public auction, but Quan Xingnan did not involve herself in management and paid no attention to it. So, upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Hua Xuedong smiled faintly. Every autumn, Myanmar holds a jade public auction, lasting anywhere from a week to 10 days or half a month. I and my jade company subordinates can attend any time, but you have classes, miss. After the summer break, Quan Xingnan would be a senior in high school. The final year of high school was extremely tense, as a year later, she would face the college entrance exam, a single-plank bridge for thousands of troops. Oh. Quan Xingnan groaned in frustration, covering her eyes with her hands, then spreading her fingers to peek through the gaps at Hua Xuedong. This next year is the most important in my academic life. I doubt the school will let me take leave casually. I'll have to wake up early, sleep late, work day and night, and be a bookworm around the clock. Education was important. Very, very important. Although Quan Xingnan's wealth and background meant she could live freely without a degree, she still believed that education was crucial for herself and even more so for ordinary people. Don't bring up the argument that many wealthy people have low education levels. Thinking about how some news reports in future years would downplay the importance of education, Quan Xingnan scoffed. How many talented individuals actually emerged from low education backgrounds? Compared to the total population, they accounted for an extremely tiny, almost negligible proportion. Across all social classes worldwide, the vast majority of capable people were highly educated elites. Once they entered society, they would understand the importance of education and realize that the connections gained from attending a prestigious university were unmatched by any amount of money. People with high and low education levels lived in different social strata. It wasn't that Quan Xingnan looked down on migrant workers, but to be honest, under normal circumstances, did migrant workers have the chance to dine and chat with high-ranking officials or corporate executives? No, they didn't. Unless they had relatives in that class, they simply had no opportunity to interact with that elite-driven stratum. That was reality, harsh enough to be heartbreaking and helpless. So, even though Quan Xingnan often had endless matters to handle, she ultimately chose to attend school steadily, work hard diligently, and aim for a good university. Calculating the time, summer break was about to end, and she would soon board a plane back to Beijing. Quan Xingnan felt reluctant, unwilling to part with Hua Xuedong. The joy of being together day and night was something long-distance longing could never match. Hua Xuedong had always supported his girlfriend's decision not to abandon her studies. He comforted her softly, "It's okay. Once you finish your studies, we can be together forever, never apart." Chapter 13:11. A bet is a bet 9. Hua Xuedong handed the emerald jade to the most renowned jade craftsman in her company for processing, planning to carve a bracelet according to Quan Xingnan's measurements. After the bracelet material was cut, the remaining pieces were to be made into beads. However, before the cut square emerald pieces could be polished into beads one by one, Quan Xingnan had to set off on her journey back to the capital due to the impending end of summer vacation. She was reluctant to part, almost to the point of holding hands and gazing at each other with tearful eyes. Quan Xingnan was usually composed, and because of her life experiences, she wasn't truly as innocent and carefree as a young girl. So, her expression instantly amused Hua Xuedong and her two bodyguards, Alexander and Daniel, who were traveling with her. Previously, Quan Xingnan's bodyguards were Alexander and another person, but now Daniel had replaced that other person. Both were familiar with Quan Xingnan, and there was no tension in their interactions. After the plane took off, Quan Xingnan sighed repeatedly. Alexander chuckled and said, "Nan, if you really can't bear to leave Mr. Hua, you could apply to a university in Hong Kong after next year's college entrance exam. You don't have to study in the capital." Internationally, Hong Kong University, with its all-English teaching, was more renowned and ranked first in Asia, making its graduates more globally competitive. If she didn't study abroad, and since Hua Xuedong spent most of her time working in Hong Kong, Alexander, as a bodyguard, naturally hoped Quan Xingnan would continue her studies there. Hong Kong University? Quan Xingnan was momentarily dazed at the suggestion. Alexander rambled on, "Yes, Nan, think about it. Look, you accompanied Mr. Yuan for 7 years, studying where Secretary Yuan worked. Later, you chose to return to the capital to study and stay by Mr. Yun and the others. Now, it's time to consider our Mr. Hua. You can't let her keep traveling back and forth between two places, can you?" Quan Xingnan poked her cheek with a finger and tilted her head, pondering the feasibility of this idea. There was hope. Alexander perked up. Nan, I know you're devoted to Mr. Yoon and the others. But Mr. Yoon and his wife have 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law, plus a daughter and a son-in-law, and a whole crowd of grandchildren and friends coming and going. They never feel lonely. On the other hand, our Mr. Hua lives alone in Hong Kong. Although the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Hua are her closest relatives, they're too old and frail to take care of her. In fact, she has to constantly worry about their daily needs, often neglecting herself. When you're not around, she frequently works overtime and sometimes forgets to eat 3 meals a day. We want to remind her but don't dare to speak up. Is 4th sister really that pitiful? Quan Xingnan asked skeptically. Of course she is. She acts like everything's fine in front of you, but she has her pride, you know? In truth, she's very pitiful, managing such a huge corporation all by herself. It's exhausting. Daniel nodded emphatically as he spoke, confirming Alexander's words, with a hint of sighing in his expression. A middle-aged man sitting next to them let out a snicker, drawing the attention of Quan Xingnan, Alexander, and Daniel. Although Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were wealthy, since first class had been booked out, they didn't mind comfort and chose economy class, surrounded by other passengers. What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what we said? Quan Xingnan frowned, looking displeased. This chapter ends. Chapter 13:12. A bet is a bet 10. A bet is a bet, he said. I'm laughing at you all, bragging without even drafting a draft. Though dressed in a suit and wearing accessories like a watch and rings that clearly weren't too expensive, the middle-aged man didn't hide his mockery of Quan Xingnan and her group. Ordinary people sitting in first class, constantly talking about Hong Kong University, constantly going on about some Mr. managing a huge conglomerate. Is that even possible? Is Hong Kong University that easy to get into? Would someone managing a big corporation be sitting in economy class? Hearing the man's Beijing accent, Alexander frowned. What's wrong with the way you're talking? We were having our own conversation, not making a loud scene in this public space like the cabin. You eavesdropping on us is one thing, but questioning the truth of what we say, is that polite? Just as the middle-aged man was about to retort, Quan Xingnan spoke up. Alexander, let's ignore him. This person had done plenty of bad things and was clearly on a downward spiral lately, plagued by bad luck. Someone like that wasn't worth their time. Hearing this, Alexander immediately fell silent, not even glancing at the middle-aged man again. Instead, he continued talking to Quan Xingnan. The old gentleman and lady are getting on in years. Ever since the 2 elders of the He family passed away, the Mr. has been especially worried about their health. It's hard for him to leave Hong Kong as often as before, in case something happens at home and he can't get back in time. So, Nan, really, I seriously suggest you come to Hong Kong for school. You can go back to Beijing during breaks. It's not like you can't go home. Quan Xingnan sighed. Let me think about it. There's still a year to go. How can I make a decision all at once? Yes, you're right. Take your time thinking. Alexander nodded vigorously, worried that if he kept nagging, she'd get annoyed and change her mind. Quan Xingnan leaned back, pulled the blanket covering her legs a little higher, and closed her eyes to rest. Her eyes were shut, but her mind was churning, wrestling with a difficult choice. Coming to Hong Kong for school to stay by Hua Xuedong's side was very tempting. When feelings ran deep, she really wished she could be with him every single day, never apart for a moment. But she also couldn't bear to leave her family back home, the old and the young alike. Her 3 younger brothers were all studying in the capital. Her grandparents were getting on in years. Her parents, uncles, and aunts all had their own careers to tend to and couldn't get away. Her mother, who had married Wang Juanda, had a new family and couldn't always look after her parents and nephews. Under these circumstances, losing Quan Xingnan would be like losing an anchor. She'd wait and see. There was still a year to go. No one could guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen within that year. Just as she felt satisfied with her decision, Quan Xingnan suddenly heard a commotion from behind. Soon after, a flight attendant in the front aisle turned and ran toward the back. At the same time, she heard questions, screams, and other noises all mixed together, making it hard to make out the words, but the anxiety and worry in the air were unmistakable. What's going on? Quan Xingnan opened her eyes. At the same time, she heard an announcement over the intercom. A passenger had fallen ill. It asked if there was a doctor on board who could come and diagnose or provide first aid. It was repeated 3 times, but no one responded. Quan Xingnan abruptly threw off the blanket on her legs and stood up. I know a bit of medicine. Let me take a look. Hearing this, the flight attendants and passengers made way, while Alexander and Daniel followed her without hesitation. End of chapter. Chapter 13:13, Accepting the Bet and Losing 11. The one who fell ill was a man in his 60s, wearing a relatively ordinary Zhongshan suit. He was very fat, tall and stout, yet exuded a refined and gentle demeanor. His face was pale, his limbs were twitching, he was struggling to breathe, and he was already somewhat unconscious. The elderly man had no family accompanying him, and the flight crew was extremely anxious. At first, when they heard someone claim to know medicine, they were overjoyed. But when they saw that the person approaching was a young girl, seemingly only 18 or 19 years old, their hearts immediately sank, sinking completely. Quan Xingnan crouched beside the elderly man and reached out to feel his pulse. Under the tense gaze of everyone, Quan Xingnan took a golden needle from her hairpin and inserted it into several points on the elderly man's chest. Using the needle as a conduit, she infused the spiritual power of the earth pupil, quickly alleviating the elderly man's symptoms. It was clearly visible that the elderly man's breathing had eased. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and patted their chests. After a moment, Quan Xingnan withdrew the silver needle and gently massaged the key acupoints all over the elderly man's body, performing a simple massage. After infusing the earth pupil's spiritual power, the elderly man's limbs stopped twitching. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a delicate, radiant face. He couldn't help but blink. What happened to me? Seeing the elderly man conscious, everyone felt relieved. The head of the flight crew quickly replied, "Sir, you suddenly fell ill, with limb twitching, difficulty breathing, and loss of consciousness. This young lady saved you. We have communicated with the passengers on board and contacted the nearest airport for an emergency landing. Then we will take you to the hospital for a comprehensive examination." Human life was at stake, and the passengers on the plane were very understanding. No matter the time, there are always more good people in the world, and they were all considerate of the plane's forced landing. The elderly man quickly sat up and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I didn't expect to suddenly fall ill. I seem to be fine now. Everyone doesn't need to land early at the nearest airport because of me. Without a professional examination, none of us can be sure whether you will remain safe for the rest of the journey. Out of responsibility to every passenger, we advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup. When the head of the flight crew said this, the elderly man immediately fell silent. Having gone through a life-and-death crisis, everyone cherishes their life. After calming the elderly man, the head of the flight crew thanked Quan Xingnan. "Miss, we implore you to stay by the gentleman's side until the plane lands, in case he has an accident and we cannot treat him in time, leading to an irreversible tragedy." "All right, don't worry. I'll stay here." Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. The head of the flight crew was very grateful, and the elderly man also repeatedly thanked Quan Xingnan. With no loss of life, the mood of the surrounding passengers greatly improved. The middle-aged female passenger sitting next to the elderly man even stood up to offer her seat to Quan Xingnan. "Young lady, take a seat and rest for a while. I've heard that acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine is very energy-consuming. Are you studying traditional Chinese medicine?" "Only traditional Chinese medicine practitioners use acupuncture." Quan Xingnan said modestly, "I learned traditional Chinese medicine from my master. I've only just started and know just a little." "Your medical skills are so superb." With just a few needles, the gentleman woke up. His limbs stopped twitching, his face is no longer pale, and his breathing has stabilized. "Your master must be very famous." "Who is your master?" The surrounding passengers all had this question. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "My master's surname is Zhang, and his given name is Zaiming." This chapter ends. Chapter 13-14, A Bet is a Bet 12. Zhang Ziming. Some knowledgeable people were stunned, and their gazes toward Quan Xingnan instantly shifted. Zhang Ziming was a great national master physician in Jinling, a giant in the medical field, a top-tier figure in medicine, the kind of person with immense prestige, hailed as a national master far from being just an ordinary Chinese medicine doctor. In recent years, Zhang Ziming had gradually faded from public view due to his old age and no longer seeing patients. However, Zhang Ziming's achievements stood firm, and his medical skills had only grown more refined through years of accumulated experience. Anyone who had the chance to invite the old gentleman for a pulse diagnosis and treatment could boast about it to their neighbors for a lifetime. The old man treated by Quan Xingnan was also startled. "Are you Zhang's last closed-door disciple?" Quan Xingnan looked at him. He actually knew she was her master's last closed-door disciple. This old man was no ordinary person. Only someone familiar with her master would know about this last disciple. Noticing Quan Xingnan's puzzled expression, the old man immediately smiled. "I've long heard that Dr. Zhang has a young last disciple, an exceptionally skilled girl with superb medical expertise, surpassing her master. She once cured the long-disabled legs of Dr. Zhang's grandniece. I recall even Dr. Zhang wasn't confident he could heal them." "Is that you, young lady? You must be surnamed Quan." "Yes, I am surnamed Quan. Do you know my master? May I ask your esteemed name? Otherwise, how would he know about her curing Li Qianxuan?" Her treatment of Li Qianxuan and Luo De's legs was largely unknown to outsiders. The old man chuckled. My surname is Xia Bin. Go back and ask your master, he'll surely know who I am. Quan Xingnan's mind stirred. She recalled that during her studies with Zhang Ziming, he had told her many amusing stories about himself and his friends, as well as various secrets about the families he treated. He had indeed mentioned a man named Xia Fei. Are you the Xia Fei, teacher Xia, whom my master saved with a single needle over 30 years ago? I've heard my master speak of you. Xia Fei was a quintessential victim of the cultural catastrophe. During that time, countless cultural figures suffered like Xia Fei, too many to count even now. Many died beaten to death, driven to suicide, and so on. Xia Fei, young and spirited, was especially targeted. He had his head half-shaved, was paraded through the streets with a sign around his neck, lived in cowsheds, swept streets, cleaned toilets. In short, he did every dirty and exhausting job. He was often insulted, had his head bashed in by his own students, and was even pushed into a river, nearly drowning. Zhang Ziming had also been sent to the countryside at the time, but because he knew medicine and could treat and save lives, and the countryside was desperately short of doctors and medicine, he received far better treatment than ordinary cultural figures. That was how he had the chance to save Xia Fei's life. Xia Fei said excitedly, yes, I am that Xia Fei. Though he had suffered persecution back then, Xia Fei remained devoted to his country. After his rehabilitation, he continued teaching, eventually cultivating countless students. He retired a few years ago and occasionally lived in Hong Kong, mainly because his wife and children had moved there years ago and were thriving, unwilling to return to their hometown. He alone traveled between the two places tirelessly. This time, he had made a special trip back to Beijing because Zhang Ziming's birthday was approaching. He planned to return to the capital first, then go to Jinling to celebrate Zhang Ziming's birthday. He had many collectibles at his home in the capital and intended to pick the best as a birthday gift. But he never expected to fall ill on the plane. In truth, it was a lingering effect of the ailments caused by his persecution back then. Everyone present was stunned after listening to the reminiscences of the old and young. At that very moment, the plane made an emergency landing at Shanghai Airport, and a broadcast came through with a kind reminder for the passengers. I will definitely update early tomorrow. Fist pump. End of this chapter. Chapter 1315, The Great Dream of a Past Life 1. After the plane landed, Quan Xingnan watched as Xia Fei was taken away by the ambulance that had been arranged in advance. Only then did she and the flight crew reboard the plane, waiting for it to take off again. It wasn't until they landed at the capital airport that the middle-aged man who had mocked Quan Xingnan earlier fell completely silent. The other passengers, however, were full of curiosity about Quan Xingnan. Young, beautiful, and skilled in medicine, most importantly, she had an excellent master. Although the saying goes that the master leads you through the door, cultivation depends on the individual. Having a good master could bring endless connections. Once she entered society, her master's reputation and status would earn her respect, smoothing her path without obstacles. Unlike a greenhorn with no name or fame, who had to endure hardships and scorn before achieving anything, Quan Xingnan pretended not to notice their thoughts. She kept her eyes closed and rested until disembarking, enjoying a moment of peace. When she returned home, she was warmly welcomed by her family. She hadn't even picked up her exam results before leaving for Hong Kong, and she only came back just before school started. By that measure, she had been away for quite some time. Little Lion kicked his legs and pounced straight into his sister's arms, wrapping his arms around her neck, kissing and rubbing against her face. Sister, I missed you so much. Why did you only come back now? Oh, Little Lion, how did you get so thin? Quan Xingnan weighed him in her arms. He was at least 3 to 5 pounds lighter than before she left. Looking at his face, his soft, chubby double chin had disappeared. Little Lion reacted quickly. Because I missed you so much. When you weren't home, I had no appetite for tea or food, so I lost weight. Sister, you have to make it up to me. All right. How do you want me to make it up to you? The older little eagle curled his lips. Sis, don't listen to his nonsense. What missed you so much I lost weight? What no appetite for tea or food? He was fighting me for watermelon and grapes just this morning. He lost weight because of the heat. He ate less meat and more fruits and vegetables, plus he's been running around every day. I did lose weight from missing my sister. Even when I eat, it doesn't stick to me. Little Lion insisted stubbornly. Little Tiger, caught in the middle, looked at one, then the other, and decided to keep his mouth shut and not voice his opinion. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips and smiled. Right. Little Lion missed me, and I missed Little Lion too, so much. I specially brought lots of gifts for Little Lion, things to eat, things to wear, things to use, and books and toys. As soon as he heard about gifts, Little Lion jumped down and cheered as he ran toward the luggage. Little Eagle hesitated for a moment, his eyes on Quan Xingnan. She smiled and said, of course, there's a share for Little Eagle and Little Tiger too. Except for the books, everything else is exactly the same in 3 sets. Thanks, sis. Little Eagle clenched his fists, bounced on the spot, and pulled Little Tiger along to divide the gifts. Grandpa Yan and Grandma Yun watched with smiles, saying nothing. It was only after the boys went to sort the gifts that Grandma Yun said to her granddaughter, after you left for Hong Kong, an old man who looked like a fortune teller came with his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter to thank you. He found our door, introduced himself, and it turned out he was an old subordinate of your grandfather. He said he had set up a stall with you in the same place. I remembered what you said before, so I gave him the things you brought back. They were indeed his, so I let him take them away. Grandma, I know who it is. Wasn't it the fortune teller whose son accused him of being a charlatan? She had noticed back then that he was a veteran like her own grandfather, and it turned out she was right. End of chapter. Chapter 1316, The Great Dream of a Past Life 2. Old Master Yun smiled and said, his name is Wang Taizhu. He's practically a comrade in arms of mine. We fought together, ate from the same pot. We hadn't been in touch for years, yet we ended up meeting because of you. What a coincidence. Quan Xingnan laughed, though she wasn't surprised. Old Master Yun nodded. They sent a lot of thank you gifts. The perishable food we've already taken care of, and the rest is in your room. Take a look and keep track of it yourself. Wang Tiezhi's youngest son seems promising and capable, and his wife and daughter are both very beautiful. The gifts they gave are quite generous. Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement. After chatting with her grandparents, she returned to her room, took a shower, and changed clothes. Following the spot the elders had pointed out, she found the gifts from the Wang father and son, a piece of unpolished top-grade mutton fat jade with a pear skin rind, and a string of jadeite beads. This string of icy, full-green jadeite beads was a vibrant, verdant green, as clear as water. Though there were slight flaws when held up to the light, and a few beads had cotton-like inclusions or fine lines, the imperfections didn't overshadow the beauty. It was clearly cut from the same piece of material, giving it a cohesive feel. With 40 beads and a platinum and diamond clasp, its market value was likely between 3 and 5 million. Quite a generous gesture. The next day, when Quan Xingnan went to set up her stall, she wore the necklace around her neck. Wang Taizhu, who still made a living telling fortunes, immediately sidled up to her and said with a grin, little girl, do you like the necklace my son gave you? My daughter-in-law says a lot of people love jadeite these days. Quan Xingnan reached up and touched the necklace. I like it very much. Thank you, old Wang, and thank your son for me. No need to thank me, no need. Wang Taizhu quickly waved his hands. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known my granddaughter was so grown up. You have no idea how pretty and adorable she is, fair-skinned, big eyes, double eyelids, just like the little angels they talk about on TV. She calls me Grandpa every day, and her mouth is sweeter than honey, sweet right into my heart. By the end, he was beaming with excitement. It was clear that Wang Taizhu was truly smitten with his newly found little granddaughter. Little Lion, sitting on a small stool beside Quan Xingnan, propped his chin on his hands. Grandpa Wang, is she the little sister you brought to our house that day? When will you bring her to play with me? Not wanting his sister to go out, Little Lion had insisted on tagging along with his own little stool, so Quan Xingnan had no choice but to bring him along. Wang Taizhu finally noticed Little Lion and laughed. Little Lion, you're here too? But my little sweetie is a bit older than you. You and Little Tiger have to call her Big Sister, not Little Sister. Only Little Eagle calls her Little Sister. Oh. Little Lion nodded his little head. Then when will Sister Sweetie come to my house to play? I miss her so much, my heart aches from missing her. My sister bought me new toys, a robot, a model airplane that can actually fly, and a drawing board. It's so pretty. I'll share them with Sister Sweetie and let her play with me. His childish words immediately made Wang Taizhu and Quan Xingnan laugh. Quan Xingnan pretended to be upset and accused him, when you think of me, you only think I've lost weight, but when you think of someone else, your heart aches from missing them. You're biased, way too biased, Little Lion. You're so heartless. No, I'm not. Sister, I miss you a lot. Actually, I miss you so much my heart aches too, but it aches so much I can't eat. You can see that I've lost weight, but you can't see whether my heart hurts. Little Lion, recalling a dialogue between a male and female lead on TV, reacted quickly. If you don't believe me, feel it, my heart only beats when I see you. End of chapter. Chapter 1317, The Great Dream of a Past Life 3. Wang Taizhu and Quan Xingnan could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Coincidentally, they had also watched the TV drama in which this dialogue appeared. Their crisp laughter traveled far, bringing a touch of lightness to the sweltering August heat and easing the irritability. The Little Lion shyly burrowed into Quan Xingnan's arms. Because Quan Xingnan was quite well known in the area, passing aunties and elderly women couldn't help but greet her when they saw her. "Little girl, you haven't been here in a long time." "That's right, you used to come on your days off, and we thought you'd be here during summer break, but you were nowhere to be seen. Where did you go? Did you earn so much from fortune-telling that you stopped setting up by the roadside and bought a shop instead?" Bombarded with a flurry of questions, Quan Xingnan found it both amusing and exasperating. She replied seriously, "I went to Hong Kong. I heard that many people in Guangdong and Hong Kong believe in feng shui, and there are many famous feng shui masters there, so I went to study. Now that I've learned something, I've come back. I'll still set up my stall here when I'm not in school." "That's wonderful. We heard from old Li's mother that you predicted their entire family would be killed and helped them avoid it. Truly miraculous." "Yes, old Zheng saved his mother-in-law because you calculated it and warned him. It's really accurate. Can you do a reading for me? My life right now is an absolute mess." Quan Xingnan pointed at her sign and said with a smile, "Life is made up of trivial matters. If you have no disasters or troubles, that's a peaceful life. Why bother calculating? You don't need it. You and I have no connection." The auntie who wanted a reading was quite happy to hear that. Who wouldn't want a life of peace and safety, free from disasters and troubles? By now, they had come to understand. The connections Quan Xingnan spoke of referred to people facing disasters, troubles, or regrets. Ordinary folks like them, whose lives lacked major upheavals, weren't included in that category. The morning passed quickly. Since Quan Xingnan hadn't encountered anyone with a connection for a reading, she put down the little lion and prepared to pack up. Suddenly, she heard a sleazy voice say, "Oh, little girl, all alone? How about I treat you to a meal? A big feast." The sleazy voice belonged to a sleazy owner. A young man in his 20s, with dyed yellow hair of medium length, a streak of green at the top, wearing blue bell-bottom pants and flip-flops, shirtless, with tattoos covering his shoulders, arms, and chest. On his chest was a dragon design, on his arms were koi fish patterns, and around his neck hung a thick gold chain as big as a finger. Wang Debao wore a thick gold chain, but his nouveau riche aura couldn't hide his innate purity, so he didn't come off as offensive. This guy, however, was clearly a thug, exuding an aura that made people feel disgusted. Wang Taizhu immediately stepped in front of Quan Xingnan and said sternly, "What do you think you're doing?" "What am I doing?" The thug pushed him aside. "Didn't I say I'm treating the little sister to a meal? Look how nice I am, free food for her, so she doesn't have to suffer out here in the sun and wind." Wang Taizhu, being older, stumbled backward from the push. Quan Xingnan quickly stood up and steadied him. "Grandpa Wang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Do you have anyone with you?" "Call them over." Wang Taizhu remembered Quan Xingnan's identity, precious and extraordinary, and figured her family wouldn't let her go out alone without protection. End of chapter. Chapter 1318, The Great Dream of a Past Life 4. Quan Xingnan narrowed her eyes. Before she could speak, she saw Alexander and Daniel sprinting toward her, but faster than them was a nimble figure in military green. In a few swift moves, the figure threw back the thug who had reached out to touch Quan Xingnan's face, pinned him to the ground, and twisted his arms behind his back. Immediately after, 5 or 6 young men in military uniforms emerged. "Hey sis, you okay? Not scared, are you? This guy's no good, he harassed one of our brother's little sister. That brother's on a mission and couldn't come, but we've been hunting this punk for a long time. Finally spotted him," said a young man with a crew cut, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Quan Xingnan. No wonder he dared to act out. By then, Alexander and Daniel had also reached her side. The two were terrified. If that thug had so much as touched a single finger of Quan Xingnan, they'd have to atone with their lives. "It's fine, I'm fine, don't worry." Quan Xingnan replied to the crew-cut man, then said to her 2 bodyguards, "You know I'm not helpless. How could I let someone so filthy touch me? I just didn't get a chance to hit him before these soldier brothers helped me out." The soldier brothers she praised burst into laughter. The soldier holding down the thug lifted his head. With dark skin and a stern expression, he recognized Quan Xingnan's face and immediately signaled a comrade to take over. He then walked up to Quan Xingnan and said respectfully, "Fourth aunt." The moment those 2 words left his mouth, not only were the soldiers with him stunned, but even Wang Tiezhu's jaw dropped. Quan Xingnan paused, studied the soldier's features, and ventured, "Xia-chun. It's me, fourth aunt. I didn't expect it to be you." Xia-chun had always called He Xuedong fourth uncle, so as He Xuedong's girlfriend, Quan Xingnan naturally deserved the title fourth aunt, even though her grandfather and old man Lin were on equal footing. Alexander and Daniel now recognized Xia-chun as well. How could anyone who followed He Xuedong not know Xia-chun, who was about the same age? They couldn't help but punch his shoulder. "Heard you got promoted, congratulations. What brings you here?" The boss was really happy for you when he heard the news. Xia-chun replied, "I'm on leave." Just finished a mission and got a month off, so I came to visit my grandfather. One of my brother's sister was harassed, so we came out to investigate. Didn't expect this fool to be asking for death by acting out in front of fourth aunt. He glanced at the sign by Quan Xingnan's feet, unable to hide his surprise. Fourth aunt is telling fortunes here? Being in the same circle, even if the Xia family had fallen, he still knew about some things happening within it. And since Quan Xingnan's uncle was his direct superior and had been quite supportive of him, he knew even more about her family affairs. The most memorable thing was Quan Xingnan's nickname, the Iron-Tongued Divine Fortune Teller. The renowned Master Quan, already famous in high society, was telling fortunes by a roadside bridge? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't match her status. Quan Xingnan smiled warmly. This place is great. Down at the grassroots, you see all walks of life. The people who truly need my fortune-telling are right here, so of course I'm telling fortunes here. Xia, now it should be Captain Xia. I think you and I have a connection. Want me to do a reading for you? Only $100, and you'll know the past and future. End of chapter. Chapter 1319, The Great Dream of a Past Life 5. After hearing their conversation, several soldiers started teasing, come on. Sister, tell our company commander's fortune for love. He's over 30 and still doesn't have a wife. Even Division Commander Yuan says his hair has turned white from worry. Two of them immediately took the thugs away, while the rest forced Xia-chun to sit on a small stool. They were clearly close. One of them even pulled out a very old, worn black wallet from Xia-chun's pocket, took out 100 yuan, placed it in Xia-chun's hand, and guided his arm to hand it to Quan Xingnan. Though they didn't understand the specifics, they had heard that when seeking a fortune teller, one must personally hand over the money. Quan Xingnan accepted the money and asked Xia-chun with a smile, what do you want to know? Xia-chun thought for a moment and said, this mission, I can't reveal the specifics, but I can say that after a particularly brutal fight, I've been having the same dream over and over since I returned. What dream? The others asked before Quan Xingnan could. A dream about an ancient general dying on the battlefield. I keep dreaming of a young general. I looked it up, and his attire matches the late Ming dynasty. He fought against the Qing soldiers outside the city gates, ultimately dying in front of them, still standing guard even in death, refusing to fall. His name is the same as mine, Xia-chun. Some called him Zichuan. Xia-chun paused and asked, fourth aunt, what does this dream mean? Why would I, for no reason, dream of such a person and his tragic death on the battlefield? Perhaps you dreamed of a past life. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, the crew-cut soldier laughed. Was our company commander a soldier in his past life too? Everyone laughed at that, not taking Quan Xingnan's words seriously. Xia-chun, however, was taken aback. I've had this dream many times, always the same, seeing him die in that tragic, heroic scene. Nothing else. Do people really have past lives? I don't quite believe it. Even if they do, we'd have drunk Ming Po's soup on the bridge of helplessness long ago, forgetting all that came before. Nothing else besides the death scene? Quan Xingnan asked. Xia-chun's heart stirred, and he said slowly, there is. I clearly saw him clutching a worn, blood-stained pouch just before he died. And I could see two small characters embroidered on it. What characters? Everyone except Quan Xingnan asked in unison. Qianxuan. The crew-cut soldier exclaimed, I know. It must be the company commander's sweetheart from his past life. It sounds like a girl's name. Company commander, your dream must be guiding you to find your true love. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly, bent down, and took out paper and a pen from her bag. She wrote a few words on it and handed it to Xia-chun. Go to this address. Say you're looking for Qianxuan, and you'll find the answer you're looking for and the reason for your dreams. She deeply regretted not opening her third eye back then, otherwise, she would have known he was Li Qianxuan's fiancé from a past life and introduced them. Thankfully, after all these years, Xia-chun was still unmarried, and Li Qianxuan, after her leg healed, had devoted herself to painting and calligraphy, uninterested in marriage, focused solely on carrying on the Li family's brilliant culture. He was unmarried, she was unwed, the betrothal from a past life could carry over into this one and forge a beautiful union. Xia-chun took the note with both hands. Thank you, fourth aunt. I will definitely go. He needed an answer to explain his dreams. One chapter left. I'll update in an hour or so. I'm going to eat first. Let me tell you some bad news. Yesterday the wind was fierce. I went out and came back and my cold and cough, which hadn't fully healed, got worse. Crying emoji. This chapter ends. Chapter 1320, The Great Dream of a Past Life 6. That night, Xia-chun dreamed again of the scene before the Ming loyalist young General Xia-chun died in the city of Yangzhou. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, light and shadow shifted. When his gaze focused on the words, Qianxuan on the pouch, Xia-chun suddenly woke with a start, sat up abruptly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the faint light outside the window, the radiance of dawn. Could it be that people truly have past and present lives? After breakfast, Xia Chun took the note Quan Xingnan had given him and, following the instructions, knocked on Zhang Baixing's door. "Young man, who are you looking for?" Zhang Baixing opened the door, poking out half his head. When he saw Xia Chun's face, he was momentarily stunned, then broke into a delighted smile. "Are you here to see Qianxuan?" This young man was clearly the subject of many portraits in Qianxuan's study, except he was wearing a military uniform, while the paintings depicted Ming Dynasty attire, making him look like an ancient young general. Zhang Baixing, who had been worried because his granddaughter refused to discuss marriage, was overjoyed to see Xia Chun. So his granddaughter did have someone she liked? And he was a soldier too, good. Defending the country, every one of them in the military was a fine young man. Zhang Baixing's enthusiasm caught Xia Chun off guard. He frowned slightly. "How do you know I'm here to see Qianxuan?" Quan Xingnan had told him to ask for Qianxuan, but he hadn't even said anything yet. Could it be that Quan Xingnan really knew something and had already informed them? Filled with his doubt, Xia Chun was pulled inside by Zhang Baixing. "If you're not here to see Qianxuan, are you here to see an old man like me? Though I know quite a few veterans and old generals, I don't know a young fellow like you." Qianxuan keeps to herself, always writing and painting, and she's drawn so many portraits of you. That means you two must know each other. Xia Chun was stunned. While he was still in shock, the old man led him forward. Before long, he saw a young woman watering flowers in the courtyard, a beauty so exquisite he couldn't find words to describe her. She appeared to be about 22 or 23, with a slender figure and graceful bearing. Her glossy black hair was styled in an elegant and intricate double-loop bun, with the unbound hair cascading down her back, so long it reached her calves. She wore a simple cotton and linen dress, its hem embroidered with delicate and beautiful patterns. Her entire demeanor was gentle and refined. As the wind stirred her skirt, she seemed as if she might drift away with it, not of this world. For some reason, Xia Chun's heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. Beat after beat, as if he could hear his own heartbeat. A voice deep inside him whispered, "It's her, it's her, it's her." "Grandpa, who's here?" The young woman, who had been watering flowers with her back turned her face. The moment she saw Xia Chun's features, the watering can in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Water spilled out, splashing onto her skirt, but she seemed not to notice. In a dreamlike voice, she murmured, "Chun. Brother Chun? Is it really you? Have you come to find me?" After her leg injury healed, she had been waiting. She waited and waited, day after day, month after month, year after year. Through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the endless cycle of seasons stretched on so long that she couldn't help but wonder if what her father had told her was just a comfort, a lie to make her keep living, telling her that Xia Chun would also be reborn. Whenever doubt arose, she would hastily suppress it. She didn't want it to be a lie, a kind deception meant to spare her feelings. Now, on the verge of despair, Xia Chun had truly appeared. He had truly come. This chapter ends. Chapter 1321, The Great Dream of a Past Life 7. Her eyes were fixed tightly on Xia Chun, not daring to blink, afraid that when she opened her eyes, she would find it was all a dream. Li Qianxuan wanted to run to him, to throw herself into his arms, to tell him how painfully she had waited for him, to ask him why he had only come for her now, but she couldn't lift her feet no matter how hard she tried. Her legs and feet were as numb as when she was crippled, or as if filled with lead, too heavy to raise. Xia Chun stared blankly at the girl who called him Chun Gij. She recognized him? She called him Chun Gij? Could she be the Qianxuan whose name was embroidered on the pouch? Zhang Baixing's next words confirmed his guess. Qianxuan, look, I've brought that young man you drew. Now you won't tell me you don't want to get married, will you? But first, let me carefully ask this young man about his situation. Even if you're good friends, we still need to consider whether you're compatible. Xia Chun reacted swiftly, striding over on his long legs and reaching Li Qianxuan in an instant. My name is Xia Chun. You. He wanted to ask Li Qianxuan how she knew him, how she knew his name, but he was stunned by the sudden warmth and softness in his arms, the faint fragrance of her body filling his nostrils. Chun Gij, it's really you. Though one was ancient and the other modern, their attire very different, their ages not the same, and their appearances slightly changed. The feeling she got from him was exactly the same. No one else had ever given her such a flutter. Li Qianxuan smiled through her tears, a smile of pure happiness. Seeing this girl like this, Xia Chun felt the empty, seemingly missing corner of his heart suddenly become whole. In the vastness of it all, his 30-some years of waiting had been for this moment, to meet her today. It was strange, but he had that feeling. You recognize me? Of course I recognize you. You're etched into my soul. How could I not recognize you? Chun Gij, if you're asking me that, does that mean you didn't come looking for me? By the time she said the last sentence, a hint of fear suddenly rose in Li Qianxuan's heart, and she hugged his waist even tighter, as if holding him would keep her from continuing her hopeless wait. Xia Chun sensed her thoughts and quickly said, "I did come looking for you. Aren't you Qianxuan?" "Yes, I am Qianxuan, Li Qianxuan." Li Qianxuan wanted to say she was Li Qianxuan from Yangzhou, but suddenly remembering that Zhang Baixing was in the yard, she swallowed the words from Yangzhou. Her father and little junior sister had warned her never to tell anyone outside of them about her borrowing a corpse to return to life. Crossing ancient and modern times, borrowing a corpse to return to life, it was too shocking. If such a secret got out, it would easily attract mad scientists who wanted to dissect her or study her, all of them hoping to crack the method of time travel from her. Meanwhile, Zhang Baixing covered one eye with his hand but spread his fingers, peering through the gaps at his granddaughter and Xia Chun embracing. Too unladylike, granddaughter. "Hey, kid, how did your hand end up on Xuanxuan's waist?" But since his granddaughter, who had never wanted to marry, was finally showing some signs of progress, he didn't want to go up and ruin it. Jean Baifeng walked out of the house, frowning. "What's going on? Where did you find this kid? He looks pretty old. How did he make Xuanxuan lose her composure like that? I'd like to know too. But I have no idea." Zhang Baixing muttered quietly, "Can't you see? This kid is the one in the painting in Xuanxuan's room. He looks exactly the same, just a bit more weathered." End of chapter. Chapter 1322, The Great Dream of a Past Life 8. "You might as well just say he's old," Jean Baifeng said irritably. Being a soldier is already a tough profession, and Xia Chun being older makes him look more than a decade older than Qianxuan. No matter how you look at it, it's displeasing, and he simply doesn't seem worthy of her soft, delicate granddaughter. Zhang Baixing didn't dare to argue and whispered softly, but Qianxuan is very happy. Yes, Qianxuan is happy. Even if their old eyes were failing, they could still see the joy radiating from Li Qianxuan from head to toe. It was as if she had been waiting for this day all along, with none of the occasional hints of sadness or despair she had shown before. After their daughter and son-in-law passed away unexpectedly, their greatest concern was this granddaughter. They couldn't bear to interrupt her happiness. Happiness, yes. The joy she exuded was filled with pure bliss, so strong that it completely infected them, even the flowers and plants in the courtyard, swaying in the breeze and softly humming a song of happiness. Jean Baifeng sighed. "Let's go inside and not disturb them." This was a compromise. Zhang Baixing nodded vigorously and tiptoed with his wife into the main hall, peeking through the window crack to see what was happening. Compromise was one thing, but he couldn't let his granddaughter suffer. He could tell at a glance that Xia Chun was no simple character. Xia Chun had long noticed Zhang Baixing and Jean Baifeng, but his entire focus was on Qianxuan. Zhang Baixing and Jean Baifeng were both renowned figures in the world of calligraphy and painting, practically public figures. Xia Chun naturally recognized them. He hadn't expected that the Qianxuan Quan Xingnan had sent him to find would be the granddaughter of this elderly couple. Suddenly, he heard Li Qianxuan ask happily, "Brother Chun, how did you find me?" Even if she were the same as him, it wouldn't necessarily lead him to her precisely, would it? But he had found her. Did this mean that fate was secretly blessing them to continue the bond from their past life? Xia Chun hesitated for a moment. It was fourth aunt. I don't know if you know her, her name is Quan Xingnan. She's a few years younger than you, and she's fourth Uncle Hua's girlfriend. It's been announced to the world. She told me to come here to find Qianxuan, so I came. Nan? Li Qianxuan froze, then burst into overwhelming joy. Since Quan Xingnan had sent him to find her, she could be completely certain that he was truly Brother Chun. Her instincts were right. Overcome with tears of happiness, Li Qianxuan choked out, "I know Nan. She knows everything between you and me. It must be her, it has to be. No one else would help us reunite." Xia Chun was stunned. She knew Quan Xingnan? And Quan Xingnan knew about the things between him and her? But Quan Xingnan hadn't mentioned a word. "Things between you and me? Did we know each other before?" Hearing the question that slipped from Xia Chun's lips, Li Qianxuan felt a sharp pain in her heart. The tears on her face had not yet dried, and her eyes were already brimming with crystal again. "Know each other? Of course we did. I am Li Qianxuan and you're Xia Zichuan. Have you forgotten? Under the witness of our parents and elders, we vowed to share the same bed in life and the same grave in death, never to abandon each other on the path between life and death." "No, you must not have forgotten. If you had, you wouldn't have come here to find me. And Nanan wouldn't have sent you to me." But Xia Chun was confused. She said they had received the blessing of their parents? Yet his parents had died very early, leaving him to rely on his grandfather. Share the same bed in life and the same grave in death, that wasn't a vow of modern times. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Li Qianxuan pulled him into her study. End of chapter. Chapter 1323, The Great Dream of a Past Life 9. Before the city gate, a young general, covered in arrows, stood tall and unyielding. Is this Yangzhou City? Xia-chun pointed at the plaque on the gate tower in the painting. The plaque was densely embedded with arrows, even missing a corner and bearing scorch marks, but the characters Yangzhou were still faintly visible. The 10 days of Yangzhou, you painted a scene from that period of history. The last sentence was not a question but a statement. Li Qianxuan said in surprise and delight, Brother Chun, you remember? You remember Yangzhou, don't you? Yes, we are both from Yangzhou. Yangzhou gave us life and raised us, and it was also where we were buried. So you do remember. You really do. If you remember all this, why did you ask if I knew you? Of course I know you. I remember every detail of our lives together. As sharp and perceptive as Xia-chun was, he could almost confirm that Li Qianxuan was talking about a past life. It had to be a past life. I've only had a few identical dreams, nothing more, Xia-chun chose to tell her honestly. Have you also dreamed of a past life? Did you once give me a pouch embroidered with the characters Qianxuan? In my dream, the blood-stained pouch was embroidered with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water, very delicate, almost identical to the embroidery on your skirt. Li Qianxuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. When we were engaged, during the betrothal ceremony, your family gave me gold jewelry, and I made you a set of clothes, shoes, socks, a pouch, and a fan cover as a return gift. Because of the war, the wedding was postponed day after day. When the news of your death reached me, they said you were clutching the pouch I embroidered for you tightly in your hand. The Manchus invaded from the south, Yangzhou fell, and 800,000 people turned to bones. And you and I were just insignificant parts of it, leaving no trace in history. Not just them, even her father, who had once governed the world, did not leave a lasting legacy as his name suggested. Compared to history, people are but dust. This chapter ends. Chapter 1324, The Great Dream of a Past Life 10. You didn't drink the manga soup? Xia-chun said with certainty upon hearing this. No. Li Qianxuan's lips curled into a hint of relief. I'm glad I didn't drink the manga soup. After death, I came to this beautiful and peaceful world. If I had drunk it, I wouldn't have remembered our promise. Chun-gij, you must have drunk the manga soup and forgotten the matters of your past life. That's fine, I remember, and that's enough. Those tragic experiences, that painful history, let her bear them alone. The weight of history should not be placed on a hero who once died on the battlefield. Xia-chun caressed her delicate and beautiful face. Carrying the memories of an entire lifetime must have exhausted you. He felt deep sympathy, so much so that it was hard to breathe, and he desperately wished he could instantly recall the memories of his past life, so she wouldn't have to bear the pain of the 10 days of Yangzhou alone. I'm not tired. Li Qianxuan placed her hand over his. In Nanan's words, I'm a lucky one, only the lucky get to keep the memories of their past life. Though thinking of you makes my heart ache to the point of despair, waiting for you is the greatest happiness, the greatest reward. It completes my life and does not let heaven's mercy down. Xia-chun's response was to pull her into his arms, holding her tightly. Even though Li Qianxuan had no regrets and said she wasn't tired, Xia-chun understood the exhaustion and pain that came with carrying such memories. That evening, under her reluctant gaze, he bid farewell to Zhang Baixing and his wife, with whom he had been chatting pleasantly, and immediately went to find Quan Xingnan. He knew that the things Li Qianxuan hadn't told him must contain a depth of love and devotion he had yet to learn. In his past life, he had died on the battlefield. What about Li Qianxuan? For someone to refuse to drink the manga soup during reincarnation, what immense obsession must they have carried? Xia-chun knew Quan Xingnan's home address and found her without trouble. After hearing his purpose, Quan Xingnan sighed. Do you really want to know about your past life? Yes. Xia-chun nodded firmly. Qianxuan said you know everything between her and me. There are things she hasn't told me in detail. But I want to know everything, even if I can't recall the past life. I still want to know. Fourth aunt, please help me. Tell me everything you know. Qianxuan was the youngest daughter of Li Feng, a great Confucian scholar of Yangzhou, a scholarly family, a proper lady. I only know that you and she were betrothed by your parents' arrangement, and it seemed you grew up together as childhood friends. She didn't go into detail at the time, so I didn't ask further. I know what you want to ask. You want to know what happened to Qianxuan after you died on the battlefield, don't you? Yes, I want to know. But she didn't tell me, and I'm afraid that asking too deeply will make her recall the pain of the 10 days of Yangzhou. Quan Xingnan pushed the freshly brewed tea toward him. After your engagement was made, you planned to marry when Qianxuan came of age. But the situation at the time didn't allow it. To fight against the Qing soldiers, you joined the army, and your marriage was delayed again and again. When Qianxuan was 17, you died on the battlefield. Upon hearing the news, she hanged herself with a white silk sash. Her obsession was so strong that her soul did not disperse. Wandering between past and present, she came here and has been waiting for your appearance ever since. Xia Chun, Qianxuan's love for you is deep and her loyalty unwavering. Even I, an outsider, find it deeply moving. This chapter ends. Chapter 1325, The Great Dream of a Past Life 11. Upon hearing how Li Qianxuan died, Xia Chun's eyes immediately reddened. A man as resolute and stern as he rarely showed such an expression, and a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. I know. I can feel it completely. This depth of love and loyalty was more precious than gold, as weighty as Mount Tai. Seeing that Xia Chun accepted the matter of Li Qianxuan well, Quan Xingnan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, not everyone could accept such a bizarre and mystical affair. Fortunately, Li Qianxuan had kept her promise to Quan Xingnan and never revealed the secret of her soul traveling from ancient times to the present, inhabiting a borrowed body, to Xia Chun. Xia Chun, your bond with Qianxuan is not yet broken. Even the heavens are moved by it, granting you this life to continue it. This is your fortune. Not everyone gets a next life when their past fate remains unfinished. Qianxuan and I are close friends. Only my fourth brother, and I know about her matters, no one else. If you ever wrong her in the future, I will not let you off. Xia Chun said solemnly, you can rest assured, and you may also oversee every move I make toward Qianxuan. Qianxuan had followed him in life and death. If he betrayed her, would he not be worse than a beast? Hearing this, Quan Xingnan's face showed a hint of relief. Qianxuan waited so long and finally got her wish. I helped a great deal. You two will have to treat me to a big meal when you have time. You can take leave during your report writing and spend it with her. I'll put in a good word for you, whether in front of my uncle or in front of Qianxuan. Oh, right, there's one more thing. What is it? Please tell me. Quan Xingnan's expression turned serious. Qianxuan was in a car accident before. That horrific crash took her parents and left her disabled for a long time. She only barely recovered the use of her legs. You should be mindful of this in the future. Xia Chun's heart ached unbearably. She was in a car accident? Having endured a painful past life and now facing a car accident in this one, why did such a wonderful girl always face so many twists and turns? Fortune comes after misfortune. It's already come. Quan Xingnan said. This was Li Qianxuan's fate. Without external help, it was the destiny she had to endure. Though her earlier fate had been unfair to her, now she was finally granted a complete life. The two of them, their red threads reconnected, would grow old together, fulfilling the vow of sharing a bed in life and a grave in death from their past life. After hearing this, Xia Chun asked her about Qianxuan's preferences, everything from clothing, food, housing, and travel. He probed every detail without rest. Any man like this was truly devoted. Not bad, years in the military hadn't turned him into someone oblivious to romance. Quan Xingnan eagerly told him, watching as he wrote it all down on paper, what colors Qianxuan liked, what dishes she preferred, where she enjoyed going, what flowers she loved, what art she admired, and so on. The paper was filled with meticulous records. Within 2 days, Quan Xingnan heard that Xia Chun had taken Li Qianxuan on a trip to Yangzhou. Yangzhou was their hometown in their past life. Though centuries had passed and it was now completely transformed, they were finally together and naturally wanted to revisit the old place, even if nothing from Li Qianxuan's memory could be found. With his daughter's marriage fate unbroken, Li Fang finally set his heart at ease and said with relief, I can now reincarnate without worry. Quan Xingnan was startled. Master, you're leaving? Of the ghosts from before, only Li Fang remained. And, because of their master-disciple bond, their feelings had grown deeply profound. Even though Quan Xingnan knew well that humans and ghosts were on different paths, she was filled with reluctance. End of chapter. Chapter 1326, The Great Dream of a Past Life 12. Li Fang smiled and said, I should have left long ago. The only reason I lingered was my concern for Qianxuan, and also because I hadn't fully passed on all my skills to you. Now that Qianxuan's lifelong matter has been settled, and I am very satisfied with Sichuan's conduct, what else is there to hold on to? I have taught you everything I could. There is no reason for me to stay any longer. Humans have their mortal world, and ghosts have their own path. He was fortunate enough to have lingered as a ghost for several hundred years, and he was already content. The ghost companions who had once been with him had all reincarnated one after another, leaving him alone, still unable to leave. He feared that if he stayed too long, even heaven would not tolerate it. Quan Xingnan knew this well, yet she still felt deeply distressed. When do you plan to leave? Won't you wait until senior sister Qianxuan gets married? If she finds out you've left, she will surely be heartbroken. I said I would leave, not that I'm leaving right now. I want to see Qianxuan and Xia Chun get married with my own eyes. Only then would he depart. As long as it wasn't right away. Quan Xingnan breathed a sigh of relief. But Li Fang cautioned, keep my departure to yourself. Don't tell Qianxuan. I'm afraid that if she knows, she won't be able to let go of the fact that I should have left long ago. Yes, master, I understand. Good. I'll also take a trip to Yangzhou to look around. After several hundred years, Yangzhou has changed so much that I can hardly recognize it. Li Feng left as soon as he said it, giving Quan Xingnan no time to react. Because he could communicate with Quan Xingnan and had experienced centuries of time, the ancient air about Li Feng had faded somewhat, replaced by a more modern demeanor. He had insisted that Quan Xingnan offer him a suit, and now he was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, though his hair remained in an ancient style, a testament to Li Qianxuan's claim that her father was actually an old rascal. When Quan Xingnan called Hua Xuedong, she couldn't help but bring up the matter. Hua Xuedong was quite surprised. I remember you said before that there were several Xiachans in this circle, so I never connected Li Qianxuan's matter to this Xiachan. I never thought it would be him. Yes, who would have thought? In the unseen workings of fate, there is always a divine plan. Before going to Yangzhou, Xiachan had already taken Li Qianxuan to meet his grandfather. Although many people advised old Xia to arrange a marriage for Xiachan from a high-ranking cadre family to help advance his career, old Xia did not follow their suggestions. Instead, he respected Xiachan's choice. Moreover, Li Qianxuan was noble, elegant, well-mannered, and very respectful to the elderly, which the old man greatly appreciated. Whether due to a cultural disconnect or the rapid pace of social development, many men and women had cast aside the excellent traditional virtue of filial piety. Thus, the traditional virtues embodied by Li Qianxuan earned her high praise from old Xia. On the other hand, Quan Xingnan could only helplessly watch the elderly woman in front of her, who was tearfully complaining about her unfilial children. This was a woman about 60 years old, dressed decently. When she saw Quan Xingnan setting up her stall, she came over to have her fortune told. She admitted outright that she just wanted someone to talk to, saying she was lonely and that her children were all unfilial. Young lady, tell me, was I wrong? I lost my parents as a child and my husband died young. I worked myself to the bone to raise them, helped them establish themselves, paid bride prices for their marriages, and gave dowries for my daughters. Just because I refuse to hand over the last bit of my retirement savings to them, they think I'm cold and heartless. They say if I'm unkind to them, they won't take care of me in my old age. This chapter ends. Chapter 1327, First Look at Feng Shui 1. Chapter 1327, First Look at Feng Shui 1. When the old man reached this point, tears streamed down his face, showing great sadness and disappointment, with a faint trace of pain hidden within. After careful questioning by Quan Xingnan, she learned that the old man's name was Wu Haiping, 63 years old. He had started with a supply and marketing cooperative-style general store and now owned 7 chain supermarkets, 2 of which were in his own storefronts. He also had a sizable house where he lived alone, hiring a nanny to keep him company, chat, and handle household chores. His daughter, Zhao Yuhuan, was the eldest. When she married 24 years ago, Wu Haiping had no money. At that time, it was the 1970s, only 2 years after the cultural catastrophe had ended. Many industries were state-owned, and the supply and marketing cooperatives were still under state control and had not been abolished. Wu Haiping had single-handedly raised 2 sons and 1 daughter, putting in immense effort. Life was tight back then, and he simply couldn't afford to prepare a generous dowry for his daughter. Even so, Wu Haiping exhausted the family's resources to buy her a sewing machine as a dowry and gave her 66 yuan as bottom-of-the-chest money. This was the family's entire savings. Later, as Wu Haiping gradually became wealthier, he supplemented her dowry. This supplementary dowry consisted of a house, 2 storefronts, 2 sets of gold jewelry, and 100,000 yuan in cash. 10 years ago, in the eyes of ordinary people, this dowry was by no means small. It could be said that Wu Haiping had done everything he could for his daughter. His 2 sons, Zhao Yulong and Zhao Yuhu, got married 20 and 18 years ago, respectively. By then, after several years of hard work, the family's financial situation had improved. The bride's families demanded a 3 turns, 1 sound, and 65 legs as a betrothal gift. Wu Haiping once again took out all his savings to scrape together 2 betrothal gifts, bringing in 2 daughters-in-law one after the other. Back then, which neighbor wouldn't give Wu Haiping a thumbs up? A widow, with no parents, no in-laws, no brothers from her own family, and no help from her husband's uncles or aunts, she raised her children entirely on her own, and then married off her daughter and brought in daughters-in-law with great fanfare, without being stingy or showing favoritism. While supplementing his daughter's dowry, he also gave each son a house, 2 storefronts, and 100,000 yuan in cash, and gave each daughter-in-law 2 sets of gold jewelry. This cost him a full 7/10 of all his assets at the time. He could confidently say that he treated his sons and daughter equally, with absolutely no preference for sons over daughters. The only difference was that his sons and daughters-in-law lived right under his nose. He helped his daughters-in-law through their postpartum confinement and took care of his grandchildren for them. His daughter, married off, couldn't return to her parents' home for confinement or live there, so he felt he had fallen short in this regard. When he said fallen short, it was his own perception. To outsiders, he hadn't shortchanged his daughter at all. When she gave birth and went through confinement, he never skimped on gifts for his grandchildren, and during the confinement period, he frequently sent brown sugar, eggs, and meat. As a mother, he had covered every aspect, and his conscience was clear on all fronts. But he couldn't see into people's hearts, nor could he predict their thoughts. When Wu Haiping reached this point in his story, tears flowed again. "Little miss, tell me, did I do something wrong? Outsiders all say I didn't, but my sons and my daughter say I did. My sons say that their eldest sister is like water poured out, a married daughter, and I shouldn't have given her another dowry over a decade after her marriage. The wealth I gave away should belong to them, the sons. My daughter says that she's a married daughter, and no daughter with brothers should be responsible for supporting her aging mother." This chapter ends. Chapter 1328, First Look at Feng Shui 2. Wu Haiping was sobbing uncontrollably, and even Wang Taizhu beside her felt furious. What kind of son and daughter are they? After all you've done for them, without any favoritism, and they say such things to you, are those human words? Filial piety is the foremost virtue. If they don't even have that, their other qualities are easy to imagine. Yes, have I wronged them? No, I haven't. I haven't wronged them, and no outsider would say I have. Wu Haiping wiped away her tears, her eyes noticeably red and swollen. But when it comes to the issue of elderly care, my son says they can support me, but only if I divide my current assets equally between their two families, and then they'll take turns caring for me. My daughter says she'll support me, but the assets must be split 3 ways. She gets her share, and she'll take care of me for 4 months each year. Otherwise, no deal. Quan Xing'an frowned slightly. So, you mean if you don't agree, none of them are willing to support you? Yes, that's exactly it. Wu Haiping dabbed her nose with a handkerchief and choked out, "Young lady, tell me, under these circumstances, would I dare to give them my assets? No, I wouldn't. When I still have money, they treat me like this. If I had nothing left, wouldn't they just throw me out like trash?" Wang Taizhu nodded vigorously. "You're right not to divide it. If you do, you'll end up on the streets. Hear that? Even this older brother says so." With Wang Taizhu's support, Wu Haiping perked up a little and continued, "But because I refused, they immediately turned on me. My son accused me of favoritism, saying I doted on my daughter for nothing. She never comes to see me or support me. My daughter accused me of favoritism too, saying I wanted her to take care of me while leaving the assets to my son, and she wouldn't stand for it. Heaven knows, I never thought that way. In my heart, aren't all children my own flesh and blood? Didn't I carry each of them for 10 months? After giving half a lifetime of effort, this was the outcome. It broke her heart. Even though she could still walk, move, and manage her business, and others said she looked more than 10 years younger than her peers, what if something happened to her? As she aged, the illnesses and frailties of old age would inevitably catch up with her. Hadn't she worked so hard to raise her children precisely so they would take care of her in her old age? Honestly, as I get older, my energy is waning, and managing the business has become exhausting. I originally planned to give each child 2 supermarkets to manage for me, splitting the profits half and half, while I kept the remaining one for myself. But the things they said completely broke my heart. I don't dare to hand it over. I don't dare to end up with nothing." Hearing this, Wang Taizhu suddenly asked, "What about your daughters-in-law? Why haven't you mentioned how they are?" Wu Haiping said flatly, "My daughters-in-law were raised by their own families, not by me. I paid the bride prices and helped take care of their children, but that was my choice. I have no right to demand they support me in my old age. Besides, they have their own little families. My son's demand to split the assets is for their family's benefit, tied to their own interests, so of course they have no objections." Wang Taizhu sighed. No wonder Wu Haiping said she couldn't see through people's hearts. Even as an outsider listening, he thought her son and daughter were utter bastards, the worst kind of bastards. End of chapter. Chapter 1329, First Look at Feng Shui 3. Chapter 1329, First Look at Feng Shui 3. If Wu Haiping had not treated her children well, and had indeed been biased, then her children's actions could be considered excusable. However, Wu Haiping had not wronged them. She had been fair in her treatment and could even be called a perfect mother. Under such circumstances, the words and actions of the Zhao siblings were nothing short of disheartening. Wu Haiping, who had reached a point where she was completely isolated and without loved ones, was utterly overcome with grief. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Quan Xing'an and said, "Young miss, tell me, what should I do? How do I resolve the problem before me? I'm not asking for much, really. I just hope that when I fall ill, my children will be willing to take care of me. When I can no longer get out of bed, I want them to wash me and bring me a bowl of rice. Don't let me die of illness or starve to death like those elderly with unfilial descendants. Is my request too much? After I die, Won't all my property go to them anyway? Why do they have to split my property now before they're willing to support me? I can't trust such promises. I can't trust their promises. As mentioned earlier, she had money, yet her children still behaved this way. If she had no money, the consequences would be unthinkable. Quan Xingnan did not directly answer her question. Instead, she asked with a hint of curiosity, "You have money, so why do you insist on your children supporting you in your old age? You have the means to hire a caregiver, afford a doctor, and live in a retirement home. You can arrange the rest of your life with your wealth. You don't necessarily have to rely on your children." Wu Haiping sighed. "Young miss, you're young, so you don't understand the longing an elderly person has to see their children by their side. When one is old and nearing death, what they most want to see is their descendants, not unfamiliar, unrelated caregivers, nurses, or staff. Have you considered that even if your sons and daughters take your property and promise to support you in your old age, they might only hire a caregiver to look after you or send you to a retirement home, simply paying some money while never showing up themselves? In that case, what's the difference between relying on your children for care and what I suggested earlier?" Hearing this, Wu Haiping was stunned. She stared blankly at Quan Xingnan, at a loss for words. Quan Xingnan let out another sigh. In truth, this situation was all too common. Many people, citing busy work schedules, send their elderly parents to retirement homes or hire caregivers to tend to them while they live alone, rather than taking care of them personally. The pressures of modern life make it hard to criticize such behavior or judge right and wrong. Are they unfilial? They arrange for their parents' care in old age. Are they filial? They cannot fulfill their parents' simple wish to have their children by their side. Emptiness elderly are quickly becoming a widespread social phenomenon. Looking at Wu Haiping's facial features, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but sigh again. The old woman, clinging tightly to her retirement savings and afraid to distribute them to her children, would end up with a desolate old age. In the end, only a little dog would keep her company, and the professional manager handling her business would visit regularly. After her death, the dog's mournful howls would alert the neighbors, who would find that she had passed away long ago. As for her children, they would show no concern for her funeral arrangements, too busy fighting lawsuits over her property. It would take the executor of her will, the professional manager, to step in, handle her final affairs, and donate all her assets to elderly care institutions. End of this chapter. Chapter 1330, First Look at Feng Shui 4. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan recalled a case she had handled before, also involving an elderly person with no one to rely on in old age. That solution could also be applied to Wu Haiping. Simple and crude, yet effective. In truth, the old woman had simply trapped herself in a dead end. Most people would have thought of this approach. What approach? Wu Haiping and Wang Taizhu asked in unison. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but smile. Go back and call your sons and daughters to you. Tell them you've already drawn up a will. Whoever is willing to support you in your old age will inherit all your property after you die. This method is very simple, but it's extremely effective. Your sons and daughter have lived their whole lives without much achievement, while you, their mother, sit on millions in assets. They care a lot about your property. If they didn't, they wouldn't have caused such a mess. Tell me, won't they fight and scramble to take care of you and curry favor with you? For the sake of all the property left behind after her death, the three siblings would surely do their utmost to support Wu Haiping. Who wouldn't want to monopolize the inheritance? But Wu Haiping quickly raised a new concern. It's effective, sure, but what if they do fight over taking care of me? What do I do then? Which child's home should I go to for my old age? That's even simpler. Tell them to take turns caring for you, and then observe. Whoever takes the best care of you, makes you the happiest, and ensures your later years are the most comfortable will get your property. Under these circumstances, they'll definitely take good care of you, make you happy, and keep you comfortable, competing with each other to show their filial piety. Even when it's not their turn to care for you, they'll visit you often, keep you company, and chat to relieve your boredom. Human hearts are complicated, yet sometimes very simple. Wu Haiping's property was the key reason her children refused to support her, the root of the evil, so to speak, but it was also the bait. To get that bait, her children would surely pull out all the stops. Wu Haiping looked thoughtful. Quan Xingnan continued, keep the income from your own business under your control. Never divide it among your children. When you stay at someone's house, give them a little sweetener from the money you have, and they'll take care of you with all their effort. They'll wonder if you gave more when you stayed at another sibling's house. So they'll try desperately to please you, hoping you'll give them more than the others. In a family like Wu Haiping's, money meant having a say. Wu Haiping could easily take the initiative, but because she was fixated on having her children support her, she became passive. Turn passivity into initiative. What was there to fear about unfilial children? If you have money, your children will be filial. It's that simple, that realistic. Then I'll go back and try it. If it works, I'll definitely come back to thank you. Wu Haiping wiped away her tears, pulled off a pair of large gold bangles from her wrists, and shoved them into Quan Xingnan's hands. If even this doesn't work, I'll give up. I have money anyway, I can support myself. At worst, I'll hire a caretaker or move into a nursing home. Quan Xingnan accepted the gold bangles, weighing over 100 grams in total, with a cheerful smile, and watched the old woman walk away with a lighter step. Wang Taizhu sidled up to her, watching her stuff the gold bangles into her backpack, and asked, "Sweetie, will your method really work?" "It will work, definitely." The moment Wu Haiping accepted her suggestion and made up her mind, her facial features had changed. Just as she had predicted, the 2 sons and 1 daughter competed with each other to show their filial piety to their mother, fussing over her daily life with such care that they could be models of devoted children. And Wu Haiping, enjoying her old age in peace, also drew up a will dividing her property equally. End of chapter. Chapter 1331. First look at Feng Shui 5. Wang Taizhu trusted Quan Xingnan's abilities, and upon hearing her say that Wu Haiping could enjoy a peaceful old age, he felt happy for her. When people reach old age, what they most want to see is a scene of filial piety from children, whether it be a father's kindness and a son's devotion or a mother's love and a daughter's respect. When no customers came, the old man and the young woman chatted about the past and present, laughing and talking, and time passed quickly. Just as they were about to pack up and eat, a middle-aged man with a sorrowful expression approached Wang Taizhu. "Sir, would you like a fortune reading?" Wang Taizhu immediately reopened the stall he had just started to pack up. The middle-aged man plopped down onto the small stool in front of him. "Yes, old sir, tell me why I'm so unlucky. My father and mother both fell down the stairs and were hospitalized with injuries. My wife lost her job. My son and daughter are also in the hospital. My business has taken a huge hit, and my cash flow has been cut off." The more the middle-aged man spoke, the sadder he became, his face full of dejection. Wang Taizhu was taken aback and studied his facial features. According to what the metaphysical text said, this man's features didn't seem like those of someone so unlucky, yet he himself couldn't figure out the reason. So he pointed to Quan Xingnan, who was packing up nearby, and said, "Listen, sir, if you trust me, ask this young lady to help you see where the problem lies. Don't let her young age fool you. Ambition doesn't depend on age. Just as lack of ambition makes a long life empty. She's the true master, capable of knowing the past and future and resolving disasters and difficulties for others." Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked incredulously at the young and charming Quan Xingnan. Such an innocent young girl? She could know the past and future? Resolve disasters and difficulties? Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. "Sir, are you willing? I only charge 100 yuan. 100 yuan guarantees you won't regret it." The middle-aged man, at his wit's end, pulled 100 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it to Quan Xingnan. "I'm willing. I have no other options anyway. I just want to know where my family's problem lies. Although I, Sang Yofu, am not a great saint, I've never done anything heinous. So why am I facing such bad luck? Out of nowhere, it seems like my whole family has run into trouble overnight. I'm running around like a headless chicken, overwhelmed and unable to be everywhere at once." Quan Xingnan took the money, studied his facial features, and said, "Where do you live? Is it convenient for me to take a look?" "My home." Sang Yofu immediately caught on. "Could it be that the feng shui of my house is the problem? Based on your facial features, you shouldn't be this unlucky. Although you won't achieve great wealth or high status in this life, your standard of living is above average, and you should have a calm and stable life. I think the main issue with your family likely lies in feng shui. Let's go to your house first. If there's no problem with the residence, then it's probably the Yin house." Yin house refers to the ancestral grave. Sang Yofu was well-traveled and had heard of this concept. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, he quickly said, "Then I'll trouble you, master. Wait for me a moment. I'll pack up my things and bring 2 people along." Sure. Whatever you say." Desperate and willing to try anything, Sang Yofu led Quan Xingnan and her 2 bodyguards to his home. Initially, he wasn't very convinced of Quan Xingnan's abilities, but seeing the 2 bodyguards beside her gave him a sense that she might indeed be a true master, and he felt a bit more confident. His standard of living was good, and his living conditions were excellent. Though it wasn't a luxurious villa, it was quite impressive for the capital, prime location, beautiful surroundings. But as soon as Quan Xingnan stepped inside, she felt a chill, ominous aura rushing toward her. End of chapter. Chapter 1332. First look at Feng Shui 6. Even Alexander and Daniel felt a chill run through them. "Sweetie, why is it so cold in here? It's August, scorching hot outside, but inside it feels like the air conditioning is on and set to cold." Alexander spoke first. Sang Yofu didn't feel it. "I don't feel anything. I just think my home is quite cool. Maybe I've gotten used to it and don't notice." "Master, please take a look around, anywhere you like, and see where the problem is." Hearing you say that, I'm getting goosebumps all over. As he spoke, he rubbed the skin on his arms exposed outside his short-sleeved shirt. Let me take a look. I'll tell you the specifics after I finished examining, Quan Shengnan said. Yes, of course. Look wherever you like. Sang Yofu was extremely respectful, like a loyal attendant by the side of an empress dowager, his hands hanging down as he followed behind Quan Shengnan, introducing the rooms in his home. My parents are old, so they live in the master bedroom on the first floor. Because of my and my wife's work schedules, my son and daughter were raised by my parents from a young age, so their rooms are right next to my parents. My wife and I live on the second floor. Quan Shengnan carefully examined the bedrooms of the 4 generations and found no issues. She came out and looked over the living room, dining room, and bathroom, also finding nothing unusual. Let's go check the second floor. Sang Yofu was startled. All right, please follow me. Because Sang Yofu came from an ordinary family with no deep background, he had simply seized the opportunity of the reform and opening up to become suddenly wealthy. Thus, he lacked the refined tastes of the rich. The layout upstairs and downstairs was the same, the decoration not particularly luxurious, just a bit better than average homes, with slightly higher-end furniture and pricier items. In this regard, Sang Yofu was somewhat similar to Wang Dazhuang. Quan Shengnan's gaze swept around, and she noticed that the cold, eerie aura was emanating from Sang Yofu's bedroom. I'll go take a look at your bedroom. Sang Yofu immediately stepped forward and opened the door. As she walked inside, the cold, eerie aura intensified sharply. In Quan Shengnan's eyes, the bedroom was filled with black energy, crisscrossing like countless black snakes tangled together, exuding a sense of strangeness and malevolence. Looking more closely, she saw that all this black energy was seeping out from the wedding photo hanging above the headboard. Thread by thread, continuously, without end. The groom in the wedding photo was Sang Yofu, and the bride was a middle-aged woman. Though middle-aged, she carried an air of scholarly refinement. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but her features were delicate and well-proportioned, clearly marking her as someone in the education field. As Quan Shengnan had guessed, Sang Yofu told her that his wife, Zhang Xiumin, was a high school teacher. Some time ago, some unpleasant incidents had occurred on campus, involving Zhang Xiumin's class. Because the students and parents were extremely angry, she, as the homeroom teacher, had been dismissed by the school. My wife was part of the first generation of college students after the 10-year Cultural Revolution. She took the 1977 college entrance exam. Sang Yofu said proudly. At the time, my family fully supported her taking the exam. Outsiders who found out said our family was laughably foolish, claiming that if she went to college, she would look down on me, a simple farmer. Now they've all been proven wrong, because my wife and I have a great relationship. After she graduated and was assigned a job, I followed her into the city. We had a pair of twins. Later, I learned to do business, and with my wife's targeted advice based on national policies, I slowly built up the wealth I have now. This chapter ends. Chapter 1333, First Look at Feng Shui 7. Upon hearing Sang Yofu's words, Quan Shengnan felt a surge of respect. The college students of 1977, emerging after the cultural catastrophe, were the backbone of their generation. It could be said that after graduating in 1982, these students all followed the state's assignments, spreading across various fields and holding up half the sky of the motherland. After a decade of cultural disruption, those who managed to get into college were both intelligent and fortunate. From Sang Yofu's facial features, she could tell he had a wonderful wife, and he was also a wonderful husband, with a happy and fulfilling family, unlike some who, upon becoming wealthy, developed the common ailments of the rich. When did you take your wedding photos? Quan Shengnan suddenly asked. Wedding photos? Sang Yofu, who had been enthusiastically introducing his wife to Quan Shengnan, paused and looked up at the wedding photo hanging on the wall above the headboard. We took them this spring. My son and daughter always said it was a pity that my wife and I didn't take wedding photos when we were young, leaving no memento for future generations. They urged us to go and have them taken. In March, when the grass was growing and orioles were flying, and 100 flowers were blooming in succession, we changed many outfits and took many photos. But we chose this one to enlarge, frame, and hang above the headboard. His wife liked this wedding photo the most, and he did too. In the photo, he wore a long gown and leather shoes from the Republican era, holding a folding fan and a pair of small glasses that made him look more refined. His wife, on the other hand, wore a cheongsam, a string of pearl necklace, and held a fresh flower in her hand, looking both elegant and beautiful, even more stunning than on their wedding day. Prettier than those female movie stars from the Republican era whose photos had been passed down through films. Quan Shengnan nodded and instructed Alexander and Daniel to take down the frame. Without a word, Alexander and Daniel acted immediately. While Sang Yofu stood dumbfounded, they successfully removed the frame and, following Quan Xingnan's instructions, separated the frame from the photo. Soon, before Sang Yofu could speak, he was shocked to see a strange object fall from the interlayer. Before the object hit the ground, Quan Xingnan reached out and caught it, pinching it between two fingers. It looked like a piece of yellow paper, painted with incomprehensible red symbols. It had been sandwiched between the photo and the backing board. But as Sang Yofu looked at this paper talisman, he felt a chilling aura envelop his entire body, making him extremely uncomfortable. "Master, what is this thing?" Sang Yofu asked. Quan Xingnan said calmly, "These recent events in your family, this cursed talisman is the root cause." Cursed talisman? Not only Sang Yofu was startled, but Alexander and Daniel were also taken aback. Alexander, quick to react, thought for a moment and said, "In Hong Kong, some people actually keep little ghosts invited from Thailand, and others hire people to cast spells on enemies, cursing their good fortune. In short, to achieve their goals, many people stop at nothing." "Little one, is the nature of this cursed talisman similar?" "Hong Kong?" Sang Yofu was startled again. No wonder he noticed the two bodyguards speaking with a strong Cantonese accent. "Master, you must help me," Sang Yofu exclaimed. Quan Xingnan nodded to him. Then Sang Yofu, Alexander, and Daniel watched as the yellow paper suddenly turned to nothing. They saw it clearly. The yellow paper seemed to be burned, as if a flame was slowly consuming it. Yet they saw no flame, only the paper vanishing bit by bit, disappearing completely, leaving not even ashes. End of chapter. Chapter 1334. First look at Feng Shui 8. At the same moment the yellow paper was burned, they smelled an extremely unpleasant odor in their noses. Neither stench nor rancidity could fully describe this foul smell. It was so nauseating that they felt sick to their stomachs, wanting to vomit, yet unable to bring anything up. Quan Xingnan clapped her hands. "Done. Done? That simple?" The three people, who had seen no ritual and no flames, were full of surprise. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly, not about to tell them that the flame she used to burn the yellow paper came from her soul fire, condensed from spiritual power, far more effective than rituals and mortal flames. The difference between divine fire and ordinary fire. As the divine fire blazed, the black aura in the room vanished completely, leaving no trace of chill. Alexander and Daniel felt it particularly clearly. It was as if the temperature had suddenly risen, perfectly matching the current weather. "That's it? Master, do I need to do anything?" Just as Sang Yofu finished speaking, his phone rang. He quickly apologized, fumbled to answer it, shouted, "What?" and then broke into a wild grin. After hanging up, he bowed to Quan Xingnan. "Master, you're truly incredible. My wife called to say that my children, who were hospitalized in a coma, have woken up. After an examination, the doctor said there's nothing wrong with them. They'll just need 2 days of nutritional IVs for observation, and if no adverse conditions appear, they can be discharged." Wasn't that too effective? The yellow paper had just disappeared, and good news came right away. "Congratulations. If you do some good deeds in your family's name, they'll recover even faster." Merits could replenish the vitality they had lost due to the curse. Quan Xingnan was only offering a suggestion. Whether Sang Yofu followed through was up to him. The greater the good deeds, the more merits accumulated, and the faster his family's condition would improve. Conversely, it would just take a bit longer. Their family had decent character and not bad fortune. Though they had suffered a temporary bout of bad luck, they would slowly recover, and their fate would return to its proper course. Sang Yofu nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, Master, rest assured. Once my business stabilizes, I'll definitely do good deeds. Even if my business is truly beyond saving, I'll sell this villa and do good deeds. This villa, which brought us so much misfortune, once my parents recover and return, they probably won't want to live here either." Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. "The villa is fine. What does your family's misfortune have to do with it? The location and architectural layout are good, beneficial to your family, not harmful. Don't give it up. Shouldn't you be investigating the cursed talisman in the wedding photo? Do you have any idea about it?" Sang Yofu's face immediately turned grim. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Back when I said I was going to take wedding photos, a friend from my business circle recommended a very famous wedding photography studio. I hired their best photographer, and the finished products were also handled by the studio. Taking this shortcut meant I could get the albums quickly. After we brought the finished products home, we never opened them. The albums couldn't be opened, and the frames were so big no one thought to take them apart to see if there was anything inside." Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement. She had already seen that the target was Sang Yofu. "Targeting me?" Sang Yofu quickly understood. "It really is targeting me. My parents, wife, and children fell ill one after another, and my business has been going poorly. Clearly, the other party wants me to lose everything or destroy my family. Something came up yesterday, so I got up late today. Normally, I get up at 4 to write, but today I woke up at 6. The remaining 4 chapters will be updated around noon. Yes, 12 chapters tomorrow. Chapter end. Chapter 1335, First Look at Feng Shui 9. Chapter 1335, First Look at Feng Shui 9. When Sang Yofu spoke, his heart and face were filled with gnashing hatred. Although he was a businessman, a merchant, he was no profiteer. He truly treated everyone fairly, young and old alike, and never used underhanded or illegal means to compete with others. In the past, whenever a business project involved competition, he had always won through fair and upright methods. He could honestly say he had a clear conscience. But the facts before him now told him that the person he considered a friend did not see him as a friend. Though he couldn't be completely certain it was his friend's doing, after all, the photo frame had gone through several hands in the process, he had a vague feeling that the problem lay with that friend, who had been especially enthusiastic after learning that he and his wife were taking wedding photos. The truth would require his own investigation. Quan Xingnan agreed with this. She had accepted Sang Yofu's 100 yuan to resolve his troubles, and the subsequent matters were not for her to meddle in. With a wave of her sleeve, she took away 2 bodyguards and Sang Yofu's check, leaving behind her contact information. She bought a new phone and got a new number, specifically reserved for clients who sought her fortune-telling services. The check was for 100,000 yuan, and Quan Xingnan transferred the entire amount to the foundation's account. That morning, she had only told fortunes for 2 fated individuals, so the 200 yuan in divination fees she earned were not transferred in together. After a simple lunch, Quan Xingnan continued to set up her stall under the scorching sun. Alexander and Daniel, feeling sorry for her, set up a large sun umbrella and prepared juice and mineral water. Wang Taizhu immediately went over cheerfully to enjoy the shade and help himself to the juice. I didn't expect you to know feng shui too, Wang Taizhu said as he sipped his watermelon juice through a straw. Quan Xingnan took a sip of the lemon water from her thermos. Of course I know feng shui, I've just never done readings for others. I was too young before and didn't want to get into it, but that doesn't mean I don't understand feng shui and geomancy. Today wasn't really a feng shui survey either. The layout and furnishings at Boss Seng's place were fine. The problem was someone deliberately trying to harm him. Few people came to her for fortune-telling, let alone feng shui surveys. Sensing that she wouldn't meet any fated individuals that afternoon, Quan Xingnan prepared to go home. Before leaving, she noticed many sanitation workers cleaning the streets and roadsides under the blazing sun, so she asked Alexander and Daniel to buy some watermelons and mineral water to distribute to them. Opportunities to do good deeds were everywhere. The next day, Quan Xingnan didn't set up her stall. She was at home preparing for the start of the school term when she received a call from Sang Yofu. He excitedly told her that his business had taken a major turn for the better. He had secured an injection of funds, landed a project he had little hope for, and the bank was now willing to lend him money. At the same time, his wife's school had investigated the matter and apologized to her, seemingly wanting to rehire her. However, his wife refused, citing the need to take care of her family. That incident had nothing to do with her in the first place. The school had blamed her without distinguishing right from wrong. What use was an apology now? Sang Yofu didn't care whether his wife had a job. He could support his family. But he brought up another matter with Quan Xingnan. I told my parents about you, master. If they weren't laid up with injuries, they would have come to thank you in person. Also, they would like to ask you to come to our hometown to look at the feng shui of the ancestral grave. I wonder if you'd be willing to take it on. Of course, it's not for our family's grave. My father was a foundling and doesn't know where his parents are. It's for my maternal grandfather's grave. My mother has been having dreams lately, saying my grandfather told her his dwelling is cramped and something is disturbing him, so he can't sleep well at night. My mother mentioned it to my uncle, but he said it was just thinking by day, dreaming by night, and dismissed it. I originally wanted to write in the morning and update at noon, but there were many people at home, and I had to help my mom cook, so I had to update in the afternoon instead. This chapter ends. 1336, Chapter 1336 First Look at Feng Shui 10. After listening to Sang Yofu's uninterrupted speech, Quan Xingnan fell silent in contemplation. Sang Yofu now believed in Quan Xingnan's abilities. How could she have pulled him out of the mire without real skill? He quickly spoke respectfully on the other end of the phone. Master Quan, money is not an issue. Of course, I don't mean to insult you with money. I just hope you can understand my mother's filial devotion to her father. My uncle refuses to handle my grandfather's grave, so I'll take care of it. I can't let my grandfather come to my mother in tears, complaining that he has no peace after death. Money is certainly not the issue. Quan Xingnan chuckled. Your business, Boss Sang, has already improved, and in the long run, it shows great potential, so you're certainly not short on funds. What I'm hesitating about is that school is about to start, and this matter must be resolved before then. She also respected the filial piety of an elderly woman like Sang's mother. In this world, unfilial descendants are far too many. For someone as aged as Sang's mother to still be concerned about her father's grave, how could that not move people? And all because of her father's appearance in a dream. Sang Yofu was overjoyed. Master, rest assured. My home is not far from the capital. By plane, it's only 2 or 3 hours. At this point, there was still a week before school started. More than enough time, plenty of time. In that case, I agree. I'll set out tomorrow, Quan Shengnan said. Thank you, Master Quan. I'll arrange the plane tickets right away and accompany you personally. With his children mostly out of trouble, his parents' wounds needing only rest, and his business improving, Zhang Difu had finally managed to persuade Quan Xingnan to come. How could he not stick close to her and curry favor? Building a good relationship with such a master was crucial. Who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter trouble in the future? After hanging up, Zhang Yofu quickly made arrangements. Meanwhile, Quan Xingnan, after ending the call, thought for a moment and dialed Hua Xuedong's number. Did something happen? Hua Xuedong paused his signing hand, adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and spoke with a smile. At that moment, he looked incredibly refined and elegant. If Quan Xingnan had seen him, she would have surely stamped her feet in regret for missing such a sight. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips and smiled. I have good news for you, my latest plan. What good news? I'm all ears. Hua Xuedong's heart stirred, beating a little faster for some reason. He didn't know why he felt this way, but the sensation came swiftly. I've decided that for my final year of high school, I'll study hard. Unless something really important comes up, I'll try not to take leave or miss class. I want to focus on my studies and make a final push. Then, when I fill out my college applications, my first choice will be the University of Hong Kong. Are you happy to hear this? Hua Xuedong was stunned at first, then overjoyed. He knew very well how important family was to Quan Xingnan, so important that it often made him, as her boyfriend, feel jealous. But he also understood how much she cherished her family, so he never said a word against it, nor had he ever thought she would choose to leave her parents behind during her university years. If she came to Hong Kong for school, it meant the two of them would have plenty of time together, free from the pangs of long-distance longing. If all went well, they could apply for marriage registration early and complete this major life milestone. After all, Quan Xingnan would be 19 next year, and 20 the year after that. It was 4 in the morning by the time I saw everyone off and sat down to write. I still owe 2 chapters today. 12 chapters will be tomorrow's update, and I definitely won't finish by morning, probably around noon. End of this chapter. Chapter 1337, First Look at Feng Shui 11. 20 years old, the standard legal age for marriage for women in mainland China. Although Hua Xuedong was anxious, he had always believed that his age was not the reason for his urgency. This was also why his parents and his uncle and aunt were worried, but refrained from pushing him. His respect for his girlfriend meant he had to show respect for marriage itself. Respect for marriage is, in essence, respect for love. If a man does not respect his girlfriend in matters of marriage, he is not trustworthy in love either. I'm surprised, but very, very happy, Hua Xuedong replied with a low laugh to his girlfriend on the other end of the phone. This showed that he had finally, in his girlfriend's heart, risen slightly above her family. Why slightly? Because he understood too well that family was Quan Xingnan's inviolable scale. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you die. So, he never forced his girlfriend to choose between him and her family. Quan Xingnan's ears grew warm, and she felt a pang of shame. She had only chosen to study in Hong Kong, and he was already so happy. She could fully feel the ecstasy in his heart. In truth, between her and Hua Xuedong, whether in this life or the previous one, he had always given far more, while she had given so little. It was unfair to Hua Xuedong. Fourth brother, I will be very, very, very good to you from now on. Countless, very good, promises were not enough to convey Quan Xingnan's resolve. Hua Xuedong grew even more delighted. Good, I look forward to it. Then just wait, I won't let you down. Quan Xingnan clenched her free hand into a fist and waved it in the air several times, stopping only when she realized Hua Xuedong couldn't see it on the other end. Tomorrow, I'll go check the feng shui of Boss Seng's grandfather's grave. When I get back, I'll settle down and prepare for the final sprint of my last year of high school. Seng Yofu? That name sounds familiar. Hua Xuedong thought for a moment. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Quan Xingnan said, he's a businessman. With so many people in your business circles, it's not strange to have caught a word or two about him. Especially since Boss Seng has been developing in the capital, and you have a lot of investments there, right? You might have heard of him then. Hua Xuedong nodded. Perhaps. Never mind. Be careful tomorrow, and take Alexander and Daniel with you. Oh. Quan Xingnan slapped her forehead. I forgot to tell Boss Seng to book tickets for Alexander and Daniel. I'll call him to ask about the flight, then have Alexander and Daniel book their own tickets. Since the two bodyguards were arranged by Hu Xiuedong, she would keep them by her side to put his mind at ease. Then go arrange it quickly. We'll talk when we have time. After hanging up, Quan Xingnan quickly called Alexander and Daniel over. Alexander and Daniel were highly capable, otherwise, Hu Xiuedong wouldn't have assigned them to Quan Xingnan. They soon booked tickets on the same flight as Quan Xingnan, all in first class. To show respect for Quan Xingnan, Sang Youfu had specifically booked first class. Seeing the accompanying bodyguards, Sang Youfu was full of regret. I'm so sorry, Master Quan. Look at my pig brain, I completely forgot about your two bodyguards. I made them book their own tickets. I'm sorry. After apologizing to Quan Xingnan, Sang Youfu also offered a special apology to Alexander and Daniel. At the same time, his respect for Quan Xingnan deepened significantly. End of chapter. Chapter 1338, First Look at Feng Shui 12. Booking first-class plane tickets for bodyguards, though not an extravagant gesture, it was hardly insignificant. Could he be an ordinary person? Unfortunately, the master only gave his surname and not his full name. Otherwise, he could have asked around to learn more about the master's background. Sang Youfu thought this to himself, but it didn't escape Quan Xingnan's notice. However, Quan Xingnan didn't care. As long as Sang Youfu wasn't a bad person, what did it matter? Who doesn't have a bit of curiosity? The two bodyguards had been with Hu Xiuedong for a long time and were accustomed to grand occasions. How could they be bothered by Sang Youfu's oversight? Besides, their salaries were far above industry standards, so a few plane tickets were of no concern. Quan Xingnan had offered to pay for them earlier, but they had refused. They didn't know that Quan Xingnan had already decided to add extra bonuses to their salaries when paying them, ensuring that those who followed her wouldn't suffer losses. After getting off the plane, the group got into a sedan arranged by Sang Youfu and headed straight for their destination. Quan Xingnan had already made clear the time constraints, so Sang Youfu naturally avoided any unnecessary formalities that would waste her time. Sitting in the passenger seat, he turned to address Quan Xingnan in the back. My uncle's family was once a prominent local clan, but no prominent clan fared well during the war years, so they declined before the founding of the nation. At that time, they still owned some land, but after liberation, they were classified as landlords, becoming the unfortunate targets of the land redistribution campaign. Their property was confiscated, their land seized, and they were left with nothing. But being left with nothing wasn't the end. In the mid-1960s, due to their class background, they were frequently subjected to public criticism, struggling even to get enough to eat. The reason Sang Youfu's maternal grandfather chose his father, a homeless wanderer, as a son-in-law was that their family's class status was so poor that few families were willing to marry their daughter to him. They felt his daughter wasn't worthy of someone with a pure red background like his father. In the end, he chose Sang Youfu's father. They had several children, but only Sang Youfu survived, which is why he was named Youfu, meaning blessed. Sang Youfu smiled as he said this. My life has truly lived up to the name Youfu. My parents doted on me but didn't spoil me. Later, I met my wife, had a pair of twins, and built the career I have today. His smile quickly turned into a sigh as he lowered his voice. But my uncle and my mother don't get along. It started when my mother got married. My grandfather told her where the family's assets were hidden, but didn't tell him. Oh? Is that so? Did your grandfather's family manage to preserve some property during the turmoil? Nothing like that, master. Given my age, you can figure it out. My parents married in the 1950s. Back then, my grandfather's family was struggling, but it wasn't yet the decade of chaos. How could they have had the foresight to hide property? By the 1960s, I was already born. My grandfather married my mother to my father hoping he would protect her. My father had a good class background, a homeless child, a poor boy. Who would have the heart to make things hard for him after he finally found a wife? My grandfather's family didn't have any property left. It was just that before my mother married, my grandparents shared a few private words with her, and my uncle suspected they favored her. Later, when I became wealthy, they took that as proof of their suspicions, claiming I had used my grandfather's hidden property to build my fortune. So, the relationship between his mother and uncle was particularly strained, and the two families were on very bad terms. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Sang Youfu directly led Quan Xingnan to the cemetery instead of going to his uncle's house. With their poor relationship, visiting would only stir up trouble. Seeing the grave of Sang Youfu's maternal grandfather, Quan Xingnan frowned deeply. Tomorrow at noon, 12 updates. Tomorrow at noon, 12 updates. Tomorrow at noon, 12 updates. Important words said 3 times. Chapter end. Chapter 1339, Extortion 1. Chapter 1339, Extortion 1. Sang Yofu's maternal grandfather's grave was not a family ancestral tomb he owned alone, but rather one in a rural cemetery, a vast expanse of land densely dotted with numerous graves, his grandfather's being an extremely inconspicuous one among them. The cemetery grounds were flat, situated higher than the surrounding area, open on all sides with no obstructions. It was neither nestled against a mountain nor adjacent to a body of water. Around each grave were planted pines and cypresses, trees symbolizing longevity, varying in height, size, and thickness. Coupled with the wild grass covering every earthen mound, the view stretched into a lush green expanse, evoking a sense of coolness. A stray grave or two here and there bore colorful wreaths. Though the colors had faded after the summer rains, traces of their hues remained visible. Some graves had stone tombstones erected in front, inscribed with the name of the deceased, the person who erected the stone, the date, and so on. Why was Sang Yofu's grandfather's grave so unremarkable? Because the other graves had clearly been tended to by descendants during the Qingming festival, with fresh soil added and the mounds rebuilt, making them tall and prominent. Only Sang Yofu's grandfather's grave and a smaller one beside it looked as though they hadn't received fresh soil in years. Over time, wind and rain had eroded the mounds, causing soil loss, naturally leaving them small and low. Seeing Quan Xingnan frown, Sang Yofu's heart immediately tightened. Actually, this was a plot of land allocated by the production brigade after the founding of the country, specifically for burying the deceased elderly. Every household was assigned a small patch of burial ground, Sang Yofu explained to Quan Xingnan with a bitter smile. As far back as I can remember, this cemetery existed. Back then, there weren't many graves, just 20 or 30, but now there are over 100. What a large piece of land! Alexander exclaimed in amazement. Our country truly is vast and rich in resources. Unlike Hong Kong, where it's considered extremely lucky if the dead can have a niche for their ashes. Daniel nodded. In Hong Kong, he had never seen anyone own a grave with such a burial plot. Sang Yofu was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile. Quan Xingnan scanned all the graves in the cemetery and asked, Mr. Sang, over the years, more than 100 people have died, haven't they? Of course, definitely more than that. Sang Yofu pointed to his grandfather's grave and the smaller one beside it. My grandfather's grave holds both my grandfather and grandmother. As for this small grave, it actually contains my little grandmother, a concubine my grandfather took before the founding of the country. She died before the founding, so no one ever held my grandfather accountable for it. Quan Xingnan nodded slightly. Are all the graves for couples buried together? Sang Yofu thought for a moment. Not entirely. In the past, I remember they weren't joint burials. Whoever died first was buried first, and the one who died later was buried in a separate spot nearby. Above my grandfather is my great-grandfather's grave, a large one, with my great-grandmother and 2 lesser great-grandmothers' graves to its left and right, making 4 graves in total. Over the past few decades, I'm not sure when it started changing. I suspect it's because the burial ground became insufficient. Now, whoever dies first is buried first without a tombstone, and when the spouse dies later, they're buried together and a tombstone is erected. Families with many members often find the land allocated to them insufficient, so they have to bury their ancestors in the plots assigned to their own farmland. At this point, Sang Yofu pointed to some flat, open farmland in the distance. Quan Xingnan, Alexander, and Daniel indeed saw a few scattered graves dotting those fields. End of chapter. Chapter 1340, Blackmail 2. Alexander and Daniel couldn't help but make a fuss again. Every grave takes up a certain amount of land. How much land would so many people need? That's far too extravagant. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips and smiled. Hong Kong's geographical location is quite unique, and its land area is limited, but the population is extremely crowded. Many living people live in cramped pigeonholes, let alone the deceased. As Alexander said, having a columbarium niche to store an urn after death is a good outcome for ordinary people. However, if the fee isn't renewed, the columbarium niche might no longer be usable. Given the He family's wealth and influence, He Biao and old Madam He's graves only occupy a tiny spot in the cemetery hills. Even that small spot cost a great deal of money and effort. The countryside in our country is different from the city, Sang Yofu explained. Returning to the earth for peace is a traditional burial custom in our country. Everyone wants to return to their roots. But in recent years, with rapid economic development, more and more people have flooded into cities, naturally causing overcrowding. Coupled with the promotion of cremation, public cemeteries came into being. Many city dwellers are buried in public cemeteries after death, but in the countryside, cremation is still practiced. Even after cremation, a coffin is prepared for a dignified burial. He was afraid that Quan Xingnan, who clearly lived in the city, wouldn't understand the situation in the countryside. After thinking for a moment, he added, to put it simply, the state hasn't yet regulated funeral practices in rural areas. So when burial land runs short, the people still use their allocated farmland to bury their ancestors. As for the future, that was hard to say. Sangyofu had a vague feeling that the state wouldn't allow rural burial practices to continue as they were. After all, the country's population was far too large otherwise, the one-child policy wouldn't have been implemented. Rural people made up a huge proportion of the population. If they all died, how much burial land would be needed? What about the farmland? Quan Xingnan nodded slightly and looked back at Sangyofu's grandfather's grave. Half of the trees on the grave had died. Years of neglect had left the grave mound shaded and damp, with weasels and rats making their homes there. No wonder his grandfather said he couldn't rest in peace. Looking at the grave's position, it was lower than the surrounding ones. Every time it rained, water pooled at the bottom of the grave. Mr. Sang, why is your grandfather's grave untended, while your great-grandfather's grave looks no different from the others around it? Quan Xingnan found it strange. Her question only drew a bitter smile from Sangyofu. My great-grandfather had more sons than just my grandfather, and countless descendants besides. They come every Qiming festival to sweep the grave, burn paper, and add soil, taking great care of it. But my grandfather only had one son, my uncle. Since my uncle doesn't come to sweep the grave, why would anyone else bother? My uncle has several sons, but they all think my uncle is right. They also resent my grandfather for leaving his property to my mother without telling them, so they ignore it too. And since it's a generation removed, they care even less. Sangyofu shook his head and sighed, his face full of helplessness. Quan Shengnan asked again, now that you've brought me here to survey the feng shui, if there's a problem with it, do you have the authority to make changes? Sangyofu was taken aback at first, then froze. He shook his head and said, I definitely don't have the right to move the grave. But tidying up the grave mound is doable, since my uncle doesn't care anyway. Of course, he might interfere. If I take action, they might try to blackmail me for some money. But money is an external thing, you can't bring it into the world or take it with you. If it can bring my grandfather peace after death and set my mother's mind at ease, and if the amount they ask for is reasonable, I'll give it to them. End of chapter. Chapter 1341, Extortion 3. Chapter 1341, Extortion 3. Quan Shinan nodded and said, the feng shui is fine. When this burial site was originally chosen, a feng shui master must have been consulted. The terrain here is flat and higher than the surrounding area. Although it doesn't lean against mountains or water and can't store wind or gather energy, it neither benefits nor harms the descendants. For ordinary people, this is also the best resting place. Of course, the main reason was that the country had been promoting the elimination of feudal superstitions, and few people still believed in feng shui anymore. Sangyofu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the feng shui is fine, good that it's fine. Actually, before meeting the master, I didn't really believe in feng shui either. Isn't life all about relying on one's own efforts? What does it have to do with ancestral graves? Those who buried their parents in their own fields didn't seem to have any bad effects on their descendants either. Good or bad prospects are all earned through one's own hard work. After my wife's parents died, they were wrapped in a tattered mat and buried somewhere random, yet she still got into college and became a teacher. Of course, my wife doesn't have a job now, but I'll support her from now on, and she'll never have to worry about food or clothing. Feeling he might have said too much, Sangyofu quickly apologized to Quan Xingnan. Sorry, master, I didn't mean to criticize you or say feng shui is useless. If it really were useless, you wouldn't have found out from my home that someone was trying to harm my family. You're right, Quan Xingnan said with a smile. Although she understood feng shui, she did not promote feudal superstitions. Feng shui originates from nature and geography. Simply put, it's about acting in ways beneficial to oneself based on the natural environment. For example, when choosing a site for a house, one would never pick a mass grave or a snake den. If a group of snakes is dug up during foundation work, the project would stop because continuing to build a house there would bring bad luck to the family that could never be eliminated. Many people, when building houses, ignore the discovery of snakes during excavation, simply moving them far away and discarding them. Yet after the house is completed, family members often end up dead or injured. Incidents like this have happened many times. When building houses, many people consider the terrain. Isn't terrain related to feng shui? Moreover, constructing houses in this country is a skilled craft with certain principles. The completed houses and their interior decorations may look simple and unremarkable, but many aspects are unconsciously tied to feng shui. Take the layout of Sangyofu's villa, for example. He didn't pay any attention to feng shui at all and just decorated according to a normal layout. So, the life experiences of the Chinese people have been passed down through generations. Whether building houses for the living, choosing burial sites for the dead, or even planting trees, they naturally avoid things that could bring harm to their families. They don't realize that these valuable experiences already align with the principles of feng shui. Sang Yofu humbly asked, then how should my grandfather's grave be repaired? Not moving the grave was certainly the best option, and he didn't want to start a dispute with his uncle's family. Quan Xing'an said, haven't you noticed yourself? The grave is in a low-lying area, infested with snakes, insects, rats, ants, and weasels. Plus, the grave mound is low and small. Doesn't that match what your grandfather said in your mother's dream? Sang Yofu was startled. He turned and looked carefully, even walking around the grave to make sure he didn't miss anything. The situation was exactly as Quan Xing'an had described, and he also noticed the dead grave tree. Even if Quan Xing'an hadn't pointed it out, he knew that a withered grave tree was bad for the deceased. He didn't know the specifics of the harm, but in rural areas, there was such a saying. 2 chapters for now to let you know. The rest will be updated at noon. There are 12 chapters in total today, and they'll be posted as soon as they're written. End of chapter. Chapter 1342, Blackmail 4. Chapter 1342, Blackmail 4. I remember the elders saying that although graves are Yin dwellings, they shouldn't face Yin, but should face Yang. I never understood why, but now I think it might be related to feng shui. Sang Yofu brought this up and sighed as he looked at his grandfather's grave. Last year, when I accompanied my mother to burn paper offerings for my grandfather, I didn't notice the grave facing away from the sun toward the shade. How did it change this year? Quan Xing'an smiled faintly. Nature is constantly changing, you just didn't notice. Wind and rain have altered the size of your grandfather's grave, haven't they? That's the power of nature. Sang Yofu nodded. You make a good point. So, what should I do? Quan Xing'an said seriously, choose an auspicious day and time to add soil, repair the grave, and transplant pine and cypress trees. Before that, burn paper and incense to respectfully send away the snakes, insects, rats, and weasels that have disturbed the ancestors. Weasels hold grudges, so they must be invited to leave, not driven away. Please enlighten me, master, Sang Yofu said respectfully. Quan Xing'an counted on her fingers. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. At 9:08 in the morning, it's a good time. Then burn paper and incense and begin moving the soil and trees. However, you're an outsider to your grandfather. Your grandfather appeared in your mother's dream, likely hoping she would persuade her own descendants to take action themselves. Sang Yofu was stunned. So my uncle and cousins have to step in? That would be difficult. Exactly. Quan Xing'an nodded. The best approach is to have your grandfather's sons and grandsons handle it. There's no other way. You should understand how much that generation valued carrying on the family line. Sang Yofu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I understand, of course I do. I grew up in the countryside, and over the decades, I've seen plenty of the consequences of favoring sons over daughters. I remember as a child, in the ditches and canals, there were often dead infants, most of them girls, and they died unnaturally. The boys who died were due to unavoidable factors, not human action. Around the 1990s, when family planning policies were particularly strict, many people would determine the sex of the fetus. If it was a girl, they'd abort it or induce labor. The rivers were full of bloody remains, mostly female fetuses, since the sex determination wasn't always accurate. There were also forcibly aborted fetuses, regardless of gender. So, although my grandfather doted on my mother, he valued my uncle the most. My uncle often said my grandfather gave his property to my mother, but I heard from my mother that my grandfather gave the 2 gold bars and over a dozen silver coins he had managed to hide to my uncle. Quan Xing'an said he needed his uncle or cousins to repair the grave and add soil, and he wasn't surprised at all. He just found it difficult because he knew his uncle and cousins' personalities too well. They were lazy, greedy, and always blamed others whenever something went wrong. Quan Xing'an also sighed. She had heard countless stories about the consequences of favoring sons over daughters. Many people who came to her fortune-telling stall described situations almost identical to Sang Yofu's. It seemed this kind of thing had happened in many places. Regardless, since you, master, say so, I'll give it a try. At worst, I'll just pay them some money. As soon as Sang Yofu finished speaking, he saw a large group of people running from afar. In rural areas, cars were rarely seen, so their appearance had already drawn attention. Moreover, since they had been lingering around the cemetery, the local village party secretary brought a crowd, including Sang Yofu's uncle, Ma Mingyuan. The remaining 8 chapters will be updated at noon. That's it. Chapter end. Chapter 1343, Extortion 5. The moment Ma Mingyuan saw Sang Yofu, his expression changed. Sang Yofu, what are you doing here? What are you up to, standing in front of your grandfather's grave? His tone was very unpleasant. When he clearly saw Sang Yofu's car parked by the roadside and took in Sang Yofu's wealthy appearance, Ma Mingyuan, whose hair was gray, face wrinkled, and age advanced, yet who showed no kindness, was filled with intense jealousy. Uncle. Regardless of Ma Mingyuan's attitude, Sang Yofu, as the younger generation, lowered his stance and greeted village party secretary Ma Dahua and the other elders who had come. My mother has often dreamed of my grandfather lately, saying that the place he lives is cramped and that something is disturbing him, keeping him from sleeping well. So she asked me to bring a master to take a look. Ma Dahua suddenly understood. I think I heard from your aunt or someone that your uncle also dreamed of your grandfather crying about not being at peace after death. Your uncle thought it was unlucky, cursed about it, and never had the dream again. He didn't take it seriously, but you did. Grandfather kept sending dreams to my mother for a year or two. How could we still not take it seriously? Hearing Sang Yofu say this, the people present nodded one after another. Once or twice is one thing, but if it happens often, you have to pay attention. You really should repair your grandfather's grave. If I remember correctly, your uncle hasn't come to pay respects at the grave for several years. Every year during Qiming Festival, when we come to sweep the graves, your grandfather's grave is the loneliest. If your grandfather had no children or grandchildren, it would be one thing, but not a single one comes. They all make excuses about being busy, having no time. They don't come to sweep the grave at Qiming, don't come to burn paper at the Winter Clothes Festival, and don't even bring a single sheet of New Year paper. Who knows how poor he is underground? They didn't avoid Ma Mingyuan when speaking, and in truth, they looked down on him. No matter how much hatred you hold, you can't neglect your own parents' graves. Who didn't know that back then, the old man and woman doted most on him, their son? They would have given him their very hearts. When Sang Yofu's mother married out, what did she have besides a set of old clothes? Nothing. And she married a homeless wanderer. Yet, after Sang Yofu became wealthy, Ma Mingyuan's family kept saying that the old man had told his daughter where the family's hidden wealth was, so that was why her family had gotten rich. The Ma family was a large clan with many members, and many elderly people were still alive. Who didn't know the situation back then? Ma Mingyuan's branch had long since declined. They weren't people with foresight, and they had been raided during the house searches. What gold or silver treasures could they have left for their descendants? The old man was so poor underground he couldn't even support himself. No wonder he couldn't bless his descendants with wealth. A middle-aged man dressed simply but neatly said to Ma Mingyuan with a smile, "Uncle Mingyuan, if your old man can't bless you and your brothers, it must be because he doesn't have money to bribe the ghost officials. If he had money and found a way out for himself, he'd remember you all in the underworld." I think Yofu's wealth must be due to ancestral blessings. Everyone knows that although Yofu's father didn't remember his hometown or parents, he burned paper at the crossroads every year for his own parents. His parents had money underground, so they blessed Yofu with wealth. Sang Yofu's father was a homeless wanderer. Although he didn't remember his hometown or parents, he was certain that he had left his hometown with the refugee crowd only after his parents died. He was just too young at the time to remember the details. That was why Sang Yofu burned paper for his parents every year. A faint smile appeared on the faces of those who heard this. Whether they agreed or not was unknown to outsiders. Only Ma Dahua asked Sang Yofu, "What do you plan to do?" End of chapter. Chapter 1344, Extortion 6. Chapter 1344, Extortion 6. Sang Yofu spread his hands. What can I do? I invited a master to take a look, and he said my grandfather's grave is in a low-lying area, with snakes, insects, rats, and weasels nesting there. Half of the trees on the grave are dead, and the grave faces the shade instead of the sun. Bad feng shui. No wonder my grandfather keeps appearing in my dreams. So, I want to ask the master to drive away the weasels, and then ask my uncle and a few cousins to put in some hard work to repair my grandfather's grave and transplant some pine and cypress trees. Before he could finish, Ma Mingyuan immediately jumped up. I'm not doing it. Why should I be the one to do it? Hearing this, the men present all frowned. Ma Dahua was one generation older than Ma Mingyuan. Though young, he still scolded him, saying, "That's your father and mother's grave. Why shouldn't you do it?" I think Yofu is right. It should be you and your brothers doing it. Yofu is a man of propriety. Since he's from a different surname, he only dared to invite someone to check the feng shui, not to repair the grave himself. Ma Mingyuan's face turned cold. Before my old man died, he told his mother where he hid the family property. He took my Ma family's wealth, and now he wants me to do the work? That old man and woman never treated me like a son. Oh my. The middle-aged man who had mocked Ma Mingyuan earlier couldn't help but speak up. I say, Uncle Mingyuan, everyone in the surrounding villages knows how much your father doted on you. Who doesn't know that before he died, he gave you 2 gold bars and over a dozen silver dollars? You and your wife said so yourselves. If your father loved you that much, if he had any property, wouldn't he have told you instead of his married daughter? Back when they confiscated the property, they dug 3 feet into the ground and stripped everything clean. What did Yofu's mother, my aunt, get? She worked hard her whole life, never knowing where her next meal would come from. If it weren't for Yofu and his wife's capabilities, the old couple wouldn't have the blessings they have today. Ma Mingyuan snorted. I say, Ma Wei, you're speaking without feeling the strain. You said it yourself, saying Yofu's parents were dirt poor. If he hadn't taken my Ma family's property, how could he have tens of millions today? What did he rely on to build his fortune? He took my Ma family's property and won't admit it. That stubborn old man was biased beyond belief. He wants me to repair his grave? No way. The men of the Ma family all shook their heads. Once Ma Mingyuan made up his mind, no one could change it. It was just pitiful for Sang Yofu, who had traveled thousands of miles because his grandfather appeared in his mother's dream, only to face this situation. Sang Yofu shook his head at Ma Dahua and an elder of the Ma family who were about to speak, then directly addressed Ma Mingyuan. Uncle, repairing my grandfather's grave is urgent. Whatever conditions you have, just say them. If it's within my means, I'm willing to meet your demands. I only want my grandfather to find peace in death. If it exceeded his means, then he was sorry. Sang Yofu was a businessman. He didn't do losing deals. Ma Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately held up 3 fingers. 30 million. I know you have tens of millions in assets. Everyone who works with you in the city calls you a multimillionaire, living in a villa, driving a car, owning a real estate company. Anyway, your wealth all came from the property the old man gave you. I'm your real uncle. Asking for half isn't too much. Give me 30 million, and I'll repair the old man's grave right away, making it the most luxurious and grand one around. 30 million. Everyone who heard that number gasped. 30 million, what did that even mean? And he had the nerve to ask for it. End of chapter. Chapter 1345, Extortion 7. Chapter 1345, Extortion 7. Upon hearing this, Sang Yofu was so angry he laughed. 30 million? Uncle, why don't you and my cousins go out and rob someone instead? Do you really take me for a fool? Facing Ma Mingyuan like this, and with everyone's sympathy, Sang Yofu directly mocked him. Just now, everyone said it, my surname is Sang Yofu. I'm the Ma family's maternal grandson, not a paternal one. Whether my grandfather rests in peace after death has nothing to do with me. If I step in, it's out of gratitude for him raising my mother. If I don't, no one can fault me. Those who heard him couldn't help nodding. What he said was absolutely correct. If Sang Yofu stepped in, it showed loyalty and righteousness. If he didn't, no one could blame him, because this whole matter started with his grandfather's dream, a dream given to Ma Mingyuan, who failed to act on it, so it was passed to Sang Yofu's mother. Ma Mingyuan had a look of utter shamelessness, like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. He stiffened his neck and said, you know damn well why I'm asking for 30 million. You took the old man's property and built your fortune. Half of what you earn should be mine. No matter where I go, I'm in the right. If you don't pay up, I won't fix the old man's grave. I'll sit right here, and without my consent, no one dares touch a single speck of dirt on his grave. With that, he plopped down on the grave, his eyes wide as brass bells. Quan Xingnan had seen all kinds of people, so she wasn't surprised. Alexander and Daniel both shook their heads. They had never encountered someone so brazen and shameless. He was nothing but a mangy cur. No, calling him a mangy cur would be an insult to mangy curs. Nan, what do we do in a situation like this? Alexander asked softly. It seemed Sang Yofu was at a loss, probably never expecting Ma Mingyuan to make such an outrageous demand. Quan Xingnan didn't answer. She was only there to look at feng shui, not to solve such troubles. Besides, her attention had been caught by an old female ghost. An extremely old female ghost, with white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a hunched figure. Her expression was serene, suggesting she had passed away peacefully at around 90 years old. Yet she clung closely to a middle-aged man Ma Mingyuan called Ma Wei, her eyes filled with boundless affection, even though there was no blood relation between them. When she heard Ma Mingyuan mention Ma Wei, she rushed forward and slapped him twice. But the living and the dead were separate, so Ma Mingyuan felt nothing unusual. Instead, she stumbled and nearly fell herself. Quan Xingnan rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head to study Ma Wei's face. His features were upright, his gaze clear, and he exuded an air of purity. He was a good man, a truly good man. His early life was full of hardship and poverty, but his later years brought sweetness after bitterness, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age. Alexander, having asked his question and received no reply, couldn't help glancing at her. Noticing her gaze fixed on Ma Wei, he lowered his voice and asked, Nan, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just looking around, observing the various facets of life. Quan Xingnan looked up at the sun, took off her straw hat, and waved it. A breeze brushed her face. She didn't feel hot, just bored. None of the Ma family members paid her any attention. They were all focused on Ma Mingyuan, their expressions a mix of anguish and frustration at his failure. Shameful, utterly shameful. He was disgracing the entire Ma family. Ma Mingyuan always prided himself on being a descendant of a noble lineage, yet his every move now was no different from a common thug. End of chapter. Chapter 1346, Extortion 8. Everyone was guessing whether Sang Yofu would compromise or not. Although they all felt he wouldn't. After all, 30 million was no small sum, 100,000 or so might have been manageable. Sang Yofu was particularly decisive. He turned to Quan Xingnan and said with a smile, "Master, I've troubled you to come all this way today. Let's go to town for a meal, and I'll also invite the village party secretary and the elders from my maternal grandfather's clan to join us for a chat and a meal. After we eat, we'll book tickets to head back to the capital. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on your fee." Quan Xingnan smiled lightly and said, "Was I worried about that? Don't fret." She saw through Sang Yofu's plan at a glance. Since she already knew the reason for his grandfather's unrest, there was no rush to deal with it. Missing tomorrow's auspicious day wasn't a problem. There were plenty of other good days to choose from. Besides, without Ma Mingyuan's consent, picking an auspicious day would be useless anyway. Sang Yofu stood firm in his refusal to compromise. He knew that once he gave in, he would be at Ma Mingyuan's mercy from then on, because they would take his compromise as an admission that he had taken the Ma family's property. When people lost all sense of shame, they became invincible. Quan Xingnan glanced at Ma Mingyuan's facial features and pursed her lips in a smile. With Quan Xingnan's agreement, Sang Yofu felt relieved and immediately invited everyone present to go to town for a meal. Of course, that excluded Ma Mingyuan, who was still sitting on the grave. Sang Yofu was now a wealthy man. Who wouldn't want to get on good terms with him? Everyone happily agreed. Only Ma Mingyuan's family were fools, still fixated on the non-existent family property, having soured their relationship with Sang Yofu to this extent. If they had been smarter and gotten along well with the Sang family, Sang Yofu would surely have arranged good jobs for their descendants, far better than working odd jobs elsewhere. So, Sang Yofu and Quan Xingnan left first to wait for Ma Dahua and the others in town. There was only one 5-seater sedan, carrying Sang Yofu and the driver, Quan Xingnan and her 2 bodyguards, no room for anyone else. When they arrived in town, Sang Yofu found the best hotel, first invited Quan Xingnan inside to rest, then ordered several large tables of fine food and drink based on the head count, booked a large dining hall, and went to the entrance to greet the fellow villagers arriving by tractor or motorized tricycle, personally ushering them into the restaurant. It was only then that Ma Dahua and the others noticed Quan Xingnan and her 2 bodyguards. "Yofu, who is this young lady?" Ma Dahua, Ma Wei, and the others had met Sang Yofu's wife and children before. Although Sang Yofu wasn't from their Ma family village, he visited regularly to see relatives and friends, never forgetting his roots. A couple of people suspected Sang Yofu might be keeping a mistress, but it didn't seem that way. Why? Because Sang Yofu's attitude was far too respectful. Moreover, Quan Xingnan was young, strikingly beautiful, and flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards, while Sang Yofu came off as a nouveau riche, his demeanor and bearing falling short by a wide margin. Sang Yofu quickly said, "This is Master Quan, a true feng shui master. My family has run into a lot of bad luck lately. My parents fell and got hurt, my wife was fired, my kids ended up in the hospital one after another, and my business has been going poorly. Luckily, I met Master Quan, who helped me resolve these calamities and uncovered who was behind it all." Hearing that Sang Yofu's family was in trouble, Ma Dahua immediately asked anxiously, "What? Such big things happened, and you didn't call home about them? Are your parents and kids doing better now?" The others chimed in with questions as well, their warm-heartedness plain to see. End of chapter. Chapter 1347, Extortion 9. Sang Yofu felt a warmth in his heart. "Grandpa Dahua, fellow villagers, everyone is getting better, don't worry. All of this is thanks to Master Quan. Someone placed a malicious cursed talisman in the wedding photo of me and my wife, bringing bad luck to my family, so misfortune kept striking. Master Quan burned that talisman, and my family immediately turned danger into safety, everything going smoothly. If my mother hadn't been constantly worried about Grandpa's peace in the afterlife, I wouldn't have set aside my work first and asked Master Quan to make this trip." Hearing this, everyone looked at Quan Xingnan with respect. For those with true skill, they never held back their admiration. The older people were, the more they believed in feng shui, strictly adhering to certain traditions passed down from the older generation, and they dared not show any disrespect to feng shui masters, especially since, from Sang Yofu's words, this young master had real ability. Sang Yofu was a man of importance. He wouldn't lie to them about this, and there was no point in lying anyway. Quan Xingnan was good-looking and sweet-tongued, and taking advantage of her young age, she called this one grandpa, that one uncle or big brother, quickly blending in with the men in the hall, creating a lively atmosphere. Alexander and Daniel were dumbfounded. They knew well that Quan Xingnan never acted like a wealthy heiress. She always treated herself as an ordinary person and was usually very approachable, but they hadn't expected her to be so at ease among common folks. It was nice, really, making people feel especially comfortable. Alexander and Daniel didn't come from good backgrounds either. They had tough childhoods and often disliked those who acted like aristocrats, looking down on others as if those from lower social strata were despicable. Didn't they know this was a new society where everyone was equal long ago? Social status could differ, but dignity could not. Alexander especially enjoyed following Quan Xingnan, liking her ease whether facing dignitaries or ordinary people. In high society, she was a refined and elegant heiress with impeccable manners and grace. Among the lower classes, she was a simple, ordinary girl with no airs at all. In an ordinary town, even at the best restaurant, the dishes were just average to Quan Xingnan, but she still ate with relish, just like when she attended the wedding feast at Wang Debao's house. Master Quan, can Yofu's grandpa's grave be repaired? Ma Dehua asked, picking up a piece of pig ear with his chopsticks and finishing it. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. That depends on whether Uncle Sang's uncle agrees. Ma Dehua shook his head and sighed. If Yofu doesn't agree to 30 million, how could Ma Mingyuan agree? You don't know what kind of person Ma Mingyuan is. I've never seen such a scoundrel. Say, asking for 100,000 or 80,000 as a trouble fee, we understand, and we know Yofu can afford it, but he opens his mouth for 30 million. If Yofu agrees, then Yofu is a fool. Ma Wei chimed in from the side. In my opinion, Yofu, why bother? It's not like it's your Sang family's ancestor. Your grandpa appeared in your mother's dream, probably because he thinks she's soft-hearted and easy to talk to, and wants you to help his descendants. Or maybe he wants his grave fixed so he can bless his descendants to live well. Does your grandpa not know what kind of people his own descendants are? When a person dies, everything is empty. Why care about peace in the afterlife? Start. Chapter 1348, Extortion 10. Although Ma Wei's words were crude, they gained approval from most of those present. To be honest, after Ma Wei said this, they all felt it made a lot of sense. Otherwise, why wouldn't Sang Yofu's maternal grandfather have appeared in a dream to his own brother? The Ma family was large and populous, with many members. If he didn't take his son seriously, he still had brothers and nephews. Wouldn't it be more effective to appear in a dream to his own clansmen than to Sang Yofu's mother, who was far away in another place? Quan Xingnan listened to their discussion and was deeply impressed. She truly admired these people for thinking so intricately, but she had to admit they had guessed a fair bit of the truth. Quan Xingnan could communicate with the spiritual world, so she naturally understood the whole story. It was likely that Sang Yofu's maternal grandfather had never expected his own son to be so insatiably greedy. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, completely wasting the old man's heartfelt concern for his descendants even after he had passed into the afterlife. After hearing everyone's discussion, Sang Yofu said seriously, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Since I promised my mother, I will follow through. Even though my uncle is now stopping me from repairing my grandfather's grave, I can afford to wait. As all the elders and villagers here have said, so many years have passed already, so I don't mind this short delay. Now that I know the root of my grandfather's unrest and I have Master Quan's contact information, I can consult her another time about how to send the yellow weasel spirit away and how to repair the grave, add soil, and plant trees. For now, let Ma Mingyuan guard his father's grave." Even though Sang Yofu wanted his grandfather to find peace after death and was willing to give Ma Mingyuan some compensation for his trouble, he was angered by his uncle's demand for 30 million. He no longer intended to indulge such shameless behavior. Hearing Sang Yofu's plan, everyone nodded in succession. "That's a good idea. Do it that way. Let's see who can hold out longer." "Exactly. If you don't do it, no one can really blame you. After all, if the son doesn't care about his father's peace in the afterlife, why should a grandson be responsible? It's just because of your mother that you're going through this trouble. That uncle of yours is utterly inhuman. In recent years, your uncle hasn't swept the grave or burned paper money for your grandfather. Many of the elders in the clan have criticized him, but he won't listen. He goes around everywhere saying you got rich by taking the old man's property. Sigh, there's no reasoning with him. If he were my son, I'd beat him with a cane until he couldn't get out of bed. When descendants are unfilial, even the ancestors feel ashamed. Yofu, I think your plan is good. You focus on your work outside, and we'll keep an eye on things here. Given how lazy and greedy your uncle and cousins are, sooner or later they'll lower their demands and take whatever benefits they can get from you." Ma Wei lived next door to Ma Mingyuan and knew his household situation best. Sang Yofu raised his glass and said with a hearty laugh, "Then thank you all, elders and villagers. I'll come back another day and treat everyone to meat and wine. I was in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything for you all. After I return, I'll send some local specialties. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. We're all family, so don't stand on ceremony." No matter what, we watched you grow up. You came from Ma village, and it's an honor for our village. Exactly. The specialties are a small matter. The road you built has benefited the entire village. That's right, that's right. That road you built has been great. Our village is now much more developed than others. With a good road, we can transport everything to the market and sell it. We've been making good money. End of chapter. End. Chapter 1349, Extortion 11. Sang Youfu and Wang Dazhuang were the same type of person. Their first thought after suddenly becoming wealthy was to give back to their hometown. On this point, Quan Xingnan admired them, and Alexander and Daniel also felt respect. People who do not forget their roots are always better than those who are ungrateful. No wonder Sang Youfu received warm greetings from everyone in Majia village when he arrived. Who isn't a sensible person? Everyone has eyes, they can see the good and bad deeds others do. Amid the clinking of glasses, Ma Dahua's phone suddenly rang. Who's calling me at this hour? Not many people know my phone number. Ma Dahua picked up a phone that Sang Youfu had given him 2 years ago and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is it? What do you want? Whatever the other end said, Ma Dahua immediately stood up. For a moment, everyone at the table stopped eating and watched Ma Dahua's expression shift dramatically. All right, I understand. We'll head over after we finish eating. Once Ma Dahua hung up, everyone immediately asked, what's wrong? What happened? Did something happen in our village? Is it serious? Sang Youfu also said, Grandpa Dahua, whatever it is, just say it. Since I haven't left yet, I'll help if I can. Youfu, it's good news for you. Ma Dahua said meaningfully. What? Not only Sang Youfu widened his eyes in surprise, but the others also found it strange. What good news? Right, Uncle Dahua, what good news? Ma Dahua said, Youfu, your cousin, the youngest son of your maternal uncle's family, the one named Ma Menghui, drank too much at his mother-in-law's house, broke someone's head, and ended up in the hospital. The other party's injury is serious. A piece of glass from the bottle got into his eye, and he lost one eye. They're demanding 100,000 yuan in compensation, with medical expenses separate. If he doesn't pay, they'll send him to the police station. He's still being held there now. Ma Wei immediately said, Youfu, your uncle's family is lazy and has no money. 100,000 yuan would be enough to ruin their whole family. Looks like you won't need to pay out 30 million. Although the last sentence was said in jest, it was also the truth. Ma Mingguan had no money, and he and his wife doted most on this youngest son. The couple was especially biased. For the sake of their youngest son, they had driven out their eldest and second sons, and even used the bride price from their daughter's marriage to fund the youngest son's wedding. They had never taken care of their eldest and second son's children, but they looked after the youngest son's 2 children every day, cherishing them like the apple of their eye. Now that Ma Menghui had gotten into this mess, he would definitely find a way to raise money to save his son. Ordinary people's incomes were not high. Saving a few thousand yuan a year already meant a decent standard of living. Someone as lazy as Ma Mingyuan, what money could he have? The gold bars and silver coins his father had passed down to him had been sold off long ago, and the money was already spent. So, facing the other party's demand for compensation, the first person he thought of was Sang Youfu. Only Sang Youfu had money. Sang Youfu nodded. Then I'll wait. Everyone was taken aback, then laughed. Right, you have to hold your ground and wait for them to come begging. You can't just give them whatever they ask for. At most, 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. If you give them 100,000, they'll have an excuse to ask you for more money. Look at the way your uncle acts, none of us can stand it. How can he have the nerve to put his nephew in such a difficult position? And this nephew came here for his own father. This chapter ends. Chapter 1350, Blackmail and Extortion 12. After eating and drinking their fill, seeing off the people from the Ma family, Sang Youfu told the driver to book the best hotel in town. He had no intention of leaving today, and said to Quan Xingnan, Master, did you foresee everything from the start? Afterward, he recalled Quan Xingnan's smile. When he had suggested returning to the capital, Quan Xingnan seemed to glance at Ma Mingyuan and then smiled. Quan Xingnan sighed. By then, it had already happened. The news just hadn't reached us yet. Otherwise, she would have definitely stepped in to prevent this tragedy. Losing an eye, an innocent person reduced to a disabled state from then on. Since it had already occurred, her intervention was useless. Sang Youfu's expression darkened. Master, rest assured, I'll handle it. Once I've dealt with my grandfather's grave, I'll go see the injured person. If he so vicious, that cousin of yours. If you ask me, he should be sent to the police station. Do you know how old that injured kid is? 17. Only 17, still a minor. The kid's name is Jiang Bin. He lost his parents young, raised by his sister, and only got to go to school because his brother-in-law earned the money. Your cousin got drunk and harassed Jiang Bin's sister. Jiang Bin stepped up to protect her, just pulling her behind him, and your cousin smashed a bottle over his head. Ma Dehua cursed Ma Mingwei a few times at this point and continued, "The bottle shattered, and your cousin cut his own hand too, but Jiang Bin's head was bleeding, and he lost an eye." Jiang Bin's brother-in-law's family asked for 100,000, really not much. That kid's grades are excellent. To save his sister and brother-in-law money, he skipped several grades. This year, he just got into the University of Beijing, and he was about to head off in 2 days. Now, his whole life is ruined. Hearing this, Sang Yofu was furious and felt sorry for the young man. A young man with a bright future, losing an eye because of his cousin's actions. No wonder Quan Xingnan had said that the best approach was to fund the young man's education, arrange a suitable job for him after graduation, and that he wouldn't lose out. Yes, for a student from another province, especially a poor one, to get into the University of Beijing, wasn't that a sign of extraordinary talent? Uncle Dahua, my uncle and his family haven't come begging yet, so it's not convenient for me to step in directly. Please go to Jiang Bin's house and tell them that no matter what my uncle's family does, since Jiang Bin was harmed like this, I'll take care of his future. I'll cover all his school fees and living expenses, his treatment and nutrition costs, and the cost of a prosthetic eye. And don't let them worry that no one will hire him after graduation. I have a company, and I want him to work for me. Sang Yofu had his own children, each one his precious darling. His own kids weren't adults yet. If something like this happened to his child, he would want to kill Ma Mingwei. 12 chapters delivered, exhausted, begging for votes, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, all kinds of tickets. This chapter ends.